In the midst of an audacious heist to seize Stark and unlock the villainous system? What? A novice's gift package rewards the Mayweather Security Group? Or perhaps a personal armed force exclusively for oneself? What are we waiting for? Joint savings? Let's steal it. Pacific Standard Bank? Let's take that too. Assassination, robbery, manipulating the stock market. Chapter 1. The heist begins with Tony Stark. Step on it. On a morning in the refuse yard of Los Santos, an elderly man clad in a janitor's uniform urged from the passenger seat of a garbage truck. Without needing any prompts, Joya, who had traversed into Los Santos 6 months prior, was acutely aware of his mission. The ethics and laws were mere trifles. He had already navigated the grand heist in the game countless times. Yet this time, the scenario was quite distinct. For the target of Joya's impending robbery was not just a diamond, but Stark. Indeed, the very Tony Stark portrayed by Robert Downey Jr. in the Marvel superhero films, a notorious arms dealer, a celebrated playboy, and the future Iron Man. It seemed like a far-fetched fantasy. In reality, it was utterly absurd. Given Tony Stark's societal standing and wealth, countless individuals had plotted against him, yet none had ever succeeded. The myriad of failed attempts deterred most criminals from even contemplating a heist against Stark. Any sane individual would refrain from such thoughts. However, Joya was no ordinary person. He was a transcendent being, endowed with a system, villain system, awaiting activation condition. Steal the latest weapon prototype developed by Tony Stark. To assist the host in completing the task, the host's attributes have been elevated to the maximum limits of an ordinary human. Stamina, level 5, triathlete. Strength, level 5, bodybuilder. Marksmanship, level 5, sharpshooter. Stealth, level 5, ninja. Aviation, level 5, ace pilot. Driving, level 5, professional racer. Mental state, normal. Note, this enhancement is temporary. Should the task fail, the host's physical attributes will gradually regress to their original state, and the system will unbind. Successful. Completion of the task will solidify attributes, unlocking the novice's gift package. Assets: Mayweather Security Group, Private Armed Force. The mere thought of acquiring Stark's latest weapon ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Joya, as it promised access to Mayweather, a mercenary organization with a global presence. Aside from a certain mysterious entity, this was an organization that collaborated with nearly all developed nations, a personal armed force wholly his own. In a perilous Marvel universe rife with supernatural threats and alien invasions, Mayweather may seem inadequate. Yet, when it comes to addressing worldly troubles, it suffices entirely. Breathe, stay calm. After half a year of preparation, success is within reach. Driving the garbage truck, Joya leisurely arrived alongside his co-driver, Old Mo, near the dumpster behind Stark Tower. Previously, Joya had worked as a cleaner and had conducted reconnaissance within Stark Tower. The latest weapon samples developed by Stark Industries were currently on display in the building's weapons exhibition hall, drawing the attention of various warlords and terrorists from the Middle East. Quickly, let's commence our operation. We have only 5 minutes. After stabilizing the vehicle, Joya produced a modified handgun equipped with a silencer, an extended magazine, and a scope from the small of his back. After a meticulous inspection to ensure the chamber was loaded, he returned the pistol to the system space and promptly exited the vehicle with Old Mo, making their way to the back of the garbage truck. Holding their breath, they each lifted 2 bags of black trash from the foul-smelling, refuse-filled truck bed. Cautiously avoiding the surveillance cameras, they placed the garbage at the rear and side doors. As soon as the bags hit the ground, countless cockroaches scattered from within, most of them slipping through the cracks of the rear and side doors into Stark Tower. Fearing there weren't enough cockroaches, Joya and Old Mo made 2 additional trips. Just as the 5 minutes elapsed, they tossed the remaining garbage back into the truck. The 2 then transformed into ordinary waste collectors, diligently resuming their duties. After emptying all the trash bins within Stark Tower, Joya drove the garbage truck slowly out of the premises. Through the window, he observed a yawning security guard, looking disheveled and hungover, heading toward the rear door. A smile crept across Joya's lips. Indeed, the more complacent, the better. Having evaded any notice, they completed the final preparatory step. Now, all that remained was to await a call from the building's management seeking the services of an exterminator. After returning the truck to the junkyard, the 2 feigned illness and resigned from their garbage collection job, which they had held for several months. In Los Santos, within a dilapidated apartment building just a street away from the infamous Hell's Kitchen, Joya, freshly bathed and dressed, approached the hacker he had enlisted. Avi, whose services were quite costly. Avi, it's your turn now. Rest assured, it's merely a matter of intercepting and redirecting the call from a department head at Stark Tower to the exterminator. It will be a breeze, Avi assured him. Nodding in response, Joya sank into a nearby chair, closing his eyes to await the outcome. Old Mo, the marksman, was the first teammate Joya had recruited, yet his true name remained unknown. The subpar, fully modified silenced pistol in Old Mo's possession was procured by him. Avi, the expensive hacker, was tasked solely with intercepting and redirecting the call to the exterminator from within Stark Tower, along with managing encrypted communications during the heist. Lastly, there was a driver who had never shown his face. Though referred to as a driver, he is, in truth, an informant of sorts, providing reliable yet untraceable information. Regarding vehicles, IT falls upon Joya to procure these vehicles. In pursuit of an escape vehicle, Joya found himself embroiled in a fierce confrontation with an obscure gang, ultimately securing the coveted car. During his flight, he also engaged in a spontaneous match against the police in Los Santos, racing along the highway. Fortunately, the vehicle about which the informant had provided intel possessed exceptional performance, easily outpacing the Dodge Charger driven by the police, leaving them in a trail of dust, unable to even glimpse its taillights. Upon exiting the highway, Joya took his time in the city, successfully evading the television station in a police helicopter, disappearing from all sight and effectively erasing his presence. Subsequently, he sought the expertise of a renowned mechanic in Los Santos to modify the car, repaint it, and apply a new design, rendering it unrecognizable. Only when he was certain it bore no resemblance to its original form did he conceal it near Stark Tower. Reflecting on the past 6 months since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, Joya felt as if he had traversed through time. Oh, but indeed, he had through the very fabric of existence. Before my arrival, I was undoubtedly a good person yet. In merely 6 months, I found myself clashing with gangs and contemplating robbery. The environment truly has the capacity to transform an individual. Regardless of the transformation, it is all in the name of survival in this perilous world. After all, the ones truly harmed are the Americans. I bear no psychological burden. With this thought, the flicker of melancholy within Joya dissipated. In fact, he even began to entertain the notion that robbing Stark was insufficient. Why not target institutions such as the United Savings or the Pacific Standard Bank? It is said that America possesses vast gold reserves. If he were to acquire some and deliver it to East Asia in exchange for weapons, would that not yield a mutually beneficial outcome? Gold is of no practical use, and transferring it to East Asia would allow him to exchange it for those worthless foreign exchange reserves of weaponry. A situation where both parties benefit, truly a remarkable prospect. Chapter 2. The breach of Tony Stark. A few days later, after remaining hidden within their apartment, Joya and her companions finally received a call from a department head at Stark Tower to a pest control company. Following the interception and redirection by the hacker Avi, Joya had a brief conversation with the department head at Stark Tower, and thus the plan could finally commence. Let us move. The operation has begun. We must seize the intelligent handgun samples currently on display at Stark Tower. System activation, Stark Tower heist. Mission objective, develop an intelligent handgun with bullets of exorbitant cost, which does not require aiming as the projectiles automatically lock onto targets. The electronic display on the firearm shows the real-time count of bullets in the magazine. Note, given the prohibitive cost of each bullet, its collectible value outweighs its practical application. Consequently, certain military collectors are exceedingly willing to pay a handsome price for this weapon. Of course, the price will never reach the Stark Group's indicated retail value of $3 million. Dressed in the uniform of the pest control company, equipped with a cap, goggles, and a half-mask air purifier, arguably a gas mask, Joya and her crew proceeded to the apartment garage, where they drove off in a stolen pest control van. Swiftly heading toward Stark Tower. You finally made it. Hurry inside. Recently, an influx of cockroaches has forced Stark Tower to suspend operations temporarily, necessitating assistance to deal with these wretched pests. As they entered through the back door of Stark Tower and stepped into the employee hall, several security guards, who had been waiting for quite some time, grumbled about the situation. Exchanging silent glances, they passed through the security checkpoint without triggering any alarms. Confidently striding into the employee lounge, under the guidance of a security guard clad in a black suit, Joya and her team were soon escorted to the exhibition hall, where they encountered the department head who had placed the call to the pest control company. Is it just the two of you? The department head inquired, his brow slightly furrowing at the sight of the numerous cockroaches in the exhibition hall. Sir, please trust in our expertise, Joya replied confidently. The supervisor felt somewhat reassured by her certainty and gestured for them to commence their work. However, as the department head was about to speak, he noticed an entirely masked pest control employee standing before him, who swiftly retrieved an automatic assault rifle from a backpack and tossed it to another colleague beside him. Before he could react, the department head found the muzzle of a firearm pressed against his forehead. In an instant, gunfire erupted, echoing throughout Stark Tower. The cabinet member, having received the weapon without hesitation, began to unleash a barrage of fire upon the security personnel within the exhibition hall. The next moment, a piercing alarm blared, prompting Jarvis to immediately alert the police while also attempting to negotiate a peaceful resolution. Unfortunately, Jarvis's voice was drowned out entirely by the cacophony of gunfire. Joya heard not a word. However, even if they had heard it, the two individuals would not have taken it to heart. This sudden turn of events caught the employees of the showroom and the dozens of security personnel completely off guard. None of them ever imagined that there would be audacious individuals daring enough to attempt to rob Stark Tower with just 2 people. In that fleeting moment of distraction, blood erupted from the bodies of the security personnel and employees within the showroom, a clear demonstration of overwhelming firepower. Hey, sir, I mean no harm. I do not wish to hurt anyone. In fact, I am a good person, the department head proclaimed, hands raised, staring at the gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Internally cursing, this damned lunatic. Does he even believe his own words? From the department head's expression, Joya discerned the intent of his adversary, and, without wasting further breath, shouted, "Open the glass display case for the smart handgun." "No, I can't. My clearance is insufficient." Upon hearing this, Joya struck the department head in the chest with the butt of his gun. Watching him crumple to the ground in pain, Joya thought to himself, as expected. Fortunately, he had prepared a plasma cutter in his system space, specifically designed for slicing through high-strength bulletproof glass. Retrieving several magazines filled with bullets and the plasma cutter from his system space, Joya tossed a magazine to his accomplice and commanded, "Cover me," nodding excitedly without looking back. The accomplice was clearly exhilarated. How could he not be? This was Stark Tower. If they could survive this ordeal, he would gain notoriety within the gang. Who would dare to regard him as a mere underling then? With cover provided, Joya rushed to the glass display case for the smart handgun, ready to commence cutting through the bulletproof glass. At that moment, one of the accomplice's magazines had nearly run dry, and the relentless gunfire momentarily ceased. Joya immediately heard the alarms, shouts, and screams that had previously been suppressed, along with the distant wail of police sirens outside Stark Tower. Meanwhile, the debonair playboy Tony Stark, who had spent a wild night with a stunning cover girl from Time magazine, groggily opened his eyes. The alluring figure from the previous night had long since vanished. Ah, what an unforgettable night, Stark mused nostalgically. Just then, Jarvis's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, I believe what is currently transpiring at Stark Tower will be even more memorable for you." "Oh, is that so? What is happening? Could it possibly be that some deranged robbers are attempting to rob me, Tony Stark?" He chuckled nonchalantly, donning his robe, stepping out of bed, and pouring himself a drink. Feeling quite pleased with himself. Last night had indeed been splendid. Perhaps he could arrange another rendezvous with that enchanting siren. As the fiery liquor slid down his throat, Stark felt invigorated, raising an eyebrow, fully awake. "Yes, sir, indeed. There are 2 robbers firing wildly in the showroom of Stark Tower. Their apparent target seems to be your latest invention, the smart handgun." "Pfft," Stark exclaimed upon hearing Jarvis's words. Stark's eyes widened as he spat out the wine he had yet to swallow. "Jarvis, what did you say? Is there truly a robbery occurring in my Stark Tower?" "Indeed, sir." A flicker of confusion crossed Stark's face before he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Jarvis, have you upgraded yourself? You're making jokes now. But this jest is far from amusing." "Sir, I am not jesting. This is the live feed from the surveillance cameras." As Jarvis finished speaking, the television in the bedroom suddenly illuminated, displaying the footage from Stark Tower's exhibition hall. Stark beheld 2 robbers clad in Exterminator Company uniforms, wielding fully automatic rifles. With shock etched on his face, Tony Stark ground his teeth and cursed vehemently. What the hell is going on? Is Stark Tower situated in the Middle East? How could anyone dare to rob me, Tony Stark? And their weapons? How on earth did they smuggle them into Stark Tower? This is an outright slap in the face. The largest arms dealer in the nation, a billionaire, robbed. Is there anything more humiliating for Tony? His rivals would surely laugh him out of the room. Chapter 3. The heist. Tony Stark was the last to receive the news of the robbery at his tower. The SHIELD, the National Security Agency, various media outlets, and the Los Santos police had dispatched personnel to Stark Tower the moment they received word of the gunfire. "Damn it. Coulson, what is the status? Have you identified those 2 robbers? How did they get their weapons inside? ISNT, there is a security checkpoint at Stark Tower." Hearing Nick Fury's rapid-fire questions, Coulson silently shook his head, indicating he had uncovered no useful information. Damn. What are you waiting for? Hurry and send agents in. Who knows what those robbers are planning? If they escape with any high-tech weaponry, Los Santos will face a tremendous threat. Yes, I'm on it. After Coulson departed, Nick Fury stood by the office window, his expression grim as he watched police cars speed past on the street below. Inside Stark Tower. Is it not done yet? The police are already inside. I can barely hold on. As Nick's urgency echoed in his ears, Joya's racing heart quickened further. Almost there. Just give me a few more seconds. The hardness of this glass is absurd. To prevent the plasma cutter from overheating, Joya had to pause every few seconds to allow it to cool down. The sounds of gunfire resonated within the exhibition hall like the firecrackers of a festival. An unending barrage of bullets weaving through the air. Jarvis's warnings grew more frequent as security personnel and police, heavily armed, surged into the exhibition hall. The task of providing cover for Joya became increasingly arduous for Nick. Finally, after 30 seconds, Joya has achieved his primary objective, the smart pistol. The moment he acquired it, he immediately placed it into the system space. Subsequently, he picked up the 47, which was resting on the ground beside him, loaded with a magazine, and fired. The prize is secured. Retreat. Joya and Nigo exchanged fire, covering one another as they retraced their steps to the back entrance of Stark Tower. Cautiously opening the door, they peered outside. A few police cars and 3 or 4 patrolling officers. Have they spread out to encircle Stark Tower? Do they think this will capture me? From the initiation of the operation to now, scarcely 7 minutes have elapsed. The nearby patrol units must have all been drawn in, while those further away would require several more minutes to arrive. The success of their escape hinges on whether they can elude those present in these fleeting moments. Breathing heavily, Joya felt the adrenaline surging within him. The thrill of the heist. Follow me. Run with all your might. No lingering. With that, Joya kicked open the door and without hesitation opened fire on the nearby police vehicles. The officers were forced to huddle behind their cars, unable to raise their heads. The two continued to provide cover for each other, maintaining their speed. They swiftly broke free from the encirclement of the police cars at the back of Stark Tower. They did not return to the cumbersome exterminator van. Instead, Joya and Nigo dashed towards the location of their getaway vehicle, the classic Tianwei model, which had long been parked nearby. As the two robbers fired while sprinting towards a nearby alley, they were on the verge of disappearing from sight. The officers pinned down at the back entrance of Stark Tower hurriedly reported the robbers' direction of escape via their radios, upon slipping into a nearby alley within a high-rise building. Just as they evaded the police's line of sight, Nigo instinctively tossed his 47 to Joya. Stowing away the two 47s, Joya retrieved 2 modified pistols equipped with silencers. Through his earpiece, the hacker Avi relayed conversations from the police radio channel. A flicker of contemplation crossed Joya's eyes as he pondered whether to eliminate Nigo here, lest he inadvertently be captured and divulge sensitive information. He understood better than anyone that only a dead man's lips remained sealed. After much deliberation, Joya ultimately dismissed this notion and handed the pistol back to Nigo. Given his faith in his savior's identity, even if captured, it was highly unlikely he would betray him. He recalled how Nigo, who had been entrenched in gangs since childhood, was astounded by his earlier feat of emptying space. Damn, he kept exclaiming. And Joya found it somewhat amusing. The American populace proved to be more naive than he had anticipated. The pair pressed on. Utilizing the information provided by Avi from the police radio channel, they navigated through the alleys, darting between the cover of surrounding high-rises. Evading officers as they made their way to a multi-level parking garage, they arrived at their destination unscathed. Approaching the modified vehicle that had long been parked, the two swiftly shed their pest control uniforms. Subsequently, they leisurely drove out of the parking lot, slipping into the flow of traffic unnoticed. Just before the Los Santos police entirely sealed off the streets surrounding the city center, their successful evasion was executed with grace. From the moment the gunfire erupted until its cessation, the entire ordeal transpired within a mere 10 minutes, a crucial factor in their safe retreat. Of course, Joya's operation heavily relied on the system's spatial capabilities. Without it, any notion of firepower suppression would be utterly fanciful. They wouldn't have even passed through the security gate. As they drove onto the highway, Joya cautioned Nico about what to do should they encounter police checkpoints. If evasion proved impossible, he advised targeting the legs or tires, avoiding headshots or body shots altogether. After successfully extricating themselves from the most perilous situation, Joya aimed to sell the intelligent handgun acquired from Stark Tower, thereby securing his own private armament. He had no desire to bear the weight of a murder charge against a police officer at such a critical juncture. The ruthlessness displayed during the gunfight was solely to seize the primary target. Now, the goal was to remain inconspicuous, evade pursuit, and locate a buyer. After circling the highway for a considerable time and confirming they were not being followed, Joya eventually found a spot to abandon the vehicle that had required so much effort to procure. In the dead of night, back at the apartment, Joya sat on the sofa, scrutinizing the intelligent handgun that had been examined by the hacker Avi, who confirmed it bore no tracking programs. The weapon was indeed impressive, but the ammunition was prohibitively expensive and could only be manufactured by Stark Industries, leaving no alternatives. Utilizing this gun would inevitably lead to exposure. Shaking his head, Joya clicked his tongue in regret. Such a mere toy. After securing the valuable intelligent handgun, Joya turned to Avi. So what news from the buyer? Are we still trading in Hell's Kitchen? Upon hearing this, the hacker nodded. Yes, they have instructed us to deliver the goods to the designated location as soon as possible. Once they verify everything is in order, they will transfer the funds immediately. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag. All right, I understand. I will personally handle the delivery. Nico, upon hearing Joya's intention to make the delivery himself, quickly interjected, Boss, let me accompany you. Chapter 4, Private Armed Group. Mayweather, while Joya and Nico began contemplating the logistics of their transaction, under the moonlight, at the entrance of Stark Tower, Coulson sat in his vehicle. Observing from a distance as a throng of reporters surrounded a grim-faced Tony Stark. With a serious demeanor, he began to contact Nick Fury. Director, the two robbers have vanished. What the hell do you mean, vanished? How can two living beings simply disappear into thin air? Faced with this inquiry, Coulson found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. No matter what he said, it would reflect poorly on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, revealing their incompetence in allowing two robbers to escape. Yet, it was hardly their fault. When they arrived, the two robbers had already escaped. They only had a vague idea of their direction. The Los Santos police searched for nearly 10 hours, but found absolutely no clues. The robbers' weapons were unmarked, making it impossible to trace their origins. In fact, such weapons are so widely available that tracking them is utterly futile. However, they did identify the source of the plasma cutter used to slice the glass. It had been purchased by a group of petty thugs. It seemed they were planning to rob a jewelry store or perhaps a museum. Yet, before they could even make a move, the robbers had stolen from them. Director, these two robbers are exceedingly cunning. They prepared thoroughly. This is undoubtedly organized and premeditated crime. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury unleashed a string of expletives over the phone. Once his emotions settled, he reluctantly ordered Coulson to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. The incident had already occurred, and they had been unable to prevent it. Therefore, Coulson's presence there was of no further use. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents are exceedingly busy and cannot afford to waste time on such matters. This issue would have to be left for Tony to grapple with. After dealing with the reporters waiting outside and asserting that regardless of where the two robbers fled, he would ensure they faced consequences, Tony Stark, with a grim expression, entered the chaotic Stark Tower exhibition hall, flanked by numerous security personnel. The weapons on display remained largely intact, save for his personally developed intelligent handgun. What could those two robbers possibly want with this toy? He was well aware that the intelligent handgun he created was merely a gimmick. It was far from a competent military product, given its exorbitant cost. His intention in crafting this gun was purely for amusement, to showcase his prowess, and to demonstrate the capabilities of Stark Industries, thereby enhancing his company's competitiveness in the market. It is essential to note that American arms dealers are not limited to Stark Industries alone. There is also Hammer Industries, which has been in direct competition with him. There was once the Melvin Security Group, but now? Thus, developing such a flashy, intelligent handgun to bolster client confidence was entirely warranted. Yet, just 6 months after its exhibition, it had been robbed, which infuriated Tony Stark immensely. His gaze shifted to Virginia Pepper Potts, who was conversing with the police as they searched for clues in the exhibition hall. Tony took a deep breath. Hey, Pepper. Hearing her name, Pepper turned around, quickly apologized to the police officer she was addressing, and walked towards Stark. Pepper, what is the situation? Any leads from the police? Upon hearing Stark's inquiry, Pepper's expression turned grave. Over 30 security personnel are severely injured, and more than a dozen police officers are in serious condition. Many others have minor injuries, but fortunately, there have been no fatalities. As she spoke, Pepper regarded Stark with a serious demeanor and shook her head. Witnessing her expression, Stark growled, Damn it, those wretched robbers. I am determined to apprehend them. Jarvis, document the robbers' physical characteristics. Scrutinize the city's surveillance footage and compare them one by one. Yes, sir. Following the heist at Stark Tower in Los Santos, the media and networks are fervently reporting on the incident. This shocking robbery has captivated the entire city and is sure to create a significant uproar by tomorrow. The perpetrators of such a grand crime are currently on the rooftop of a residential building in Hell's Kitchen, peering through night vision binoculars, attentively observing a nearby abandoned warehouse. It appears that the buyer is relatively straightforward, without any ambush or intention to double-cross. Putting away the binoculars, Joy retrieved the .47 used during the daytime heist, along with several ammunition-filled magazines, and handed them over to Nico. Go place the goods at the location specified by the buyer. I will remain here on guard. Notify me immediately via the intercom if any issues arise. Understood, boss. Without a hint of hesitation, Nico picked up the items and descended the stairs, making his way alone to the derelict warehouse. Before long, Nico returned after securing the goods, and without rushing to leave, Joya pulled out his phone to contact Avi. The goods have been delivered. Please reach out to the buyer. Once the payment clears, we'll depart. Just as Joya finished speaking, Abby responded with surprising news. The IRS payment has already been sent. I was just about to call you to inform you. Sent already? So soon? Instinctively, Joya scanned the surrounding buildings with a wary eye, attempting to locate anyone surveilling the warehouse. However, after searching for some time, he found nothing amiss. With the system task completed, Joya decisively claimed his reward, regardless of any lurking threats, with the Melweather Security Group now secured. There was no need for him to linger any longer. All right, I understand. Let us head back now. After hanging up, Joya wasted no time and promptly left with Nico. Upon arriving at the entrance of their apartment, Joya's phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he hesitantly answered the call while gesturing for Nico to enter the house. Hello? Who is this? Joya inquired, perplexed by the caller's identity. On the other end, a melodious female voice responded. Hello, you must be Mr. Joya, who has just taken over the Melweather Security Group. I am your assistant. When would you be available to come to the office to arrange your upcoming work? Hearing that it was a call regarding his newly acquired private security group, Joya felt a surge of excitement. Melweather operates branches worldwide, collaborating with various governments, and its financial resources may even surpass those of Stark Industries. The company possesses submarines and commands some of the most advanced military technology globally, aside from nuclear arms. The quality of its mercenaries could potentially rival that of the Black Watch in the world of brutal combat. A company such as this, entirely belonging to oneself, could hardly fail to excite Joya. Chapter 5. The Pit of 10 tons of gold. Having arranged via telephone to visit the headquarters of Melweather the following day, Joya stepped into the dilapidated apartment he had rented. Shit. Damn it. Boss. $1,850,000. Abby exclaimed, excitedly informing him that after laundering the money, their actual earnings would amount to that staggering sum. Upon entering, Nico, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Joya. Boss, you truly are my savior. Coughing lightly, Joya instinctively took a step back, having no desire to assume the role of Nico's savior. In the coming days, I hope both of you can maintain a low profile and avoid attracting the attention of law enforcement. Joya's gaze scrutinized the hacker Abby and Nico, contemplating whether to involve them in a training session at Melweather. Boss, do you have a new target? Nico asked eagerly. Who are we robbing this time? A bank? Or perhaps a jewelry store? Having successfully robbed the illustrious playboy, Tony Stark, Nico's confidence soared, emboldening him to view these so-called capitalists and police as mere trifles. He even began to anticipate the next heist. Seeing Nico's fervor, a smile played at the corners of Joya's mouth. Is this what it means to have like-minded companions? Earning money honestly pales in comparison to the swiftness of robbery. Let us not rush to select our next target. In a few days, I will take you both for further training to enhance your professional skills. Noticing the air of mystery surrounding Joya, Nico could not contain his curiosity. Training? Where are we going? You'll find out in due time. The following morning, after freshening up, Joya gathered his belongings and drove to the headquarters of the Melweather Group in downtown Los Santos. Upon arriving, he parked outside. But before he could signal the security personnel in the booth, a fully armed mercenary approached his car window, brandishing a standard-issue carbine rifle. Observing that the driver was of Asian descent, the mercenary's eyes flickered with doubt. He raised his hand to knock on the passenger door, indicating for Joya to roll down the window. Noticing that the mercenary clearly did not recognize him, Joya furrowed his brow and pulled out his phone to call his female assistant. I've arrived at the entrance but have been stopped by security. Could you come to assist me? The mercenary outside faintly caught Joya's words, his heart skipping a beat. He turned to glance back at the entrance of the corporate building, where indeed, the boss's assistant had picked up the phone and was looking in their direction. The mercenary quickly waved to signal the personnel in the booth to grant Joya entry. Yesterday, all company personnel had received notification that the new boss would be arriving today. Yet, who could have anticipated that the new owner would be an Asian? It seems there is no need for you to come and fetch me, Joya said. Hanging up the phone, driving his second-hand vehicle, he parked in front of the Melweather building, facing his assistant and several senior management officials. Good morning. Seeing these individuals respectfully greeting him, Joya smiled and waved his hand. It appeared that the system's rewards were not entirely unreliable. The management personnel of these companies had evidently reviewed his credentials and recognized him. Let us proceed. I wish to gain a thorough understanding of the illustrious Melweather Security Group. Certainly, please follow me. The day swiftly passed. Accompanied by the female assistant and several high-ranking officials of the company, Joya gained comprehensive insight into the current state of the Melweather Security Group. Upon grasping the situation, Joya was somewhat taken aback. To put it bluntly, the present-day Melweather bore little resemblance to the morally upright and law-abiding entity he had known in the past. The disparity was substantial. Not only had they failed to secure collaborations with various governments, but the Melweather Security Group was now on the brink of bankruptcy. The notion of high-end military technology was entirely absent. The former foolish owner, with an exceedingly myopic vision, had focused the primary business on security services, completely neglecting the investment in military technology research and development. This decision had caused Melvin, once a contender alongside Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, to gradually fall behind in the competitive landscape. The arms produced could not compete with those of Hammer Industries and Stark Industries. Even the smaller nations in the Middle East rarely purchased their weapons. Given comparable pricing and identical military equipment, the offerings from Hammer Industries and Stark Industries were far more cost-effective. Having lost government contracts and exports to war-torn regions, Melvin's influence began to diminish rapidly, leaving it reliant solely on its security services to barely survive. However, this was a precarious situation. Expenditures exceeded income, and debts mounted alarmingly, with over $500 million owed to the bank. For Melvin, whose sphere of influence had dwindled to just the Los Santos headquarters, this was an exorbitant debt. Rubbing his head in distress, Joya stared blankly, inwardly cursing the former owner. Damn capitalists. The former owner's profit-driven nature had led him to prefer letting military supplies languish in storage rather than selling them at reduced prices to salvage the company. He had thought he had struck gold, but instead, he had inherited a mess. Alas, the production lines from the company's former glory still remained intact. Now, it was merely a matter of securing funds to increase investment in research, and the company could potentially rise again. The military supplies languishing in 10 large warehouses needed to be sold at a lower price urgently to recoup some funds. While the idea was sound, finding suitable clients in a short time frame was another matter entirely, especially with 10 vast warehouses filled with enough arms to equip tens of thousands of soldiers. After discussions with the female assistant and the company's senior management, they ultimately failed to identify an appropriate buyer. Joya let out a heavy sigh. It seems I cannot even lay low. I must swiftly determine the next target for a heist. Joya could afford to wait, but Melvin could not. The financial chain was on the verge of breaking, and orders for security services were dwindling. If funds could not be procured soon, the Melvin that the system had rewarded would face bankruptcy. Although one could revive the Melvin Corporation through various means such as selling stocks, acquiring financing, or seeking investment, Joya was resolute in his decision to refrain from such actions. He was not inclined to involve himself in board meetings or consider the opinions of other shareholders. In fact, Joya would rather see Melvin succumb to bankruptcy than pursue investors or collaborators. He sighed, urging others to continue their search for suitable buyers while he would address the financial concerns. Taking a deep breath, he posed the critical question: what is the minimum amount of working capital required for the company at its current scale to clear its debts, restore normal operations, and significantly invest in military technology? At least $1 billion would be necessary. The mention of such a staggering figure left Joya gasping in disbelief. He mused to himself, would I need to seize over 10 tons of gold? Goodness. Chapter 6. Plotting with Miss Polaris, Lorna Dane. After calculating the quantity of gold required for the heist, Joya felt a wave of despair wash over him. Were it not for the system he possessed, he would have considered abandoning the Melvin Security Group altogether. A meticulous plan was imperative. From the meager working capital the company had, Joya withdrew $100,000 in cash. Amidst the resentful glares of the senior executives and his female assistant, he departed from the Melvin headquarters. The corporation was in dire straits, barely managing to stay afloat. The withdrawal of $100,000 was no trivial matter. However, Joya felt he had no choice. He was out of funds. The robbery at Stark had exhausted his savings, which he had accumulated from working 3 jobs a day and selling blood, as well as smuggling through the system's space. If he did not extract some money from the company, he would soon find himself homeless. How disheartening it was to feel that life was becoming increasingly burdensome. It was even worse than before his journey through time. A glance at the luggage in the passenger seat deepened his gloom. Earlier that morning, he had been brimming with excitement at the prospect of taking over a vast and wealthy corporation, fully prepared to indulge in a life of luxury. To his dismay, he was now entangled in an enormous dilemma. With a loud thud, he slammed his hands against the steering wheel of the second-hand car he had purchased for several $1,000s, honking the horn repeatedly. It seemed that misfortune followed him relentlessly. This route back to his apartment was one he had traversed countless times without encountering traffic. Yet today, inexplicably, he found himself ensnared. After a lengthy wait with no movement, Joya lost his patience and parked the car at the roadside. Grabbing the bag containing $100,000 in cash, he stepped out and began walking to the apartment. It was not far, after all. He would retrieve the car the following day. From the system's space, he retrieved a modified silenced pistol, remaining vigilant as he veered away from the main road and opted for the alleyways. With a recent robbery in mind, a heightened sense of caution was prudent. As he neared the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood, the prevalence of gangs increased. However, he was far more concerned about attracting the attention of the police. Perhaps it was time to invest in a flat cap. Her distinctly Asian visage placed her at the very nadir of the discrimination hierarchy in America. As she pondered this, Joya noticed a flicker of white light emerging from the depths of a nearby alley, accompanied by a voice. "You little yellow monkey, toss your bag over here." Startled by the utterance, Joya exclaimed, "What the hell? It's just a nigga." She had been curious about the white object suspended in midair, only to realize it was the intruder's teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, Joya raised her pistol and emptied the magazine toward the source of the voice. The figure, seamlessly blending into the night, obscured whether he wielded a gun or a knife. For her own safety, she deemed it prudent to strike first. A series of dull thuds followed, yet no screams pierced the night. The assailant had not anticipated such swift retaliation from the yellow monkey he mocked, with nearly every shot striking true. Exhaling, Joya felt a weight lift. She had vanquished a would-be robber, alleviating some of the day's pent-up frustration. To avoid stepping in blood, she cautiously retreated from the alley and opted for a different route. Upon returning to her apartment, she found that both Avi and the assailant had departed to lay low. After securing her money and enjoying a shower, Joya reclined on the sofa, her mind drifting as she activated the panel of the newly acquired villain system. The interface was remarkably straightforward, featuring only 4 functions: lottery, marketplace, quests, and instances. Exhausted from the previous night's endeavors and busy with errands at Melvin since dawn, she finally had time to explore the system's capabilities. The lottery, marketplace, and quest were self-explanatory, yet the instances intrigued her. Could this be the means to traverse parallel universes or alternate realms? With a hint of anticipation, she opened the instances function. 3 familiar names materialized before her: Resident Evil, Gifted, and Elden Ring. Hiss. I can comprehend Resident Evil and Gifted, but is Elden Ring a misfit here? The themes are entirely disparate. Unable to suppress a scoff, Joya focused her attention on the title Gifted. 3 choices appeared, seemingly offering options, yet in reality, they were devoid of true selection. As for Resident Evil, it remained unclear whether it belonged to the cinematic or gaming universe. Regardless, Joya had no intention of venturing into either. The viruses that transformed hosts into the undead, along with various parasites, held no utility for her, especially given her current financial constraints. In Elden Ring, that realm was fraught with insurmountable challenges, supreme wills, elden beasts, the Mother of Fingers, and a pantheon of demigods, not to mention the malevolent entities beyond the borders and the myriad dynasties and factions within. Should Joya dare to enter, her chances of survival would plummet to an all-time low. Thus, aside from his extraordinary talent, he had no other options. This innate ability also belongs to the Marvel Universe, but not the cinematic universe in which Joya currently resides. Rather, it pertains to the realm of mutants. In this series, there exists a female mutant named Lorna Dane, also known as Polaris. She is the daughter of Magneto and possesses the power to manipulate magnetic fields, allowing her to control metal. This is precisely what Joya requires, as gold is also a metal, and Polaris could undoubtedly wield her power over it. If he could bring her back, Joya's heist plan would unfold more smoothly. His system space is infinitely vast, capable of storing all non-living objects he comes into contact with. The advantage lies in its boundlessness, while the drawback is that he must physically touch the items. If Joya aims to seize 10 tons of gold, he will need to gather it in heaps. 10 tons is an immense quantity, requiring a considerable amount of time. After all, robbing a bank means facing the police and the National Security Agency. How could Joya possibly be afforded such an extensive time frame to collect the gold? However, with Polaris's assistance, the scenario would transform. Joya could have Polaris consolidate the scattered heaps of gold into one location, allowing him to effortlessly siphon it into his system space, thereby emptying the vault. In the universe of the X-Men, the authorities have consistently targeted, discriminated against, and hunted mutants, even creating sentinel robots designed to exterminate them. Upon entering the X-Men universe, Joya could secure Polaris a legitimate identity and job in this world, enabling her to live a normal life in exchange for her help in robbing a bank. She would likely not refuse. Furthermore, Joya had come across snippets of her videos before his transmigration, strikingly beautiful and undeniably appealing. She perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden transformation occurred. With Joya's focus reaching a critical threshold, his figure, reclining on the apartment sofa, vanished abruptly. In the next moment, he found himself suspended in midair, lying flat. Chapter 7. First Encounter with Polaris. Abruptly transported to a new location, still suspended in the air, Joya hastily adjusted his posture, landing somewhat awkwardly on the ground. What an abrupt turn of events, he murmured, surveying the tranquil forest enveloped in the night. He retrieved a handgun from his system space, his expression wary as he muttered, "Where have I been thrown? Had I known, I would have bought a night vision helmet before attempting this traversal." Nevertheless, it mattered little. The series Gifted exists independently within the mutant narrative of other universes. set in a timeline that likely falls in the gap between the original storyline in 2006 and the events of Days of Future Past. The X-Men, the Brotherhood of Mutants, and Magneto have all vanished. The Sentinel services have already been established, ruthlessly hunting mutants. With the two major factions of mutants missing, the remaining mutants are forced into hiding. Given his current physical prowess, Joya feels relatively secure in this world. Ultimately, his priority is to escape this dismal place and devise a plan to locate Polaris, bringing her into the Marvel Cinematic Universe to assist him in the bank heist. He is indifferent to the fate of other mutants in this world. The objective is clear. Joya activated the flashlight on his handgun and cautiously advanced step by step into the ominous silence of the forest in the dead of night. The eerie solitude sent shivers down his spine, not out of fear of malevolent individuals, but rather of spectral presences. Despite the rational understanding that such apparitions could not exist in the real world, a sense of unease lingered within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before long, he arrived at a well-maintained road flanked by trees, with only a few fallen leaves scattered about, suggesting that this area was not as remote as it seemed. Perhaps he could wait here for a misfortunate driver to pass by, so he might commandeer a vehicle. Standing at the roadside, Joya licked his parched lips, feeling a pang of thirst. It struck him that he ought to keep a supply of food and water in his system space for such occasions. After an extended wait with no vehicles in sight, Joya's patience began to wane. Just as he was about to abandon his vigil and walk toward the town, he heard the distant wail of a police siren. Moments later, the bend in the road was illuminated by blinding headlights. A pickup truck careened around the corner at an astonishing speed, nearly hitting 90 degrees, which astonished Joya, a skilled driver himself, whose proficiency reached the level of a professional racer. What kind of sorcery allowed such speed through a sharp turn? As the pickup barreled toward him, accompanied by the cacophony of sirens trailing behind, Joya instinctively retreated into the shadows of the trees. Years of training had conditioned him to hide at the sight of law enforcement. Concealed behind the foliage, he fixed his gaze on the driver's seat of the pickup, eager to discern the identity of the person behind the wheel. The speeding vehicle zoomed past, and in that fleeting moment, Joya locked eyes with the driver, a young woman with dark green hair, strikingly beautiful and exuding an air of determination. In an instant, he recognized her as Polaris Warnadane. The police pursuing her were now a distance away, their vehicles just beginning to slow down around the bend. Fortune seemed to smile upon him. He had scarcely arrived before locating his target. He holstered his handgun and readied a magazine for his rifle. From his hidden vantage point, Joya aimed at the police officers in the pursuing cars. As they rounded the curve and prepared to accelerate in pursuit of Polaris, they remained blissfully unaware of his concealed presence until the sound of gunfire shattered the night. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. A few precise shots were followed by a relentless barrage reminiscent of firecrackers. Though not every bullet struck true, his accuracy remained above 80%. In the very next moment, the two leading police cars lost control, swerving violently before crashing into the trees, a development that sent the pursuing officers scrambling for cover. They slammed to a halt on the road, raising their weapons in retaliation toward Joya's position. After retreating behind the tree, Joya quietly shifted his position. Taking advantage of the cover, he meticulously discerned the types of firearms wielded by the police officers. A Glock, a 9mm pistol, perhaps? With his own firearm, a .47. Gripped firmly in hand, a smirk played at the corners of Joya's mouth. In an instant, his figure flitted through the woods like a specter, firing a shot and changing locations, relentlessly harvesting the lives of these officers. In the distance, the North Star, gradually receding, slowed its pace upon hearing the gunfire from behind. Puzzled, it glanced in the rearview mirror. What was happening? What had occurred? Was it that individual from moments ago? The visage of the Asian figure who had hidden behind the tree flashed in her mind. The North Star hesitated, contemplating whether to turn back and investigate. Ever since her father, Magneto, had vanished, she had been living a life of constant evasion. The police, the Sentinel Special Operations, and the extensive official manhunt had rendered her existence exceedingly arduous. Her exposure this time was due to an encounter with some brazen individuals who attempted to assault her while she was en route to purchase hair dye. In the struggle, she inadvertently caught the attention of a patrol officer. Why did that person come to my aid? Could he also be a mutant? The mere thought of encountering a kindred spirit compelled the North Star to slam on the brakes, causing her vehicle to levitate and perform a 180-degree turn in midair. With a swift application of the accelerator, the pickup truck descended, the screeching tires and the cacophony of the revving engine propelling her back in the direction she had come from. If indeed someone like her had aided her escape, she could not simply disregard it. Requesting support, position is. Just then, a sharp crack echoed as a severely injured officer crumpled to the ground, lifeless. This should be the last of them. The gunfire ceased completely, leaving only the wailing of police sirens in the air. Joya, expressionless, sat in a police car riddled with bullet holes and shattered glass, holding his weapon with one hand. He fumbled to find the button to silence the siren, pressing various buttons until he successfully muted the blaring sound. He had no desire to be misinterpreted while pursuing the North Star. As he started the engine, preparing to chase after her, Joya suddenly noticed headlights approaching from afar. Damn, wasted too much time. Has support arrived? It wouldn't be those Sentinel robots, would it? My small frame can't withstand any trouble. The oncoming vehicle sped toward him, leaving him no time to escape. Just as he was about to abandon the pursuit of the North Star and retreat back to the Marvel Universe, the pickup truck that had whizzed past him moments earlier came into view. The North Star? Why had she turned back? Puzzled, Joya watched as her pickup came to a stop not far ahead. Both he and the North Star slowly opened their doors, locking eyes in a moment of mutual scrutiny, neither willing to break the silence. After what felt like an eternity, the North Star gestured with her chin towards her truck. Get in. As the words fell, Polaris raised her right hand, and the pickup truck lifted into the air, executing a perfect 180-degree turn. Observing this, Joya chuckled and shrugged, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, how cool. This ability is simply marvelous." Hearing Joya's admiration, a subtle smile graced Polaris's lips, affirming her suspicions. The seemingly frail Asian who had single-handedly dispatched all the officers pursuing her was undoubtedly a mutant as well. Polaris settled into the passenger seat of the pickup, and together they drove away. On the highway, within the speeding truck, Polaris occasionally stole glances at Joya in the passenger seat. "Is there something on my face?" Joya remarked, noticing the frequent glances directed her way. "Is it blood?" "Haha, no, I'm simply intrigued, as it's my first encounter with an Asian mutant." Upon hearing Polaris's words, Joya raised an eyebrow. "A mutant? Me? Huh, this identity seems to make it easier to gain Polaris's trust. Indeed, Asian mutants are quite rare. To my knowledge, including myself, there are only about 3 or 4. Currently, aside from me, there is only another named Li Qianhuan." Polaris, visibly excited, inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of other mutants?" She had grown weary of living in hiding, enduring loneliness and the constant need for vigilance, with no one to confide in. Feeling utterly out of place in the world of ordinary people, always fearful of being discovered. She had truly had enough of this life. Now, having encountered a fellow mutant, her heart swelled with an indescribable exhilaration. Perceiving the emotions in Polaris's tone, Joya inwardly chuckled. It seemed that abducting Polaris would be less challenging than she had anticipated. "I'm sorry, but I do not know where other mutants are. I only know of their existence. I am already grateful to Lady Luck for crossing paths with you today." Upon hearing this, Polaris felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, as Joya had mentioned, meeting a kindred spirit was indeed a boon from fate. At least she would no longer be alone, wouldn't she? Setting aside thoughts of other mutants, Polaris's focus shifted entirely to Joya, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. "Do you know me?" "Of course, Polaris. Lorna Dane, the third daughter of Magneto, with the ability to manipulate magnetic fields and metals." Joya's immediate revelation of her name, lineage, and powers left Polaris utterly astonished. She abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the pickup to a sudden halt, turning to Joya with wide eyes. "Who exactly are you? Have we met before? How do you know so much about me?" Noticing Polaris's furrowed brow and cautious demeanor, Joya smiled reassuringly. Calm down. I harbor no ill intentions, so please do not be agitated. Allow me to explain slowly," Joya said, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Polaris's expression softened, and she gazed quietly at Joya. "My abilities pertain to the realm of space, and while they are not particularly formidable," Joya continued, utilizing her system's spatial capabilities to perform a trick reminiscent of her earlier antics with Nico, conjuring a phantom object. As Polaris observed Joya seemingly produce an AK-47 from thin air, only for it to vanish and transform into a handgun, before her hands returned to emptiness, her demeanor completely relaxed. Such abilities indeed confirmed her status as a mutant. Being a mutant herself, Polaris exhibited a greater degree of tolerance and was willing to extend her trust further. However, certain inquiries still warranted clarity. "Who exactly are you? How do you possess such intimate knowledge of my circumstances?" "I am Joya, and as you have discerned, I possess unique abilities." The events leading to this moment trace back to the disappearance of the Sentinels and Magneto's Brotherhood. Following the vanishing of the 2 primary organizations that sheltered mutants, we faced unprecedented governmental persecution. Countless mutants were captured or slain, while the remaining few scattered like mice, living in fear. I too am among them. Upon hearing this, Polaris felt a surge of empathy, her gaze towards Joya softening considerably. She could fully grasp the arduous nature of the struggle, having endured similar tribulations herself. Although she yearned to articulate her thoughts, words eluded her, and she could only sigh and lament. Noticing that her words resonated with Polaris, evoking an emotional connection, Joya seized the moment. "But we have persevered, have we not?" "Indeed," Polaris replied, During a fateful encounter while being pursued by the police, my abilities unexpectedly evolved, unlocking a gateway to other universes. Polaris, momentarily caught off guard by this abrupt revelation, gazed at Joya with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. With a smile, Joya raised her hand, signaling her not to inquire further, and continued her narrative. In a moment of desperation, I fled to another universe, a realm devoid of mutants in the Sentinel Task Force. In that world, mutants are not hunted. They can lead lives akin to ordinary individuals. They can marry, have children, and engage in all manner of normal activities. As Joya elaborated, Polaris found herself captivated, envisioning what life might be like in such a world. After a prolonged silence, she let out a wistful sigh. Alas, it sounds like a dream. I truly hope what you speak of is real. The beauty of such a world was difficult for Polaris to fully believe, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her, yearning for Joya's words to be true. Responding to the glimmer of expectation in Polaris's eyes, Joya beamed with joy. Though young, having experienced much, she remained wary of the police and ordinary people. Yet she held an unwavering trust in fellow mutants. Surprisingly easy to deceive, akin to a Navi college student, she mused. But quickly reminded herself that she spoke only the truth, having not misled Polaris in any way. I have been thriving there, even establishing my own company. Do not fret about identity issues. I can assist you in resolving them. Will you accompany me to a world devoid of mutants, where one can live the life of an ordinary person? Taken aback by Joya's sudden invitation, Polaris found herself in a moment of contemplation. Should she leave this world, filled with loneliness and despair? There was little to ponder. Since her father's disappearance, this world, which had never offered her love, was not worth her attachment. With her gaze gradually solidifying, Polaris looked intently at Joya. What must I do? Observing Polaris's serious demeanor and her apprehension towards the unknown, Joya extended her hand. You need not do anything. You simply need to trust me. Chapter 9. Rebirth and the Robbery of Joya. As Polaris gazed at Joya's outstretched hand, she took a deep breath and grasped it. Are you ready? It is about to begin. Yes, I'm ready. With a smile, Joya squeezed Polaris's hand and closed her eyes. Their consciousness sank into the depths of their minds. Outside the vehicle, in the sky, the spotlight of a helicopter illuminated Polaris's pickup truck, the sound of the rotor blades creating a cacophony. Reinforcements pursuing Polaris had arrived, guided by the helicopter. The ground forces hunting the mutants began to encircle the two in the pickup. Is it not yet finished? As armed personnel gradually closed in, they opened fire without hesitation. Polaris's heartbeat quickened. She raised her left hand, poised to use her abilities to buy Joya some time. In the next instant, the two vanished from the pickup. The scene before them shifted abruptly. The armed personnel, the helicopter, the noise, all vanished. In their stead was a seemingly dilapidated living room. Had they succeeded? Had they truly arrived in another universe? There were no spatial doors or colorful tunnels. It felt as if they had teleported, instantaneously appearing in another place. This simplicity made Polaris skeptical. Could the process truly be this uncomplicated, devoid of any sensation? Had they genuinely transitioned to another universe? Perhaps they had merely failed and been transported elsewhere instead? Seeing Polaris's expression of doubt and disbelief, Joya smiled and said, Come, let me take you out for a stroll, and you will understand. Holding Polaris's hand, Joya did not let go. How could she? Polaris was already aligned with her aesthetic. Why should she conceal her desire to pursue the other? As Joya led the way, Polaris looked down at their intertwined hands. She opened her mouth, intending to remind Joya, but ultimately held her tongue. Perhaps Joya simply hadn't noticed, and after all, it was just hand-holding, nothing more. This night had unfolded with too many events, some beyond Polaris's comprehension. The sudden appearance of a fellow mutant who had come to her aid, the crossing into another universe. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. In that moment, Polaris had little inclination to concern herself with the triviality of Joya's unyielding grip on her hand. Moreover, if, as Joya asserts, this is a world devoid of mutants, then she is unlikely to part ways with Joya. In contrast to the ordinary people who evoke a sense of estrangement within her, she prefers to remain by the side of Joya, who shares her condition as a mutant. This mindset had already been cultivated when she agreed to accompany Joya into this realm. With money in hand, they departed from the apartment, resembling a couple as they strolled hand in hand down the street. My rented apartment was adjacent to Hell's Kitchen, the darkest corner of Los Santos, teeming with criminals, gangs, smugglers, and drug dealers. Across the street, Joya was explaining to Polaris about the infamous Hell's Kitchen. I had never heard of such a place in Los Santos. Observing Polaris's astonished expression, Joya chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha, what do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Subsequently, Joya elaborated on the various powers within this Marvel universe, from the affluent Tony Stark to Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., the notorious kingpin of Hell's Kitchen, and an array of superheroes, aliens, supreme sorcerers, King Odin, Dormammu, Thanos, and more. Although this world lacks mutants, the level of danger remains exceedingly high. Will you blame me for bringing you here? Upon hearing this, Polaris gave a dismissive hum and shook her head. Well, no matter how perilous this world may be, it is certainly preferable to hiding and scurrying about like a mouse over there. Joya laughed. Indeed, it seems you are ready to embrace this new life, Lorna. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? With a roll of her eyes, Polaris felt somewhat speechless, given that she had already been addressed in such a manner. What could she possibly say? Wasn't it said that Asians were often reserved? This fellow, however, seemed utterly oblivious to any semblance of subtlety, noting Polaris's silence as acquiescence. Joya continued, Lorna, is there anything you wish to experience? Or shall I take charge of the arrangements? Meeting Joya's gaze, Polaris took a deep breath to calm her initial trepidation about this unfamiliar world and pondered for a moment. I would like to watch a movie. In her past experiences, her life had been a continuous flight from danger. She had never indulged in the simple pleasures that ordinary people enjoyed. Now, having entered another world, she was on the verge of beginning anew. Polaris sought to reclaim everything she had missed in her past, the places she had once avoided due to fear of exposure. She now intended to visit one by one the cinema, amusement parks, beaches, and to travel the world, all while seeking the elusive embrace of love. Contemplating this, Polaris glanced at Joya, who still held her hand, a smile curving her lips. Was this the favor of Lady Luck? What's wrong? Do you still have reservations? Joya reassured her, fear not, for although this world is fraught with danger, I shall undoubtedly possess sufficient strength to protect you before any threat arises. At this, Polaris thought of Joya's abilities and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, mumbling under her breath. Ah, I suppose I shall protect you. HM? Not quite catching what Polaris was saying, Joya tilted her head in curiosity. Noticing this, Polaris cleared her throat. Ahem, it's nothing. I merely meant to say that I trust you. Satisfied with Polaris's assurance, Joya replied, then let us proceed to the cinema. The vicinity of Hell's Kitchen is rather chaotic. To avoid disturbances, we should head to the city center. Upon returning to the bottom of the apartment building, they settled into Joya's dilapidated second-hand car. Just as she was about to start the engine, her phone rang unexpectedly. At this hour, who could it be? She muttered impatiently, pulling out her phone to find it was a call from Mayweather's assistant. Joya frowned slightly. Hello? What is going on? Bad news. Our warehouse at the Los Santos port has been robbed. I've already dispatched someone to the scene. How should we handle this? The assistant's words left Joya in disbelief. What did you say? My warehouse has been robbed. Damn it. Have they identified who had the audacity to do this? Hearing Joya's tone, the assistant quickly responded. It seems to be Jean Bing's men. They somehow learned that Mayweather had changed owners and discovered the exact location of our port warehouse. Jean Bing. Understood. I'm heading to the port right now. After ending the call, Joya turned apologetically to Polaris. I'm sorry, but our movie plans will have to be postponed. As you heard, my warehouse has been robbed, and I need to address this matter. Lorna, do you wish to accompany me? To this, Polaris retorted with annoyance. Is that even a question? Hurry up and drive. Seeing Polaris's resolute demeanor brought a smirk to Joya's face. All right, hold on tight. Let me show you the skills of a professional racer. Chapter 10. Mayweather's highly skilled mercenaries. The engine of the battered second-hand car roared like a vengeful beast. Joya pressed down on the accelerator, and her car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, maneuvering over curbs and through green belts, avoiding the usual routes and traffic. This soon drew the attention of the police. The blatant violations of traffic laws and speeding were evident. Yet the radar in the police car did not emit a warning. This left the patrolling officers puzzled, momentarily hesitating whether to pursue. Lorna, is this your doing? Just a little manipulation of the magnetic field. The apparent speeding caused the officer in the police car to act without hesitation, activating the siren and giving chase. It seems this little trick has no effect on the observant. Joya turned off her headlights and engaged a colorblind mode, blending into the flow of traffic. Utilizing her driving prowess, she sped through the night, causing her pursuers to abandon the chase. After reporting the last known position of the speeding vehicle over the radio, the officers lost all trace of Joya's car. Reluctantly, after searching for more than 10 minutes without success, the officer finally deactivated the police lights, conceding defeat in the pursuit. Los Santos. The port. Having deftly evaded numerous law enforcement officers, Joya and Polaris arrived at the port of Los Santos. Emerging from a second-hand vehicle that was billowing black smoke from its hood, with an arm casually draped over the car door, Polaris regarded Joya with a playful smile, teasing. Not bad with the driving skills, though the car leaves much to be desired. Is that so? I reckon my vehicle is the finest in the world, Joya replied. His words laced with a veneer of normalcy, though his expression was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Polaris immediately interpreted this differently. With a light chuckle, she boldly approached Joya, leaning in close to whisper, whether it belongs to you or not, is for you to decide. Polaris's lack of overt rejection or disdain brought a flicker of joy to Joya's heart, just as he was about to respond. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed through the port, reaching their ears. There's no escaping this, Joya remarked, leaving it ambiguous whether he referred to the robbers or himself. While Polaris maintained her playful demeanor, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With an unspoken understanding, both adjusted their expressions and hurried towards the source of the gunfire. Outside the warehouse, Jin's men relentlessly charged into the building, seeking to eliminate all resistance from the hired mercenaries of Mellyweather and seize the munitions within. Damn Jin. Does he think I'm an easy target? Joya muttered, retrieving a firearm from his system space as he turned to Polaris. Do you know how to use a gun? With a dismissive scoff, Polaris replied, Do you think I require such trivialities? Her lips curled into a fierce smirk as she raised her hands, dramatically sweeping them in the air. In an instant, the weapons held by Jin's men exploded, causing catastrophic losses among the robbers, their faces and hands marred with severe injuries. Cries of agony filling the air. Casting a slightly arrogant glance at Joya, Polaris raised her chin slightly. In response, Joya's gaze reflected astonishment and admiration, unreserved in his praise. You truly are a powerhouse. I've brought back a formidable ally. After robbing a bank for some cash, I must enhance my own abilities through side missions, he mused. The T-virus from the Biohazard series seems promising, though it requires substantial investment of funds and time to develop. Ensuring there are no adverse effects or dangers before I can utilize it on myself. Polaris had effortlessly resolved Joya's predicament, saving him considerable time. Keep an eye on these individuals for me. I'll check on the goods in the warehouse, he instructed. Polaris nodded, positioning herself in front of all the robbers attempting to flee. Upon reaching the warehouse door, Joya refrained from recklessly entering. Should he be mistaken for an enemy and targeted by his own company as mercenaries, it would be quite the embarrassment. I am the new owner of Mellyweather. The threat has been neutralized. Where is the warehouse manager? What is the situation inside? How much cargo has been lost? He called out to the mercenaries within the warehouse. Cautiously, the mercenaries peered out, verifying that no enemies had breached their defenses. Sir, should we send someone outside to take a look? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged tough man, who served both as the commander of the mercenaries guarding the warehouse and as the warehouse manager, spoke coldly. Send a few men to the entrance to observe. Be wary of ambushes. Yes, sir. In response to the command, the mercenary signaled to his companions stationed at various points in the warehouse, all equipped with night vision helmets. Immediately, over a dozen of them, armed with standard carbines, stealthily approached the entrance from different directions, remaining vigilant. Concealed at the doorway, they cautiously peered outside. Witnessing the injured and panicked enemies, as well as Joya standing alone outside the warehouse, the mercenaries under Melweather were unable to contain their astonishment. How long had it been? Had all the enemies outside been dealt with? Taking a deep breath, the mercenaries signaled repeatedly. The group of mercenaries emerged from the warehouse, surrounding Joya. I suggest you aim your weapons at your own boss. Is this truly a display of courtesy? I advise you to lower your firearms. If that individual over there misinterprets you as foes, well, you may find yourself in quite a predicament. The mercenaries disregarded Joya's words, immediately demanding in a harsh tone. Who are you? How can you prove you are our boss? Clicking his tongue in exasperation, Joya helplessly scratched his head and dialed his female assistant. It was time to convene a meeting so that the mercenaries could familiarize themselves with him. After connecting the call, he briefed his assistant on the situation at hand. Shortly thereafter, the instructor stationed at the warehouse hurried over to Joya. Lower your weapons. Quickly, you fools. He is our boss. Scolding the mercenaries to lower their guns. The instructor turned to Joya with an apologetic expression. I apologize, sir. They were only concerned for the safety of the warehouse. Waving his hand dismissively, Joya indicated that he was unperturbed. Capture those bandits and interrogate them one by one. If you fail to extract any useful information, well. Joya made a slicing motion across his throat, and the instructor immediately understood. Understood, sir. Saluting Joya, the instructor then bellowed at the mercenaries. Did you not hear what the boss said? Get moving. The instructor, accompanied by the mercenaries, dispersed to apprehend the injured thugs sent by Jean Bin to raid the warehouse. In mere moments, all the assailants were captured and confined within the warehouse, separated for interrogation. Observing the fully armed mercenaries, burdened with equipment weighing dozens of kilograms, yet moving with remarkable agility, Polaris approached Joya with astonishment. Are all of these your men? Polaris, with a look of surprise, regarded Joya with newfound respect, which he found quite gratifying. So what do you think? Not too shabby, right? Not merely satisfactory. The caliber of these mercenaries far surpasses that of the police who once pursued me. She had never anticipated that the company Joya claimed to have established would be comprised entirely of exceptionally skilled mercenaries. Chapter 11, The Accomplice in This World. What exactly is your identity? Upon hearing Polaris's inquiry, Joya found himself at a loss for words. To claim he was a professional thief? That seemed rather unseemly. Ahem. One might consider me a porter of nature. At this, Polaris appeared bewildered. Huh, a porter of nature? What sort of profession is that? Oh, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Come with me to assess if there have been any losses. Leading Polaris into the warehouse. Joya felt a sense of relief upon seeing shelves brimming with boxes. It seemed those intruders had been kept at bay and had not breached the premises. He felt increasingly satisfied with the mercenaries employed by his company, as he contemplated the prospect of entering a world reminiscent of a biohazard crisis. He mused that perhaps he could take some of his company's mercenaries along. The system space could accommodate a considerable amount of weaponry, food, water, and even tanks and aircraft. Anything of utility could be stored within. With sufficient manpower, the endeavor to seize a virus would be foolproof. Once there, if he could locate a top-tier biologist in the Marvel Universe, he might even transform all his mercenaries into super soldiers akin to Captain America. However, achieving this ambition would require an exorbitant amount of money. Sigh, why does it feel like funds are dwindling? Alas, it seems I am destined for a life of toil. For now, I shall tirelessly scheme for the heist. With this thought, Joya accessed the task interface on the system panel. Task customization. Please arrange your subsequent tasks. The system will reward you based on task difficulty. Oh, this system is quite impressive. The degree of freedom is substantial, unlike those other systems that impose mandatory tasks. The ability to customize tasks according to one's objectives is remarkably user-friendly. It appears the systems are quite competitive as well. Nodding in satisfaction, Joya began to contemplate his next target. With Polaris's assistance, robbing a bank would undoubtedly yield significant profits. United Savings? Joya shook his head, lacking any experience in bank heists. There was no need to start with the most challenging option. United Savings is the largest bank in America, with security far surpassing that of others. The difficulty is immense. Pacific Standard Bank? Or perhaps Garden Bank? Let us dismiss Garden Bank. Avi mentioned that after laundering money, the funds would be transferred to his account at Garden Bank. If he were to rob the bank where he deposited his money, and in the process caused it to go bankrupt, his hard-won gains would be lost. Thus, Pacific Standard Bank it shall be. After securing the gold, he would transport it directly to East America, convert it into dollars, and subsequently increase his investment in arms research. Beep. Task. Pacific Standard Bank heist. The vault of Pacific Standard Bank houses approximately 50 tons of gold. Seize as much as possible within the limited time frame. The more you take, the greater the reward. Minimum objective, 10 tons of gold. Reward asset, a bunker. The development and production of weaponry is indeed feasible. The rewards for this mission are quite appealing. Upon completion, I can utilize the bunker to engineer weapons and prepare to venture into the world of biohazard to seize the virus, thus initiating the super soldier program. One must take life one step at a time and savor each morsel. If I can unlock other missions in the future, I may one day ascend to become the mightiest being in the Marvel Universe. No, not merely the strongest in the Marvel realm, but the most powerful across all realms. As Joya established her goals and clarified her thoughts, Polaris curiously opened a box from the shelves. Lifting the lid to peer inside, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, a whole box of them." Her wide-eyed surprise drew Joya's attention, who approached her side. Gazing into the box at the rocket launchers, Joya, despite being mentally prepared, felt her heartbeat quicken upon witnessing them firsthand. These are formidable weapons. Her gaze then shifted to the array of munitions stacked within the warehouse. A sudden surge of confidence washed over Joya as she entertained the notion that she could easily dominate the biohazard world with such firepower. With this arsenal, combined with her system space, any number of zombies would meet their demise. The only lamentation was that these weapons were produced by a legitimate arms factory, each bullet inscribed with a serial number, rendering them unsuitable for bank heists. Should Joya dare to use these weapons for such a purpose, it would not take long for authorities to track her down. While these may be unusable, future production could yield a batch devoid of any markings or serial numbers. I suddenly find myself reluctant to part with these weapons. Hearing Joya's musings, Polaris tilted her head in confusion. What? Are you planning to establish a nation in the Middle East? She chuckled. Well, in a sense, you're not entirely wrong. However, it's not about nation building. It's about acquiring resources that will empower me. Polaris was merely jesting, yet Joya's response took her by surprise. What exactly can enhance your strength? Where is it? Understanding the perilous nature of this world, Polaris harbored a hidden desire to grow stronger. She longed to escape the days of evasion and had yet to enjoy life. The thought of her cherished existence being disrupted by bizarre entities was something she could not accept. Thus, becoming sufficiently powerful to render herself impervious to threats, perhaps even ensuring Joya's safety, was her aspiration. Afterward, she could lead a normal life. This was her current ideal. Well, you'll find out in due time. But before that, I need your assistance with something that pertains to our quality of life in this world. At this, Polaris's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What do you need? Joya then proceeded to elucidate the challenges faced by her company and the necessity of fortifying their position to ensure survival in this treacherous world. Is that so? Understanding the plight of Joya's company, Polaris furrowed her brows, then shrugged, tilted her head, raised an eyebrow, and spoke. How can I assist you in this busy moment? As you know, I am completely broke. Upon hearing this, Joya revealed a radiant smile. I have a way to acquire money, though I am uncertain if you will accept it. Let us hear it. Rob a bank. What? Polaris's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place, convinced she must have misheard. You did not mishear. It is indeed robbing a bank. Joya's words confirmed that Polaris had indeed heard correctly, and she gazed at him with a complex expression. You truly possess audacity. Are the police in this world utterly inept? Or is the S-H-I-E-L-D you mentioned also incompetent? Are you not afraid of endangering your own life? Haha, Los Santos is such a quaint place, filled with many virtuous citizens. I absolutely adore it here. Polaris was utterly baffled by Joya's nonsensical remarks and sighed deeply. Alas, since I have already ventured into this world with you, I suppose I have no retreat. If danger truly arises, I trust you would not abandon me to flee alone, would you? Observing Polaris's serious demeanor, Joya's expression involuntarily became grave. Of course. One must have faith in their companions. Companions, you say? Interesting. Chapter 12, The Unreasonable Polaris. So, these individuals were indeed sent by Jean Bing? Furthermore, that fellow had prearranged matters with the Los Santos police? Upon Joya's statement, the mercenary instructor nodded emphatically. No wonder the police have yet to arrive all this time. The subsequent investigations can be left to the female assistant to ponder over. Joya, having just taken over Mayweather, was still unaware of the company's relationship with the Los Santos government and police. It is best not to meddle. Are we leaving? Where to next? Approaching Polaris, who was leaning against the warehouse door, Joya nodded. First, we shall prepare for the bank heist. Matters concerning Jean Bing can wait. However, before that, have you perhaps forgotten something? At this, Joya furrowed her brow in contemplation, looking puzzled at Polaris. In response, Polaris let out a cold laugh. You aren't thinking of going back on your word regarding our movie plans, are you? Companions? Hearing Polaris's reminder, Joya slapped her forehead. Oh, right. Let us go. We must leave immediately. Grasping Polaris's hand, the two exited the warehouse. With her green hair flowing behind her, Polaris beamed with joy. Just thinking about the events of this evening filled her with an unreal sensation. The sudden appearance of Joya had whisked her away to a world she had longed for. She had imagined living a mundane life, yet this world was fraught with peril. Moreover, the seemingly virtuous Joya was actually bold enough to plot a bank robbery. What was more astonishing was her own inexplicable agreement, having once fled at the sight of police. She did not regret boarding Joya's ship. Rather, she found this venture exhilarating and novel. Was it the favor of Lady Luck? Life with him promises to be quite entertaining in the days to come. The rugged vehicle of Merryweather was parked at the harbor, while the two individuals made their way directly to the city center. Although Joya possessed a certain understanding of cinema prior to his journey through realms, within this new world, he found himself utterly uninformed. Observing the film schedule at the cinema, Joya wished for Polaris to choose what to watch. However, Polaris expressed indifference. She merely yearned to experience something novel, regardless of the film's content. With a resigned scratch of his head, Joya randomly selected a film from Hollywood. To his astonishment, the film he carelessly chose turned out to be a rather audacious blend of action, romance, and personal heroism. It commenced with an intimate scene, and such moments intermittently reappeared throughout the narrative. This elicited a gaze from Polaris that was laden with unspoken implications. Throughout the film, Joya felt increasingly uneasy under Polaris's penetrating stare. He swore he had never seen this film before and had not intentionally selected it. It was merely a random choice. A melodious female voice wafted through the air, causing Joya to draw in a sharp breath. Surely, this was moving too quickly. Despite his thoughts, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath became erratic. Clinging to the principle of seizing opportunities, he considered that Polaris had hinted quite overtly, and failing to respond would seem rather unromantic. Just as he was about to speak, he thought, no way, with that expression, you can't possibly want to, before he could finish his sentence. Polaris's wide eyes were fixed on him, mere inches apart. Half a minute later, both of them, somewhat breathless, were locked in an unwavering gaze. Dare to toy with me. I never claimed to be a virtuous person. Did you think I couldn't see through you? An accomplice? Among all the experiences Polaris wished to explore, the most intriguing to her was the act portrayed by the film as protagonists. Having once witnessed couples in public during her escape, she felt a genuine curiosity about what such intimacy truly felt like. Previously, she had been too preoccupied with hiding like a mouse to contemplate such matters. Now, Joya was the most suitable and indeed the only candidate. Her past experiences had rendered her unable to accept anyone other than mutants, and moreover, Joya's physical appearance aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. As the film concluded, they made their way to a hotel. Listening to the sound of rushing water from the bathroom, Joya indulged in shot after shot of strong liquor. Once his glass was empty, he stepped into the bathroom. The sun was high in the sky. Feeling the piercing sunlight, Joya groggily opened his eyes. Just as he attempted to sit up, a weight on his arm reminded him of the events of the previous night. Gently lifting the covers, he was met with the bright sunlight hitting his face. Polaris, with her dark green hair, lay on her arm, displeased, and pulled the covers back over her head. "Don't disturb me, I'm tired." Seeing this, Joya couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was indeed their first time. Yet she was so insistent on taking the lead. Now she realized how exhausting it could be. He gently massaged Polaris' shoulder through the covers and nestled back into the warmth of the bed. "Aren't you tired?" In the dining room of the presidential suite, Polaris felt utterly exhausted. Dressed in merely a shirt, she cast a glance at Joya, who then turned his attention to the dishes laid out before them. "Did you prepare all this?" Joya smiled and replied, "What else could it be?" Upon hearing this, Polaris's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can cook? Where on earth did you learn these recipes? They look delectable and smell divine. I've never seen anything like it." Pleased by Polaris's admiration for his culinary skills, Joya felt a sense of gratification. "The recipes are derived from a certain mysterious Eastern nation. Once we finish this job, I'll take you there. You'll undoubtedly fall in love with it." Raising an eyebrow, Polaris remained noncommittal. Just as she was about to eat, she noticed the absence of knives and forks on the table, with only 2 sticks resting on her right. She paused, bewildered. "Where are the utensils? Isn't that what they are?" Joya pointed to the 2 sticks on the table, leaving Polaris looking utterly perplexed. "These are utensils? How do you use them?" Grasping one stick in her hand, Polaris looked at Joya in confusion. Unable to contain his laughter at Polaris's adorably naive expression, Joya chuckled. "Ha! Those are called chopsticks. Meant to be held in one hand." Upon hearing this, Polaris held the chopsticks in her right hand and glanced at Joya. "Like this?" "No. It seems you're trying to stab someone." "Humph. I'll stab you, you insensitive brute." Realizing Polaris was scolding him for being somewhat rude the previous night, Joya cleared his throat. It was clear that the wildest one the night before had been Polaris herself, so it was hardly fair to place the blame on him. However, reasoning with a woman often proved futile, so he gracefully avoided the topic and refrained from defending himself. "Ahem. Let me teach you." After a chaotic yet amusing session, Polaris managed to master the art of using chopsticks through her own efforts. Fortunately, they're metal chopsticks, if they were bamboo or wooden. "I feel I would have exhausted myself," she retorted, shooting a glance at Joya. "Then why didn't you give me a knife and fork?" "These are far superior to knives and forks," Joya replied with a smile, shaking his head. "You'll understand once you use them for a while." With that, Joya sat down and they began to enjoy their lunch together. Chapter 13. $1 million received the 100,000 withdrawn from the Mayweather headquarters allowed Joya and Polaris to enjoy a brief yet delightful fortnight. For Polaris, who was experiencing newfound pleasures, the phrase "once bitten, twice shy" aptly described her sentiments. Over the course of 2 weeks, Joya had been traversing the quickest path to a woman's heart, and their relationship was rapidly blossoming. However, a serious issue loomed before them. Joya was out of money. He was uncertain when Tony Stark would venture to the Middle East. When that time came, purchasing some Stark Industries stocks could yield substantial profits. Yet, buying stocks necessitated a significant amount of capital. After laundering the money, Abby should be able to allocate approximately $1 million to him. While this sum would be a mere drop in the bucket for investing in Stark Industries, it would suffice for preparations related to a bank heist. Seated at the bar, Joya inhaled smoke, murmuring softly to himself. What could possibly occupy his thoughts so deeply? A melodious voice resonated from behind him as 2 slender arms encircled Joya. Subsequently, the head of Polaris languidly rested upon Joya's shoulder. "Are you pondering ways to amass wealth? If we do not secure any income soon, we shall be expelled from this hotel. Well then, shall we head out now?" Upon hearing this, Joya chuckled lightly. "How could we possibly go now? Robbing a bank is not as simple as you might envision. One must be thoroughly prepared before taking action." Curiosity etched on her face. Polaris inquired, "What preparations are necessary?" After a moment of contemplation, Joya responded, "With your assistance and my abilities, the preparations are not overly cumbersome. The primary concern at present is to swiftly ascertain the location of the underground vault at the Pacific Bank, which houses 50 tons of gold. 50 tons of gold? How much is that worth?" Joya calculated briefly, considering the current price of gold at $3,240 per ounce, that amounts to approximately $5,208 billion. Such a staggering sum? Polaris was momentarily stunned by the figure Joya had presented. With that kind of money, one would only need to execute this one heist to enjoy a lifetime of leisure without any further labor. Joya merely smiled, saying nothing. "Just over $5 billion, which is less than half of Iron Man's personal fortune. Moreover, money, in my hands, serves a rather limited purpose. Only the cursed genius Tony Stark could utilize wealth to forge powerful armors. Besides, the gold, once acquired and transported to East University, will likely diminish in value considerably after being laundered through legitimate channels before finally reaching my account. After a moment of exhilaration, Polaris regained her composure and eagerly asked, "When shall we commence the bank heist?" "We must wait for a while longer, until the funds from my previous endeavor arrive." "Previous endeavor? Have you robbed a bank before?" "No. In my last undertaking, I pilfered Tony Stark's latest smart handgun. It has been nearly half a month. So Avi should be ready to transfer the laundered money to me shortly." Just as he finished speaking, Joya's phone rang. Upon seeing it was the hacker Avi calling, a smile crept across Joya's lips, and he raised an eyebrow at Polaris. "The call has arrived." Polaris watched intently as Joya placed the phone to his ear. "Hello? Avi?" "Yes, it's convenient. Go ahead." "Ha ha ha. I appreciate your efforts. By the way, please inform the others that I have devised another plan. We shall gather at the usual place tomorrow." "I know, but unfortunately, I am truly in need of funds lately." "Rest assured, this operation is absolutely secure." "All right." After Joya hung up, Polaris eagerly queried, "Have you acquired the funds?" Nodding with a smile, Joya replied, "Let us go indulge ourselves. First, we shall purchase a house, and then a car." With the initial funding resolved, Joya felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Observing this, Polaris beamed with delight. "Do not rush. I am quite famished and need to satiate my hunger before I can accompany you." Upon hearing this, Joya glanced at the time and promptly rose to prepare a meal. "Allow me to whip up something to eat." However, before she could finish her sentence, Joya's lips were silenced. It turns out it was not hunger that plagued her, but rather thirst. After a busy morning, following lunch, the two finally departed from the hotel where they had resided for half a month. They first ventured to the city center, purchasing a house valued at over $300,000. Subsequently, they acquired a $10,500 adventure car. Driving the newly registered vehicle, they indulged in a spree of shopping, gathering a plethora of items needed for their new home. Later, until the late hours of the night, through their combined efforts, the newly bought house was thoroughly cleaned and ready for occupancy. "I have already arranged for your identity issue to be addressed. I believe there will be results by tomorrow. Your name remains Lona Dane, but if you wish to change it, that is also an option." Upon hearing this, Polaris, exhausted, lay on the bed, lazily replying, "No need to change. This name suffices." "All right. If you are weary, rest for now. I shall make a few calls." Closing the bedroom door, Joya retrieved her phone and dialed Nigo's number. After a considerable wait, the call was finally connected. Listening to the cacophony of profanities and gunfire on the other end, Joya's expression faltered. "Engaged in a gunfight while taking a call? How absurd." "Boss, what is the matter? I'm a bit occupied here. What is happening? Is it the police?" No, it's me dealing with those bastards who dare to operate on our turf. I had intended to ask you for more weapons, but given the current circumstances, it seems prudent to wait until you're finished. Stay safe. I will hang up now." "Wait, boss. Weapons. I have plenty here. What do you need, and how many? Is this the mysterious shop of Quisanti? Are you really grabbing weapons straight from the battlefield?" "I need rifles, handguns, grenades, explosives, anything you can find. Just gather as much as you can." "Boss, leave it to me." "Damn it." Amidst the curses and gunfire, chaotic footsteps echoed through the phone. "I can't talk right now. Those bastards are coming for me." With that, the call was abruptly severed. Staring at her phone screen, Joya blinked. "I hope that fellow survives until tomorrow. Have you finished your call?" Polaris's voice suddenly chimed from beside her, prompting Joya to turn her head. "Why are you undressed again? Even a workhorse wouldn't behave this way." A seductive smile adorned Polaris's face as she leaned closer to Joya's ear. "What do you think?" Sighing silently within, Joya closed her eyes, somewhat perplexed. Who was truly playing whom in this scenario? It felt as though she held the greater advantage. Could it be that he was the prey all along? Chapter 14. All set. Good morning. Good morning. Pacific Standard Bank. With her short, dark green hair and clad in a staff uniform, Polaris greeted her colleagues with a beaming smile. On the second day after moving into her new home with Joya, her identity issues were deftly arranged by Mellyweather's female assistant. Subsequently, Joya took her to a dilapidated apartment just a street away from Hell's Kitchen, where they would engage in the preliminary planning for the heist on Pacific Standard Bank. This time, Joya entrusted the task of acquiring the getaway vehicle to Nico, instructing him to find a suitable car. The previously unseen driver was omitted from this operation, as Joya could not place her trust in someone so elusive. A bank heist is a significant endeavor, and having a shadowy figure involved was a source of unease for Joya. Once Nico secured the necessary vehicle information, Joya intended to personally place the car into the System S storage space, retrieving it only during their escape. As for why she had done this previously and had instead parked the vehicle in a lot, it stemmed from her apprehension regarding the elusive driver. Given that this was their first collaboration, Joya remained vigilant, wary of any potential tampering or surveillance devices that might compromise their plans. A sudden loss of signal would surely raise suspicions. Moreover, consulting Abby for a thorough inspection was not an option. Any alert raised by the driver could lead to a call to the authorities or even a direct notification to Stark Group, rendering all of Joya's meticulous preparations futile. Some might question why Joya didn't simply switch to another driver. To this, Joya could only express her frustrations. She had already replaced several drivers. Yet they all exhibited the same untrustworthy tendencies. Hence, she decided to assign Nico the dual role of both gunman and driver. Polaris, too, had her responsibilities, aiding Joya in the gold heist while also conducting preliminary reconnaissance on the vault's location and defensive measures. Having successfully secured employment as a bank clerk, a position orchestrated by Joya, she was now well integrated into her role. Meanwhile, Joya discreetly infiltrated the East Asian Embassy in America, where he approached the ambassador to express his intention to sell 50 tons of gold. The ambassador, confronted with this clandestine Asian figure speaking fluent Mandarin, found himself in a whirl of thoughts. It was evident to anyone with sense that Joya's surreptitious entry into the embassy with such a proposal was highly irregular. Was this a ploy by America? An attempt to frame or tarnish the East Asian reputation with some petty maneuver? Without hesitation, the ambassador outright rejected Joya's offer. If you truly wish to sell us gold, we would certainly be interested in acquiring it, but I suspect your motives, or those of your associates, are not as straightforward as they might seem. I would advise against any underhanded schemes. They are futile. Upon detecting the unmistakable tone of distrust in the ambassador's voice, Joya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It seems that one must wait until the gold is seized, causing a stir throughout Los Santos and even across the nation before seeking him out. By then, I hope he is devoid of any reservations or doubts. As evening descended, Joya, having faced setbacks at the embassy, drove towards the Pacific Standard Bank to pick up Polaris from work. "How was your first day?" he inquired. "Well, it wasn't as exhilarating as I had imagined," she replied with a chuckle. "How could work possibly be entertaining?" Joya laughed lightly and broached the subject of the vault. "Any progress?" After a brief pause, Polaris shook her head. "I haven't gathered any useful information. Today was merely the first day. I only got acquainted with my colleagues and superiors. I haven't even had the chance to familiarize myself with the bank's layout." Joya nodded with a smile. "No rush. Take your time. Such matters require caution. We must not raise any suspicions. Just treat it as an experience of ordinary work life. There is no need to probe into the vault. Simply remember the identities of those in significant positions within the bank. If there is no advancement on this front by the time everything is ready, I will personally approach the bank's management." Polaris nodded thoughtfully. "Understood." Before they knew it, half a month had passed. Preparations for the heist at the Pacific Standard Bank were nearly complete. Ample firepower and escape vehicles had been secured in Joya's system space. The bank's layout, including camera placements, had been meticulously surveyed through the hidden camera on Polaris. Everything was ready, save for the precise location of the underground vault, which was essential for their plan to proceed. However, this particular aspect remained elusive. Without knowledge of the vault's location, they could not act. While they could simply storm in for cash, gold was not stored in the same manner. Even the bank employees lacked knowledge of where the gold was kept. Only a select few high-ranking officials were privy to its location and possessed the keys to access the vault. Moreover, even they required a series of fingerprint and iris verifications to unlock the vault's doors. Sitting in the car, smoking a cigarette, Joya suddenly noticed a young Asian woman and an African-American man engaging in a rather intimate display on the roadside. "Ah, what a quintessentially American sight," he thought, bemused by the surreal encounter reminiscent of viral internet memes. With a sardonic expression, he felt a fleeting urge to intervene against such folly. "What's with those girls?" "Are you referring to me?" came a voice as Polaris entered the passenger seat. Joya gestured dismissively towards the couple. "I meant those people over there." Confused, Polaris turned to look in the indicated direction. "What is wrong with them? They are just a normal couple." At her words, Joya could only shake his head in resigned amusement. "Let us speak of other matters. Have there been any developments today?" Noticing Joya's reluctance to elaborate and his attempt to shift the topic, Polaris refrained from further inquiries and responded earnestly. "Indeed, today, while delivering documents to the notoriously ill-regarded general manager within the bank, I happened to overhear a conversation regarding the transfer of gold from the Treasury to the United Savings Bank. Ugh, speaking of this irks me greatly. That despicable man fails to recognize his own failings and has the audacity to insinuate that I must sleep with him to attain a promotion. Now I understand why his reputation within the bank is so abominable. Damn it, my colleagues at the bank are no better, fully aware of his misconduct. They still foisted the task of document delivery upon me." Chapter 15, The Silken Indulgence of Defreya. Polaris expressed her discontent vehemently. Meanwhile, Joya fell into deep contemplation. The transfer of gold? It seems we can no longer delay. Decisive action is imperative. The movement of 50 tons of gold will undoubtedly require the utmost security measures. A direct confrontation en route would present a significantly greater challenge than breaching the vault itself. Observing Joya's silence, Polaris became increasingly agitated. Hey, Joya, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Some old scoundrel wants me to sleep with him? Do you have no reaction at all? Distracted from her thoughts, Joya turned to Polaris with a resigned expression. He is merely an old scoundrel. To us, he is akin to a stray dog by the roadside. We should seize the opportunity to eliminate him. It is not worth our anger over a mere mutt. Gently caressing Polaris's delicate face with his right hand, he leaned in for a soft kiss. Then, applying a gentle pressure with his thumb, he coaxed a signature smile from her. Ha! You are even more enchanting when you smile. Upon hearing this, Polaris rolled her eyes as she returned to reality, swatting Joya's hand away from her cheek and inquiring. Are we preparing to take action? But we haven't yet clarified the vault's location and security measures, have we? At Polaris's question, Joya's demeanor turned serious. There is no time to waste. If we allow the situation to drag on until the bank attempts to transfer the gold, all our preparations will be in vain. As for the vault's location and security measures, how about we deal with that old scoundrel tonight? Hearing this, a genuine smile graced Polaris's face. A splendid suggestion. They exchanged knowing smiles. Joya pressed the accelerator, and the sports car's engine roared to life. The pair drove away, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of Polaris's colleagues. This marks the third time in half a month that this vehicle has picked up Lorna after work, and just moments ago, I saw them sharing a kiss inside the car. How infuriating. I too wish to find a wealthy man. The conversation among several female bank employees was overheard by their male counterparts, who were immediately displeased. Humph, what good is money alone? The foreign men in Asia are merely frail yellow-skinned monkeys. Only those like us are the true men. Upon hearing this, several female bank employees exchanged disdainful glances. They would rather seek companionship with Asian men than associate with those peculiar individuals who, despite their impressive physiques, are plagued by impotence and other oddities. As night falls near Hell's Kitchen, within a dilapidated apartment, the plan is laid bare. Joya, with a serious demeanor, surveys the gathered individuals, who all nod in agreement. Excellent. Let the operation commence. Avi, the communication responsibilities are entrusted to you. Lorna and Devours, accompany me to confront that old scoundrel. Devours, a name that seems fitting in every regard. Remove the ray, and it simply becomes Def. Before the transition, Joya recalls a rather delectable chocolate brand named Def. How delightful, indeed. The group departs the apartment, with Joya driving their escape vehicle towards the affluent district in the city center. That old scoundrel, who yearns for Polaris, has had his address tracked down by Avi. Upon arriving near the scoundrel's residence, the trio disembarks, and Joya stores the vehicle within the system's space. Subsequently, he retrieves 3 coats, hats, and masks from the space. Fully equipped, they stealthily evade the night patrols. They arrive outside a villa, where the surveillance cameras are rendered ineffective by Avi's hacking skills and Polaris's ability to disrupt magnetic signals. Previously, entering such a heavily fortified mansion would have necessitated a fingerprint replicator, but with Polaris's assistance, such complications are rendered obsolete. With a simple gesture, Polaris activates the door lock, granting them unobstructed access to the luxurious abode. On the second floor, outside the master bedroom, the trio pauses, momentarily entranced by the sultry sounds emanating from within. Polaris furrows her brow, cursing under her breath. How familiar that sound is. It was this woman who had sent Joya to deliver documents to that old scoundrel earlier in the day. In contrast to the woman, Devours seems more intrigued by the old white scoundrel. Boss, why don't you let me interrogate him? He suggests, licking his lips with excitement. I promise to give him a warm welcome. Joya, visibly disgusted, quickly steps back, pulling Polaris with him. You're hurting my feelings. Get lost. Don't repulse me. While Joya understands and respects peculiarities, such as same-sex preferences and troublemakers, it is only acceptable if they do not encroach upon his own space. But when it comes to their adversaries, such tactics might indeed yield surprising results, delivering a dual blow to both mind and body. Boss, true freedom lies in being open to all. Stop right there. Joya exclaims, tossing a box containing an umbrella to Devours. Do as you wish. But I require the intelligence you extract from him. And remember, leave no trace behind, surely. That doesn't require explanation? Devours, upon receiving the small umbrella, displays a lewd grin. The dazzlingly white teeth were particularly striking. It's on me, boss. Little darlings, I'm here, came the lewd laughter. Devours, wielding a rifle, pushed open the bedroom door and stepped inside. The moment the door closed behind him, a stifled and abrupt scream echoed within the room. You, who are you? How did you get in? This was a sentiment expressed by that old bastard who desired to sleep with Polaris. And it was the only 2 sentences he managed to utter. As Devours entered, he swiftly subdued Polaris's female colleague, knocking her unconscious with the butt of his gun just as she was about to scream. The old scoundrel was taken aback by Defray's sudden intrusion and immediately wilted. Upon hearing the questioning, Defray casually picked up an indistinct black triangular lace item and stuffed it in the man's mouth. Securely binding him with a rope he had already prepared, then sealing his lips with duct tape. This series of actions was executed with seamless proficiency, clearly indicating that Defray was well-versed in such endeavors, likely having engaged in them frequently. Next came Defray's unconventional maneuvers. In the villa's living room, Joya and Polaris sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting developments. Joya, would you like to give it a try? Polaris's unexpected suggestion caused Joya to cough violently, having choked on his own saliva. No, that's not necessary. I can't handle that. Phew, thankfully, I wouldn't feel comfortable either. Why did you suddenly say that? Polaris responded lightly. I thought you might be interested. Joya's heart stirred slightly at her words. What a wonderful woman. Defray must be kept away from Lorna, if she gets led astray. Killing him wouldn't quench my wrath. Chapter 16, The Bank Heist. Sitting on the villa's sofa, Joya incessantly shook his leg while glancing at the time. Why hasn't that chocolate come out yet? Upon hearing Joya's description of Defray, Polaris could not help but chuckle. Haha, your description is rather accurate. Just as he was about to call and urge Defray to hurry, the sound of a door opening from the second-floor bedroom reached them. Moments later, Defray appeared before them, a satisfied grin on his face. You're late. What is the situation? Did you get anything out of him? At this, Defray chuckled. He was stubborn at first, refusing to say anything, but once I had my fun and ripped the tape off his mouth, he spilled everything. Hearing this, Joya's breath caught, and he gave Defray a thumbs up. Good grief, you need a tattoo of a devil on you. When you seal someone's mouth during interrogation, they can hardly say a word. Recalling that Polaris had mentioned the old bastard wanted to sleep with her, Joya turned to Defray and inquired, Are those two still alive? With a playful glance at Joya and Polaris, Defray replied, The woman is dealt with, but the white guy is still alive. I'm being generous here, letting you handle the white guy. As Polaris had previously mentioned, the old scoundrel's intentions towards her had prompted Defray to decide to keep the white man alive for Joya or Polaris to take their revenge personally. Upon hearing the words, Joya turned towards Polaris. Shall you go, or shall I? As she ascended the stairs, Polaris let her actions speak for her response. Observing this, Defray let out a playful whistle. Lucky boss, quite spicy, quite ruthless. At this remark, Joya shrugged, recalling Polaris's fervent enthusiasm upon first tasting forbidden fruit, and couldn't help but agree internally. Can you handle things here? I certainly do not wish Polaris to witness anything that might offend her sensibilities. In response, Defray nodded vigorously. Rest assured, boss, once we're done, I will ensure that white guy is restrained with a blanket. I guarantee your lady's eyes will remain untainted. No sooner had Defray spoken than a cacophony of metallic distortion echoed from upstairs. Moments later, Polaris returned to the living room with a subtle smile playing at her lips. Feeling better? Joya inquired, to which Polaris nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Joya smiled and declared, Then let us proceed. It is time to attend to business. Departing the villa, the trio drove through the night until they arrived at the Pacific Standard Bank. The bank's entrance was firmly shut, yet faint lights flickered within. Oh, the night security is quite diligent, Joya remarked with a sardonic smile, addressing her earpiece. Avi, connect the surveillance to our phones. Understood, establishing connection, came the reply. With the sound of keystrokes, their phones were successfully linked to the bank's internal surveillance system. Through the monitors, they discerned the patrol routes of the night security personnel. Joya turned to Polaris, who seemed to grasp her intentions and made a gesture mimicking a throat-cutting motion, tilting her head in inquiry. Eliminate or incapacitate. Joya mused. I firmly believe that the lips of the deceased are the most sealed. At this, Polaris shrugged nonchalantly, then waved her hand, causing the surveillance feed to distort into static. Moments later, she announced, all taken care of. Witnessing Polaris's swift efficiency, Joya couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Your abilities are truly advantageous. Taking a deep breath, Joya's expression turned serious beneath her mask, and she whispered, Action. With Joya's command, the trio exited the vehicle and swiftly entered through the bank's door, which Polaris had already unlocked. Time is of the essence. Lead us to the gold. Despite both Hacker Avi and Polaris's capabilities, they could not entirely incapacitate the bank's alarm system. Unlike other locations, particularly an American bank, advanced techniques such as wrapping sensitive circuits with high permeability materials to diminish external magnetic field penetration would significantly lessen Polaris's effectiveness in disrupting the alarm signals. Furthermore, this required Polaris to concentrate intensely to manipulate the magnetic field and interfere with the alarm system. However, maintaining such high levels of mental focus was no small burden for Polaris. The trio quickened their pace, navigating smoothly under Defray's guidance until they stood before the vault door, which weighed several tons. Noticing Polaris's slightly hurried breaths beside her, Joya spoke softly. Thank you for your efforts, Lorna. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Lorna shook her head, maintaining the interference field, which caused Polaris to feel somewhat fatigued in her mental exertion. Taking a deep breath, she opened the vault door. As the three entered, they beheld shelves piled high with gold, their eyes widening in astonishment. That is enough, Lorna. You can cease the interference now. Focus all your efforts on assisting me in gathering the gold. Upon hearing this, Polaris visibly relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Understood. Avi, it's your turn now. Ensure we have 3 minutes. Got it. Avi took over from Polaris, hacking into the vault's security system and doing his utmost to prevent the alarms, which should have already sounded, from triggering. For Polaris, manipulating metal was evidently far easier than controlling the interference field. Without a moment to lose, the trio hastily began to collect the gold. Under Polaris's guidance, countless gold bars swiftly flew into Joya's presence, accumulating in a heap. Even Defreya joined in, using his own hands to transport the bars one by one to Joya. With Polaris's assistance, the 50 tons of gold were soon heaped together. The entire process took no longer than 2 minutes. Placing her hand upon the mountain of gold, Joya instantaneously transferred all of it into the system's storage. We must hurry. Avi can't hold on much longer. If the alarms sound, the vault will immediately release neurotoxins. With the gold secured, the trio wasted no time and swiftly retraced their steps. The moment they exited the Pacific Standard Bank and returned to their getaway vehicle, 3 minutes had just elapsed, and the bank's piercing alarms blared to life. At this juncture, even Polaris could no longer prevent the alarm system from functioning, as the distance was simply too great and the bank's alarms too numerous to thwart. Yet it mattered little. They had succeeded. Next, they merely needed to follow the planned route, driving the vehicle into the sewer system beneath Los Santos, where they would then store the gold in the system's space, allowing them to escape undetected. Joya casually drove along the right lane, yielding to the police cars and riot vehicles rushing toward the Pacific Standard Bank. She lifted her gaze to the helicopters overhead, while the three inside the car suppressed their overwhelming excitement. Chapter 17. The bewildered Nick Fury. After traveling several kilometers and completely evading the Los Santos police's vigilance, the trio successfully slipped into the sewer. The space within the Los Santos sewer was vast, making driving inside entirely feasible, with interconnected roads even leading to the subway tracks. Boss, we did it. We really did it. We actually robbed a bank. Damn. Defreya, who had been a mere bystander throughout, was now ecstatic and nearly incoherent. Just how much would all that gold be worth? Yet he also realized that the lion's share would undoubtedly belong to the boss and her crew. He hardly did anything, merely procuring some weapons and intelligence regarding a vehicle. Joya felt overwhelmed by the substantial sum of money he was given, hesitant to accept it. Indeed, success was achieved, and the process was remarkably seamless. As he uttered these words, Joya cast a gentle gaze toward Polaris, who sat in the passenger seat. Thanks to you, we managed to evade a confrontation with the police. Joya had anticipated the worst from the very beginning. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Devours to prepare a significant cache of firearms, ammunition, and explosives. Yet, he was taken aback by how much he had underestimated Polaris's capabilities. With this newfound wealth, he could embark on the development of weaponry, arm his mercenaries, and prepare to venture into a world plagued by biohazards to seize the virus. Just the thought of soon stepping into the extraordinary, with his subordinates possessing physiques akin to Captain America, ignited a surge of excitement and joy within Joya. He passionately kissed Polaris's ruby lips. After a prolonged moment, he released her amidst her playful punches. Calming his exhilarated spirit, Joya resumed driving. After navigating a series of twists and turns, he finally located the subway station's tracks. Following the tracks to the station, the three disembarked. Joya stored the getaway vehicle in the system's space and solemnly addressed Devours. Devours, during this period, it would be best if you refrained from participating in gang activities. Should you inadvertently find yourself in custody, I trust you understand what you should say and what you must not. Upon observing Joya's serious warning, Devours felt a chill run down his spine and promptly adjusted his demeanor, responding earnestly. Boss, rest assured, even if it cost me my life, I would never betray you. Witnessing Devours' sincere attitude and steadfast gaze, as if he would face any peril without hesitation, a smile graced Joya's face. He stepped forward, patting Devours on the shoulder. I believe in you. After a while, once I sell the gold and launder the money, you shall not be deprived of your due rewards. This approach, of striking a balance between reward and discipline, was second nature to Joya, who hailed from a civilization with a history spanning 5,000, if not 8,000, years. As expected, upon hearing Joya's words, Devours' face lit up with gratitude. Boss, were it not for you, I would still be a lowly thug in the gang, spending my life in drugs and flights, aimlessly drifting. Who knows when I would end up in jail or perish in a gang conflict. As he spoke, Devours reminisced about his past, his tone taking on an unprecedented solemnity. No matter what happens, and regardless of what you intend to do, I swear to God, I will remain forever loyal to you, Boss Joya, and will never betray you. In response, Joya nodded gravely, giving DeFre's shoulder a firm pat. Go. And keep a low profile for now. Watching DeFre ascend the subway station stairs, Joya's lips curled into a smirk. A balance of kindness and severity, with clear distinctions between reward and punishment, is the true path of a leader. Before his transmigration, Joya had viewed many videos illustrating the fable of the farmer and the snake. Some well-meaning bloggers attempted to assist foreigners, only to find themselves entangled in the very grievances they sought to alleviate. Clearly, this is a case of self-indulgent folly, where one only knows how to assist others without ever delivering a much-needed admonition. When bitten back, to whom can blame be attributed? One can only say it serves them right. It is essential for one's subordinates to remember your kindness while also maintaining a sense of reverence towards you. This is the best way to avert such occurrences. Of course, should there truly be someone lacking in common sense, Joya will undoubtedly ensure they meet their maker. Fortunately, DeFre appears to possess a modicum of understanding, not being among the foolish. Let us return home and rest. Then we shall await the sensational news that will undoubtedly rock Los Santos, indeed all of America and the world come morning. Upon hearing this, Polaris leaned closer to Joya's ear. Rather than sleep, I find myself inclined towards more intriguing pursuits at this moment. Hearing this, Joya blinked and cleared his throat. Seeing that Joya comprehended her meaning, Polaris chuckled and nodded. Well, since there's no one else around, and I can disrupt the surveillance. Joya swallowed hard, curiosity piqued. He too wondered what the difference would be between being outside and at home. On one side, we have Joya and Polaris, having just relieved their stress after a bank heist. On the other, the Los Santos Police, the National Security Agency, SHIELD, and various media outlets are all converging outside the Pacific Standard Bank, surrounding it completely. Photographers yelled, "Quick, over here. Help me capture the bank." All right. For the sake of ratings, reporters from major media outlets were broadcasting live, oblivious to the number of robbers inside or the weapons they wielded, risking their safety in the process. Flashing police lights and blinding helicopter searchlights illuminated the scene, while agents and operatives in suits gathered to discuss strategies. An armed police cautiously advanced towards the bank's entrance. As these scenes were forcefully broadcasted across late-night channels unsuitable for children, Los Santos erupted. It was a complete frenzy. My God, what is happening? Honey, come see this on TV. Why are there so many police at the bank? A terrorist attack? Is our homeland under siege from foreign forces? Is this a repeat of 9/11? Countless bewildered residents of Los Santos listened to the host's report, their eyes wide with astonishment. What the hell? Someone is robbing a bank. Excitement, exhilaration, confusion, each individual's reaction varied, yet one emotion resonated universally: shock, disbelief. While it is not uncommon for small banks to be robbed occasionally, merely routine in the land of the free, this instance is different. This is the Pacific Standard Bank. Since its establishment in the heart of Los Santos, it has prided itself on absolute security, never having faced a robbery. How could this happen? Not only the ordinary public, but even Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, was roused from sleep by Coulson, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of the news. What the hell? What on earth is going on? A few days ago, Tony Stark had just been robbed, and now another bank heist has occurred. When did Los Santos descend into such chaos? Chapter 18. A heist that will shock the world. As Nick Fury watched the live broadcast on television, listening to Agent Coulson narrate the situation unfolding at the scene, his expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Fortunately, there remained a chance to rectify the situation. Since the bank alarm had sounded, less than 30 minutes had elapsed. The first patrol officers had arrived and surrounded the bank merely 2 minutes after the alarm rang. Subsequently, the arriving officers reported that no one had exited the bank. Therefore, it was certain that the group of robbers was still inside. If they could apprehend them, they might also uncover the identities of the two individuals responsible for the previous robbery of Stark. On this sleepless night, countless eyes were glued to television screens, witnessing the armed police team entering the bank lobby. Some curious onlookers, alongside the criminals, shook their heads in regret. It was a pity. The robbers' audacity was commendable, albeit at the cost of their freedom. At that moment, unbeknownst to everyone, the trio of thieves who had plundered the bank's vault of all its gold had long since made their escape. In the deep of night, at the East University Embassy in America, Li Hua was jolted awake by a phone call. Blinking in confusion, he grasped his phone, and in an instant, the remnants of sleep vanished. Great Elder? With no time to waste, Li Hua sprang from his bed, sitting upright as he answered the call. Good evening, Great Elder. This is Li Hua. On the other end, a soft acknowledgement followed, and after a brief pause, came the words, watch the news. Those words sent a chill down Li Hua's spine. What news? What had transpired? Even the distant Great Elder was aware of it, while he remained in the dark. Yes, yes. Li Hua hastily turned on the television, not needing to change the channel. It was already broadcasting the live report of the Pacific Standard Bank robbery. A bank heist? Li, I recall you mentioned a young man looking to sell 50 tons of gold. With the Great Elder's reminder, Li Hua immediately recalled the matter, his eyes widening in realization. Could it be? The Asian youth who intended to sell to East University was indeed the same. Great Elder. I understand now. In the realm of espionage, East University possessed its agents, and of course, America did as well. The information regarding the transfer of 50 tons of gold from the Pacific Standard Bank was merely a secret to the uninitiated. With a satisfied hum, the Great Elder hung up the phone. Certain truths could not be explicitly stated. It sufficed that the other party comprehended his meaning. Some individuals could not afford to err. Even in the face of mistakes, the fault would lie with others, misunderstandings on the part of subordinates. Putting away his phone, Li Hua stared blankly at the live broadcast on television. My goodness, this young man. Truly, he is remarkably bold. He dares to dream. He dares to act. Recalling that day when the stealthy Asian youth infiltrated the embassy, Li Hua wiped the perspiration from his brow, startled by the Elder's phone call. The conspiracy of America was nothing but a fabrication. Who would seek to tarnish another country's reputation while simultaneously slapping their own nation's face? That would be sheer folly, wouldn't he? Should he send someone to assist them? With so many police officers present, escape would be exceedingly difficult. The special forces and armed police had already breached the bank's interior. It was certainly too late to send aid. Perhaps he could contemplate some stratagem during their escort. Furthermore, how would they transport the gold? Furrowing his brow, Li Hua's mind raced through various means to assist Xiaoya, pondering the possibilities of escape. Yet, no matter how hard he strained his imagination, he could not fathom how the youth might elude the police pursuit. Even if he covertly dispatched assistance, hope remained bleak. Given the speed of the Los Santos police, unless they had already fled with the gold before the alarm sounded, the prospect seemed impossible. He shook his head, finding his own thoughts absurd. In the next moment, the words of the television host sent a shiver down his spine. They had emerged. The special forces had exited. Yet they seemed to have no prisoners in tow. As the camera quivered slightly, the host pressed forward, confronting the fully armed officers. What is the current situation inside the bank? Are there any casualties? Where are the robbers? A throng of media personnel surged past the police barricades, clamoring to pose their inquiries. The mayor of Los Santos and the police chief, having arrived promptly, recognized that this incident had already captivated the city. Concealment was no longer an option. Resigning themselves to transparency, they decided to disclose the details of the case, taking advantage of the media presence to validate their actions and avoid public reproach later. After all, their response had been sufficiently swift. Yet, given the peculiar nature of the case, even divine intervention might find it perplexing. Having made this decision, the mayor intended to discreetly step aside, only to be firmly grasped by the police chief. Reluctantly, they both began to address the reporters. Inside the bank, no trace of the robbers was found. The special forces entered the bank hall 38 seconds after the incident and conducted a thorough search, ultimately discovering only the bodies of over 30 security personnel. When the teams, guided by bank staff, arrived at the vault door, they found it ajar. Neurotoxins were still being released within, yet no sign of the robbers was evident. We cannot ascertain the exact amount of stolen property. You may inquire with the bank officials. Taking a deep breath, the police chief spoke gravely. Within the confines of the bank, we discovered no bullet holes or traces of explosives. Upon initial assessment, it became evident that a high-ranking official within the bank must have been complicit in this affair, acting as an insider for the robbers. It is even conceivable that the actual incident did not occur today. Perhaps the vault had been emptied days, or even weeks, prior. Otherwise, I simply cannot fathom how audacious robbers could infiltrate the bank, eliminate security personnel, and abscond with the valuables in such a brief span of time. Following the police chief's announcement of the case, a wave of uproar ensued. Laughter, curses, and denunciations flooded in, drowning out both the mayor and the police chief. Damn, useless. How could there be no one? How could it be that no one was present? In the mere minutes from the alarms ringing to the first patrol officers surrounding the bank, how did the robbers vanish with the treasures? Could it truly be as that incompetent police chief claimed? Nick Fury scratched his bald head in bewilderment, his expression one of ire. Those detestable and arrogant robbers. They clearly held us all in contempt. This sentiment echoed in the minds of many, including agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., the NSA, and various politicians. They could already envision tomorrow's newspaper headlines, and it would not take long. By tomorrow, this incident would reverberate around the globe, casting a shadow over the so-called beacon of freedom. America. Chapter 19. The Golden Loss of the Old Hag. Joey is certain, The pressure released as I stepped out of the subway station. Polaris felt a surge of joy, invigorated by the experience. My heart raced with exhilaration. Just as the words left my lips, Joey, walking ahead, swiftly covered my mouth. Hush, he warned, his expression grave as he gestured towards the outside. Normally, even in the absence of any incidents, Los Santos at night rarely sees pedestrians. Only the homeless, gang members, and other criminals wander in the dark. Of course, there are some with urgent matters. However, tonight, following the shocking bank heist that had stunned all of Los Santos, the streets were devoid of even the homeless. Keep it down. There are many patrol cars outside. At his words, Polaris leaned closer to Joey and peered outside, just in time to see a police car speeding past on the road, presumably heading towards the Pacific Bank. Observing the officers completely unaware of their own ridicule, a smirk crept across Polaris's lips. Los Santos was in an uproar. Ignoring Polaris's remarks, Joey contemplated their next move. There was no way they could continue using the vehicle. Yet, with police cars frequently passing by, the prospect of stealthily making their way home, a good distance of several kilometers, seemed daunting. By the time they reached home, it might already be dawn. Seeing Joya remain silent in response to her words, Polaris could not help but inquire. So, are we heading home now? Or shall we find a place to camp? Camping? You possess quite the sense of humor. Perhaps we could try that later. However, at this moment, I have a far superior destination in mind. In planning the escape route, Joya had deliberately chosen a direction entirely opposite to her new home. First consider defeat, then contemplate victory. This subway station was merely a preordained exit selected by Joya. A better destination? Where? Upon hearing this, Joya turned to Polaris with a smile, then gestured towards the embassy a few hundred meters away. There. The Rabbit Embassy? Indeed. Gazing at Joya with astonishment, Polaris's mind became muddled. She could not fathom why a thief would seek refuge in the Rabbit Embassy. Was Joya perhaps a spy? An undercover agent in this realm? Startled by her own thoughts, a cold sweat broke out on Polaris's brow, and just as she was about to voice her confusion, realization struck her. Whether Joya was a thief or a spy was of little consequence to her. She was not a native of this world, after all. Even in her own familiar world, it mattered not whether Joya was a spy. Ultimately, no matter the universe, Emelica had never loved her. Only contempt, capture, exclusion, and discrimination had been directed at her. The only one who loved her was Joya. As she cautiously followed Joya into the Rabbit Embassy, Polaris reflected on their time together. He must love me, right? Like many experiencing their first love, Polaris was feeling the bittersweet pangs of desire and uncertainty. Hey, be careful. Why are you suddenly so distracted? You almost fell just now. At the sound of Joya's voice, Polaris snapped back to reality, realizing she was being cradled by the very person who stirred her turmoil. Following Joya's gaze, she noticed the patrolling rabbit warriors in the courtyard. With a sigh, she suppressed her emotions and forced a smile. Phew, I'm fine. Have we arrived? Shaking his head in mild exasperation, Joya chuckled. I must admit, I admire your audacity. We are infiltrating the Rabbit Embassy, and you can still drift off? Hurry. Let us get inside before we are discovered. With that, Joya pushed open the window on the second floor of the Rabbit Embassy, and the two stealthily slipped into the corridor. Meanwhile, in a bedroom, Li Hua sat in stunned silence, fixated on the live broadcast on television, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Had he heard correctly? Not a soul in the bank. And the vault, which housed tons of gold, was also missing? Was this some kind of madness? That young man, how did he manage it? Did he bribe the bank executives? No, that can't be right. The bank vault is inspected daily. It would be impossible to transport the gold in advance. To steal the gold, it could only have been after everyone had left for the night. But how was this accomplished? Just as Li Hua was engulfed in bewilderment, the mystery deepened. The bedroom door was gently knocked upon. Who could it be? Is it Deong? Li Hua abruptly turned his gaze towards the door. With a grave expression, he hurried to the bedside table, retrieving a handgun and aiming it at the entrance. What is happening? At this hour, Deong should be on duty. Could it be that the Americans intend to install listening devices in the embassy under the guise of tonight's robbery? Comrade, it's me, the familiar standard Mandarin, and the endearing address evoked a sense of warmth. It was that young man. Hastily lowering the firearm, Li Hua rushed to open the door. How did you escape? Before he could finish, he noticed the Polaris beside Xiaoya and instinctively paused. Yet, there was no time for excessive contemplation. Out of respect for Xiaoya's address, he chose to trust him, stepping back 2 paces to allow both of them into the bedroom. The reason for not going to the living room was clear to Li Hua. The fewer people who knew about Xiaoya's actions, the better. Even the soldiers on duty at the embassy should remain oblivious. Upon entering the bedroom, he was met with the chaotic scene broadcast live from outside the Pacific Bank. Xiaoya and Polaris exchanged a knowing smile. Observing this, Li Hua pondered for a moment before speaking. Young comrade, is this truly your doing? At his words, a smirk appeared on Xiaoya's face, his demeanor noticeably altered. What are you referring to? The robbery being aired on television? Comrade, one must speak with evidence. You cannot slander me. My frail physique wouldn't dare to rob a bank. At most, I'd only attempt to reclaim the gold that the old hag once compensated. As he spoke, Xiaoya raised his hand. In the next moment, a rectangular gold bar materialized in his palm. Staring in disbelief at this miraculous feat, Li Hua's gaze fixated on the gold bar. After a long pause, he managed to gather his thoughts, looking at Xiaoya with a complex expression. If I recall correctly, the old hag compensated entirely in silver, didn't she? In response, Xiaoya's expression turned serious. Impossible. The old hag compensated with gold. Absolutely. Looking at Xiaoya, Li Hua understood and chuckled. Ha ha ha. Yes, indeed, it was gold. Chapter 20. Excessive rewards. Li Hua was acutely aware of the existence of superpowered individuals in this world. Thus, after the initial shock wore off, he focused his attention on the gold bar, still inscribed with its production date. A space-type superpowered individual, perhaps? He wondered if there might be a chance to persuade him to return to the homeland. With this thought in mind, Li Hua tentatively inquired, "Have you ever considered developing your career back home?" Upon hearing that the topic had shifted away from gold, Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback before gently declining. "Returning to develop my career is out of the question, but I might have the opportunity to visit. Just don't apprehend me when I do. After all, I am contributing to the nation in my own way, aren't I? After all, gold is a hard currency that possesses intrinsic value, far surpassing the worth derived from national credit and its association with oil, as is the case with the US dollar." Upon hearing this, Li Hua shook his head with a hint of disappointment and sighed. "What a pity. Let us then discuss matters pertaining to gold." Meanwhile, the two individuals beside him conversed in a language he could not comprehend. Polaris, lost in thought, pondered whether Joya truly loved him. The two engaged in conversation for several hours. During this time, Li Hua left the bedroom multiple times to communicate with the Eastern University representatives outside. As dawn broke, the two parties finally reached a consensus. 50 tons of gold. $5 billion. This price exceeded Joya's minimum expectation significantly. It is worth noting that this figure represented clean money, the kind that could be spent freely. The agreement was reached amicably, with arrangements made for the gold to be placed on a merchant vessel bound for Eastern University in a few days. Joya departed the Eastern University embassy with Polaris. Before leaving, Joya provided Li Hua with his phone number, just in case it might be useful in the future. Upon returning home, the two took a shower and then collapsed onto the bed, exhausted from the night's endeavors. Neither had the energy to engage in any further activities. As they drifted into a deep slumber, the world was rocked by breaking news. Headlines such as "the largest heist in history," "the vanished robbers," and "an impossible crime" flooded the media. Across the internet, newspapers, and television, virtually every news outlet on the planet was reporting on the robbery that had transpired in Los Santos. Moreover, Amarillica had managed to gain significant notoriety from this incident. For Amarillica, which had long engaged in remote farming operations in foreign lands, the impact was undeniably substantial. In the eyes of the colonizers, Amarillica represented a guiding beacon, a symbol of hope for all humanity, the greatest empire in the world. However, upon the release of this news, the colonizers could hardly contain themselves. A bank was robbed, and when the police arrived, they found not a trace of the robbers. How could they continue to promote democracy and freedom under such circumstances? Indeed, there was freedom for bank robbers. Damn it, those incompetent Los Santos police are nothing but a bunch of foolish pigs. They are wasting taxpayers' money. These imbeciles have tarnished our international reputation. Politicians and capitalists erupted in outrage, blaming the inefficacy of the Los Santos police. Meanwhile, the criminals reveled in their triumph, idolizing the robbers whom they had never even seen. In the lavish villa of the famous playboy Tony Stark, he intently watched a reporter on the television screen recounting the events of the previous night. "Jarvis, do you think it could have been the robbers from Stark Tower?" "I'm afraid, sir, that based on the available information, it is impossible to make such a determination. However, based on my recent studies in various fields of criminal psychology, the probability that the bank robbers are part of the same group as those who infiltrated Stark Tower is merely 1%. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Tony Stark fell into silence. These days, he was being driven to madness by those two intruders at Stark Tower. No matter what methods he employed to investigate, he could not uncover any leads regarding the robbers. Damn those criminals. I have never harbored such intense hatred for robbers as I do now. Fuming, he switched off the television. Stark had given up. He had exhausted every conceivable avenue, yet he could not find any trace of the two individuals. Continuing the search would only be a waste of time. Curse that personal privacy protection law. If only there were more cameras, I would undoubtedly capture those two. The events occurring outside had no bearing on the sleep of Joya and Polaris. At 2 in the afternoon, Joya, recently awakened, sat on the couch, observing the television, which continued to loop coverage of the robbery, sneering. "Go ahead and investigate. You will exhaust yourselves without uncovering any useful information." Listening to the anchor's report, Joya closed his eyes. The gold had already been sold. Once the funds were received, he would prepare for entry into the world of Resident Evil. But before that, he needed to claim the system rewards. As his consciousness sank into his mind, Joya opened the system panel. Mission, Pacific Standard Bank job. Completed. Minimum gold target, 10 tons. Amount robbed, 50 tons. Exceeding target, 40 tons. Reward assets, bunker, facilities. Exceeding mission reward. 1. Blueprints for Tyrant 2 and associated production line. 2. Blueprints for 02 Con-Gyalatin tank and associated production line. 3. Blueprints for electromagnetic rifle and associated production line. 4. Blueprints for 160 Thunder Beast fighter and associated production line. Note: blueprints and associated production lines will materialize in the facilities once the host selects a location. What is this? Just blueprints and production lines? Not a single finished product? Gazing at the system's rewards, Joya felt a pang of regret over the money he had yet to receive. It would have been better to provide me with some other rewards. In the Marvel Universe, the potential of technology is quite limited. I hope the next mission does not bestow upon me rewards akin to those in Law and Morality 5. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the system's rewards, Joya did not dwell on it too much. These rewards, in the Marvel Universe, served little purpose beyond aiding him in financial gain. However, in the world of Resident Evil, the scenario would be different. As long as he could produce these items, zombies, lickers, tyrants, and various mutated parasites would merely be toys. Before sufficient firepower, they would all be reduced to ashes. Even Alex Mercer from Prototype, colloquially known as the Man's Man, seems trivial when compared to the extraordinary feats he performs, tearing apart tanks, leaping dozens, if not hundreds, of meters into the air, and surviving a nuclear explosion unscathed. Such an ultimate life form transcends the realm of technology. Even within the Marvel Universe, he would undoubtedly overpower the majority of superheroes. Chapter 21. New system features and new instances. In contrast to viruses and the like, I would much prefer to traverse the world of Prototype and acquire the Blacklight virus. This virus can assimilate even inorganic matter, enabling one to withstand a nuclear bomb in just 18 days. With a low baseline and infinite evolutionary potential, it knows no limits. It grants its host the memories and abilities of those it consumes. After being harmed by the same attack once, it can immediately evolve to adapt, ensuring that it will not be caught off guard again. The Blacklight virus embodies the very essence of the principle of consumption. In a universe where the enigmatic celestial beings coexist above with Iron Man, a mere mortal capable of rivaling deities, the Blacklight virus represents the most ideal means of self-enhancement. With this thought in mind, Joya opened the instance interface. The next moment, he was taken aback. This system, can it comprehend my words? To his astonishment, the instance interface, which previously displayed only 3 options, now revealed 6. Resident Evil, Gifted, Elden Ring. The original 3 instances remained unchanged, but the newly added ones were noteworthy. Prototype, The Boys, Transformers, Am I About to Soar? He gazed in disbelief at the newly added instances, each capable of bestowing tremendous enhancements upon him. Together, they could elevate his power to a level that rivals not just individual beings, but even multiversal entities in an astonishingly short time. His plan was to venture into the world of Prototype to seize the Blacklight virus, then devise a way to perfectly integrate it before moving on to the realm of the Boys to consume the superheroes of VOD International. Finally, he would seek out and devour the Allspark in the world of Transformers. Once these 3 objectives were accomplished, he could proceed to Elden Ring to absorb the deities, even the Supreme Will itself. With a deep breath, he calmed himself. Joya furrowed his brow. While the Blacklight virus is undeniably powerful, it is also exceedingly perilous. Achieving a flawless integration of the Blacklight virus, even with the technology of the Marvel Universe, would likely be an arduous task. The only feasible method for perfect integration lies in leveraging the system. Recalling this, Joya attempted to communicate with the system. During the past 6 months of traversing dimensions, he had made attempts before. However, perhaps due to the system being inactive, it had ignored him no matter what he said, leading him to subconsciously accept that his system was mute. Yet, the moment he thought of Prototype, the instance reflecting that very world appeared before him. This revelation suddenly made him realize that perhaps only after successfully activating the system would it engage in communication with him. The system? The villainous system? Hiss. Is this system truly mute? Is there no assistant or anything of the sort? It can even allow the host to customize tasks to such an extent, yet lacks a feature for answering questions? Ding, the villain assistant has been successfully activated. Goodness, so that's how it needs to be activated? Were it not for my mention of the word assistant, would this system have remained silent indefinitely? Why the silence? Hey, what kind of peculiar system is this? Can you at least allow me to perfectly merge with the Blacklight virus? Speak up. In simulation, the Blacklight virus, an exceptionally potent virus discovered in the world of A series of texts emerged in Xiao Ya's consciousness, introducing the origins and abilities of the Blacklight virus, fundamentally consistent with what he already knew. In summary, with the host's current physical condition, it is impossible to endure the process of perfectly merging with the Blacklight virus. There is a 90% chance of death during the merging process. Upon the host's death, the virus will inherit memories, becoming another version of you. At that point, this system will also cease to exist with the host's demise. Suggestion: the host should enhance physical fitness before attempting to merge with the Blacklight virus. After reading the text that appeared in his consciousness, Xiao Ya fell into deep thought. Is my physical strength insufficient? It seems I must first venture into the world of Resident Evil. System, can you enable me to perfectly merge with the virus or the viruses? In simulation, the virus is a sacred artifact from the Naidi Baya tribe in Africa within the Resident Evil world, derived from a flower known as the Sun Ladder, containing a natural virus that has been cultivated through human research, resulting in a mutated virus. Still just some introductions. With the host's current physical condition, the success rate of merging with the virus is 100. Suggestion: the primal virus contained within the Sun Ladder is a natural virus, more suitable for the host's fusion than those cultivated by humans. The success rate of merging with the primal virus is 100. Although you remain mute, I now acknowledge you as a commendable system. Haha. The primal virus, you say? With my eyes wide open, a smile crept upon Xiaoya's lips. Now, I merely await the arrival of funds to promptly commence the production of the system's rewards, the Mark Rabbit, tanks, fighter jets, and electromagnetic rifles. At that time, I shall also bring along the mercenaries of Mayweather. Regrettably, there are no Avengers among the system's rewards. If only there were, it would be utterly foolproof. However, with the vertically launching Thunderbeast fighter jet and the modified Khanjali capable of firing an electromagnetic cannon, it is sufficient for me to seize the primal virus, plundering resources across myriad realms to sustain myself, transcending all worlds. Rising above the cycles of cause and effect, I am unique and unparalleled, invulnerable to all laws, indestructible through the ages. The realm of Cogito, ergo sum, reflecting upon the formidable beings he had encountered in novels before his transmigration. Xiaoyu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. A villain? I shall indeed embody the role of a villain. The victors and the vanquished. Wait until I become the strongest. Who in all the realms would dare to utter a word? What are you thinking? You were such a cheerful smile. Yawning, Polaris, clad only in a shirt, settled beside Joya, leaning against her shoulder, contemplating the future. Embracing Polaris's shoulder, Joya inwardly inquired of the system. Can Lorna Dane and the mercenaries from my company merge with the progenitor virus? Yes. However, to prevent backlash, only those modified by the system can merge with the virus, excluding the host. Individuals who merge with the system-modified virus will be incapable of inflicting any harm or posing a threat to the host, including mental or verbal assaults. Ah, I find this delightful. Yet, I suppose Lorna need not be subjected to such restrictions, correct? If everyone were to treat me with utmost reverence and unquestioning obedience, it would surely feel quite solitary. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. If, when facing me, all that others could muster was a visage of awe, it would become exceedingly dull. With no one to converse with, Joya would surely lose her sanity over time. The pursuit of strength is aimed at crafting a better life, not at transforming everyone into expressionless automatons. Chapter 22. The scapegoat Jean Bing and Joya's preparations in the aftermath of the heist, under the immense pressure of public scrutiny. The police of Los Santos surged forth like a tempest, desperately seeking clues. This predicament weighed heavily upon the gangs and clandestine forces lurking within Los Santos. Even the corrupt officers, who typically accepted bribes, adopted an unusually stern demeanor during these days. Pleas for leniency fell on deaf ears. The focus was on rigorous investigations into the gangs and underground factions. Consequently, resentment towards the bank robbers began to simmer within the ranks of various gangs. Some smaller gangs fared relatively well, facing minimal repercussions. However, the more powerful factions found themselves in dire straits. In Hell's Kitchen, a rotund bald man stood before the expansive windows of an opulent office. This was Jean Bing, the one who had previously dispatched individuals to raid Joya Melweather's company Esport warehouse. Unlike the brazen audacity that had characterized his prior actions, during which he had even prearranged with the police, Jean Bing now felt a tumult of frustration and anger. At the Los Santos Police Department and the National Security Bureau, he stroked his smooth, round head, clutching a cigar, his expression twisted in fury as he glared at the agents surveilling him below. After the bank heist, he was the first to be suspected and questioned by the police. Despite his repeated explanations asserting his complete disassociation from the robbery, the authorities remained unconvinced. It was not only the police. Jean Bing sensed a shift in the way his subordinates regarded him, their gazes now tinged with a mixture of reverence and admiration. Damn it, this incompetent, worthless, foolish, greedy police force. Do they believe that I orchestrate every misdeed in Los Santos? Having been unjustly burdened with the blame. No matter how he attempted to clarify, others remained skeptical. Even his subordinates believed that the actions were orchestrated by their leader. The more Gene thought about it, the more infuriated he became, nearly on the verge of exploding. Damn it, those wretched robbers. Just wait until I get my hands on you. If I do, I shall chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Ah, the port of Los Santos. Joya sneezed and then touched his nose. Gazing at a cargo ship bound for Dong University, slowly departing. Who is murmuring about me? Is Lona missing me? Quite clingy, isn't she? Just because I didn't bring her along, she is whispering behind my back. He chuckled to himself, somewhat narcissistically. Joya then took out his phone and dialed Li Hua. Today was the agreed-upon day for the delivery. Goods first, then payment. After all, $50 billion is no trifling sum. It requires time for operations and laundering to transform this money into absolutely clean funds that could be deposited into Joya's account. Generally speaking, transactions involve the exchange of money and goods simultaneously. However, dealing with Dong University, Joya inherently trusted the other party. This version of Dong University resembled the one from his previous life, rather than the fictional one from Marvel. Thus, he had never considered the possibility of them defaulting. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to default. The value of 50 tons of gold pales in comparison to the worth of those who could seize it. Even a fool could discern that. Hello? The cargo has already left the port. Remember to notify them on the receiving end. Don't let anything go awry. No rush. I trust you to handle this. All right then, I'll await your good news. After hanging up, an uncontrollable smile broke across Joya's face, his lips curving upwards in delight. During the call, Li Hua had informed him that the $50 billion would be in his account as soon as the day after tomorrow, and certainly within 3 days at the latest. Phew, time to prepare. The gold has been dispatched, and the money will soon follow. With a composed expression, Joya stepped away from the port, driving his adventurer's demon. Heading home. On the way, he contemplated the site selection for the bunker and facilities. Over the past few days, he had perused the map of Los Santos repeatedly. Yet he found no particularly satisfactory location. The bunker and research facilities could not be situated within the urban area of Los Santos. But they also couldn't be too far away, or else commuting would be exceedingly inconvenient. Ugh, no time to be choosy. Let us settle on the Sonora Desert. A few hundred kilometers north of Goodwood. Upon returning home, Joya wasted no time, dragging the bewildered Polaris straight to the Sonora Desert. They took turns driving for a full 8 hours. By the time they reached the location, darkness was nearly upon them. Exiting the rented SUV, Polaris surveyed the barren desert. Unable to restrain her curiosity as she questioned Joya, who seemed to be searching for something not far ahead. Joya, what exactly are we doing here? Camping? But this place is far too remote. I assent it. We're several kilometers away from the nearest highway, in such a desolate place where even animals are scarcely seen. Polaris found it incomprehensible why Joya had brought her here. Observing the surroundings, Joya nodded in satisfaction, then turned without looking back and cheerfully responded, "Don't worry, you'll understand soon." System, at the location beneath my feet, manifest the facility. With these words appearing on the system panel, a series of muffled sounds and slight tremors emanated from the ground beneath Joya. What is happening? An earthquake? Feeling the vibrations from below, Polaris furrowed her brow, then hurriedly jogged over to Joya, worry etched on her face. Joya, perhaps we should leave here first? Before she could finish, Polaris's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of an enormous oval metallic door beneath Joya's feet. What is this? A missile silo? No. I distinctly remember not sensing any metal here just moments ago. Noticing Polaris's dazed expression, Joya chuckled and gently tidied the disheveled hair of her companion. This is not a missile silo. This is my secret base. Polaris was taken aback even more. A secret base? You have a secret base? What is its purpose? Without delving into excessive explanations, Joya pulled Polaris back to the edge of the facility's entrance. You'll know once you step inside. With that, Joya crouched down, locating the concealed entrance control panel underground. Pressing a button, the panel ascended. Joya began to verify her fingerprint, iris, and voice print. Verification successful. The door is about to open. Please step back and maintain a safe distance. An electronic warning echoed from the control panel. Subsequently, the oval metallic door split down the middle, folding upward. As the door fully opened, the elevator ascended just in time. Glancing at the astonished Polaris, Joya smiled slyly. Lorna, wake up. Could you bring the vehicle over, please? Coming to her senses, Polaris gazed at the increasingly enigmatic Joya with a complex expression. With a quiet sigh, her heart filled with uncertainty, Polaris raised her hand. In the next moment, the distant SUV levitated and flew onto the facility's elevator. Unable to bear the emotional turmoil of uncertainty any longer, Polaris couldn't help but whisper, Joya, you will never leave me, right? Chapter 23. The impoverished Joya seeks collaboration with Dongda. Seeing Polaris's serious demeanor, Joya's lips twitched. It was hard to believe that Polaris was such a love-stricken woman. Come with me into the facility. I want you to truly experience my feelings for you, so you won't spend your days lost in thought. The interior of the underground facility was vast, to be honest. Even Joya was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the space upon entering. Compared to the facilities in Morality and Law 5, this one was significantly larger. With military warehouses, industrial sectors, living areas, experimental zones, and research districts, Joya could easily settle down in the facility if she had no aversion to living underground. In this place, apart from the absence of sunlight, all the necessities of life are abundantly met. Everything found in the city is available within the facility. Hours later, outside a lavish suite in the living quarters, Joya softly closed the door. Rubbing his slightly sore backside and waist, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. It felt rather nice to have someone care about his well-being. Yet, when it came to offering comfort, it was somewhat draining. Nevertheless, Joya found a certain joy in it. It was time to inspect the production line. He hoped it would be fully operational and not require overcoming any additional technical challenges for its manufacture. Gazing at the internal architectural blueprints adorning the corridor walls of the living quarters, Joya searched for a while before locating the military district. The vast facility was eerily empty, with only Joya and Polaris present. The level of automation was astonishing. It operated seamlessly without maintenance, a true testament to the system's rewards. The only drawback was the absence of advanced artificial intelligences like Jarvis or Red Queen. The electromagnetic rifles, Congeli tanks, Thunder Beast fighter jets, and Tyrant 2 aerial combat motorcycles comprised the 4 complete production lines awarded by the system, each situated within 4 distinct large factories. These production lines were fully automated. Given sufficient materials, they required only a handful of technicians monitoring from the control room to fulfill all manufacturing requirements. Moreover, the efficiency was remarkably high. Under optimal material conditions, the factory could produce 100 Congeli tanks in just half a month. The other 3 factories exhibited similar efficiency. Seated in the control room, Joya perused the materials list displayed on the computer. He then glanced down at the prices of various materials he had researched on his phone. Joya's gaze became vacant. Half a month? The efficiency was commendable, but these materials were exorbitantly priced. The cost of a Tyrant 2 was $20 million, a Congeli, $10 million, a Thunderbeast, $150 million, and an electromagnetic rifle, $150,000. How naive I was to think I would soon become wealthy. $50 billion could only yield a mere 30 Thunderbeasts. With tears in his eyes, Joya closed them in despair, taking deep breaths to calm the tumult of emotions within. Was this truly in dollars? Was this not merely toilet paper? Overwhelmed by his financial limitations, Joya reluctantly abandoned the notion of mass-producing these formidable weapons. It was simply beyond his means. Even if Stark were to assist, he would face the same constraints. However, even if mass production was unattainable, a limited production run was still within reach. Yet, this was a far cry from his vision of a sky darkened by swarms of Thunder Beast fighter jets and the ground teeming with countless Congeli tanks, advancing through a bioweapon-infested world to seize the progenitor virus. Just 3 Thunder Beasts amounted to $450 million. 100 Congeli tanks, $1 billion. Each Mark Rabbit costs $20 million, and with one for myself and one for Lorna, that amounts to $40 million. 200 electromagnetic rifles will cost $30 million. Furthermore, an additional investment of $1 billion is required from the Mayweather side. If DeFry and Avi take $50 million each, that's yet another $100 million gone. Altogether, this amounts to $2,600 million. Damn. Money. My money. After silently calculating the expenses, Joya felt a surge of determination within. No, I cannot return merely with the progenitor virus after such a substantial investment. I cannot accept returning without a significant profit. Gold, rare metals, and various technological data, anything of value must be reclaimed. With this thought in mind, Joya posed a question to the system. System, is the world of Resident Evil a gaming universe or a cinematic one? The Resident Evil instance is a gaming universe. Upon receiving the system's response, Joya furrowed his brow. How could it be a gaming world? In the Resident Evil games, governments around the world did not collapse due to the outbreak. How can I enjoy my plundering under such circumstances? System, what is the time node when I enter the Resident Evil world? The time node is September 8th, 1998, half a month before the Raccoon City crisis. With the time node revealed, Joya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Half a month should be sufficient for me to locate the sun ladder. System, can I choose the location of my arrival? Only the initial entry point can be specified. Alas, it seems that is not an option. Joya had initially planned to descend near the Nidibaya tribe in Africa with 200 of Mayweather's mercenaries. After securing the sun ladder, he would return to Marvel and then traverse to Raccoon City, saving considerable travel time. Unfortunately, since that is not feasible, he would have to devise another plan. Transport helicopters. Ships, fuel, armored vehicles, and supplies for 200 individuals will require funding. Ordinary equipment, weapons, and ammunition are readily available from Mayweather, stored in 10 large warehouses. However, finding fighter pilots posed a dilemma for Joya. After pondering for a while, Joya's gaze sharpened. He made a decision in his heart. Relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. Perhaps I could sell the design blueprints for the Kanjali tanks, the Thunder Beast fighter jets, and the electromagnetic rifles to the Eastern University. This would not only alleviate some financial pressure, but also enable me to acquire many sensitive items, such as armored vehicles, transport helicopters, and warships. In America, Joya could find a way to purchase them, but explaining their intended use would be challenging. Additionally, there are those exceedingly expensive materials, such as the coating on the Kanjali and Thunder Beast that reflects electromagnetic waves, allowing for radar invisibility, even if the American government sold them. Joya would hesitate to make such a purchase. However, collaborating with the Eastern University would be a different matter altogether. One involves the covert development of Joya in America, who orchestrated a bank heist that caused a significant embarrassment for the nation on the international stage. Who knows what further threats Joya may pose to America in the future. The other is a certain mysterious Eastern power that faces relentless opposition from America, enduring technological blockades and trade wars. The enemy of one's enemy is a friend. To some extent, both parties share mutual interests. Is this not a natural alliance? Collaboration with the Eastern power is essential for a sense of security. I recall before my journey, when a camel procured weapons worth billions from the Eastern power, only to have them intercepted by a bearded figure during transport. Fortunately, no harm was done. The weapons were merely confiscated while the individuals involved were safely released. Those very arms were subsequently employed against America's aircraft carriers. Does this not echo the current predicament I find myself in? Chapter 24. A more secure method than trade. Clearing his thoughts, Joya departed the facility with Polaris and returned to Los Santos. Along the way, he sought a suitable location near a farm to manifest a bunker. The bunker was far more rudimentary than the facility, containing only a weapons research area, a shooting range, a complete weapons production line, and a small living space. The overall decor was remarkably primitive. The floor was barely level, while the surrounding walls bore the marks of nature's handiwork, devoid of any human craftsmanship. This oppressive environment was not one in which Joya wished to linger, having just exited the facility. After a cursory inspection, the two promptly left. The weapons research area was undoubtedly the most crucial aspect of the bunker. However, Joya had no time to focus on such matters. His objective was the progenitor virus. He parked the vehicle near the Eastern Power's embassy and turned to Polaris in the passenger seat. "Are you coming along?" he inquired. Polaris wrinkled her nose in response. "Forget it. I wouldn't understand a word you say. I'd just be standing around like a fool. I think I'll explore a bit instead. I haven't had the chance to properly wander since arriving in this world." Hearing Polaris's words, a hint of remorse crossed Joya's face. "I apologize for neglecting you since bringing you here. I promise to take you to experience everything that piques your interest once I have the time." Seeing Joya's earnest promise, Polaris's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she waved him off, signaling that he could attend to his own affairs. Joya casually retrieved several bundles of dollars from the system space and tossed them into the back seat. "You can keep the car for now. I'll call you when I'm done," he said, bidding her a gentle farewell before exiting the vehicle. Once more, he infiltrated the Eastern Power's embassy. Joya had already copied the blueprints for the Kanjali, the Thunder Beast, and the electromagnetic rifle, encompassing all necessary technologies utilized in their manufacture. For instance, he included the technology and principles behind the vertical takeoff and landing of the Thunder Beast fighter jet. These documents would be invaluable not just to the Eastern Power, but to any developed nation, potentially advancing their military technology by decades. To those who possess understanding, the value of those blueprints is immediately apparent. However, for individuals lacking such insight or possessing only a superficial grasp of military technology, the blueprints brought by Joya hold little significance. Li Hua, a person with limited knowledge of military science, listened to Joya's discourse while gazing perplexedly at the images displayed on the computer. He nodded in a pretense of comprehension, utterly oblivious to the profound value concealed behind each technical term. Observing this, Joya shook his head in amusement. "Perhaps you should simply transmit these blueprints back to Dongda," he suggested. At this, Li Hua snapped back to reality, exhaling in relief, and eagerly nodded in agreement. Being tasked with examining such material was far more excruciating than dealing with the American journalists and politicians. As Li Hua sent the information back to Dongda and made a phone call to explain the situation, Joya did not rush to leave but instead glanced at the time. He then murmured, 20 minutes. Li Hua, just having hung up the phone, mistakenly thought Joya was addressing him and looked over in confusion. What about 20 minutes? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." With a light shake of his head, Joya replied, "It's nothing." Consequently, Li Hua did not pursue the matter further. shifting the conversation to casual topics, initially praising Joya's youthful accomplishments and subsequently probing, albeit subtly, whether Joya had any intentions of returning home. Joya, however, politely declined. Joya was conscious of the time. It had not yet reached 20 minutes, merely a little over 10 had passed. Suddenly, the ringtone of Li Hua's phone interrupted his enthusiastic portrayal of the merits of domestic opportunities. Glancing at the caller ID, Li Hua's expression soured, and he was about to dismiss the call when he was startled by the urgent voice on the other end. Li Hua, is that young comrade still with you? The gravity of the inquiry left Li Hua astounded. He now comprehended the significance of Joya's earlier mention of 20 minutes. Were those blueprints truly that crucial? Had they even attracted the attention of the Grand Elder? Did they contain extraterrestrial advanced technology? As his mind raced with speculation, Li Hua quickly responded, yes. He is currently in my bedroom. Good. Please hand the phone to him. At this, Li Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the Grand Elder wished to communicate directly? Certainly. Returning to the bedroom, Li Hua, his expression a mix of emotions, handed the phone to Joya, who wore a knowing smile. Li Hua wanted to caution Joya about the identity of the person on the other end, but ultimately only opened his mouth in silence, unable to articulate his concern. Yet, he was deeply anxious that Joya might inadvertently say something inappropriate. He silently pointed toward the ceiling, the extent of his warning. Observing this, Joya retracted his smile, pondering, how high could this above be? Could it possibly be the Grand Elder himself? As a mere thief who seized a mere 50 tons of gold, I doubt that even the highest value information could rouse the Elder. It seems that Li Hua is perhaps overreacting. Xiaoya chuckled and shook his head as he took the phone. Hello, comrade, this is Xiaoya. Greetings, comrade Xiaoya. I am the Elder. Is it really you? The Elder? Xiaoya's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise, his eyes widening as he glanced at Li Hua, then pointed at the phone. Noticing the other party nodding seriously, Xiaoya took a deep breath. Calm, I am not of this world. Why am I so agitated? Despite his attempts at composure, the world he had traversed from still held some sway over him. He strove to steady his emotions. What should I say? How should I broach the subject of our transaction? The carefully prepared speech began to elude him. Faced with the identity of the person on the other end, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to initiate the discussion regarding their deal. It seemed the individual on the other end could sense Xiaoya's hesitation. Noticing his prolonged silence, they spoke gently. The outside world is not like home. Do take care. No. Goodness. Wait. Why are you suddenly appealing to emotions? Even if it feels familiar, it is not truly my home. Xiaoya let out a soft sound, and he hardly noticed that his voice had shifted slightly. If there is anything you need, just inform Li Hua. If you encounter matters that cannot be resolved, feel free to contact Li Hua directly or reach out to me. When weary, return home to rest. The wanderer must ultimately return, and fallen leaves must return to their roots. Home, the homeland, the return of fallen leaves. These notions are inextricable for the sons and daughters of Huaxia. Standing by the roadside, his gaze lost in the sky, Xiaoyu could not recall when he had hung up the phone. The objective had been achieved in a manner he had not anticipated. Throughout the conversation, he had not once mentioned the terms transaction or cooperation. Yet Xiaoya understood that the words spoken by that individual held more weight than any contract or agreement. Home? My home is not here. My homeland is not here. The emotional appeal holds limited effect for me. Chapter 25, Transmigration, Yellow-Robed Man, Ruins. A month had swiftly passed. International news continued to report on the Pacific Bank heist. But the focus had shifted from the thief to the incompetence of the Los Santos police and various agents. Regardless of the events unfolding in the outside world, they had no impact on Xiaoya. After that phone call, he and Li Hua conversed for an extended period, during which he meticulously outlined a detailed list of his desired items. According to previous calculations, after deducting the $1 billion invested in Mayweather and the $1 billion in dividends for DeFry and Avi, he required a total of $15.2 billion. Once the blueprints were transmitted back to Dongda, Xiaoya not only refrained from spending money, but also found his funds had increased beyond the original $50 billion, now totaling $100 billion. With an array of materials and military supplies, he had spent not a single cent, leaving $89 billion still resting in his account. This significantly boosted his favorable opinion of Dongda, the facilities in the Sonola Desert. In a conference room capable of accommodating several hundred individuals, Joya, accompanied by Polaris, stood at the podium. Below him were 200 fully armed mercenaries from the Merryweather Company. Following a financial influx and subsequent recruitment, his company had now expanded to over 1,000 highly skilled veterans, all seasoned by the trials of warfare. Such battle-hardened soldiers are scarce in many nations, yet in America, they abound. After all, America is engaged in the global endeavor of maintaining peace while neglecting its veterans. Who am I? I believe I need not elaborate further, he declared. his voice resonating with authority as the mercenaries responded in unison, their voices strong and synchronized. Satisfied, Joya nodded in approval. The gear you wear, the expenses of your families, the education of your children, your housing, healthcare, and even your endless pursuits of pleasure. Who provides for all this? It is I. In a world where others toil through 3 jobs a day or even resort to selling plasma to survive, shout it out loud. I am your benefactor. Given you such generous treatment, how will you repay me? Upon hearing Joya's words, the 200 mercenaries stamped their feet in unison, their voices rising in a fervent chant. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. Joya's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Pleased that his subordinates recognized their identities and the privileges they enjoyed were a direct result of his efforts. It was a relief that Marvel was not produced in Korea, as he found himself amusingly envisioning the scene of the mercenaries chanting in Korean. Struggling to suppress a grin, Joya raised his hand to command silence. Once the mercenaries quieted, he continued, "Excellent. After more than half a month of rigorous training, it is now time for you to prove your worth. I need you to locate a flower known as the Sun's Staircase within an ancient ruin. I trust you will not disappoint me." Noting the high spirits among his mercenaries, Joya refrained from further elaboration. With a grand gesture, a square time-space portal, measuring 2 meters on each side and leading to a world of biochemical crises, materialized before the podium. The sudden appearance of the portal elicited no reaction from the mercenaries below, not due to a lack of surprise, but because Joya was observing them intently. Regardless of what transpired before them, even if the sky were to fall, they would not act without his command. As Joya witnessed the mercenaries' formidable psychological resilience and willpower suppressing their astonishment, his satisfaction grew. Now, depart. With a salute to Joya, the 200 mercenaries formed 2 orderly lines and passed through the time-space portal. Once everyone had entered and no unusual sounds followed, Joya, accompanied by Polaris, stepped into the portal as well. After their departure, the portal vanished. However, in the next moment, within the now empty conference room, a figure cloaked in a yellow robe and entirely shrouded by a hood materialized at the spot where the portal had just been. A figure stood before the vanishing portal of time and space, seemingly immersed in contemplation. Moments later, a silhouette clad in a flowing yellow robe began to gesture with both hands in the void. Subsequently, a series of radiant golden magical circles emerged one after another, followed by waves of green light. Yet, despite the fervent efforts, the robed figure sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he surveyed the conference room. He then approached the podium, gazing downward. Why has the unknown power of time and space completely vanished from the entirety of the multiverse this time? The 4th wall was touched gently by the figure's hand, who, with a distant gaze, murmured softly, "Does it truly exist?" As the words fell, the figure dissipated, as if he had never been there. In Africa, near the ruins of the Nidi tribe, 200 fully armed mercenaries, gripping their standard carbines, cautiously guarded against potential dangers lurking in the tropical rainforest. "Spread out. Give me some space," came the command from Joya. The mercenaries, fully equipped, cautiously cleared the obstacles and gradually fanned out. "That is enough. Stay alert. No creature may approach. Fire at will." With nearly 300 square meters of space cleared, Joya retrieved a drone station from the system's inventory. He then produced all-terrain armored vehicles, conjalate tanks, and 3 Thunder Beast fighters. Furthermore, there were ample tents, diesel generators, supplies, various medications, and serums. Half a day later, a heavily fortified makeshift command center, along with several military tents, emerged within the tropical rainforest. Inside the command center, Joya pointed at the photographs captured by the drone, addressing the 15 instructors present. "Over 20 kilometers from our current location, we have discovered a ruin. There should be what I need therein. You may take anything from the camp, but I have one request. Retrieve the sun ladder for me. Do you all understand?" In response, the 15 instructors chorused affirmatively, "Yes, Commander. We shall depart immediately and ensure the mission is accomplished." Without hesitation, they turned to leave, but Joya quickly halted them. "Come back. I have not finished speaking." Once everyone returned to their places, Joya continued, "I have already had the route surveyed by drones. It is not an easy path. Therefore, I plan to send 30 individuals via helicopter to parachute in first. The rest will remain at the camp." His gaze swept over all present as he elaborated. The drones did not detect any dangers outside the ruins, but the reconnaissance team could not locate the entrance to the interior. "Your mission is to find the entrance to the ruins and eliminate any potential zombies or tyrants within." Chapter 26. The ruined zombie tide as Joya's words echoed. The Polaris beside him could not restrain herself from inquiring, "Zombies? Tyrants? What are they?" Turning his gaze towards the North Star, Joya then glanced at the 15 mercenaries, who wore expressions of bewilderment, yet refrained from voicing their inquiries. After a moment of silence, he pondered how best to elucidate the situation. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the absence of films and games featuring zombies is quite logical. Consider zombies merely as adversaries, infected foes from whom you must avoid scratches or bites at all costs. Should you inadvertently become infected, you would swiftly transform into one of their kind, losing all rationality and becoming a bloodthirsty undead. The notion of zombies, as articulated by Joya, elicited exchanged glances among those present. Moreover, these undead entities possess little to no pain sensitivity, driven solely by a desire for blood. Thus, to avoid becoming one of them, you must aim for the head when firing your weapons. I trust this should not pose a challenge for you. Upon hearing this, the 15 instructors fell silent for a moment before stamping their feet in unison and saluting, subsequently declaring, "We guarantee the completion of the mission." "Excellent," Joya replied, nodding in satisfaction as he pointed to 3 of the instructors. "You 3, each lead a team of 10, depart immediately. The rest shall remain at the camp on alert, ready to support the task force." Receiving their orders, the 15 instructors saluted once more. "Yes, sir," as he watched a transport helicopter carry a 33-member team, along with an arsenal of weapons and ammunition, towards the ruins. Joya exhaled softly. "I hope I won't have to wait too long." He held no concerns regarding the success of acquiring the progenitor virus. The munitions and devastating weaponry stored within his system space would suffice not just for seizing a single virus, but even for assaulting an entire city, when faced with firearms. Zombies are as fragile as paper. The apocalyptic novels Joya had perused prior to his traversal, if they failed to enhance the zombies or restrict the use of firearms, would find it nearly impossible to progress. Conversely, should these mercenaries fail, it would then fall upon Joya and the North Star to proceed. Joya merely played a supplementary role. The primary combat power resided with the North Star. Back at the command center, Joya and the North Star focused intently on the computer screen, which displayed footage from inside the transport helicopter. Among the 200 mercenaries arriving in this biochemical crisis, each bore a concealed camera that would not impede their movements. The footage captured during their operations would be transmitted to a signal vehicle with a vast coverage area. Lorna, observe closely. I remain uncertain of the precise number of zombies and tyrants within the ruins. However, I am certain that danger lurks within. As he spoke, Joya's expression grew somewhat grave as he looked towards the North Star. If they fail, it will be up to us. Upon hearing this, North Star furrowed her brows. Why? If this place is so perilous, why are we here? I dislike that you never consult me before making decisions. It makes me feel as though you do not trust me. Noticing North Star's agitation, Joya hastily sought to console her. Look at me. With both hands gripping the shoulders of Polaris, Joya wore a serious expression. I assure you, there will be no next time. If I have any further plans, I will discuss them with you. But this time, please believe me. What lies within that ruin is of utmost importance to me. It has the potential to empower me, to become extraordinarily strong. I wish to protect you and safeguard everything I hold dear from being seized by others. Upon hearing these words, Polaris took a deep breath and calmed down. Then, overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced Joya and kissed him passionately. After a long moment, their lips parted. I understand. If they fail, I will help you obtain what you seek. As they approached their destination, the pilot of the transport helicopter announced, we will be descending in 1 minute. Good luck to all. The mercenaries, already prepared within the cabin, stood up from their seats. They formed an orderly line and moved to the cabin door. 1 minute passed, and the helicopter gradually stabilized. Quickly, the door swung open, and a rope was tossed down. The 33 mercenaries completed their rapid descent within mere minutes. Once on the ground, the helicopter returned to base. The location of the ruins was deep within the forest, leaving the helicopter with no place to land. 18 mercenaries, armed with electromagnetic rifles and wearing thermal imaging helmets, were fully equipped alongside instructors. 15 more, armed with standard carbines and wearing night vision helmets, were also fully prepared. With such firepower, the likelihood of failure was minimal unless they encountered an excessively large mutant. Silently, they exchanged gestures. 3 instructors, each leading 10 team members, began searching for an entrance around the perimeter of the ruins. Half an hour later, the 3 squads of mercenaries regrouped after finding nothing, all shaking their heads. After a moment of contemplation, one instructor suggested, let us use explosives. Upon hearing this, the other 2 nodded in agreement. They located a spot blocked by rubble that appeared to be an entrance and set up explosives. Retreating to a safe distance, the mercenaries pressed the detonation button. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed, sending debris flying everywhere. The entrance was successfully blasted open just as the instructors prepared to lead their teams inside the ruins. Suddenly, chilling roars echoed. One after another, they raised their rifles, aiming at the entrance. One instructor, with a light-hearted tone, quipped, "Oh, looks like the residents here are quite welcoming." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a horde of corpses surged forth from the darkness, blocking the entrance entirely. "Oh, damn it! Open fire! Open fire!" Without needing further instruction, upon sighting the grotesque, decaying zombies that emitted horrific howls, the mercenaries unhesitatingly opened fire. Whoosh! Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! The explosive sounds of electromagnetic rifle rounds mixed with the suppressed gunfire rang out as zombies fell one after another. The scene of battle was exceedingly gruesome. Reload. Fall back. Fall back. Damn it, how many of these monsters are there? Be cautious of the grenades. Nearly minutes into the battle, a vast accumulation of undead corpses had already formed outside the entrance of the ruins. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than several thousand bodies. Yet, the tide of zombies continued to surge forth from the entrance of the ruins. In the command center, Joya and Polaris exchanged worried glances as they studied the footage on the monitor. Their suspicions regarding the overwhelming number of zombies had proven correct. The undead within the ruins were undoubtedly released by the Umbrella Corporation, whether for the purpose of observation or to guard the Sun Staircase. A considerable number of zombies had been introduced into the ruins. Now, the advance team dispatched by Joya would inevitably face a fierce battle. Restless and perturbed, Joya's fingers drummed incessantly on the table. Without further hesitation, he seized the intercom on the desk and spoke decisively. Deploy 20 more personnel and 5 armed helicopters immediately. Prepare the fighter jets for support at a moment's notice. Chapter 27, Loyalty. Upon hearing Joya's command over the intercom, all mercenaries in the camp sprang into action. Hurry! Hurry! The 5 armed helicopters took off in rapid succession, while 20 mercenaries and 2 instructors swiftly boarded a transport helicopter laden with ammunition crates. In under 3 minutes, the support troops were en route. Fixated on the monitor, Joya watched as the advance team of mercenaries was relentlessly pushed back by the advancing horde of zombies. He exhaled softly. I hope we make it in time. Human endurance has its limits. The advance team had a limited supply of ammunition. It was not that they were unwilling to airdrop supplies. Rather, the ruins were completely encircled by dense foliage, making it likely that airdrop crates would become ensnared in the trees, should they fail to annihilate the zombies at the entrance. The danger would escalate significantly upon subsequent attempts to send reinforcements. Should he deploy some robotic dogs? Contemplating the meager number of 800 robotic dogs gifted by the system, Joya felt a deep sense of conflict. He was reluctant to squander these robotic dogs in such a setting. He envisioned saving them for the urban warfare that would ensue in Raccoon City once it fell completely to the undead. There, the robotic dogs would be tasked with clearing out the zombies while the mercenaries focused on scavenging and transporting gold. Hearing Joya's murmured thoughts, Polaris chose to remain silent, sitting quietly to the side. With fewer than 150 personnel remaining in the camp, even the potential loss of 40 robotic dogs would not be a significant concern. With this in mind, Joya rose and stepped outside. He retrieved 40 robotic dogs from the system space and enlisted 40 mercenaries skilled in remote operation to accompany them in support. Upon returning to the command center and taking a seat, Joya's earlier anxiety began to dissipate. This should suffice, he thought. At the entrance of the ruins, just a few dozen meters down the steps. Fall back. Fall back. If you retreat any further, you'll be entering the dense forest. Upon hearing this, the 3 instructors exchanged hurried glances over their shoulders, their hearts sinking. Damn it, have we already retreated this far? All members of the advance team were acutely aware that the dense forest was an absolute no-go zone. Once they ventured into the thicket, obscured by the towering trees, they would swiftly be overwhelmed by the horde of corpses. Taking a deep breath, the 3 instructors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared resolve. While firing their weapons, they shouted, "Brothers, we have all served in the military, obeying orders and engaging in battles across various fronts. Yet, this has not altered the course of our lives. Even after joining Merryweather, our circumstances remained unchanged. It was only after our boss took over Merryweather that we began to live the life we had always dreamed of. Our families take pride in us. Our children attend the finest schools, receiving the best education." Upon hearing these words, everyone present realized what the instructors were likely to say next. A heavy silence fell as the attendees recalled their pasts, and the smiles on their families' faces over the past month, while continuously reloading and firing their weapons. Moments later, the 3 instructors continued, "Brothers, it is my honor to fight alongside you. The time for loyalty has arrived. Let us risk our lives to push these monsters back. We must clear the path for our boss. We cannot allow these creatures to penetrate the forest." There was no need for further explanation. Everyone understood that if these monsters were allowed into the forest, the subsequent efforts by Joya to cleanse the area would be fraught with peril and resistance. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. The shouts, though not perfectly synchronized, were short yet powerful. The 33 advanced team members, resolute in their determination, refused to retreat even a single step. Instead, they pressed forward against the tide of the undead. However, this courageous stance placed them in an exceedingly perilous situation. As anticipated, casualties soon emerged. Click, click, click. One of the leading team members, upon hearing the sound emanating from his rifle, widened his eyes in alarm. "I've jammed," he shouted urgently, hastily discarding his rifle and drawing the pistol from his thigh holster. Yet, despite his timely warning and quick response, the zombie that should have fallen to his rifle mere moments ago lunged at him, knocking him to the ground within seconds. Immediately, countless zombies overwhelmed him. The horrifying screams sent shockwaves through the other members. No. Damn it. Those cursed monsters. Witnessing their familiar comrade engulfed by the horde. The advanced team members erupted in furious curses, their rate of fire and reloading escalating. However, such intense shooting could not be sustained. Their weapons and ammunition would soon reach their limits. At the command center, Joya, seated before the monitor, had been left speechless after hearing the advanced team's declarations. His lips parting slightly with a complex expression. In contrast to Joya's relative composure, Polaris could no longer contain himself. "Joya, let me go? They should not perish there." Upon hearing this, Joya closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and spoke softly. "You may not arrive in time. Moreover, the reinforcements I dispatched are nearing their destination. Let us wait a little longer." Hearing Joya's words, Polaris slowly lowered his head, his tone somber. "They may indeed die there. I understand. I will provide their families with a generous compensation, and their salaries will continue uninterrupted. Yet, their children have lost their fathers. Others may not matter. But these are your loyal subordinates. Can you truly bear to watch them all perish there?" Polaris's words struck deeply into Joya's heart. Clenching his teeth, Joya's mind was tumultuous. If these men were treacherous, he would not care if they met their demise. However, these individuals were genuinely grateful and willing to lay down their lives for Joya's cause. One breath, two breaths. Joya loosened his tightly clenched fists, abruptly opened his eyes, and seized the intercom on the table. "Prepare the fighter jets. Depart immediately. Blow open the ruins." After relaying his commands, Joya turned to Polaris. "Can you ride a motorcycle?" Polaris nodded in confusion, quietly observing Joya. "You are right. They should not die here. They should not succumb to these zombies." With that, Joya turned and strode out. Observing Joya's retreating figure, Polaris involuntarily smiled. Without hesitation, he followed suit. "Everyone, hold the camp until I return. Extract 2 Tyrant 2s from the system space." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Joya and Polaris mounted the Mark Rabbit and soared into the sky, pursuing the Thunderbeast fighter jet that had already ventured far ahead. Chapter 28. Have I aired? Outside the ruins. Click, click, click. Change. I'm out of ammunition. Beep, beep, beep. The electromagnetic rifle is out of power. A similar scene unfolded for most of the advanced team members. Deprived of their primary weapons, these individuals remained resolute, refusing to retreat even an inch. Drawing their pistols, they conserved ammunition, aiming for headshots, each bullet claiming a zombie. Yet, without sufficient firepower to suppress the onslaught, the horde of undead advanced at an alarming pace. Fear? Terror? Undoubtedly. They faced a horde of inhuman monsters, grotesque in appearance and undaunted by death, their numbers overwhelming and despair-inducing. However, compared to their own lives, they harbored a conviction worth fighting to the death for. With ammunition depleted and corpses strewn about, the tide of zombies showed no sign of abating. "I'm sorry. I cannot return. Take care of the children." The advanced team members whispered their final farewells to the hidden cameras on their bodies. They then discarded their empty pistols. Loyalty. Loyalty. 32 advanced team members roared, drawing their final weapons, daggers. Just as they prepared to charge into the horde one last time, a whoosh filled the air, growing ever closer. In the blink of an eye, 3 Thunderbeast fighters hovered a short distance behind them, inclined at a 45-degree angle towards the ground. The aircraft's rapid-fire cannons unleashed a barrage upon the oncoming horde, their thunderous roars resonating through the air. The explosive rounds rained down upon the mass of corpses, reminiscent of grenades plunging into a still pond. Countless zombies were obliterated, flesh and blood scattering in the aftermath. Bombardment is imminent. Ground forces, retreat 200 meters. Repeat. Bombardment is imminent. Ground forces, retreat 200 meters. Upon hearing the voice crackling through their headsets, the advanced team looked up at the Thunderbeast, which was methodically gunning down the horde. 3 instructors, snapping back from their near-death trance, hastily issued commands. Reinforcements had arrived. Although they had previously received word of support from Joya, the overwhelming size of the horde had left them with little hope that their 30-odd members could endure until aid arrived. Clearly, they had underestimated the flight speed of the Thunderbeast fighters. Quickly, retreat 200 meters. At the sound of the instructor's shout, the 32 members of the advanced team did not hesitate, turning to dash into the dense forest behind them. Once they confirmed that all members had regrouped, one of the instructors pressed his headset and reported, "All personnel have safely evacuated to a secure location. Over. Received. Bombardment is imminent. Over." From the moment the Thunderbeast fighters arrived to confront the horde, It took just over a minute for the tide to be pushed back to the ruins entrance. The speed at which they surged forth from the entrance could no longer keep pace with the rate at which they were being neutralized. Beep, beep, beep. The Thunder Beast's rapid-fire cannons paused momentarily before the guided missiles locked onto the still exiting horde from the ruins entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The relentless bombardment continued for several minutes, enveloping the battlefield in a thick cloud of smoke. Ammo depleted. The area is shrouded in smoke, unable to confirm target status. Requesting return to base. Over. Received. The second aerial support unit is en route. Return permitted. Over. Listening to the communication between the fighter pilots and the command vehicle, Joya gazed towards the smoke-shrouded battlefield ahead, flanked by armed helicopters and transport choppers behind him. These are my subordinates. Compared to bank heists, Joya found the thrill of commanding fully armed mercenaries equipped with advanced military technology far more intoxicating. They must be cultivated diligently. These individuals are the foundation of my plunder across myriad realms. Lorna, I am accelerating. With that declaration, Joya pressed the throttle to the maximum, surging forward. Yet, in the next moment, the Polaris Mark Rabbit zipped past him at an even greater speed. No, how can you cheat with your own abilities? Ha, Joya, I'm off ahead. Observing the speedometer reading 132 miles per hour, Joya could only shake his head in resignation. Before long, as Joya arrived, the haze had considerably dissipated. Upon landing beside Polaris, Joya surveyed the surroundings. Where were the scouts? In response, Polaris gestured towards the entrance of the ruins. As the thick smoke gradually cleared, Joya beheld his loyal mercenaries. At that moment, the scouts were finishing off the few remaining zombies. Piles of corpses scattered throughout the ruins resembled small hills. Fortunately, thanks to the bombardment from the fighter jets, a pathway to the entrance of the ruins had been somewhat cleared. It appeared the zombies had been eradicated. After murmuring softly, Joya pressed his earpiece, issuing commands. He instructed the support team to arrive and clear the surrounding trees and environment to ensure a safe landing for the helicopter. Acknowledged. Finished. Turning to Polaris, Joya spoke. Let us proceed. It is time to seek what I require. Indeed. Taking a few steps forward, Polaris positioned herself protectively behind Joya, advancing with a vigilant demeanor. Gripping a few coins in her hand, she remained ever ready to confront any unforeseen crisis. Am I truly so frail that I cannot handle even the zombies? Is her concern perhaps a tad excessive? Observing Polaris's demeanor, Joya felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet the involuntary smile at the corners of his mouth revealed his enjoyment of the moment. Not long after, Polaris suddenly halted. Noticing this, Joya turned his gaze forward, and his expression froze. Not far ahead, the Soul Scout, overwhelmed by the horde of zombies, lay sprawled on the ground. His face contorted in agony as he emitted faint growls towards his former comrades encircling him. His lower half had vanished entirely. Witnessing this scene weighed heavily on Joya's heart. He stepped forward. Boss, under the watchful eyes of the scouts, Joya approached the unique zombie, crouched down, and spoke in a solemn tone. I apologize for my tardiness. I should have dispatched the fighter jets sooner. Grr. Observing the mercenary who had sacrificed his life for his goals, now reduced to a mindless zombie, Joya struggled to articulate his feelings. Perhaps, had he not ventured into this world, this man would not have perished, his wife would not have lost her husband. His children would not have lost their father, and his parents would not have lost their son. Did I err? No. I am not in the wrong. Extending his hand, he grasped a handgun from the system's space, pressing it against the zombie's forehead. If I do not take this action, in this perilous Marvel world, not only might I perish, but he too could meet his end in an unknown corner. If he dies for my sake, at least his family will receive substantial financial compensation and care from the company. Your family will receive a generous pension. Your children will receive the finest education. I assure you, no one shall bully your family. Rest in peace. Closing his eyes, Joya pulled the trigger. At that moment, everyone turned away, unable to bear the sight. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The faint growl abruptly ceased. Chapter 29. The Sun's Staircase. Firm in his convictions, Joya turned his head, his expression grave as he regarded the others. He then retrieved a considerable cache of arms and provisions from the system space and declared, rest for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, we will enter the ruins and search for the Sun's Staircase. Merely a few meters away from a mound of corpses that had once been zombies, 32 mercenaries began to open weapon crates, extracting firearms and ammunition. They subsequently retrieved food and water from the supply boxes, seeking a clean spot to rest their weary bodies. Noticing that Joya remained standing in front of the fallen mercenary, head bowed in a daze as he stared at the lifeless form, Polaris approached slowly, wrapping her arms around him from behind in silent comfort. Grasping Polaris's hand that rested against her abdomen, Joya managed a smile. I'm fine. Such mercenaries should indeed be regarded as warriors. I take great pride in having such warriors by my side. His sacrifice was not in vain, and everything I do is worthwhile. In that perilous world, without the power to protect oneself, there will inevitably come a day when we all face a 50% chance of dying due to unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Joya's words, Polaris was somewhat puzzled by the accuracy of such a probability. However, accustomed to Joya's enigmatic nature, she refrained from questioning him and softly declared, "I will protect you." At this, Joya smiled again, offering no rebuttal. Polaris against Thanos? Undoubtedly, it would be Thanos who would overpower Polaris. Their hands remained tightly intertwined, quietly savoring each other's presence. When the time was ripe, Joya spoke, "It's time to depart." Yes, he called to the 32 warriors. He produced a significant amount of fuel and ammunition, placing them beside a cleared area designated for landing. "Helicopter patrols, advanced team, mechanical hounds, follow me into the ruins." 40 robotic dogs led the charge, followed closely by the advanced team, with Joya and Polaris walking at the center, while reinforcements arrived aboard a transport helicopter from behind. They entered the ruins through an entrance wide enough for dozens to pass simultaneously, opened by fighter jets. The group proceeded with caution, ever vigilant against the potential emergence of man-eating monsters. The interior of the ruins was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any illumination. Even with night vision goggles, visibility was limited. However, with Joya present and ample military supplies at their disposal, they did not need to conserve illumination flares, allowing for a steady pace of advancement. "Boss, the path ahead is blocked by a stone door." Upon hearing this, Joya furrowed his brow. Now that they had entered the ruins, using explosives carelessly was no longer an option. Any collapse could entrap them within. "Is there no other route?" he inquired. "I'm afraid not. No alternative paths have been discovered." Taking a deep breath, Joya resigned himself and moved forward. "Joya, what are you doing?" Polaris called out, worry etched on her face. Joya turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. I shall merely assist in opening the door. Danger shall not be encountered." With those words, Joya afforded Polaris no opportunity to speak again, promptly issuing commands to the others. "Be vigilant. Prepare to fire at a moment's notice." Affirmative. Upon hearing Joya's orders, everyone immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the stone door not far ahead. "Curse Joya, you do this again," Polaris muttered under her breath, hastening to Joya's side. Sensing Polaris's movement, Joya contemplated urging her to retreat, but upon meeting her resolute gaze, she swallowed her words. Arriving at the stone door, Joya placed her hands upon it and glanced back at the prepared soldiers, nodding affirmatively. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Joya swiftly transported the stone door into the system space and quickly took cover. The darkness within was illuminated. Countless zombies turned their heads in a mechanical fashion, emitting a cacophony of howls. Hiss. Ah. Fire. Shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat. The battle commenced once more. Observing this, Joya grasped Polaris's hand and swiftly returned to the center of the formation, gazing into the doorway. "Damn, why are there so many zombies again?" Joya's brow furrowed in irritation. From the system space, she retrieved a dozen or so heavy machine guns equipped with mounts. "We'll use these." The soldiers surrounding Joya's eyes lit up at the sight of these fine weapons, promptly pairing up to operate the heavy machine guns. "Move aside, those in front." At the shout, the Vanguard team members immediately retreated to the sides. "Hey, take this. You wretched monsters." Virum. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, illuminating the front. In an instant, the densely packed zombies within the door were reduced to mere fragments. In a mere few seconds, the 10 heavy machine guns, loaded with 762 ammunition, unleashed nearly 100,000 rounds. Once silence reigned within the doorway, the gunfire gradually subsided. Phew, this is exhilarating. Releasing the heavy machine gun, Joya produced several ammunition boxes to place beside it. She then declared, "Onward." Without further instruction, the soldiers operating the heavy machine guns instinctively hoisted the ammunition boxes onto their backs and attached the ammo belts to the guns. Subsequently, they dismantled the mounts and, carrying the heavy machine guns, advanced to the forefront behind the reconnaissance robotic dog. After a brief moment, "Boss, we have located it. The solar staircase is right inside." Upon hearing this, Joya could not help but burst into laughter. "Haha, excellent. Diligence bears fruit." Having finally found the ancestral virus, Joya promptly commanded everyone to follow the robotic dog into the corridor. The corridor was not long, and soon they arrived at a spacious, circular chamber. The walls were adorned with murals, and above, a circular opening allowed a view of the outside. Sunlight streamed through this opening, illuminating the solar staircase upon the altar. Standing before the altar, which was adorned with the solar staircase, Joya felt a surge of excitement. Everyone remained vigilant. No matter what transpired, do not panic. With those words, Joya, smiling, stepped forward toward the altar. Beside him, Polaris remained steadfastly by his side, an expression of deep concern etched upon her features. This place felt exceedingly peculiar. particularly those flowers, which instilled in her an ominous sense. She yearned to dissuade Joya, urging him to abandon his quest. Yet, contemplating the efforts Joya had expended for this pursuit, Polaris found herself unable to voice her apprehensions. Reluctantly, she could only accompany him silently towards the eerie blossoms that unsettled her. Noticing that Polaris continued to trail him, her demeanor fraught with unease, Joya turned to face her earnestly. Lorna, you cannot follow me. That thing is perilous. Seeing her silent yet worry-laden gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Joya felt a surge of emotion. Joya, please don't approach it. It makes me anxious. I fear for your safety, she implored. Gently pinching Polaris's cheek, Joya responded softly. Trust me, I am unique. It poses no harm to me, only benefits. However, for you, it is exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, you truly cannot follow. If anything were to happen to you, I would bear the guilt and remorse for a lifetime. Trust me, Lorna. Chapter 30. Perfect fusion of the primordial virus. Polaris' instincts were astute. The primordial virus was an exceedingly perilous entity for anyone, a harbinger of doom. Yet for Joya, who possessed the system, the primordial virus held no threat. It merely served as a key to the extraordinary. This was merely the commencement. The inception, a beginning that transcended all realms. Cradling Polaris's face, he placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Subsequently, Joya patted her back and turned towards the solar steps. Ascending the staircase, he reached the circular altar, standing at its center. Before the vibrant crimson flowers adorning the solar steps, Joya inhaled deeply. System, what must I do? Ingest the flower's essence to allow the virus to enter your body. The system will assist the host in achieving perfect fusion. All right. He exhaled softly, reaching for a vivid red flower from the solar steps. Joya, at the sound, he turned back. Seeing Polaris on the brink of tears, her emotions clearly overwhelming her, he offered her a reassuring smile. His gaze then swept over the warriors who had accompanied him, their expressions filled with confusion and concern. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Was it responsibility? Or perhaps a sense of belonging? Perhaps it was both. As a traveler, he was meant to be solitary, unencumbered. Yet now he had someone to care for. Someone he did not wish to lose. This feeling was rather pleasant. With unwavering resolve, Joya fixed his gaze upon the flower in his hand. Join me in glory. Bask in riches and eternal honor. To those who stand against me, exterminate. Incinerate. Seize everything. With that declaration, Joya closed his eyes and, under the watchful gaze of many, consumed the flower without hesitation. Gulp. Without a moment's chew, he swallowed it whole. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Joya stood there in silence, with nothing occurring and no sensations to speak of. Just as he was about to inquire about the system, a distinct feeling surged within him, akin to ants gnawing and devouring every cell in his body. It had begun. Enduring the agony in silence, he managed to crack open his eyes just a sliver. Gazing at the anxious Polaris, who stood with her hands clasped in front of her chest. I should find a secluded spot, he thought. He had no choice but to bear it, unable even to emit a cry of despair. Joya was acutely aware that should he dare to scream, Polaris would rush to his side immediately. The lethality of the ancestral virus was alarmingly high. He could not allow Polaris to approach him under any circumstances. As he endured immense suffering and torment, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his consciousness began to waver. This was the price of becoming stronger. Compared to others, Joya was remarkably fortunate, having the system's assistance. Had any of the others present been in his position, they would have long since succumbed to the transformation into the undead. His awareness plummeted, as if plummeting into an abyss with no bottom. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness of his mind, gradually enveloping Joya. It was a carousel of memories, replaying scenes from his life, from birth until the present moment. System. Why is this carousel of memories appearing? Where are you? System. No matter how fervently Joya called, the system remained unresponsive. No, I can't be turning into a zombie, can I? The moment this thought flickered in his mind, the memories enveloping him evaporated in an instant. He jolted awake, gasping for breath in terror. Joya? What's wrong? Are you all right? At the sound of Polaris's distant voice, Joya snapped back to reality, lifting his head to meet her gaze and forcing a smile. Upon seeing Joya's expression, Polaris felt a measure of relief, though her brow remained furrowed with concern. After calming Polaris, Joya realized that the pain within him had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment. It felt as though he were a sponge saturated with water or a prisoner liberated from heavy shackles. More accurately, it resembled the relief experienced by a claustrophobic individual released from a confined dark space after decades of entrapment. System? Has the fusion been completed? The fusion of the ancestral virus has been completed. The host's lifespan has been significantly extended and physical constitution greatly enhanced. Receiving an affirmative response from the system, Joya's expression brightened with excitement. However, a sudden thought struck him. System, I recall that the ancestral virus does not transform humans into zombies, possessing a high fatality rate but lacking infectiousness. How am I to assist my warriors in fusing with the virus? Joa certainly did not wish for his subordinates to meet their demise due to his actions. The ancestral virus fused by the host has been enhanced by the system. The host may choose, according to their will, to successfully infect others and impose restrictions. Upon hearing this, Joa recalled earlier words imparted by the system. Other infected individuals pose no threat to themselves, including mental and linguistic harm. Gazing at the distant crowd with a worried expression, Joya raised an eyebrow. It seemed unnecessary to impose restrictions, as they would not engage in any threatening or harmful behavior towards me. The Captain America Legion, haha, this goal shall soon be realized. With the ability to autonomously control success rates and infectivity, this system is indeed generous. A smile graced her face as she stepped down from the altar. Standing before Polaris, Joya gently caressed her cheek, her gaze tender. System, I need to confirm something once more. Can Lorna, being a mutant, perfectly merge with the progenitor virus? Affirmative. With the reassuring response, Joya's anxious heart finally settled, her smile growing even brighter. Lorna, I have succeeded. Although she was uncertain of the specifics of her success, Polaris still felt joy for Joya. Congratulations. Gently adjusting Polaris's somewhat disheveled dark green hair, Joya spoke softly. I have a gift for you. But I think I should first seek your consent. Joya had long intended for Polaris and her warriors to merge with the progenitor virus. As Polaris was his partner, Joya was unconditionally committed to empowering her. However, concerning her warriors, he was prepared to establish certain conditions. Among the 200 warriors accompanying him into the world of biohazard, Joya was determined to have them all merge with the progenitor virus. Yet, for others from the Mayweather Company wishing to gain strength afterward, they would need to demonstrate their worth to Joya. He understood the importance of clear rewards and penalties. What gift? Noticing Polaris's puzzled expression, Joya softly replied. A virus without side effects that grants you immense physical prowess and significantly extends your lifespan. Oh, wait, that's not entirely accurate. It does have side effects. The merging process will be quite painful. I wonder if you are interested? Chapter 31. The reward upon hearing of the potential for enhanced strength and improved physical condition. Polaris did not hesitate, nodding vigorously. A little pain, what does that matter? Could it be worse than the life I have endured? Upon hearing Polaris's words, Joya leaned in and kissed her. To enable Polaris to merge with the progenitor virus, an exchange of bodily fluids was necessary. In the midst of so many onlookers, there was little else they could do, making kissing the most suitable option. Once the virus entered her body, Polaris initially felt nothing, remaining in a state of oblivion. It was not until a sudden, gnawing pain akin to ants biting her from within that Polaris's eyes widened in shock. Ugh! Arg! Quickly retracting her tongue, which had been bitten and bled, Joya gasped. She immediately enveloped Polaris, who stifled her cries, letting out muffled groans. It's all right, it will pass soon. Raising her head, Polaris managed a pained smile, burying her face once more in Joya's embrace. Gripping Joya's back tightly, Polaris was drenched in cold sweat. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and gradually, the pain began to recede. Polaris exhaled deeply and lifted her gaze. Upon witnessing this, Joya wiped the sweat from Polaris's forehead and inquired, Is it over? How do you feel? To this, Polaris expressed her astonishment. I feel absolutely wonderful. It's akin to taking a refreshing cool bath during the peak of summer heat. As she spoke, Polaris suddenly noticed the traces of blood at the corner of Joya's mouth. Realizing that it was her own doing, a twinge of guilt welled up within Polaris, just as she intended to reach out and wipe the blood away. She observed the bloodstains nestled within the crevices of her own fingernails. I'm sorry, Joya. I must have hurt you. In response, Joya chuckled nonchalantly. Compared to the agony of merging with the virus, this is but a trifling discomfort. Hearing Joya's unconventional comfort, Polaris felt a surge of emotion and gently pecked Joya on the cheek. She then leaned closer and whispered into Joya's ear, to make amends, when we return, you may have whatever you desire. At these words, Joya felt a stirring in her heart, followed by a bitter smile. Is this truly a compensation for me? Or is it for her own sake? It seems she enjoys this more than I do. I can hardly wait. Unaware of Joya's underlying thoughts, Polaris stepped back, retrieved a coin from her pocket, and began to manipulate it with the intention of attacking as she had done before. With a flick of her mind, the coin shot forth with an explosive sound, piercing swiftly into the distant wall. Lowering her gaze in disbelief at her own hands, Polaris murmured, Oh my God, did I do this? Seeing Polaris's astonished expression, Joya smiled and replied, Of course. No one here besides you can control metal. We can discuss developing abilities later. For now, we must leave. Nodding earnestly, Polaris agreed. All right. Accompanied by Polaris and her warriors, they departed the ruins and regrouped with the external forces. Nearly 100 warriors returned to camp, save for one who had made the ultimate sacrifice. That night, Joya summoned the 199 warriors. Standing atop a makeshift platform, she addressed the assembly with conviction. I am thoroughly pleased with all of your performances during the day's operations, especially the 33 members of the Vanguard. They truly demonstrated loyalty to me, rather than merely chanting slogans. The 32 members of the Vanguard, publicly praised by Joya, stood tall and proud, their chests puffed out, betraying their inner excitement despite their outward composure. I am a person who believes in clear rewards and punishments. Those who excel deserve their due recognition. Vanguard team, step forward. As they marched in orderly fashion, heads held high onto the platform, Joya regarded them with admiration. Her gaze swept across her warriors, her private militia. Exhaling softly, Joya addressed the assembly once more, raising her voice high. During this period, it has become apparent to you all that my girlfriend and I are both endowed with extraordinary abilities. Pausing, I scanned the crowd, observing their expressions of utter bewilderment. A smirk graced Joya's lips as he continued speaking. When discussing superhumans, one cannot overlook a particular individual, the once celebrated Captain America, a name known by all across the nation. Why mention him? Because today, all of you who have accompanied me here shall acquire the physical prowess akin to that of Captain America. But that is not all. In addition to enhanced physical capabilities, you will also gain lifespan stretching hundreds, even thousands of years. As Joya's words echoed, the more than 100 warriors below could no longer contain their excitement. If it were merely about becoming superhumans, possessing the strength of Captain America, they might have managed to suppress their elation with their formidable mental fortitude. However, the prospect of living for centuries or millennia was overwhelming. Is what the boss says truly real? Goodness, how could it be false? We have personally traversed through the portal under the boss's guidance, emerging in this tropical rainforest. Unbeknownst to them, they had indeed crossed into another world. Witnessing the fervent atmosphere below, Joya nodded in satisfaction. If they remained overly composed, it would diminish the significance of the rewards he was about to bestow upon them. Now, I shall personally confer upon the advanced team the rewards they so rightfully deserve. Standing to the right of the podium, Joya gazed at the upright members of the advanced team, his eyes landing on one of the instructors. With a smile, he nodded in acknowledgement. Receiving the cue, the instructor promptly turned and saluted. He then marched forward, step by step, until he stood before Joya. Once at attention, a syringe containing a small amount of red liquid gently floated into Joya's hand. With an amiable expression, Joya extended it toward the instructor, softly stating, "Accept this. It is your reward." Taking the syringe, the instructor turned to face the gathered crowd. Seeing their curious gazes upon him, he took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeve, and injected Joya's blood into his own body. Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot to mention something. The process of enhancing your physical capabilities may entail some discomfort, but I trust that as tough individuals, you will not mind this minor pain. As Joya's words concluded, the instructor's countenance began to contort in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, for the sake of dignity, he gritted his teeth, fists clenched, remaining silent. Chapter 32. The Super Soldier Brigade. Seeing that the advanced team instructor had not uttered a single cry, the warriors below, unable to discern his expression, genuinely believed it to be merely a trivial discomfort. After a prolonged moment, as the fusion concluded, the instructor, with a bittersweet expression, looked toward Joya, awaiting the next directive. Observing that the opponent was utterly bewildered by the pain and completely oblivious to the changes in his own body, Joya smiled and remarked, "I trust everyone is quite curious about the effects of this potion. Why not allow him to demonstrate?" Upon hearing Joya's words, the warriors below erupted with enthusiasm, chanting in agreement, "Indeed. Yes, let us see a demonstration." As the warriors began to cheer, the instructor on stage also became intrigued by his current transformation. Initially indifferent, the instructor soon realized the remarkable lightness of his body following Joya's statement. Exhaling a breath of pent-up energy, he prepared himself momentarily before leaping effortlessly 5 meters into the air. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness. The extraordinary leap, far exceeding that of an average person, ignited an electrifying atmosphere among the audience. Observing the instructor's incredulous expression upon his descent, Joya clapped his hands. Time is of the essence. We have matters to attend to. Let us invite the next scout. After personally bestowing his blood upon each scout, Joya stood at the podium, hands clasped behind his back, gesturing with a signal. In the next moment, over 100 syringes filled with Joya's blood floated before everyone present. These individuals were destined to join him in the mountain-surrounded city of Raccoon, awaiting the outbreak of a biochemical crisis in order to plunder and seize all valuables, including gold. Thus, enhancing their strength was imperative. However, the merit of the scouts was evidently greater than that of the others. Given that the rewards were identical, without a change in approach, the scouts might feel a sense of injustice. Therefore, Joya conceived a plan. By personally presenting the same reward, he infused a sense of honor into the process. At least, that was his intention, though he wasn't entirely certain. Nonetheless, it appeared to be effective. The scouts, receiving their awards directly from him, exhibited an air of pride and seriousness, their eyes gleaming with intensity as they regarded him. Meanwhile, the other team members looked upon the scouts with envy. Without hesitation, the warriors below injected the syringes into their bodies. Moments later, screams of agony echoed, starkly contrasting with the stoic endurance displayed by the scouts during their own injections. As all completed the fusion of the virus, their faces lit up with delight as they experienced their transformations. Joya then addressed them, stating, "As you know, I have always been generous. I recognize that you may serve me for various reasons, perhaps for wealth, for family, or for a better life. Your motives and desires do not concern me. I have but a few conditions. Loyalty. The use of drugs is strictly prohibited. Anything that undermines combat effectiveness or could jeopardize our mission, causing me loss, is absolutely forbidden. Beyond that, I do not care if you choose to engage in murder, robbery, or infidelity in your private lives. That is entirely your choice. As long as you are capable, those whom you wish to protect, those whom you hold dear, shall also receive the same rewards as you." Extraordinary physical prowess and longevity. Upon hearing Joya's words, the breath of all present grew heavy with anticipation. Most of their families had risked their lives to fulfill Joya's purpose, all for the sake of providing a better life for their loved ones. Now, with the prospect of bestowing upon their families the same transcendent elixir, their hearts could hardly contain their exhilaration. Subsequently, they all knelt on one knee, raising their voices in unison. "Loyalty. We pledge our unwavering allegiance to you. We shall safeguard your interests." Witnessing this display, Joya's satisfaction blossomed into a smile. 199 loyal superhumans, potentially even more formidable than Captain America. These super warriors would serve as the foundation for my conquest across the myriad realms. Turning to glance at Polaris in the background, Joya winked, as if to convey that winning hearts was indeed such a simple endeavor. Next, with a grand gesture, Joya summoned an abundance of food and drink from the system space. Tomorrow at dawn, they would embark for Leakin City, also known as Raccoon City. Tonight, let the revelry commence. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the celebration began. While Joya retreated to his tent, as he lifted the curtain, he found Polaris already waiting inside. Just as Joya was about to step in and engage in some activity, the advance team hurried over, instinctively positioning themselves around his tent for protection. The three instructors respectfully approached from behind and offered a salute. Noticing the commotion, Joya couldn't help but smile in amusement. Is honor truly this effective? Turning around, Joya chuckled. "The party has already begun. Why have you come over?" "We are here to ensure your safety," they replied. Joya shook his head, laughing. "Oh, come on. I was just about to enjoy myself. Are you hoping to eavesdrop?" "I am hardly defenseless." Hearing Joya's words, the three instructors opened their mouths but hesitated. Observing this, Joya raised his hand to quell their unspoken thoughts. "Go enjoy the festivities. Do not mind me. The combined strength of your entire advance team is hardly sufficient to match me in a spar with my girlfriend." With Joya's words laid bare, the three instructors exchanged glances, solemnly saluted him, and then turned to leave. Watching the advance team depart, Joya turned back and entered the tent. Upon rejoining the party, he instantly became the center of attention. The other warriors surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. "Did it hurt when you injected the serum? I can't believe you endured it." Leaving us completely unprepared. "Indeed. Haha, get them drunk." After a while, as they had all indulged sufficiently, admiration shone in their eyes as they regarded the advance team. Facing those monstrous creatures and the tide of corpses with such valor, truly, you are, tough men. The performance of the advance team set a remarkable example for all. The influence of certain individuals often compels others to learn from them involuntarily. Furthermore, Joya's method of bestowing rewards amplifies this prevailing atmosphere. A formidable battalion must establish a commendable ethos from its inception. Should it face defeat in its inaugural battle and retreat, disregarding Joya's interests, the entire unit would rapidly deteriorate. Presently, Joya's contingent of 199 soldiers is advancing positively. In the future, it is destined to receive Joya's utmost care, becoming the most elite and powerful force. Chapter 33, Raccoon City. In the early morning, Joya and Polaris sluggishly opened their eyes. After completing their morning routines, they proceeded to the open area where they had rewarded their warriors the previous night. Along the way, Joya reflected on the narrative of the Biohazard saga and the potential spoils to be acquired. In the world of Biohazard, on September 23, 1998, Raccoon City's water supply became contaminated with a virus. Almost all residents unwittingly ingested the tainted tap water. The first wave of infected individuals, the zombies, emerged on September 24th. Over the following days, the city's population of 100,000 succumbed to infection and transformation. Locations such as the police station, hospitals, and zoos, which served as shelters and human gathering spots, fell one after another. It was not until September 28th that Umbrella's European division deployed the Nemesis. a terrifying bioweapon with a rudimentary, independent consciousness capable of adapting its combat strategies to the situation at hand. Into Raccoon City to eradicate the special forces of the Raccoon City Police Department, pursuing Brad and the beautiful Jill. Joya's journey through the remade Biohazard 3 commenced from this point. Subsequently, on September 29th, Leon, known as the Vehicle Killer, arrived at a gas station outside Raccoon City in his disposable off-road vehicle, where he encountered Claire. The remade Biohazard 3 begins here. System, after merging with the progenitor virus. Will we still be attacked by zombies? Yes. The system's response made Joya instinctively scratch his head. The tyrant deployed by Umbrella at the police station could be dealt with a few rocket launches, and Joya had no intention of venturing there, as it harbored little of value. However, the pursuer posed a significant problem. This creature relentlessly hunted Jill throughout Raccoon City. In its humanoid form, it could withstand anti-tank rocket fire, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. Its defensive capabilities and regenerative speed were exceedingly formidable. After its second stage mutation, its defenses would be substantially enhanced. And in the third stage, it would become immune to conventional firepower, with only large electromagnetic cannons capable of breaching its exoskeleton. Even employing the electromagnetic cannon of Khanjali against the pursuer might not ensure its complete annihilation, making it a particularly challenging adversary. As for the mutated Dr. William, he remained confined to the laboratory, a matter Leon would handle. With the current fusion of the progenitor virus, the soldiers possessed a maximum strength of merely a few tons and an extraordinary physical aptitude that allowed them to leap nearly 100 meters at best, rendering them incapable of effectively combating the pursuer. Should they inadvertently encounter pursuers during their scavenging endeavors, it is likely that some individuals may be lost. Furthermore, once the infection spreads entirely, there will remain a staggering 100,000 zombies within the city. It appears that the personnel must not be too scattered. Ample firepower must be ensured. Assemble the warriors under my command. Joya meticulously stored various supplies, retaining only a few transport helicopters. Subsequently, he led the group towards the coastline. The distance from Africa to America is considerable. Should they attempt to fly directly, they would inevitably plunge into the sea midway. Thus, they could only transfer to a military vessel from Donga at the shore, a ship undetectable by American radar. After a relentless journey at full speed across the ocean for over 10 days, they finally reached America. The group then switched to helicopters at the coastal edge. Having endured a tumultuous half-month, at long last, on September 22nd, Joya and his companions established their camp on the mountains near Raccoon City. The city is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, and he deliberately chose a location farthest from the mansion featured in the first biohazard crisis. Tomorrow, Raccoon City's water supply will succumb to infection. All that remains is to patiently await the complete outbreak of the biohazard, the infection of all citizens, and the withdrawal of the military, at which point they can proceed to loot. Should Raccoon City not be entirely overrun, Joya would have no opportunity to seize valuables. It is essential to remember that the government in this world continues to operate normally. The biohazard has only erupted in specific locales. Should they intrude now to rob a bank, they would face not zombies, but the military. The answer to which is more manageable is, of course, evident. As for the lives of Raccoon City as citizens, what concern is that to Joya? Given the circumstances following the fall of Raccoon City, seeking to scavenge technology from Umbrella's subsidiaries or underground laboratories would be exceedingly perilous. Antiquities are primarily housed in the police station, where tyrants and Leon await. It would be wiser to maintain distance. It is not the tyrants that instill fear, but rather Leon, the adept killer of vehicles. Joya's helicopters and fighter jets are valuable assets. Should they come into Leon's line of sight, the vehicles could be obliterated, causing him great distress. It seems that this time he will have to settle for some gold, a universally accepted currency. One can only hope that Raccoon City's bank vault contains a sufficient quantity of gold. After sharing the potential dangers that may lurk within Raccoon City, the group quietly observed the city's transformation. 5 days swiftly passed. Raccoon City fell completely, with all 100,000 citizens infected. Nestled in a mountainous region, isolated and difficult to access, this place was once regarded as an ideal clandestine laboratory by Umbrella Corporation, yet prior to their arrival, it was merely a rural expanse. However, following Umbrella's establishment here, Raccoon City rapidly evolved into an urban center. Yet due to population constraints, Raccoon City boasts only a limited number of banks, a fact not even portrayed in the game. Upon their arrival on the 22nd, Joya dispatched individuals to survey the city. There are only 2 banks in Raccoon City, situated in the city center and locked in a competitive relationship. After the disaster struck, these 2 banks became sanctuaries for the citizens, gathering a multitude of people. However, ultimately, they could not escape the fate of becoming corpses. The situation is dire. Raccoon City has been utterly overrun, with the streets choked with abandoned vehicles. On the hillside, In a relatively flat area, everyone is using binoculars to observe the conditions within the city. We will split into 2 teams. One will follow me, and the other will follow Lorna. Our objective is the bank vault. Do not drink the water of Raccoon City. Do not consume the food of Raccoon City. Refrain from acts of misguided compassion. Complete the mission while ensuring your own safety. Scanning the crowd, Joya nodded in satisfaction before issuing the command. Begin the operation. For helicopters, carrying 199 warriors, split into 2 teams and flew into Raccoon City. Time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. We must hasten to loot the gold. On September 29th, Congress will issue the order to drop a nuclear bomb on Raccoon City. By the 30th, it will be leveled. Joya and his team must eliminate all the zombies in the bank and loot the gold from the vault before that date. Once the city is nuclear ground zero, it will become a wasteland filled with radiation. He did not intend for this to be a one-time endeavor. Who knows when he might need to return for more funds. Thus, before the nuclear strike, they must evacuate to a safe location. He certainly does not wish to be at the epicenter of radiation when he returns. Although by then, Joya would likely no longer fear nuclear fallout. Who can truly predict such things? Chapter 34, Jill, radiant as water. Raccoon City. Rooftop of a multi-level parking garage. After 2 helicopters landed, Joya accessed the system space they had received. The sounds of sirens, explosions, and the billowing smoke all heralded the peril of Raccoon City. For ordinary individuals, the top level of the parking garage was crowded with a jumble of vehicles and wandering zombies. A series of muffled gunshots rang out, and the surrounding zombies collapsed. Let us go. This is the closest place we can land to the bank, Joya announced. In response, the lead officer of the advance team around Joya signaled with several gestures, and the outer warriors proceeded towards the parking garage elevator. 100 warriors, a considerable number, nearly filled the top level of the garage. Pressing the elevator button, the warriors retreated in vigilance. The elevator doors gradually opened, and in the next moment, 2 zombies lunged out, attacking the warriors ahead. A few gunshots echoed, and the 2 zombies fell lifelessly, signaling a safe retreat to those behind. A dozen warriors took the elevator down first to clear the zombies. The remaining warriors began their descent via the stairs. As Joya stepped beside a zombie whose head was nearly obliterated, he found the attire of these 2 zombies oddly familiar. Could it be a mere coincidence? Is this the parking garage where Jill Valentine would soon arrive? He distinctly recalled from his gaming days that these 2 zombies had indeed been inside the elevator. During the initial moments of gameplay, as the protagonist Jill opened the elevator door, 2 zombies lunged forth, startling Joya. There was no time to waste. Encountering pursuers would render the situation dire. Engaging with such formidable bioweapons was not something Joya wished to indulge in. He lifted his foot and crushed the skull of a zombie, then positioned himself before the elevator, awaiting its arrival. Viruses. These 2 strains could potentially mutate him into an irredeemable flesh monstrosity, a fate Joya found undesirable. While he could endure becoming a grotesque creature if it meant gaining strength, the condition of being able to revert to his human form was paramount. Thus, Joya aimed to avoid infection for himself and his subordinates. Upon reaching the lower level, he joined forces with the soldiers tasked with exterminating the zombies. Just as Joya intended to exit, a staggered figure rushed toward him. Upon entering the parking lot, the figure was instantly targeted by numerous weapons. Wait. The soldiers, fingers poised on triggers, released their grips upon hearing Joya's voice. Jill Valentine. Joya's gaze searched through the dim, flickering light until it settled on Jill, clad in a blue vest and wielding a handgun. Joya's expression was complex. Raccoon City was not vast, and the city had fallen precisely on the 28th. Encountering Jill was not entirely unexpected. However, how to proceed with her left Joya in a quandary. Before his traversal, he had indulged in playing the remastered version of Resident Evil 3, often engaging with Jill and her various stylish outfits. Joya held great respect for Jill, his good friend. As Joya was lost in thought, Jill inquired, "Are you a rescue team?" This snapped Joya back to reality, his gaze falling on Jill, whom he had scrutinized in the game, and he hesitated before responding. If you have no other business, you may leave with us. If you do have things to attend to, feel free to carry on." Upon hearing Joya's words, Jill let out a wry smile. In the current circumstances, what else could she possibly do besides fleeing for her life? Understanding this, Jill's expression shifted as she urgently exclaimed, "Can you give me a gun? A monster is about to chase after me." Observing her distress, Joya was generous. Retrieving an array of weapons from his system space, including the Vulcan heavy machine gun, electromagnetic rifle, standard carbine, and Desert Eagle, and laid them on the ground. "Choose whatever you like. If you can handle it, take it with you." Staring in astonishment at the sudden display of heavy firepower, Jill's mind was in turmoil. What on earth was happening? Where did he procure all these items? With a smile, Joya refrained from answering his good friend's inquiry and continued, "Do you need a vehicle? Armed helicopters, boats, armored vehicles, and the like. However, The roads in Raccoon City are choked with abandoned vehicles, so driving out may prove impossible. If you wish to flee, I suggest you, before the words could leave his lips, the machine dog's operator, tasked with clearing the warriors blocking the path to the bank, interjected, "Boss, we have a situation." The pursuers are heading towards the parking lot. At this, Joya raised an eyebrow and turned to Jill. "Your fervent admirer has arrived." Upon hearing Joya's jest, Jill, without a moment's hesitation, hoisted herself up and made her way outside. Watching her retreating figure, Joya murmured softly, "Why do I seem to be drawn to such a bold, striking, and beautiful individual?" Raising his hand, a con-gelatin tank materialized before Joya. There was no need for him to issue commands. The Vanguard soldiers instinctively squeezed into the tank's cockpit. Shifting his gaze towards Jill, who had reached the parking lot entrance, Joya whistled and called out, "Excuse me, madam ahead. Please make way. We have some heavy machinery making its exit." As the voice reached her, Jill's heart surged with distaste, causing her to frown and look back. How dare he make lewd remarks at a time like this? Yet, when Jill turned to behold the sci-fi tank behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. Oh my goodness! Where did that colossal machine come from? Unconsciously parting the way, she watched as the con-gelatin rolled out of the parking lot. With a dazed expression, she turned to Joya. "Who on earth are you? Are you truly part of a rescue team?" With a smile and a shrug, Joya produced another con-gelatin. "I don't believe I ever claimed we were rescue personnel, did I?" At this, Jill set aside her initial haste to confront the pursuers and approach Joya. Compared to the earlier sci-fi tank, the makeshift weapons she had were hardly comparable. "Where did you procure these marvels?" Grasping Joya's hand, Jill examined him closely. However, no matter how intently she scrutinized, she could discern no peculiarities about his hands. "Let us discuss this later. 2 con-gelatins may not suffice against the vengeful goddess. The surrounding zombies remain unvanquished, and should the parasites within the vengeful goddess receive sustenance, it could lead to dire complications." Upon hearing this, Jill immediately released Joya's hand. "My apologies, please continue." With unwavering focus, she watched Joya conjure tank after tank from thin air, gradually numbing to and accepting the reality of his extraordinary abilities. Stealing a glance at Jill, who was intently observing him, Joya couldn't help but reflect. She is indeed stunning, rivaling even Lorna. Chapter 35, Jill's Compliment. 10 con-gelatins. 10 armored vehicles equipped with Vulcan cannons, and 10 anti-aircraft trailers fitted with 20mm anti-aircraft guns. These were merely a fraction of the formidable arsenal within Joya's system. The only reason he refrained from producing more was that the streets outside could not accommodate them. "Boss, the pursuers have arrived." At this, Joya turned his attention to Jill, who was deep in thought, her brow furrowed. "Shall we take a look? If it's merely the vengeful goddess in her humanoid form, this firepower should suffice to reduce her to rubble. If it survives this, I shall be at a loss. At that point, you can only rely on your own fortune." Hearing the sound, Joya glanced at Jill, who nodded gravely. Her mind was awash with questions. For instance, how did the pursuer know what the object of their pursuit was called? Who exactly was this individual? Could they be affiliated with the Umbrella Corporation? What was their objective? Yet, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. The two exited the parking lot and stood behind a tank, an armored vehicle. Gazing at the pursuer approaching them, armed with an anti-tank rocket launcher. The battle was imminent. Both sides opened fire simultaneously. The electromagnetic cannon, having charged for some time, unleashed a volley from Congeli. The pursuer barely managed to fire a single rocket before being obliterated into fragments. The anti-tank rocket they launched struck Congeli, merely causing a slight tremor without inflicting any substantial damage. "What the hell?" Jill exclaimed, astonished that the pursuer, who had been relentlessly pursuing her, was so effortlessly reduced to mere debris. Truly, this was a sci-fi tank. The electromagnetic cannon wielded by the tank exhibited such formidable power that Jill could scarcely fathom which company or nation could achieve such a feat after the initial volley. The soldiers ceased fire momentarily, but Joya shouted, "Do not stop. Reduce it to rubble." He was acutely aware of the rapid mutation and the grotesque regenerative capabilities of this creature. During their gaming sessions, when the pursuer fell into a biological dissolution pool, it managed to assimilate the various remnants at the pool's bottom, ultimately evolving into a 2-story-tall grotesque amalgamation of flesh. If it were to evolve to that stage, Joya's tanks would stand no chance against it. Upon receiving Joya's command, the soldiers hesitated not a moment longer and resumed firing. Hades machine guns, electromagnetic rifles, electromagnetic cannons, and 20mm anti-aircraft guns all joined the assault. Were it not for the constraints on flight, Joya would have considered deploying fighter jets to rain down cluster bombs. Under such a relentless and concentrated bombardment, both the pursuer and the parasite within its mind were utterly annihilated. No matter how formidable the regenerative abilities, there are limits. When the speed of regeneration cannot keep pace with the rate of loss, only death awaits. Moreover, Regeneration requires the consumption of biological energy, with the surrounding zombies nearly eradicated. It could absorb no biological energy, thus, it was incapable of healing. After the ceasefire, as the soldiers maneuvered their robotic dogs to inspect the area, not a single intact piece of flesh was to be found. The spot where the pursuer had stood was now a charred wasteland, billowing thick smoke, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh. I must admit, I overestimated it. The humanoid pursuer was indeed quite manageable, Joya mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he commended his soldiers' performance. Armored units, clear the path. Infantry and tanks, advance towards the objective. With the forces mobilizing, Joya turned to Jill. Would you care to join us? Upon hearing this, Jill could not restrain her curiosity. What exactly are you planning to do? Such formidable firepower, even amidst the complete infection and downfall of Raccoon City, allows these individuals to stride with confidence. Following them undoubtedly ensures the utmost safety. However, it remains imperative to ascertain their true intentions. Noticing Jill's bewilderment, Joya opened the door of the waiting armored vehicle and spoke. Shall we converse while we walk? With tanks leading the way, they fired upon the abandoned vehicles obstructing their path. Troops on either side cleared the zombies that swarmed in response to the noise. As the electromagnetic cannon charged, super soldiers infused with the progenitor virus tossed the roadblock cars aside. Inside the armored vehicle, Joya stated, "We merely wish to retrieve some unwanted gold from the bank." Upon hearing Joya's objective, Jill hesitated, torn between disbelief and concern. She longed to exclaim, "Are you out of your minds? Are you willing to risk your lives for money?" Yet, contemplating the overwhelming firepower at their disposal, Jill found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "How do you know what is pursuing me? What weaknesses does it possess? Are you affiliated with Umbrella Corporation?" In response to Jill's questions, Joya candidly replied, "No, we are not associated with Umbrella Corporation. To be precise, we are not even inhabitants of this world." Jill's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as she gazed at Joya, who chuckled and wagged a finger playfully. TSK. TSK, TSK, I haven't finished speaking yet. Interrupting others is quite impolite. Once Jill grasped the hint and closed her mouth, Joya continued, "Once we acquire the gold, we shall depart from Raccoon City. Upon reaching a safe haven, we will leave this world behind. After our departure, time in this world will be relatively stagnant for us." She continued, "You now face two choices. First, upon reaching safety, you may accompany us to other worlds and gain extraordinary powers. Should you wish to return in the future, I can bring you back at any time to resolve this so-called biohazard crisis. Second, you may choose to remain in this world. However, as I mentioned earlier, once we leave, time will be relatively stagnant for us. Thus, it is possible that we may depart one moment and you see us the next, yet in reality, we will have traversed through other worlds for an extended period." Jill looked at Joya, confusion etched on her face. "Why are you doing this? Is it merely to share this information and entice me to come along?" With a sly smile, Joya leaned closer to Jill. Sensing Joya's approach, Jill recoiled like a startled rabbit, instinctively retreating. The confines of the armored vehicle were limited, leaving Jill with little room to escape. "What are you doing?" In a different circumstance, Jill would have unleashed her wrath upon such an impudent individual while hurling insults. However, witnessing the formidable firepower commanded by Joya and the super soldiers outside, who casually tossed vehicles as if they were mere refuse, Jill refrained from making any rash moves. As Joya drew ever nearer, Jill furrowed her brow and tightly shut her eyes. Upon witnessing the other's demeanor, Joya leaned in closer to whisper in their ear, "If you must inquire why I'm doing this, dare to guess whether my interest lies in the beauty of a certain individual, Gil Valentine?" With that, Joya settled back down, a smile gracing his lips. "Take a moment to ponder. Although I may not be a virtuous person, I treat my own with considerable kindness. The opportunity to traverse worlds may only come once in a lifetime. Should you choose to reject me this time, upon my return, you may find that the power to refuse has been stripped from you." Upon hearing Joya's words, Gil's eyes ignited with fury. "You are a scoundrel." Joya burst into laughter in response. "Ha, I shall take that as a compliment. Thank you, ha ha ha." Soon, the group arrived at the bank in Raccoon City. Not too far away, the entrance to the Raccoon City bank was barricaded with various strands of barbed wire, presumably as a defense against the undead. Yet, alas, thermal imaging revealed that the interior held no living souls. Standing at the bank's entrance, Joya turned to the still-seated Gil and smiled. "Are you not planning to join me?" "Ah, you maintain quite the aloof demeanor. Perhaps you should consider whether there are any family members in this world whom you hold dear before deciding how to confront me." At his words, Gil's pupils constricted sharply, his teeth clenched tightly. To eradicate the biohazard crisis and the Umbrella Corporation, memories of former colleagues and friends, all perished within the mansion, flooded his mind. Now, with a city of 100,000 infected souls turned into zombies, an overwhelming hatred towards the Umbrella Corporation surged within him. Hey, speak louder. I can't hear you. Fixating on Joya's mocking expression, Gil inhaled deeply and declared, if I follow you, will I gain the same power as they have? Joya, noticing Gil point towards his elite warriors, grinned widely. Indeed, that is merely the foundation. Other realms are far more exhilarating. There are countless beings capable of obliterating universes with a mere gesture. At these words, Gil closed his eyes. To completely dismantle the Umbrella Corporation, it's merely a matter of selling my body. What is the big deal? Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Gil stepped out of the vehicle, positioning himself before Joya. Noticing this, Joya gently caressed Gil's cheek. Have you come to a decision? Uncomfortable, Gil turned his head away. Striving to endure the moment. You seek something from me, and I can fulfill your desires. But remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We both stand to gain. Does that not seem fair? Why does it feel like I am becoming more of a villain? Joya mused. First, secure what you desire. As for emotions, those can be nurtured over time. After all, this was Joya's perspective, and he held confidence that Gil would eventually develop feelings for him. Retracting his hand from Gil's face, Joya turned and issued a command. Blast open the doors. Clear the bank of the undead. A barrage of electromagnetic cannons and rocket launchers laid waste to the barbed wire, while the bank's entrance was forcefully breached. Thousands of zombies surged forth in a small-scale tide. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions echoed momentarily, only to be replaced by an eerie silence. The relentless advance of the undead had been halted at the bank's entrance, and any zombies drawn by the noise had been thoroughly dispatched. For the time being, the area outside the bank was deemed safer than within. Extracting a substantial supply of provisions from the system's space, Joya designated half of the team to guard the bank's entrance and control the robotic dogs, while the remainder ventured inside, searching for the vault's location. Under the protection of the advance team, Joya and Jill explored the interior of the Raccoon City Bank as if on a leisurely tour. Jill's attention was fixated on the combat prowess exhibited by the advanced team members. Their nearly flawless headshot accuracy and immediate detection of any approaching zombies, swiftly followed by precise targeting and firing, instilled a profound sense of defeat in her, a seasoned officer of the Raccoon City Special Forces. Closing her eyes, she took deep breaths, resolving that there was no shame in her decision. Opening her eyes, she glanced at Joya not far away. When will I become as strong as they are? After a brief survey of the surroundings, Joya settled onto a sofa in the bank's lounge, awaiting the warrior's discovery of the vault, when Jill's voice broke the silence. With a faint smile, Joya patted the sofa and beckoned her over. Jill approached with a serene demeanor, taking a seat beside him. Noticing her, Joya spoke. If you wish, you can begin now. Really? Jill's expression was one of astonishment. She had anticipated Joya's willingness to comply without any stipulations. What is that expression? Didn't I mention? I am quite generous to my own. Upon hearing this, Jill composed herself, a flicker of excitement igniting within her. Then, let us commence. What should I do? Do I need to undress? At this, Joya's lips twitched. Had she already become a lecher in her eyes? You need to do anything at all. However, I must forewarn you that the process of becoming stronger will be arduous. Disregarding Joya's mention of pain, Jill resolutely replied, no problem, let us proceed. Observing her indifference, Joya shrugged. Then, amidst Jill's astonishment, he leaned in and kissed her. Her first kiss vanished, leaving Jill momentarily dazed. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself reclined on the sofa, a strange sensation playing with her tongue. With a muffled sound, she pushed against Joya, but it felt as though she were attempting to budge a mountain, completely futile. Just as she contemplated playfully biting his tongue to reclaim her space, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through her body. Suddenly, she let out a chilling scream. Sitting up, Joya tasted a metallic sweetness in her mouth. Damn it, these are all mutts. Retrieving some food and water from the system space, Joya leaned back on the sofa, awaiting Jill's fusion with the virus. After a moment, the cries gradually ceased. Jill, drenched in cold sweat, opened her eyes, staring vacantly at the ceiling of the bank hall. Stop looking, you're still alive. Hearing Joya's voice, Jill startled upright, her spirit returning as the events of moments ago flooded back to her. Quietly observing Joya, Jill hesitated before finally speaking. You should have warned me beforehand. In response, Joya chuckled heartily. If I had told you in advance, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of witnessing your amusing reaction, would I? Care for a bite? I've prepared some Huaxia cuisine, if you'd like to take a shower. I have a variety of outfits, including combat gear. As Joya rummaged through her belongings on the sofa, blood trickled from her still healing tongue with each word. Jill, gazing at the blood at the corner of Joya's mouth with a complex expression, lowered her head and murmured, thank you. Observing this, Joya shook her head in amusement, then helped Jill tidy her disheveled clothes and hair. If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Upon hearing this, Jill turned to look at the steaming dishes on the coffee table. Did you just make this? She glanced at Joya in confusion before surveying the surroundings. But there is no kitchen here. Could it be that you conjured a kitchen as well? Seeing Jill's expression, Joya surmised her thoughts and smiled as she explained. Consider it a form of magic, or perhaps a superpower. Everything stored in my space remains in a state of stasis. All of this was prepared before I arrived in this world. Noticing Jill staring at her in a daze, Joya shook her head, having only encountered mutated beings. Jill had never met a superpowered individual before, making her bewilderment entirely understandable. Aren't you going to try my culinary skills? Chapter 37. The impending arena of carnage snapping back to reality, Jill picked up a pair of chopsticks. Turning to Joya, she inquired, "How do you use these?" With a smile, Joya patiently guided Jill in the art of wielding chopsticks. After satisfying their hunger, the advanced team brought a large barrel of water into the restroom. Subsequently, Jill took a combat suit that Joya had given her and entered the bank's restroom. After bathing, Jill prepared to don the combat suit in her bare state, only to discover that even undergarments had been thoughtfully provided within. What the hell? Does this guy have women's lingerie too? Once dressed, Jill felt slightly snug in the attire, but it was manageable and not overly uncomfortable. Fully equipped, she approached the mirror in the restroom, gazing at her reflection, and murmured, "This bastard doesn't he seem so detestable after all?" Unable to suppress a smile, Jill felt her spirits lift. Uncertain whether it was due to her newfound strength or Joya's presence. Stepping out of the restroom, Jill's expression regained its composure. Observing Jill after she had completed her grooming and donned her sleek black combat attire, she appeared even more striking. Just as Joya was about to offer a compliment, a member of the advance team approached them. "Boss, we've located the vault," he announced. In response, Joya nodded and turned his gaze towards Jill. "Let us proceed." Before departing, Joya waved to summon the soldier who had assisted in carrying the bathing water. He leaned in to whisper, "Dispose of the bathwater in the restroom. No drinking allowed." Upon hearing Joya's warning, the advance team member was taken aback, pondering how the boss had discerned his thoughts. No. Wait. Who would even consider drinking bathwater? Nodding vigorously, he made his way towards the restroom. Joya was aware that on the 30th, Raccoon City would face nuclear obliteration. Yet, who could guarantee that no survivors would sneak into the bank's restroom to indulge in Jill's bathwater before that fateful day? If survivors were to drink it, it would certainly grant them an unwarranted advantage. Watching as the advanced team member reached the restroom door and tossed in a grenade, Joya felt a sense of satisfaction as the explosion echoed. Protected by the advanced team, they moved towards the vault. Along the way, Jill furrowed her brow in contemplation until she finally grasped why Joya had ordered someone to throw a grenade into the restroom. With a look of disdain, she remarked, "You're a creep." Joya relished her expression, finding it thoroughly enjoyable. "Indeed, that's the very expression I sought. Delightful." Jill's unexpected response momentarily left her speechless. Unsure of how to react. Should she scold him? She feared that such a reprimand would only amuse this creep further. Regaining her composure, she couldn't help but chuckle at Joya's antics. "I'm Jill Valentine." Hearing this, Joya nodded. "Yes, I am aware. Is that all? I know you know my name, but I mentioned mine to prompt you to introduce yourself as well." Realizing this, Jill was about to inquire about Joya's name when he preemptively stated, "I am Joya." The question she had intended to ask was suddenly swallowed back, leaving Jill with an uncomfortable sensation in her chest, as if a breath had been trapped within. That rascal. He must be doing this on purpose. He frequently teased her, igniting her frustration. Before long, the group arrived at the vault entrance. "Damn it, you're infuriating." Under Jill's piercing gaze, Joya stepped forward with a half-smirk. He placed his hand on the vault's security door, and in an instant, the door vanished. With a hiss and a growl, a zombie clad in a suit lunged at Joya, catching him completely off guard. Reacting instinctively, he delivered a swift punch to the zombie's head. The impact was akin to smashing a watermelon, as the creature's skull shattered, splattering various fluids everywhere. Damn it, that startled me. The sudden turn of events was so swift that not only Joja, but also the members of the advance team were taken aback. If anything were to happen to the boss, who would pay their salaries? The advance team instructor, filled with a desire to resurrect that zombie and slay it 1,000 times over, signaled repeatedly. Subsequently, the team members brandished their weapons and entered the vault to ensure no zombies remained inside. Behind Joja, Jill was equally startled by the earlier scene, her heart racing. She stepped closer to Joja, asking, "Are you all right?" In response, Joja exhaled a deep breath. Aside from his clothes being soiled, he was otherwise unscathed. Noticing Jill's worried expression, Joja chuckled, "Are you concerned for me?" At this, Jill's breath caught in her throat. Who is worried about you?" I'm just afraid you won't fulfill the conditions you promised me." Observing Jill's unconvincing demeanor, Joja clicked his tongue and shook his head. TSK. Not straightforward at all. That Sundara act should have been shelved long ago. Though Jill did not comprehend Joja's words, she sensed they were hardly complimentary. As if struck by a pertinent remark, Jill clenched her teeth, glaring at Joja in a mix of indignation and embarrassment for a moment. Taking a deep breath, she drew her handgun and entered the vault. Watching Jill's retreating figure, Joja murmured softly, "Your angry demeanor is rather charming." Upon hearing Joja's muttering, Jill, who had just taken a few steps away, found herself at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Truly, he had an uncanny ability to provoke her ire. Glancing down at the corpse of the zombie, Joja's brow furrowed involuntarily. It appeared this individual was a high-ranking bank official who, after being bitten during the outbreak, had sought refuge in the vault. What a wretched soul. Why hide in the vault? Even in death, you managed to startle me. How unfortunate. Shaking his head, Joja removed his soiled outer garment and washed his face with clean water, donning a fresh set of clothes before entering the vault. The moment the advance team members stepped into the vault and beheld the heaps of gold, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had never encountered such an abundance of gold in their lives. A cursory glance suggested that this bank's reserves surpassed even those of the Pacific Standard Bank, likely totaling around 80 tons. The exact amount would have to be measured later. Umbrella Corporation was indeed wealthy, and this was merely a branch in Raccoon City. Joja could hardly fathom who else might have stored such gold here besides the Umbrella Corporation. The underground vault of a bank is far more accessible than Umbrella's deep underground experimental facilities. Taking a deep breath, Joja swiftly dashed through the vault. Wherever he passed, the gold was absorbed into the system space. However, without the aid of Polaris, even with enhanced speed, it took Joja a full 10 minutes to gather all the gold into the system space. After collecting every last piece, Joja's breathing remained steady. Such stamina. After integrating the progenitor virus, the enhancement of his physical prowess left Joja immensely satisfied. Coming to his senses, he cast his gaze over the crowd. With a broad grin, he proclaimed aloud, upon our return, each participant in this operation will receive a reward of $500,000. Thank you, boss. The elation on everyone's faces was palpable as they made their way back to the bank's entrance, where they reunited with others. The announcement of Joja's generous reward sparked another wave of cheers among the crowd. As the soldiers reveled in their jubilation, Joja's attention shifted to the calm-faced Jill. He pondered what awaited him when he encountered Polaris. Would she flay him alive? A battlefield of horrors? Quite intriguing. As long as she spared my life, I shall accept any form of compensation. Chapter 38. Allies as foes. Once the crowd settled, Joja commanded the group to proceed to another bank located a few streets away. He wondered how things were faring on Lorna's end. If the other bank possessed as much gold, he questioned whether Lorna could manage to transport it. Joja recalled Polaris's displayed abilities during their previous expedition to the ruins, which he believed had been further enhanced by the progenitor virus. However, the prospect of 80 tons of gold still left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. They continued to clear the path with a tank leading the way while troops on either side dealt with the zombies. Joja and his soldiers advanced steadily down the street. However, the commotion they stirred soon attracted the attention of other factions within Raccoon City. The Umbrella Corporation, tasked with rescuing citizens, and the A-Spy Ada, hired to seize the virus from Raccoon City, had both been drawn to the fierce gunfire that erupted when Joja's group headed to the bank. At that time, these two factions were preoccupied with their own objectives while contending with hordes of zombies, leaving them little opportunity to discern the source of the disturbance. It was only after Joja's soldiers had lured and eradicated a substantial number of zombies that Ada and others were able to approach the source of the renewed commotion. ZZZZZT. Carlos, Nicola, have you arrived? Carlos responded upon hearing the voice through his earpiece. What's the situation? We're almost there. The survivors have boarded the subway. You need to hurry. Understood. Ending the communication, Carlos turned to Nicola, who wore a furrowed brow. It seems we must expedite our efforts. Ignoring Carlos, Nicola pondered whether the troops wreaking havoc on the streets were indeed company operatives. He was ostensibly a mercenary sent by Umbrella to rescue citizens, yet in truth, he was an internal inspector embedded within the corporation. His primary objective was to gather data on organic biological weapons and various military operations. However, for reasons unknown, they were preparing to withdraw without even catching sight of their pursuers. After reporting the situation here to his friend and superior, Sergei, he remained on high alert. Curiosity led Carlos, who wondered if the approaching figures were indeed rescue teams, to investigate alongside him. If they were indeed sent by the Umbrella Corporation, he could leave with them. Otherwise, it was highly likely that those individuals had eradicated the pursuers. As the two traversed the desolate street, they found themselves momentarily disoriented. The closer they drew to the group, the fewer the zombies appeared. Suddenly, as Carlos poked his head out from an alley, he cursed softly and quickly withdrew, seeking concealment. Observing this, the white-haired Nicola whispered, "What's wrong?" while cautiously peering out onto the street beyond the alley. Wang Defa. Nicola, equally astonished, retracted his head, exchanging incredulous glances with Carlos. They were both taken aback by the sci-fi tanks and various armored vehicles outside. Where had they come from? How had they entered Raccoon City when the roads were already blocked? And those fully armed special forces, there appeared to be hundreds of them. Hadn't the military entirely abandoned Raccoon City? Upon hearing Carlos's words, Nicola scoffed. They don't look like regular troops. Frowning at this, Carlos inquired, what do you mean? Unbeknownst to the two conversing in the alley, they had already been spotted by the warriors under Joya when they briefly exposed themselves. Upon realizing that Carlos and Nicola were not zombies, a 10-man squad led by an instructor stealthily advanced towards their location. In the alley, Carlos recalled, as far as I know, the army doesn't possess that type of tank. He nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. So who are these people? Suddenly, 10 fully armed soldiers burst into the alley, surrounding them, with numerous dark muzzles of rifles aimed at them. The two wisely relinquished their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. After confiscating their arms, the soldiers escorted them back to their ranks. The convoy came to a brief halt. Boss, Joya was about to inquire about the commotion when the instructor brought Carlos and Nicola to the armored vehicle he occupied. Through the window, he observed the two outside. A smile spread across Joya's face. Isn't that Nicola with the white hair? And the other is Carlos. That guy Nicola certainly made my life difficult during the game. Under Jill's puzzled gaze, Joya exited the vehicle. Boss, they just... Nicola raised his hand to halt the instructor's words. Joya regarded Nicola with a grin and uttered a phrase in a language Nicola did not comprehend. I wonder if you've heard the saying, traveling companions or foes. Then, he retrieved a Desert Eagle from the system space. Bang. A resounding gunshot echoed. And Nicola's had erupted like a blooming red flower. Even in death, Nicola could not grasp what traveling companions truly meant. The peers referred to by Joya undoubtedly pertained to the antagonists. Upon witnessing this scene, Jill in the car let out a brief gasp before promptly exiting the vehicle. With an expression of disbelief, she approached Joya and seized the Desert Eagle from his grasp. Subsequently, she vehemently questioned, what the hell are you doing? Isn't he a survivor? Why are you killing him? As a police officer, Jill could not comprehend Joya's actions of shooting a surviving civilian. Unbeknownst to her, Carlos, who had just heard Jill's words, snapped back to reality, fearing he might be next, and he began to struggle violently. However, how could his strength possibly rival that of a warrior infused with the progenitor virus? Jill, please calm down. Take a good look at his attire. He is certainly not a survivor. Taking a deep breath, Jill patiently turned her gaze towards Nicola's decapitated corpse. She had not discerned the details while in the vehicle. But after Joya's prompt, she realized that these individuals were indeed not civilians. Just as she was about to inquire further, Joya preemptively explained. Nicola is affiliated with Umbrella as a mercenary. He has maintained an exceptionally high task completion rate and survival rate by betraying his teammates during numerous perilous missions. His appearance in Raccoon City is ostensibly to rescue civilians. However, his true purpose is to obtain various combat data on organic biological weapons under the guise of an inspector. He is also responsible for eradicating all virus research data related to Umbrella and eliminating anyone who learns the truth. As if to validate Joya's words, a peculiar communication device on Nicola's person suddenly activated. Silver Wolf, that unit was not sent by the company. The Vengeance Goddess has already been eliminated by them. The company will deploy 10 tyrants and 2 Vengeance Goddesses. You need to cooperate with them to eliminate that unit and the remaining members of the squad. Chapter 39. Raccoon City Paradise. Hearing the voice emanating from the communicator, Joya raised an eyebrow at the now silent Jill and Carlos. He stepped forward, retrieved the communicator, located the button, and spoke. Sergey? Upon hearing a voice that was not Nicholas, Sergey fell silent for a moment before inquiring. Are you the leader of that mysterious unit? Where is Nicola? In response, Joya let out a cold laugh. Ah, quite astute. Your friend Nicola's head has been blown apart. You mentioned deploying tyrants and vengeance goddesses? You are more than welcome to do so, but you would best bring your biohazard emergency response team along. Otherwise, it won't be enough for me to contend with. With a smirk, Joya crushed the communicator in his hand. This unexpected turn of events sparked new thoughts within him. System. What is the success rate of integrating the Blacklight virus with my current physique? 100. Excellent. The system's response filled Joya with satisfaction. The Blacklight virus, with its low threshold for infection, bears a striking resemblance to the progenitor virus in its early stages. However, its characteristics are exceptionally distinct. It is the nemesis of all living beings, reigning at the pinnacle of the food chain. Any organism consumed by a host infected with the fused Blacklight virus will have all genes detrimental to survival and evolution eradicated, while preserving those advantageous to the host's own survival and evolution. The more creatures devoured, the stronger it becomes. The plan must be altered. Leaving Raccoon City so easily is no longer an option. This place is truly my paradise. System. Can I access other instances in this world? Affirmative. Upon receiving the system's response, Joya smiled, a radiant joy illuminating his face. Ha ha ha, let us embark. Let us hasten to our destination and rendezvous with Team 2. Understood. Following the transmission of the command, the troops set forth once more. Joya, meanwhile, embraced the apologetic Gil. Why were such an expression? I harbor no grievances against you. Turning his gaze toward the still captive Carlos, Joya waved his hand and spoke. Release him, and leave him some weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Understood. Joya's decisions are guided solely by his preferences. Before his journey through this realm, he had a favorable impression of Carlos while gaming. Providing him with some much-needed resources was merely a trifling act. After Joya and his team had traversed a considerable distance, Carlos finally regained his composure. He connected with his teammates and informed them to assist in transporting the supplies. On the rooftop of a residential building, Ada, clad in a red spaghetti-strap dress, furrowed her brow as she surveyed the chaotic scene of bombardment below. Who were these individuals? She had scrutinized them through a monocular for quite some time, yet failed to discern any recognizable insignia. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to recognize a force wielding such formidable firepower. How peculiar. Unable to deduce the situation, Ada shook her head and swiftly descended to the ground using her grappling gun. I hope these individuals do not interfere with my mission. After successfully joining forces with Lona's team, Joya and Gil had just disembarked from their armored vehicle when they spotted a copious heap of gold bars piled up at the bank entrance nearby. A cursory glance revealed no less than 80 tons. Good heavens, has the Umbrella Corporation stored nearly 200 tons of gold in Raccoon City? And they do not intend to take it? Or is it that the team dispatched to collect the gold has yet to arrive? Just as Joya's eyes sparkled with the allure of gold bars, Polaris, sprinting towards them, gradually slowed her pace. Her brow furrowed, her gaze fixated with suspicion on Joya and Gil. Polaris approached Joya, who was still enraptured by the sight of gold, and seized his ear with a firm grip. Ouch. Hey, that hurts. Lona, quickly, release me. It is not as you think. Let me explain. Witnessing Joya's expression of pain, Polaris's ire subsided somewhat. She then released her hold, her gaze still scrutinizing Joya, and spoke in a stern tone. It had better not be as I suspect. Awkwardly glancing at Polaris, Joya scratched his nose and sighed in resignation. Very well, indeed, it is as you surmise. Upon hearing these words, Polaris widened her eyes in astonishment. Joya, you scoundrel. Witnessing Polaris's furious expression, Joya took to his heels. Standing nearby, Jill observed the two in pursuit, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as a smile of delight graced her features. Yes, teach that rogue a lesson. After a lengthy chase, Joya suddenly halted in his tracks. Both he and Lona had merged with the progenitor virus. At this rate, they could run to Raccoon City without tiring. Turning to face Polaris, who approached him step by step, Joya adopted a serious demeanor as he stepped forward. Upon seeing the expression on Joya's face, Polaris inhaled deeply, quietly watching him, waiting for him to speak. Lona, I love you. Joya's solemnity left Polaris momentarily breathless. Her mind became a whirlwind, causing her to forget why she had pursued Joya in the first place. Opening his arms, Joya embraced Polaris and leaned close to her ear, gently whispering, I will never abandon you. If you disapprove, I can maintain my distance from her. Yet, I must confess, I am indeed intrigued by her. At these words, Polaris took a deep breath and, after a lengthy silence, finally looked up at Joya. You like her? Joya nodded and replied, a little, perhaps. Much like how I came to know you. I have known her for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Polaris fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, she reluctantly responded, I will think about it. Now that the person was already brought back, what use was there in opposing it? Clearly, it was beyond her control. Moreover, she discovered that she was not entirely averse to the situation. In fact, her heart was tinged with a flicker of curiosity about what it might feel like to be involved with three individuals. Hearing this, Joya felt a surge of joy and softly spoke into Polaris's ear, I will make it up to you. Comforting Polaris, he stored the 80 tons of gold into the system space. Subsequently, the two returned to Jill's side. After a brief introduction between Lona and Jill, Joya turned his gaze toward them. Although I could remain silent, I believe it is prudent to inform you. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he continued, I may need to leave for a while. Perhaps a second, perhaps a minute. Upon hearing this, Polaris furrowed her brows and inquired, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? Initially reluctant to elaborate, Joya recalled his earlier promise to Polaris and, with a sigh, explained, I must venture to another world to merge with a more potent biovirus. This virus is highly contagious, with a lethality rate of 99. I am confident in my ability to merge with it successfully. However, if you accompany me, gazing intently into Joya's eyes to ascertain the truth of his words, Polaris let out a sigh. Alas, I understand. You may go. In response, Joya embraced Polaris tenderly. Apologies, but once I assimilate that virus, I assure you that I shall carry you with me wherever I go. Observing the subtle concern etched on Jill's face, Joya smiled and turned his gaze towards her. You too, he added. At his words, Jill scoffed, her heart unwillingly betraying her. Who is worried about you? How shameless. As Joya continued to gaze at her with a teasing smile, Jill slowly lowered her head, murmuring softly, "Hurry back." Hearing the words he longed for, Joya nodded in satisfaction. He then released the Polaris he had been holding, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 40. A psychological blow to Joya in the dead of night, near Pennsylvania Station in Manhattan, New York. It had been 4 days since Alex Mercer shattered the 1118 container, the Blacklight virus. The vicinity around Pennsylvania Station had since been infected and cordoned off. Hidden behind the barricades established by the Blackwatch forces, Joya meticulously recalled the narrative of Prototype. In essence, it is a tale of a viral prototype saving the citizens of Manhattan. As a researcher at Gentech under Blackwatch, Alex Mercer received orders to destroy the 1118 virus that he had been secretly studying with his team. In a decisive move, he stealthily escaped with a sample of the virus. However, upon reaching Pennsylvania Station, he was cornered by Blackwatch agents. Faced with no escape, driven by the desire to bring the entire Manhattan down with him, Alex shattered the container housing the virus, only to be shot dead in the process. Subsequently, most of the virus was absorbed by Alex's corpse, which adapted perfectly, inheriting fragments of his memories, believing itself to be Alex. In the wake of relentless pursuit by Blackwatch, it began to search for its memories, seeking the truth, culminating in a tale of saving Manhattan by diverting a nuclear bomb. This game had been one Joya played during his childhood, yet at that time, he had no interest in the storyline, skipping through it all to relish the gameplay. It was only later, as he replayed it with nostalgia, that he began to grasp the narrative. Gazing at the masses of infected individuals beyond the barricade, established by Blackwatch, and then back at the bustling city just a street away, Joya's heart raced with exhilaration. The limitless evolution and all-consuming ability of Alex, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, was tantalizingly close. If he could seamlessly integrate the Blacklight virus unleashed beyond the barricades, he would soar to new heights. Raccoon City was rife with zombies, alongside the impending tyrants and chasers, not to mention the virus-mutated William, all awaiting his consumption. After merging with the Blacklight virus and evolving to a formidable strength, he would return to devour both Elizabeth and Alex. He would transform into a calamity, plundering through the myriad realms. The perfect adapter of the Blacklight virus, Elizabeth and Alex, each possess unique and formidable traits. The original Blacklight 1118 was developed through artificial cultivation of a newly discovered type of supervirus found in nature. Its ideal adapter is Elizabeth Green, whose powers resemble those of a Zerg Queen, allowing her to absorb energy from both organic and inorganic matter using her own cells and blood. She can create entirely new life forms endowed with independent consciousness and intelligence, albeit with varying IQs, all under her control. These creatures, referred to as hunters in the game, possess the ability to devour and assimilate. In the absence of Elizabeth's commands, they will engage in fierce battles among themselves in pursuit of higher evolution. Though Elizabeth is immensely powerful, she harbors a significant flaw. She lacks the devouring and assimilating capabilities that Alex Mercer or the hunters possess. This is the very reason why Joya chose to traverse to this specific time and place. At present, Alex has developed a more potent strain of the Blacklight virus, which has just begun to manifest on a small scale. Elizabeth has not yet been consumed by him, and there are still 13 days remaining until the nuclear explosion. Joya has ample time to merge with the Blacklight virus. Taking a deep breath, he gazes toward the Black Sentinels near the quarantine line, which are preventing civilians from approaching while continuously shooting at the infected and survivors within the contaminated zone. Joya bides his time, seeking an opportunity to slip into the quarantine area. The Black Sentinels, while slightly inferior in equipment and physical prowess compared to his super soldiers, pose a significant threat. He must proceed with caution. He cannot withstand the relentless bombardment from helicopters and tanks. Arriving at a narrow alley, Joya looks up at the towering residential buildings on either side. After gathering his resolve, he leaps with all his might. A loud bang echoes as he ascends, reaching an altitude of over 100 meters, equivalent to more than 30 stories. Wow! He exclaims, surprised by the roaring wind and the rooftops of buildings below him, which are merely 20 stories high. He had not anticipated that the progenitor virus would enhance him to such an extent. Alex Mercer may not even surpass his current strength, considering he has only been infected with the Blacklight virus for 4 days. Having exerted himself more than expected, he reflects on his earlier doubts about his own capabilities. Suppressing his elation at his newfound strength, Joya lands on the rooftop. Although he had a rough idea of his abilities, he had never had the chance to unleash his full potential. A smirk crosses his lips as he adapts to the power coursing through him, darting and leaping across the rooftop towards the quarantine zone while evading the Black Sentinels. Before long, he finds himself within the quarantine zone at Pennsylvania Station, the initial outbreak site of the infection, and currently the area with the highest concentration of infected individuals. The Black Sentinels have yet to launch an assault here, allowing Joya to merge with the Blacklight virus in relative peace. Standing atop a building that has succumbed to the Blacklight virus, its walls crawling with black and red flesh. Joya contemplates his next move. System, what should I do? Don't suggest that I consume the mysterious flesh and blood clinging to the walls and floor. As the host has perfectly integrated with the progenitor virus, relying solely on the minuscule amount of blacklight virus present in the air for fusion will be a prolonged endeavor. Please, host, overcome your psychological barriers and consume the flesh and blood rich in blacklight virus. This is the swiftest method of merging with the blacklight virus. I gazed at the blood-like tendrils spreading across the walls and floor of the rooftop, my vision dimming. With a fierce resolve, I thought, I will eat. Surely. It is preferable to consuming the infected ones covered in pus. Expressionless, I extended my hand to gather the flesh and blood from the nearby walls and floor. Molding it into a large meatball, I swallowed hard, struggling with the question. System, is this truly edible? It appears to be writhing. After a prolonged wait, the system remained silent. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, swiftly stuffing the fist-sized meatball into my mouth. I intended to swallow it whole. But the meatball seemed too large, a product of my trepidation regarding its quantity. To avoid enduring the ordeal a second time, tears in my eyes, I chewed through intense nausea, forcing the foul-smelling meatball down my throat. Ugh, gasping for breath, I retched repeatedly, my face awash with tears. This sensation, I never wished to experience again. It was not merely physical suffering, but a profound spiritual assault. Chapter 41. Welcome to the pinnacle of the food chain. I plopped down onto the ground, patiently awaiting the onset of the fusion. Moments later, the torment exceeded that of the progenitor virus. At this moment, I felt as though I were pierced by 1,000 arrows. No, it was an even more minuscule pain, penetrating the very essence of my soul. It was akin to every cell, every inch of my spirit being incessantly pricked by countless needles. The excruciating agony compelled me to scream, my body convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. Surely, even the depths of hell could not conjure such a punishment. In a bittersweet attempt to distract myself from the pain, I found little solace. Time became an indistinct blur, and as I gradually acclimatized to the torment, my mind began to wander, until, at a certain moment, all sensation of pain within me abruptly vanished. Instantly, I regained my focus, springing up. System, has it succeeded? As I inquired, I eagerly tested my self-healing abilities. Drawing a dagger from the System S space, I made a cut across my palm. HM? What is happening? I distinctly felt pain moments ago. Unbeknownst to me, the wound on my palm healed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, rendering it as if I had never been injured. The progenitor virus within the host has been consumed by the blacklight virus, achieving perfect fusion and mastery over the blacklight virus. Upon witnessing the system's response, Joya felt an overwhelming surge of joy. However, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, what are the characteristics of the ancestral virus? Its infectivity, fatality rate, and the constraints on those I infect? Can I still exert control? Indeed, came the affirmative reply, dispelling any lingering doubts within Joya. Were he unable to exert control, he would dare not return to the world of the biohazard. After all, the blacklight virus reigns supreme at the apex of the food chain, a predator and the nemesis of all living beings. Those infected with the ancestral virus, Polaris, Jill, and their subordinates, would be unable to withstand the devastation wrought by the blacklight virus. Should I now proclaim, welcome to the pinnacle of the food chain? He chuckled heartily. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Joya gradually regained his composure and contemplated testing other abilities. For instance, transforming his arm into a sharp metallic crescent blade, or forging a colossal fist akin to a hammer. He did not dwell on how his flesh could morph into a metal blade. After all, even kidneys can develop stones. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for an arm to transform into a metallic weapon. Although kidney stones and natural stones may differ in structure, they are both stones nonetheless. And so, he resolved not to overthink it. Ultimately, becoming stronger was a fortuitous development. Yet, after an extensive period of experimentation, his arm exhibited no response whatsoever. Perhaps it is due to the recent infection. My evolutionary stage may still be insufficient, he mused. With this thought in mind, Joya stepped toward the edge of the rooftop. Gazing down at the multitude of infected individuals below, a radiant smile gracing his face. Farewell, my nutrients. When I return next time, I shall grant you liberation. 1 minute after Joya departed from Raccoon City, his figure reappeared before Polaris and Jill. Joya, you've returned. Did you succeed? Polaris exclaimed, her tone urgent as she scrutinized Joya for any injuries. Jill, standing nearby, cast a similarly concerned glance at him. Seeing their expressions, Joya smiled with delight. Of course, I have succeeded. I now stand at the pinnacle of the food chain. At this revelation, curiosity blossomed on Polaris and Jill's faces. The pinnacle of the food chain? What does that mean? Without addressing Polaris's question, Joya pressed his earpiece and commanded, bring me a few zombies, or their corpses will suffice. Polaris and Jill exchanged puzzled glances as they processed Joya's directive. Shortly thereafter, several soldiers dragged in a few zombie corpses, placing them before Joya. Observing Polaris and Jill's bewildered expressions, Joya offered a reassuring smile, gently advising, "The forthcoming scene may be somewhat macabre, but there is no need for fear. It is a natural phenomenon." With that, Joya grasped the neck of a zombie whose head had been partially blown off by a rifle, lifting it with ease. In the next moment, as Joya lifted the zombie's right arm, it became enveloped in a multitude of slender tendrils pulsating with a black-red glow. In mere seconds, the zombie, absorbed entirely by the flickering tendrils of black and crimson light, not a trace remained, not even their garments. Witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, Polaris and Jill felt their pupils constrict sharply, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. What on earth? A wave of prickling fear coursed through them, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. It was an instinctual response. In the presence of such a being as Joya, both Polaris and Jill, along with the surrounding warriors, sensed a primal dread emanating from their subconscious, from their very souls, from their genetic makeup. They could not comprehend this sensation. They were merely engulfed by the most unadulterated fear. Their subconscious relentlessly commanded them to flee, and their bodies involuntarily recoiled. Escape, as far away as possible, distancing themselves from Joya. Yet reason incessantly reminded them that this was Joya, that there was no danger, that they needn't be afraid or run. Observing the intricate expressions on Polaris and Jill's faces, Joya let out a light chuckle. "What troubles you?" she asked. "Did I not just say? This is a normal phenomenon. There is no need for fear." Upon hearing this, Jill and Polaris swallowed hard, exchanging glances as they struggled to suppress the inexplicable terror within. "It sounds simple, but your earlier demeanor truly unsettled us," Jill confessed. "Yes, it reminded me of the feeling I had when being targeted by a sentinel robot." Shaking her head with a wry smile, Joya surmised that their feelings resembled the instinctual fear-prey experiences when confronted by a predator. Extending her hands, she spoke with a smile. "The process will be quite painful, yet once the virus is successfully integrated, you shall no longer feel as though you face a natural enemy." Gazing into Joya's eyes, Polaris unhesitatingly clasped her hands. Meanwhile, Jill hesitated, still unsettled by Joya's earlier inhuman display. However, to eradicate the Umbrella Corporation, which had wrought the chaos in the mansion in Raccoon City, Jill took a deep breath and firmly grasped Joya's other hand. As Joya directed the tendrils to inject the blacklight virus into Polaris and Jill's bodies, the fusion commenced, destined to completely consume the ancestral virus within them. This agony far surpassed any prior experiences. The air was filled with their piercing screams. Nearly an hour later, Polaris and Jill gradually calmed, their once-dazed gazes refocusing. They turned to Joya, who held them with a concerned expression. The inexplicable fear within them vanished, and their bodies felt significantly stronger than before. Before they could articulate their thoughts, Joya, perceiving their successful fusion with the blacklight virus, spoke with solemnity. "Lorna, I have matters to verify. This pertains to our strength." Joya recalled that the special abilities of mutants stemmed from their internal genetics. Since it was genetic, she wished to test whether consuming some of Polaris's flesh and blood would allow her to acquire Polaris's genes and awaken her abilities to manipulate metal and magnetic fields. If a mere trace of flesh and blood genes is insufficient for self-evolution, then Joya must seek alternative means to acquire the genes of Polaris. As for the method, in Chapter 42, the Dark Light Warrior, he had slightly consumed a fragment of Lorna's flesh. Joya sighed softly. Indeed, it was inadequate. The genes contained within that flesh were insufficient. To swiftly attain Polaris's abilities, he would have to consume her entirely. Yet, how could Joya ever contemplate such an act? He possessed his own moral compass, but he was not a heartless lunatic. Aside from devouring the individual, the only other option would be prolonged fluid exchange. Such a sensation was peculiar. Upon separating a portion of flesh, his body immediately rejuvenated. What could Polaris say about this? It made her feel somewhat less than human. Hearing Polaris's words, Jill resonated deeply. "You were right. I now feel like a monster, inexplicably craving those zombies." Disregarding the two as they examined their bodily transformations, Joya absorbed all the zombie corpses that the warriors had brought. He did not perceive any significant evolutionary sensation. However, after absorbing the zombies, the biological energy instilled a slight sense of empowerment within him. Clenching his fist and surveying his surroundings, he mused, "Raccoon City? No, it is paradise. If only all the inhabitants of this world were to become zombies." Had this been earlier, Joya might have entertained such a notion. However, now he glanced at Jill, who was meticulously experiencing her bodily changes alongside Polaris, and he smiled, shaking his head. After all, he could traverse dimensions. He was not particularly concerned about this one filled with bioweapon crises. With this thought, Joya contemplated ways to expand his repertoire of traversable worlds. The first 3 worlds seemed to have been automatically provided upon the activation of the system after he completed certain tasks. The subsequent 3 worlds were added after he accomplished a bank heist. System, does each self-created task I complete increase the number of available worlds by 3? Yes. Receiving an affirmative response, Joya nodded slowly. It seemed that he would need to undertake more tasks within the Marvel Universe in the future. Prior to entering the world of bioweapons, he had attempted to customize tasks. However, everything regarding the worlds could not be published as tasks. Had it been possible, Joya would undoubtedly have reaped substantial rewards during his 2 recent traversals. Although slightly regretful, he did not dwell on it. After all, entering a world was akin to returning home to fetch something. He could adequately prepare and select an opportune time and place to acquire what he desired. Thus, the absence of system task rewards was not a grave concern. Surveying the area, he observed the warriors still awaiting his command, which brought him great satisfaction. Even Polaris and Jill, upon witnessing the previous scene, harbored fear towards him. Surely, these warriors must also be terrified. Yet, they continued to await his orders. This alone was a testament to their loyalty. Joya was determined to reward them handsomely. In the sprawling expanse of Raccoon City, 100,000 zombies roam, and it is uncertain whether he alone can absorb them all before the nuclear explosion. However, he does not wish to squander this rare opportunity for empowerment. Thus, enabling his warriors to simultaneously enhance their strength is undoubtedly a commendable choice. My warriors, he began, but suddenly, Joya realized he was unaware of the current time. System. What time is it in the world of Biohazard? September 28th, 23:48. Nodding thoughtfully, Joya continued in a resonant voice. There are less than 30 hours remaining before Raccoon City is obliterated. I shall bestow upon you greater power, transforming you into apex predators at the pinnacle of the food chain. Before the city meets its nuclear fate, strive with all your might to consume and evolve into more formidable blacklight warriors. Serve me faithfully. As he finished speaking, countless tendrils radiating a sinister black-red glow erupted from within Joya. In the next moment, anguished screams pierced the heavens. Onlookers would surely mistake this scene for a merciless massacre. Nearby, Jill, upon hearing the news of Raccoon City's impending annihilation, widened her eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "How could this be? There are survivors in Raccoon City. They cannot allow this." Snapping back to reality, Jill's face contorted with rage as she cursed vehemently. Damn it. Those wretched Umbrella Corporation, and those despicable politicians in Congress. Have they truly abandoned the survivors of Raccoon City? Observing Jill's fury, Polaris couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, choosing to remain silent. She harbored no fondness for capitalists, politicians, or ordinary people, having been targeted for many years. After injecting the Blacklight virus into his 199 warriors, Joya felt an unprecedented hunger emanating from his cells, genes, and soul. He was in urgent need of energy, of biological vitality. Suppressing the impulse to charge into the bank and devour every zombie within, Joya turned to Polaris and Jill. Jill, still clad in her alluring blue tank top, appeared more captivating than in a black combat suit that failed to accentuate her enticing figure. Recalling Jill's attire from the Biohazard Dead Island film, Joya inquired, "Aren't you hungry? I am preparing to absorb the zombies in the bank. Would you care to join me?" In response, Polaris stepped beside Joya. "I am not hungry, but do not think I will be left behind." Nodding and grasping Polaris's hand, Joya glanced at Jill, who remained rooted in place. "And you?" Taking a deep breath, Jill's expression turned serious. "I will search for the survivors in Raccoon City." At this, Joya shrugged, offering no opposition. As a police officer, Jill was inherently kind, brave, and helpful, yet she possessed the decisiveness to act when necessary. A woman of great charm and striking beauty. Then you might want to wait a moment. My warriors are currently merging with the Blacklight virus. Once they complete the process, you may take my Blacklight warriors with you. As my woman, your commands will be obeyed by them as well. Feeling the increasing strength of Polaris's grip, Joya winked at Jill and said with a smile, "Strength in numbers. Is it not?" With that, Joya dared not speak further, awkwardly chuckling as she entered the bank alongside Polaris. A newfound sense of power coursed through her, mingled with an unsettling hunger for the flesh of the undead. Jill sighed wryly. "At this point, I might even crave the living. With such a state, leaving him is no longer an option." She glanced at the fully armored warriors writhing in agony on the ground, deciding to wait a moment longer. Jill dragged several corpses of zombies from a distance. She swallowed hard. Well, since it has come to this, I might as well give it a try. Little did she imagine that just hours ago, she had been a mere member of a team. Now, she had evolved into something unrecognizable. It was utterly surreal. As her thoughts surged, numerous tendrils shimmering with black and crimson light erupted from Jill's legs. In no time, the lifeless bodies of the zombies were consumed entirely. It felt rather satisfying. Chapter 43, The Buffet of Raccoon City. Inside the bank hall, a colossal metallic sphere dominated the space. Joya gazed at the twisted exterior of the sphere, from which emanated terrifying metallic howls, and turned to Polaris. "Did you do this?" Upon meeting Joya's gaze, Polaris smiled charmingly. Who else could it be? Shall I release them?" Hearing this, Joya's lips curled into a smirk. Release them. Let them understand who the true prey is. Raising an eyebrow, Polaris waved her hand gently. The metallic surface of the sphere peeled away, scattering countless zombies across the floor. Her powers had evidently evolved to greater heights. Previously, she had exerted considerable effort to trap these zombies. With a hiss, the newly freed zombies instantly spotted Joya and Polaris, scrambling towards them in a frantic rush. TSK, unable to discern the peril, rushing towards their own demise. Such irrational creatures hold no value other than to be consumed. With that, Joya propelled herself forward. With a resounding thud, she plunged into the horde of corpses. Countless black and crimson tendrils, akin to shimmering serpents, ensnared every approaching zombie, absorbing and devouring. The gnawing hunger was satiated. Joya felt herself steadily growing stronger at a deliberate pace. Soon, a multitude of zombies had been entirely consumed. All the tendrils retracted into her body. Joya exhaled deeply. Refreshing. Alas, these zombies are too feeble to facilitate swift evolution. I wonder when Sergei will unleash the tyrant and the pursuer. Standing behind Joya, Polaris extended her hand before her and spoke softly. How exhilarating is it? Licking her lips, Joya turned around. Is it here? Just as I desire. The ability to manipulate metal and magnetic fields proved to be quite convenient. Noticing Joya's understanding, Polaris smiled and waved her hand. With a resounding bang, the bank's doors abruptly shut. Outside, Jill, who had just approached to enter, hesitated upon hearing the sounds from within. A flush crept over her face as she realized that while Raccoon City was on the brink of annihilation, the two of them had retreated back to the street. Jill observed the soldiers had ceased their lamentations and risen from the ground. She attempted to issue commands, but faltered as she noticed the Blacklight warriors under Joya's command gazing at her intently. A wave of uncertainty washed over her. She was unsure whether they would heed her orders. Understanding the situation, 3 instructors from the vanguard promptly stepped forward and stood at attention before Jill. Ms. Jill, please give your instructions. Jill felt a sense of relief at the sight of the 3 Blacklight warriors before her. All right, everyone, devote yourselves to rescuing the survivors of Raccoon City. Joya's orders had been to consume and evolve, transforming them into stronger Blacklight warriors, which did not conflict with Jill's mission of saving the survivors. It was merely a matter of effort. As all the Blacklight warriors divided into several small teams and set off in different directions throughout Raccoon City, the undead faced a biochemical crisis. The tide of battle had shifted, with hunters becoming the hunted. The feast for the Blacklight warriors commenced, akin to wolves among sheep. The 199 Blacklight warriors cast aside their military gear, moving with astonishing speed through Raccoon City. Every living zombie, as well as those with shattered skulls, were swiftly absorbed by the Blacklight warriors. Feeling an inhuman power surge within them, an ineffable reverence for joy arose in their hearts. The ability bestowed upon them felt divine, akin to the gods of myth. If deities truly existed, they believed their master must be one of them. As for why such a deity would choose to be their leader, it was obvious: to experience the mortal realm. Such tales were often recounted, regardless of others' beliefs. The Blacklight warriors genuinely embraced this notion at that moment. Utilizing the divine power granted to them, they faithfully executed the tasks assigned by Joya and Jill. When Joya and Polaris emerged from the bank, it was already 2:30 a.m. on September 29th. Had it not been for the need to absorb the zombies to grow stronger, they would not have concluded the battle so swiftly. Observing the desolate street outside the bank, devoid of life and littered with equipment, Joya exhaled softly. It's time to set off. If we delay any longer, my Blacklight warriors will consume all the zombies. Although the ordinary zombies provided limited enhancement to his current strength, he still adhered to the belief that even the smallest morsel was worth consuming. Eager to devour as many zombies as possible, choosing a direction, Joya recalled all military equipment into the system space and, alongside Polaris, joined the ongoing feast in Raccoon City. However, they had not ventured far when a Blacklight soldier came sprinting toward them from another direction. At the entrance of the Raccoon City Police Department, Jill, accompanied by the Blacklight soldiers of the vanguard, arrived with a few rescued survivors. Kendo, trust me, your daughter Emma will be fine. I have sent someone to find my boyfriend. He will surely have a way to save Emma. Although Jill was aware that the virus within her might have the potential to cure Emma, she hesitated to attempt it, unsure of how to proceed. She feared that any misstep could worsen Emma's condition. At that moment, a voice called out, "Jill, you asked us to come." Upon arriving at the police station, they saw Jill cradling Emma and a middle-aged man standing nearby. It dawned on Joya that on the way, the Blacklight soldiers had mentioned Jill seeking his assistance to rescue someone, but they had not specified who. He had assumed she was referring to a survivor who had been bitten by a zombie but had not yet transformed. To his surprise, it was Kendo's daughter, Emma. Kendo was, in many ways, a tragic figure. He ran a thriving gun shop near the police station until one day, the outbreak of a biological crisis turned his life upside down, and his daughter Emma became infected. in the game. The bond between this father and daughter was quite touching for Joya. Joya, please, take a look at her, Jill said urgently, presenting Emma to him. If there were no possible solutions, she could steel her heart against the plight of this adorable little girl. However, knowing that there was a chance to save her, she was compelled to implore Joya to try his utmost. Taking Emma from Jill's arms, Joya glanced at Kendo, who wore a desperate expression. With a resounding thud, Kendo knelt before Joya. Although he did not know Joya personally, he understood from Jill's earlier words that this was the man capable of saving his daughter. I beg you, please save my daughter, Kendo pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Jill, standing nearby, echoed his earnest request. Is it possible, Joya? Please. Seeing the urgency in Jill's expression, Joya raised his finger and smiled, lightly tapping his lips. Before Jill could react, Polaris, who had been silently observing, interjected, I'm still here. Noticing the pressure emanating from Polaris, Joya was about to clarify that it had merely been a jest when Jill leaned in and kissed him. Their contact was fleeting. That should suffice, Joya said, clearing his throat awkwardly as he returned Emma to the anxious Jill. If you are not satisfied, I can, before he could finish. The unconscious Emma stirred in Jill's arms. Seeing so many unfamiliar faces and her father kneeling on the ground, she appeared frightened. Daddy. Chapter 44. The main course at Emma's call of Daddy. Both Jill and Kendo fell into a stunned silence, their gazes fixed on her. My daughter. My precious daughter. You are finally safe. As Emma sat down, gazing at the adorable little girl darting towards Kendo, a look of relief spread across Jill's face. In this hellish realm of Raccoon City, witnessing such a heartwarming scene of familial reunion offered Jill a semblance of solace. Yet, in the next moment, her smile froze. With a resounding thud, Emma had propelled her father, Kendo, several meters away. Kendo, Dad. Struggling to rise from the ground, Kendo coughed violently before raising his hand to speak. I'm fine, thank you, Jill, and your boyfriend. Seeing that Kendo was unharmed, Jill exhaled in relief and turned her attention to Joa, who wore a teasing expression. A blush crept across Jill's cheeks. You must have misheard. At her words, Joa grinned. Oh, is that so? Just consider it a misunderstanding. But I distinctly recall someone claiming she could hear what I said. Jill felt increasingly flustered, awkwardly diverting the conversation. When did you manage to cure her? You could have given me a heads up, for heaven's sake. Noticing Jill's embarrassment, Joa ceased her teasing. She is so young. Even I can barely withstand the agony of the fusion virus. I thought perhaps if I made her faint first, it might alleviate her suffering during the fusion. It seems to have been quite effective. Reflecting on past gaming sessions, Joa felt a twinge of regret for Kendo and his daughter's demise. Now, by chance, they were saved, lifting Joa's spirits considerably. Relieved that Joa had moved on from the previous topic, Jill felt a weight lift from her heart. However, upon seeing Joa's smile, curiosity got the better of her. Do you know Kendo and his daughter? Joa's reply caused Jill's cheeks to flush anew. I don't know them, but you do. Joa referred to the Jill in the game, the character she portrayed. Oblivious to Joa's deeper implications, Jill interpreted this as Joa's actions being solely for her benefit. This fellow truly was refreshingly forthright. Jill found herself torn between amusement and exasperation. Taking a couple of steps closer, she leaned towards Joa and whispered, if you desire. I can. Licking her slightly parched lips, Joa chuckled, eager to tease Jill further. However, just then, a black police officer stumbled towards them, pursued by a zombie. Marvin. Brad. Jill. Relieved to see Marvin unharmed, Jill turned to the distance where Brad stood. Just as she took a step forward, Marvin stopped her. Don't go, Jill. Upon hearing this, Jill's expression darkened. Brad had been bitten while trying to save her, just before she arrived at the parking lot. She turned back to Joa, her eyes filled with desperation. Upon witnessing Jill's gaze, Joya let out a soft sigh, shaking his head slightly. If the transformation had not yet occurred, he could have utilized the blacklight virus to save her. However, now that the transformation had taken place, Joya found himself powerless, utterly devoid of hope. Jill, with a somber expression, turned to Brad, drawing his handgun, prepared to accompany him on his final journey. I'm sorry, Brad. The zombified Brad, his voice hoarse, repeated Jill's words slowly, leaving Jill wide-eyed and momentarily stunned. Yet, in that instant, Brad let out a roar and lunged toward Jill to bite him. Allow me, Joya interjected, seizing the gun from Jill's grasp and swiftly gripping Brad's neck as he lunged. Though you saved Jill, in a roundabout way, you have also salvaged me. You were lackluster in the first chapter, yet a true man in the second. Rest easy. Bang. The roar ceased. Joya released his grip, and Brad's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Witnessing the grim fate of his companion fueled Jill's rage. Damn the Umbrella Corporation. I shall ensure its total destruction. Patting Jill on the shoulder, Joya turned to Chief Marvin. What of Leon Kennedy, the rookie who must integrate with colleagues on his very first day at the precinct? When might he arrive? Upon hearing Joya's inquiry, Marvin paused, momentarily taken aback. Although uncertain how Joya knew of Leon's arrival, he pondered the internal situation at the precinct. With a wry smile, he mused, is this a new hellish jest? Nevertheless, it is indeed true. If that newcomer is to start today, he must quickly bond with his colleagues. At this juncture, he recalled that there were other surviving officers within the precinct. Time was of the essence. They needed to devise a plan to rescue them. With that, Marvin dashed through the precinct's entrance. Observing this, Joya glanced at the 10 or so blacklight warriors accompanying Jill, along with the survivors they had rescued. He gestured towards the precinct's entrance, signaling them to assist in the rescue. Subsequently, Joya embraced Jill from behind, whispering softly. Witnessing this scene, Polaris ground her teeth in frustration but restrained herself, allowing Joya to pursue his romantic endeavors. To me, the state of this world matters little. Yet, I am willing to protect that which you cherish, that which you wish to safeguard. Upon hearing these words, Jill abruptly turned around, cradling Joya's face in her hands, and kissed him fervently, passionately. Joya responded by wrapping his arms around Jill's slender waist. After an extended moment, just as Polaris could no longer contain her agitation, the two finally parted. Gazing earnestly at Joya, Jill smirked and softly remarked, "You rascal, a devil enticing hearts, as if risen from the depths of hell." At this, Joya felt a surge of joy. "It seems you have indeed been enchanted by me." Jill rolled her eyes at his triumphant demeanor, about to retort when the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air around them. "Oh ho, the flirtation ends here. Our main course has arrived." Bang, 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 bang. Enormous metallic crates were continuously dropped from the transport aircraft into the heart of Raccoon City, not far from the police station and in close proximity to Joya and her companions. These were not merely containers housing tyrants and pursuers. They also contained a plethora of weaponry, flamethrowers, anti-tank rocket launchers, and Vulcan machine guns. The smaller crates were filled with military gear specifically designed for the pursuers, who possessed independent consciousness and could adapt to the evolving battlefield. With a cold chuckle, Joya summoned all her strength and dashed towards the drop zone, closely followed by Polaris and Jill. Before the tyrants and pursuers could be unleashed, Joya kicked away all the weapons that descended from the sky, their final destinations lost to the vastness of the night sky. Observing this, the umbrella soldiers, who were descending via ropes, halted abruptly midair. Was that figure below human? It seemed even more formidable than the tyrants and pursuers. After reporting the situation, the soldiers received an immediate retreat order. Before they could ascend, the transport aircraft fled in haste, fearing that the humanoid creature below, seemingly stronger than the tyrants and pursuers, might hurl something that could bring down their helicopter. Typically, Umbrella Corporation would not deploy troops to undertake the same mission as the tyrants and pursuers. Such biological weapons were perilous and fraught with unpredictability. Engaging in missions alongside them was tantamount to courting death, which would significantly dampen morale. This time, Sergei merely intended for the troops to assist from the sidelines. However, given the current circumstances, the troops found themselves unable to intervene in the conflict. Thus, Sergei resolved to have the troops conceal themselves nearby, awaiting the moment when the tyrants and pursuers would eliminate each other, allowing them to capture the extraordinary individual for the research department. Chapter 45. Evolution and Hank's infiltration of the police station. After Joya dispatched the various weapon crates, the biological capsules containing the tyrants and pursuers ceased the supply of suppressants. With a cacophony of hisses, cracks, and explosions, there was no time to wait for the capsules to slowly open. The tyrants and pursuers within were eager to burst forth, shattering the capsule doors as they emerged step by step. This batch of tyrants and pursuers was not restrained by the garments that typically limited their strength or the mutation speed of the viruses within them. Gazing at the bare-chested tyrants and pursuer clad only in pants, Joya could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow, they look quite delectable. 5 tyrants for me, and the remaining 1 pursuer will be split between the 2 of you." With a smirk, she allocated the spoils without a backward glance and propelled herself forward. With a resounding thud, like an arrow released from its bow, she swiftly reached the front of one tyrant. Raising her hand, she unleashed a powerful punch that connected squarely with the unprepared tyrant's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the tyrant's chest caved in, while Joya's fist bore slight deformation. "Huh, quite sturdy," she remarked, shaking her right hand after delivering the blow. As Joya clenched his fist once more, his hand had returned to its former state. This was the culinary delight I had long anticipated. A satisfied smile graced his face as he gathered his strength once again. With a flying knee strike, Joya forcefully struck the tyrant's jaw. With a resounding crash, the tyrant fell in response. Ignoring the encroaching other tyrants and pursuers, Joya ascended, mounting the tyrant's chest. He then raised his fists, launching a flurry of blows upon the tyrant's head. Simultaneously, a multitude of writhing tendrils, glimmering with a black-red hue, emerged from his body, enveloping the tyrant beneath him. With a morbidly joyous grin, Joya swiftly drained the life from this tyrant. Feeling the undeniable surge of strength within his body, as well as the satisfaction resonating from his cells and even his genes. Joya's inner joy overflowed. Once again, he endeavored to transform his arm into a weapon, and this time, he succeeded. He evolved a new ability. After a series of pulsating motions from the tendrils shimmering with black-red light, his entire right arm transformed in the blink of an eye into a fearsome crescent-shaped blade. It was not that he could not assume other forms. Rather, after much contemplation, Joya concluded that only the crescent blade, reminiscent of his brother's, balanced practicality and aesthetic appeal, making it the most fitting appendage. Other weapons, be they swords, spears, or axes, seemed somewhat unsuitable. Though an axe might suffice, it lacked the elegance of the crescent blade. Let me see, who shall be my next dish? His tone was flippant, as if genuinely troubled over a banquet laid before him. Yet, in the context of the current scene, there lingered an unsettling aura that sent shivers down the spines of the oblivious tyrants. You. He chose the one closest to him. With a single thrust, Joya pierced the tyrant's chest, impaling him in midair. Countless black-red tendrils surged forth from the blade. Soon, the second tyrant was completely absorbed. These biological weapons, crafted at great expense by the Umbrella Corporation, appeared as mere lambs to the slaughter before Joya. They were utterly powerless. Suddenly, a tyrant launched a surprise attack from behind, landing a punch that pierced Joya's abdomen. However, in the next moment, the black-red tendrils spread along the tyrant's arm, enveloping his entire body. Casting a glance at the tyrant behind him, Joya broke into a grin. Another gift delivered to my doorstep. Shock, confusion, and an indescribable dread emanating from their very souls gripped the Umbrella soldiers, observing the battlefield from afar through their binoculars, causing goosebumps to erupt across their skin. Report to the commander about that monster. Before he could finish his sentence, the head of this terrified soldier, whose voice trembled with fear, was crushed. The black-suited warriors who had accompanied the transport aircraft now filled the rooftop to capacity. These waiting Umbrella soldiers, oblivious to their impending doom, were swiftly annihilated. Let me see where you all came from, Joya mused as the black-red tendrils absorbed the fallen Umbrella soldier. The blacklight warrior instructor appeared as if he were watching a film, swiftly traversing through his memories. The Umbrella Corporation headquarters? He hoped this intelligence would prove valuable to his superior. Stepping towards the edge of the rooftop, the instructor lightly tapped the tip of his foot and leaped from the 20-some stories high building. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed. The street below was punctuated with large craters. Soon after, the blacklight warriors surged towards Joya's direction. By the time they arrived, Joya was engaged in absorbing the pursuers. Polaris and Jill were each occupied with absorbing the tyrant and another pursuer, which had been cleaved in two by Joya and was still roaring and attacking. Once the trio completed their absorption, Joya reflected on the recent battle, shaking his head slightly. His combat experience was somewhat lacking. He needed to find time to learn close combat techniques upon his return. However, glancing at the blacklight warriors who had just arrived not far away, Joya hesitated. Would learning close combat from them tarnish the image he had established in their eyes? Noticing Joya's gaze, the instructor approached, ready to share the intelligence they had just acquired. Suddenly, the sound of intense gunfire erupted from the direction of the police station. Turning to look, Joya frowned in confusion. What is going on? Where is that submachine gun fire coming from? Did you not leave all the firearms at the bank entrance? In response, the instructor quickly waved to the blacklight warriors behind him while replying, Please wait a moment. We will head over to investigate. Turning towards Polaris and Jill, who had also completed their absorption, Joya calmly suggested, Let us go together. They hastily made their way back to the Raccoon City police station. Just as they reached the entrance, the gunfire began to dwindle. Upon entering the police station alongside Polaris, Jill, and the blacklight warriors, they caught sight of a shadow slicing through the air before them. With a loud bang, the figure crashed against the wall of the police station and fell to the ground. Frowning at the individual who lay on the ground, coughing violently and struggling to rise, Joya felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Clad in a black combat suit, wearing a gas mask, and wielding a shotgun, it was none other than the Grim Reaper Hank. It must be him. At this hour, there was no one else. What is the situation? Upon hearing Joya's inquiry, the blacklight warrior who had sent Hank flying hastily offered an explanation. Boss, after we eliminated all the zombies here, we brought the surviving officers to the lobby. Not long after, this fellow suddenly barged in. We thought he was a police officer and were about to ask him where he had escaped from. Before we could even inquire, he opened fire. I intended to capture him for questioning, but I underestimated his abilities, and it turned into the encounter you just witnessed. After listening to the blacklight warrior's account, Joya nodded and approached Grim Reaper Hank. Chapter 46. Joya, overindulged. Is he still alive? Bending down, Joya flipped Hank's body over and removed his gas mask. During their gaming sessions, he had harbored a certain curiosity about Hank's appearance. After all, the combination of his combat uniform and gas mask was undeniably striking. However, upon unveiling the mask, Joya felt a pang of disappointment. Hank resembled a typical middle-aged Caucasian man, far inferior to his own expectations. Indeed, with the mask on, his true visage had been left to the imagination of others. Seeing that Hank was still alive, albeit with a face contorted in pain, Joya spoke up. You must have just escaped from the underground research facility, the Nest, right? Where's the virus you stole from William? Hand it over. Otherwise. As he spoke, Joya's forearm writhed with black-red tendrils, sprouting black, blade-like spikes. His hand transforming into a claw glinting with a chilling light. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Hank, who had long battled various perilous biological weapons, could not help but furrow his brow, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ah, your bravado may cost you your life. With that, Joya prepared to absorb Hank's essence. Had it not been for the lingering filter of the game in Joya's mind, Hank would have already met his demise, if given a chance. And Hank failed to cherish it, Joya would bear no blame. Realizing that his life was genuinely in jeopardy, Hank hastily interjected, Wait, the virus is in my bag. I'll get it for you. With a cold smirk, Joya slowly rose, his arm reverting to its original form. Indeed, one does not weep until faced with the coffin. Relieved, Hank dared not delay. Struggling to his feet, he retrieved the insulated box containing the virus and handed it to Joya. It was not that he lacked the will to resist. Rather, after the recent skirmish, he had discovered that firearms were ineffective against such monsters. Even if a shotgun could penetrate their defenses, they would recover almost instantaneously. Striking at the head proved futile. These creatures appeared to possess an unfair advantage, leaving Hank at a loss for how to combat them. He took several steps back, pressing against the wall, his gaze shifting constantly between the blacklight warrior that had knocked him aside and Joya, filled with wariness and caution. Hank waited silently for an opportunity to flee. Taking the insulated box, Joya extracted the virus container and was poised to consume it. Polaris and Jill hurriedly intervened. Joya, wait a moment. What dangerous substance are you about to ingest? At their words, Joya paused, then turned to the concerned expressions of Polaris and Jill, smiling as he replied. It's merely a virus. There is nothing to worry about. It won't pose any danger, I assure you. Without waiting for further protest, Joya swiftly swallowed the container along with the virus. While he could have absorbed it with his tendrils, Joya preferred not to waste it, opting instead to consume it directly, ensuring not a single drop was spilled. After consuming all 6 tubular containers of the virus within the insulated box, Joya awaited the onset of his evolution. The virus, too, possessed the characteristic of limitless evolution and mutation. However, it bore a significant flaw: it was uncontrollable, regardless of whether the resulting mutations yielded beneficial or detrimental genes. It would accept them all, ultimately leading to an increasingly inhuman form. Fortunately, after Joya assimilated the blacklight virus, he managed to compensate for the virus's inherent flaws. Uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength after consuming the virus, a flicker of anticipation danced within him, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. What on earth was happening? His body felt peculiarly strange. Had he perhaps ingested too much of the virus in one go? As if to validate his thoughts, tendrils began to surge uncontrollably from his body. Within him, a rapid and intense mutation was occurring at such a pace that even he, who had merged with the blacklight virus, found it somewhat challenging to manage. Alas, it seemed he had truly overindulged. Although he felt no pain, a sense of discomfort enveloped him. After all, he had only recently merged with the blacklight virus and had subsequently consumed a considerable number of zombies, 5 tyrants, 1 chaser, and now 6 vials of the virus. Such swift evolution within a short time frame necessitated a period of adaptation. It was entirely reasonable to momentarily lose control. Having come to this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to Polaris and Jill, Joya offered a wry smile. It appeared he would need to prepare for a return. He required some time to recuperate and assimilate before proceeding further. Just as he spoke, a massive eye abruptly opened on his chest, surveying the surroundings. However, this peculiar sight was fleeting, as dark red tendrils promptly retracted it back within. Blinking in bewilderment, Joya found himself momentarily disoriented by the sudden expansion of his field of vision. Was he evolving into something unfathomable? Not only was Joya perplexed, but everyone who had witnessed the enormous eye emerge from his chest was equally astonished. Polaris and Jill, both wearing expressions of shock, exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard as they spoke in tones laced with complexity. Joya, are you absolutely sure you're all right? In response, Joya flashed a reassuring smile. I am quite fine. It's merely that the pace of evolution is a bit swift, and my body is still adjusting. I shall be well in due time. As he uttered these words, several vibrant red eyes, connected by tendrils, emerged from his body, darting about restlessly. Along with the eyes, there were bone spikes and various cold weapons. Joya reached out, hastily shoving these peculiar entities back into his body, managing an awkward chuckle. I assure you, I'm fine. Please, no more emerging. It's quite uncomfortable. Grateful for the merging with the blacklight virus, he mused that without it, he might have struggled to maintain his human form. Regaining his composure, Polaris and Jill hesitated. Torn between words. Could they truly feel reassured? How vast must their hearts be to find solace in this? Hadn't they heard Joya's words? Shouldn't they be notifying the others immediately instead of lingering here? Yes, ma'am. At the simultaneous exclamation from Polaris and Jill, the blacklight warriors rushed out of the police station to alert the others. Approaching Joya, Polaris and Jill assisted in cramming the bizarre objects back into his body while voicing their concerns. Joya, you want to transform into something bizarre in the future, will you? Upon hearing Polaris's question, Jill instinctively shivered. Oh no, let us hope not. He is already too diminished in value as is. At her words, Polaris cast a sly glance at Jill. In truth, I am rather eager to experience the sensation of being ensnared by sticky, sinuous tendrils enveloping my entire being. Halt. You too, cease your chatter. The thought of potentially transforming into some indescribable entity sent shivers down Joya's spine. I must maintain my human form for the entirety of this life. While Joya and her companions engaged in conversation, Hank, observing from the side, felt a stirring in his heart. He glanced at the terrified survivors, rendered mute by fear, and then at the creature that continued to converse. Hank swallowed hard and cautiously began to inch his way up the stairs to the second floor of the Raccoon City Police Department. With each careful step, he dared not make a sound, fearful of drawing attention. Unbeknownst to him, several black and red tendrils, adorned with eyes and measuring at least 10 centimeters in diameter, silently followed behind him. Sensing something amiss, Hank turned around only to be confronted by the mass of eye-covered tendrils, nearly causing his soul to flee in terror. He fell back onto the stairs, and with a gulp, returned to his previous position under the watchful gaze of the grotesque appendages. Damn it, there is no escaping this. Chapter 47. Is it breaking down? No. It is ultimate evolution. Under the fixation of several eerie-eyed tendrils, Hank felt every hair on his body stand on end. Simultaneously, his own body began to undergo peculiar changes. The back of his gloved right hand sprouted crimson eyes. What on earth is happening? What kind of infernal creature is this? Not just Hank, but all survivors present, save for Polaris, Jill, and Emma, exhibited bizarre alterations to their bodies. Even the walls of the police station were encrusted with spiderweb-like black-red flesh, pulsating with a flickering glow. Thick, densely arranged tendrils, armed with writhing eyes, emerged from the flesh. Joya, her gaze vacant, surveyed the surroundings. Witnessing the rapid transformation wrought by the virulent blacklight virus, she murmured, I feel as though I am truly on the verge of breaking down. She had initially thought that a brief respite would restore her. Yet, the pace of her internal mutation accelerated, spiraling geometrically. Within mere minutes, she found even the contagious nature of the blacklight virus increasingly difficult to control. No, this cannot continue. If I remain here any longer, Lorna and Jill may also succumb to mutation. I must depart at once. With that thought, Joya vanished in an instant. New York, Manhattan. On the rooftop near Pennsylvania Station, Joya's figure materialized out of thin air. Here, she would await the completion of her evolution, halting her mutation before returning. The flow of time differed on either side. No matter how long she lingered, it would matter not. Whispering softly, Joya settled into a comfortable position on the rooftop, deciding to relinquish control. Since she could no longer contain it, she resolved to embrace the chaos. After all, she was at the very core of the blacklight virus infection zone. Her presence would neither add nor detract. However, Joya underestimated the unfathomable transformations that would arise from the blacklight virus consuming an equally limitless mutating virus. The moment she released her bodily constraints, a multitude of black and red tendrils surged forth from Joya's entire being. How dark it was. Yet, I still yearned to gaze at the heavens and ponder the meaning of life. Why was I confined to this dark chamber? With a desire to control the tendrils and free my head, I attempted to do so, only to discover that I could no longer master the rapidly evolving form of my body. I had even lost the ability to perceive through the eyes adorning the tendrils. I was exhausted. Let it be obliterated. I vow never to indulge in reckless consumption again. A colossal, pulsating flesh cocoon enveloped Joya completely, adorned with a massive black and red eye that incessantly surveyed the surroundings. Below, the residential buildings that had once been infected by the blacklight virus were now ensnared by the tendrils. Reinforced concrete was gradually eroded, its latent energy continuously siphoned away, transformed into biological energy to sustain Joya's swift evolution and mutation. The scope of the erosion expanded relentlessly. Wherever the tendrils reached, everything was consumed. Those infected, covered in festering sores, were continuously enveloped and devoured by the flickering black and red tendrils, unable to utter even a cry. The encroachment spread further, from an initial building to several neighboring structures, ultimately occupying the very heart of the infection zone. The pace quickened. On the periphery, at the edge of the blockade, the aerial and ground forces of the Black Watch suddenly noticed, for reasons unknown, the dwindling number of infected. Upon reporting the situation to their superiors, they received orders to delve into the infection zone and uncover the truth. Consequently, the Black Watch's aerial and ground units advanced toward the epicenter of the infection zone. How much longer must we wait? Can it move faster? It's so dark and unbearably dull, as if sensing Joya's will. The speed of the Blacklight virus's encroachment surged dramatically. A pilot from the Black Watch, piloting an armed helicopter, was the first to approach the center of the infection zone. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered speechless. What was that? The entire center of the infection zone was awash with writhing black and red tendrils, rapidly spreading outward. It resembled an endless tide of intertwined serpents, shimmering with a red glow. At the heart of the serpentine surge, a massive flesh cocoon was suspended in midair, cradled by the black and red tendrils. The cocoon pulsated rhythmically, as if it were alive, breathing. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The most significant detail was the enormous eye that had grown upon the cocoon. The moment the pilot locked eyes with that gigantic orb, an overwhelming terror surged within him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Report. Unknown mutated entity discovered at the center of the infection zone. Requesting, oh no. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a colossal black and red tendril erupt from the ground, striking toward him. With a thunderous crash, the pilot, unable to evade, pressed the missile launch button. However, while the airborne missile was fired, it inflicted no harm upon the massive black and red tendril. The tentacles surged forward with unrelenting speed, striking down the helicopter in an instant. A cacophony of explosions resounded as the armed aircraft shattered into countless fragments. As the debris fell, it was swiftly engulfed by the ever-encroaching tendrils emerging from the ground. Such rapid evolution, so extreme in its velocity, was beyond the capability of any other Blacklight virus host. Even Joya, without the aid of the system, would have succumbed entirely to a monstrous state of mere evolution and consumption. The fleshy tendrils continued to spread, soon breaching the perimeter established by the Blackwatch forces. Any soldier daring enough to approach even slightly would find themselves metamorphosed into grotesque beings adorned with tentacles and eyes. Manhattan succumbed at a visible pace. Upon receiving this news, the Blackwatch hesitated not for a moment, decisively launching a nuclear missile towards the center of mutation, intent on obliterating the bizarre chrysalid captured by satellite imagery. Before the missile's launch, the politicians in Congress and the upper echelons of the Blackwatch contemplated the potential research value of this unknown aberration, pondering the profits it could yield and the monumental shifts it might bring to the war. They had even prepared to collect samples for study post-nuclear explosion, with project funding already approved. Yet, once the missile was launched, those in power watched in horror as the satellite transmitted live footage of the unfolding scene. The missile reached its target location, but before it could detonate, it too became infested with tentacles and eyes, much like the infected. Subsequently, the missile sank into the blackened earth as if rendered inert. We are doomed. What in the world is that accursed creature? Fear, anxiety, and despair gripped them as humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear missile, lost its efficacy against such a bizarre entity. Did humanity still possess a future? The answer was a resounding no. Chapter 48. The Supreme Blacklight Will. In the wake of the missile's failure, merely half a day had passed before Manhattan fell. Everything was consumed, leaving behind a vast expanse of writhing tendrils, forming a black and crimson landscape. Humans, animals, buildings vanished without a trace. The erosion continued to spread in all directions: land, sea, and even the sky became tainted with the deep Blacklight virus. How much longer must this endure? I can hardly tell if my eyes are open or closed. Can it not be expedited? I acknowledge my folly. I shall not be greedy again. Joya lamented within the ever-growing chrysalid. As his thoughts crystallized, small chrysalids began to rise from the corrupted earth, forming in mere moments. Countless monstrous entities emerged from their cocoons, racing towards the uninfected cities of Earth at a pace far exceeding that of the spreading corruption. Humanity's calamity had arrived. The creatures that burst forth from their shells were formless, mere colossal masses of flesh. Yet, they possessed independent consciousness and intelligence, capable of transforming into any mutated form of the species absorbed by their mother nest. Simultaneously, they possess an exceedingly terrifying contagion, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to it as pollution. Each one serves as a source of contamination capable of instilling dread and despair in all forms of life. Their exceedingly bizarre appearance alone evokes an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Coupled with the characteristics of this pollution, it can lead to an instantaneous depletion of vitality, causing one to lose their sanity and devolve into a monstrosity. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months. After 100 days, aside from the entities of dark light, the planet is devoid of any flora or fauna, and not a single structure remains. Once vibrant and teeming with life, adorned with the colors of land and sea, The world has now succumbed to a pure and bleak crimson. The sky too is awash in a sanguine hue. Viewed from space, the atmosphere of the planet glows a blood red, with dark tendrils of corruption faintly visible below. This red-black sphere, at a glacial pace, emits an ominous aura into the cosmos. Were one to draw closer and observe from a microscopic perspective, they would discern that this foreboding essence is none other than the black light virus, relentlessly probing the universe. Within the flesh cocoon, a curious sensation overtakes me. Why does my body feel so extraordinarily vast all of a sudden? Moreover, what is that luminous orb of fire ahead? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the sun depicted in science fiction. Am I losing my mind, indulging in fanciful visions of solar transcendence? Haha. I wonder if there are golden crows within that blazing sphere. If not, perhaps a grand figure like Tsukuyami could emerge. Wait, that S incorrect. Tsukuyami is sealed within the moon. Having lingered in this pitch-black environment for an indeterminate duration, I finally glimpsed something different, igniting a spark of excitement within me. Yet, after a while I sigh. Although the transformation of the scene is indeed a cause for celebration, when will I complete my evolution? I long to escape. I do not wish to be ensnared by these tendrils. As this thought surfaces, I feel as though my consciousness is plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, spiraling downward. Until, at last, the sensation of falling dissipates and darkness envelopes me once again. No, allow me one more moment before I can finish my plea. A cacophony of flesh-rending sounds erupts. The cocoon unfurls like a blossoming flower. Am I once more gazing upon Manhattan? What is this? Where is the sprawling city? Where are Alex Mercer and Elizabeth? What has become of them? The ground remains dark, and the sky is a vivid scarlet. Is this still the world of Prototype? Have I traversed into another realm? What malevolent deity's home planet have I been cast into? In a state of bewilderment. Having lost all understanding of the events that transpired, I call out in urgency. System, was I not meant to be evolving? How have I ended up in this wretched place? What are those clusters of black slime below? And what is this sticky mass of flesh beneath my feet? As I ponder these questions, a chilling realization seizes me. Could it be? Are these manifestations my doing? The host has consumed the world of Prototype. Assimilated all matter on Earth, completed its evolution, absorbed energy, and pollution is now spreading into the cosmos. It is anticipated that, after an unfathomable number of years, the pollution will envelop the entire universe. Jair was rendered speechless. In a moment of existential dread, he sat up, realizing that the evil deity was, in fact, himself. Did this mean that the sun he had just witnessed was the true sun? That the universe he perceived was indeed the genuine universe? Were those black slimes below creations of his own making? In essence, had he absorbed the entire planet, transforming it into his own corporeal form? With wide eyes, Jair meticulously validated his assumptions, oscillating between human and planetary forms of consciousness. He commanded the black slimes to morph into dogs, lions, tigers, octopuses, and various plants. He envisioned combat aircraft, tanks, nuclear warheads, and all conceivable directives. Observing the black slimes fulfill each command, Jair was utterly astounded. Monstrous black-red luminescent aberrations emerged. Both in animal and plant forms, as well as transformed fighter jets, perhaps they should be termed biological fighters? How on earth had his consumption of merely 6 viruses escalated into such chaos? While directing the black glow fighter jets to launch pollution projectiles composed of flesh and blood virus, Jair numbly muttered to himself. If he were to return to the Marvel universe, would he not be expelled? Ancient One would likely treat him as she did Dormammu. As for the Time Variance Authority, he was uncertain whether it was Kong the Conqueror or Loki at the helm. Loki might be manageable, but if it were Kong, he would surely be cast into the temporal wasteland. Rubbing his head, Jair decided not to dwell on it any longer, regardless of who currently ruled the multiverse. As long as the Black Glow planet remained intact, he would never perish. Moreover, the Prototype world was not situated within the Marvel universe. This implied that the denizens of Marvel could never truly vanquish him, only banish him. What was there to fear? From now on, he would be a progenitor. He could do as he pleased. Although he had inexplicably become a malevolent deity in the eyes of others, was that not precisely what he had longed for? The term evil deity sounded rather unappealing. Perhaps supreme black light will would suffice. One must not be arrogant. One must not be arrogant. He still remained quite feeble. The number of beings stronger than him across the myriad realms was incalculable. When the time came for him to ascend to the pinnacle of all existence, trampling upon all beneath him, it would then be appropriate to embrace pride. The Black Glow planet was a product of Jair's consumption of the entire Earth. Brimming with vast life energy, Jair's body could not contain such immense power, preventing him from claiming the Black Glow planet as part of himself. However, it mattered little. In his human form, he retained all abilities of the planetary form, albeit with diminished potency. After all, the disparity in size between human and planetary forms was significant. Focusing his consciousness in human form, Jair felt a sense of relaxation. The planetary form was utterly immobile, a stifling experience. As he pondered this, joyous thoughts stirred. Just as he was about to return to the world of biohazards, the fleshy chrysalis beneath him suddenly stirred. Chapter 49, The Eye of Blacklight. The tendrils supporting the chrysalis slowly descended, submerging completely, leaving only the chrysalis to erode the earth beneath. Feeling the slight tremors of the chrysalis, along with a fragmented consciousness attempting to communicate with him, Joya blinked. He stepped to the edge and leapt to the ground below. Does this thing possess consciousness as well? After Joya descended, the bizarre chrysalis reassembled itself. Immediately, it began to undergo dramatic transformations. The chrysalis first contracted into a chaotic mass of flesh before morphing into a colossal eye ensconced in countless black and red tendrils. The sclera was riddled with grotesque veins, while the pupil was an abyssal black. Once fully formed, a distinct thought penetrated Joya's mind. Father God, where you go, I wish to follow. Staring at the immense, uncanny eye, Joya, momentarily overwhelmed with the unexpected paternal title, found himself at a loss for words. Since it was his creation, calling him Father God was indeed accurate. Yet, he had never experienced fatherhood. After a brief hesitation, Joya spoke. The places I venture to may not be suitable for you. You might frighten others easily. It would also attract the attention of certain entities within the Marvel Universe. Despite Joya's self-proclaimed status as the supreme Blacklight will, he still needed to tread carefully in the current Marvel landscape. He was stronger than the majority of superheroes, yet still not on par with those magical deities, such as the Ancient One who thwarted the dimensional demon Dormammu, nor with those far beyond them. However, regardless of who they were, none could truly extinguish Joya's existence. In the world of murderous mutation, apart from the virus, no extraordinary powers existed. To reach a singular universe level or multi-universe level of strength, Joya needed to absorb the world of Elden Ring at the very least. Yet, to absorb that world, he first required some extraordinary abilities to enhance his chances of successfully attacking it. The overall strength of the Elden Ring world was formidable, rife with outer gods, malevolent deities, prayers, magic, and the incurable crimson rot that corrupted all. Without certainty, Joya was unwilling to venture there merely to be hunted as a monster. For now, he could barely be considered to have escaped Earth, achieving a level of survival in the cosmos. According to the classifications from Devouring the Starry Skies, he was roughly at the level of an apprentice at the 9th tier to a planetary 1st tier. His most potent defensive capabilities were pollution and absorption. However, he dared not utilize these powers indiscriminately in the Marvel realm, should he be perceived as a threat. It could draw the attention of beings even more formidable than the Ancient One. Even if he could not be truly killed, being sealed or eliminated once would hinder his ability to open new chapters. A simple mirror dimension created by the Ancient One could potentially trap him indefinitely. Therefore, until he had grown sufficiently powerful to roam freely within the Marvel Universe, he must remain discreet and refrain from excessive actions. Father God, will this be acceptable? As a thought entered his mind, the enigmatic eye before Joya once again underwent a transformation. It morphed into a pitch-black, fearsome warhorse of abnormal stature. Could you perhaps assume a more conventional form? A simple dog or cat would suffice. Upon hearing this, the bizarre eye's shape shifted once more. This time, it had taken on a far more ordinary appearance, transforming into a common wolf dog. Observing this, Joya smiled. In that case, guiding you should pose no problem. By the way, you lack a name, do you not? I beseech the Father God to bestow a name upon you. After a moment of contemplation, Joya spoke. Let your true name be Blacklight Eye, and your nickname shall be Big Eye. How does that sound? Thank you, Father God. Seeing Blacklight Eye's satisfaction with the name he had given, Joya nodded in approval. Speaking of Big Eye, Joya was suddenly reminded of a game he played before his transmigration, featuring a hero known as the Eye of the Void. Its ultimate ability allowed it to emit rays from a colossal single eye. Now, in this ordinary realm devoid of the extraordinary, he felt that there was little left to enhance his capabilities. The next step would be to prepare for the world of the Black Robe Patrol. If he could absorb Azza and grant that power to Big Eye, it would be akin to becoming the Eye of the Void. The mere thought of absorbing Azza and then engaging in battle, with a long tentacle sprouting from his body, covered in eyes shooting rays in all directions, brought a smile to Joya's face. Shaking his head, he pulled himself back from his wandering thoughts. Let us depart. I yearn to relax and indulge in some delectable cuisine. To savor life. Days felt like years while you were wrapped within me. You have no idea how tedious it was, with no one to converse with. It was a perpetual shroud of darkness. In fact, at times, I could hardly discern whether my eyes were open or closed. I apologize, Father God. I merely sought to protect you and have been hastening my pace, Joya said, affectionately patting Blacklight Eye's canine head with a nonchalant smile. Subsequently, he vanished from the Blacklight planet, which had now become a colossal amalgamation of flesh and blood, devoid of any life save for Blacklight. All matter and resources had been devoured, transformed into the vital energy required for evolution. Not a single ounce of gold had been spared for Joya. In Raccoon City, At the police station, the bizarre phenomena ceased immediately after Joya's disappearance. Joya, after a brief moment of distraction, Polaris quickly realized that the person she deeply cherished had undoubtedly encountered some form of anomaly. He had lost control, choosing to bear the burden alone to prevent any repercussions for her and Jill. Did you not promise never to abandon me again? Collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streamed down Polaris's face in an instant. Meanwhile, Jill's mind was also engulfed in confusion. Suddenly turning to Hank, who was preparing to flee, Jill rushed forward, seizing Hank by the neck and pinning him against the wall. Tell me, what exactly did you give him? What is this virus? What on earth are you involved in? The entire body was ensnared by dark crimson tendrils against the wall, and Hank was at a loss for tears. No. Wasn't that virus forcibly taken by that monstrous entity? How could this possibly fall upon me? And what manner of creatures are these? I must have been out of my mind to accept this cursed mission. Fearing for his life at any moment, Hank hurriedly attempted to explain. Yet, before he could utter a word, a familiar voice unexpectedly reached Polaris and Jill's ears. It shouldn't have been long, right? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Polaris quickly lifted her head and leaped into Joya's embrace, kissing him fervently. Simultaneously, Jill, who was pressing Hank for answers and nearly succumbed to the temptation of absorbing a living being, turned her gaze towards the two. Seeing that Joya appeared unscathed, her anxious heart finally found solace. The two lives, along with another young one, emanated an essence derived from the Father God, suggesting they were favored by him. Thus, the other lives and substances must be the evolutionary nourishment. With this thought, signs of erosion and pollution began to manifest on the ground beneath the eye of black light. Progressing at an alarming speed, the dark crimson tendrils swiftly enveloped the entirety of the Raccoon City Police Department. The survivors who had been rescued were instantly ensnared by the tendrils. Alarmed, Joya quickly pushed Polaris away and interjected, "Stop. Halt." Retracted immediately. In response, the eye of black light tilted its head, gradually retracting the dark crimson tendrils that had spread throughout the precinct. Father God? What is the matter? I haven't reverted to my original form, so I shouldn't have frightened those lives. Chapter 50, an intimate encounter with the eye of black light. It seemed he needed to impart some knowledge to it. Joya had no desire to dwell in a world devoid of any substance or enjoyment, filled only with endless flesh and the oppressive life of the black light. There remained so much in the vibrant world yet to be experienced. Confining oneself to a dark chamber would be utterly dismal. If he were destined to exist in such a stifling world, he would rather not have traversed it all. The brief moments that had just transpired led both Polaris and the approaching Jill to exchange incredulous glances towards the eye of black light, inquiring, "What is it, Joya? How should we describe it? Is it my child?" Upon hearing this, Polaris and Jill abruptly turned to him, their expressions darkening, their gazes filled with lethal intent fixed upon Joya. "Joya, what on earth is going on? Is two not enough? In the blink of an eye. You bring back a dog? Wait, a dog?" Their concern for Joya caused them to react excessively to the word child, and their rationality swiftly returned. They then exchanged peculiar glances, as if contemplating, could it be that Joya is actually Indian? The remarks from Polaris and Jill struck Joya, prompting him to take a deep breath. With a grave demeanor, he began to explain the origins of the eye of black light, as well as the circumstances leading to his evolution in another world, fearful that they might misconstrue him as something he was not. Upon hearing Joya's explanation, both Polaris and Jill were struck with disbelief. Could the blacklight virus truly evolve to such an extent? "Joya, if you can create life now, does that not mean you have ascended to godhood?" Jill could not help but voice her curiosity, while Polaris cast a searching gaze towards Joya. In response, Joya shook his head with a chuckle. "Not quite yet. The deity must at least master a form of law as power. My current level of evolution falls short, as I have only consumed ordinary life forms. While they are indeed formidable, merely devouring common individuals cannot grant me extraordinary power. Much like your ability to manipulate metal and control magnetic fields, something I have long coveted." Joya was always prepared for the worst, unwilling to let pride lead him astray and risk being sealed away or shunned by the great beings of the Marvel Universe. "Nonetheless, I am indeed quite powerful now." As he spoke, tendrils surged from his hand, forming a black and red biological handgun. He casually fired a shot at the wall. With a resounding bang, a flesh virus projectile was launched, instantly contaminating an entire wall of the police station. Soon after, the wall was absorbed clean. The virus projectile then rapidly contracted and began to slither back toward Joya. The survivors who had not been consumed by the blacklight, including Hank, Polaris, and Jill, were left in stunned silence upon witnessing this scene. What kind of gun is this? Is it truly capable of such feats? This is terrifying. Observing the expressions of those around him, Joya chuckled and shook his head, contemplating his next course of action. First, he intended to return to the Marvel Universe for a period of rest. After evolving for what felt like an eternity and enduring such solitude, he risked his very essence if he did not take a break. Furthermore, upon returning to the Marvel Universe, he had other matters to attend to. Tony Stark, his mind, cursed with intelligence, was a treasure trove. Given time, he might even craft a water droplet or a two-dimensional foil. Such advancements would greatly bolster his future endeavors to conquer myriad realms. Not to mention, he also planned to consume the Allspark, potentially enabling him to create Transformers infused with Blacklight life. With technology from Tony Stark, the Allspark, and Transformers, alongside the organic matter of the Blacklight planet, Joya envisioned a comprehensive development, especially in the realm of biological machinery. This led him to ponder a world he was not intimately familiar with, one that revolved around loyalty. The Warhammer 40k universe's servitors. Servitors are a form of modified half-human, half-machine beings. They could still be considered biological. They could also be likened to an advanced version of human-machine modifications found in the game Cyberpunk 2077. As for the wetware, it was a more sophisticated concept, mechanical computers powered by biological brains cultivated through biotechnology. However, since they utilized a brain as a computational core, they were not labeled as computers but rather as wetware. This technology proved far more reliable than super artificial intelligence. Reflecting on this, Joya could not help but click his tongue in appreciation. The fusion of the black light life and the source of fire, alongside the array of technological marvels crafted by Stark, can undoubtedly yield such an effect. However, persuading Tony Stark to willingly pledge his loyalty may require considerable effort. While it is possible to forcibly infect him, one must ponder the worth of a fruit that has been coerced into ripening. If his heart harbors reluctance to submit, how could his efficiency possibly be enhanced? Sending others to devour him would merely result in acquiring his memories, without inheriting the intellect cursed by wisdom. Furthermore, the plundering of countless realms necessitates formidable warriors with unique talents. Thus, it is prudent to subdue those who can be tamed. For the obstinate, consumption and transformation into blacklight life would maximize benefits. As Joa contemplated the future, Polaris, Gil, and the other survivors in the precinct stood frozen in astonishment. The Blacklight warriors, accompanied by the rescued survivors, were summoned back. Boss. Upon hearing the voice, Polaris and Gil regained their composure. Exhaling a sigh and casting a complex gaze toward Joa, interrupted in his thoughts, surveyed the surroundings. Noticing everyone's attention fixed on him, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, and a smile crept upon his lips. Your timing is impeccable. Let us head to the Blacklight Star for a more substantial enhancement. With a wave of his hand, a square portal materialized out of thin air. The onlookers gazed inside, revealing a scene reminiscent of the fabled underworld, a crimson sky, an obsidian ground, and a palpable haze of black and red mist swirling in the air. Is this the Blacklight Star? Even after hearing Joa's descriptions, the reality sent chills down the spines of Polaris and Gil. Observing the subtle fear in their warriors' eyes, Joa appeared unsurprised. See, it's not mere exaggeration. Anyone exposed to such a stifling environment would feel discomfort. Prolonged exposure is undoubtedly unbearable. Fear not, simply enter for enhancement and return afterward. Upon receiving Joa's command, the Blacklight warriors' resolve solidified immediately. They lined up orderly to pass through the time-space portal. Wait, bring that fellow along as well. Understood, boss. Two Blacklight warriors emerged from the rear, detaching Hank from the wall, disregarding his consent, and directly transporting him to the Blacklight planet. As the Blacklight warriors set foot on the planet, countless Blacklight life forms swarmed towards them. Each black slime sprouted tentacles, with one end adorned with an eye, scrutinizing the newcomers with unwavering intensity, seemingly deliberating whether these beings were fit for consumption. After a thorough examination, the attention of the Blacklight life forms fixated solely on Hank, disregarding the Blacklight warriors imbued with the supreme Blacklight will. Under the relentless gaze of innumerable eyes, Hank felt waves of nausea, his body involuntarily convulsing, just as he teetered on the brink of mental disarray. Joa waved his hand from the other side of the portal. Obey your command, great and supreme Blacklight will. The Blacklight of life dissipated entirely, vanishing into the vast expanse of dark crimson mist. Observing this, Joya turned her head, casting an encouraging glance at Polaris and Gil. Go ahead, you have nothing to fear. Chapter 51. The malevolent deity beyond the walls. Under Joya's encouraging gaze, Polaris and Gil stepped into the temporal portal. In the next moment, countless black and red tendrils enveloped everyone who had arrived at the Blacklight Star, forming numerous flesh cocoons. Vital energy surged continuously into their bodies. Joya meticulously controlled the Blacklight Star, enhancing Polaris and Gil. As the life energy was infused, Polaris and Gil began to evolve rapidly within their cocoons. Before long, their bodies reached the threshold of the life energy they could currently sustain. If they continued, they might undergo some unknown mutation, ceasing the energy supply. The cocoons shattered one by one, disappearing. As everyone opened their eyes, they were once again met with the oppressive apocalyptic atmosphere of the Black Light Star. Taking a deep breath, they cast aside their chaotic thoughts. The enhanced Polaris and Jill attentively experienced their transformed bodies. In terms of strength, with a mere swing of their fists, they could now exert over 100 tons of force. Not to mention the abilities derived from the life genes consumed by the Black Light Star, such as the electric discharge of an eel and the sonar navigation of a dolphin. Once they had digested the life energy within them, they could undergo further enhancement. One day, they would reach a level comparable to that of the Black Light Star. At that point, the Black Light Star would no longer be able to augment them. Their current capabilities were nearly on par with Joya's. Ultimately, without any extraordinary abilities, Joya still found herself outmatched by Polaris, who could manipulate metal and magnetic fields. This prompted Joya to contemplate the idea of consuming some of Polaris's flesh and blood once again. With the unfathomable life energy provided by the Black Light Star, Polaris could achieve infinite regeneration without fear of depleting her life energy, and Joya believed she could absorb sufficient genes. Previously, when Polaris had just merged with the Black Light, Joya needed to consume her entirely. Now, after the enhancement from the Black Light Star and the replenishment of life energy, it was no longer necessary to devour her whole. At worst, it would just require Polaris to undergo a few more recovery sessions. However, this endeavor would be best discussed with Polaris after returning to Marvel, ensuring that it was agreed upon without Lorna's consent, as the notion of being continuously consumed until sufficient genes were absorbed was rather intriguing. The entire enhancement process lasted less than 10 minutes. The life energy limit that they and Joya could currently sustain was but a mere fraction compared to the Black Light Star, which had consumed an entire planet. Upon returning to the Raccoon City Police Department, the temporal portal closed. The Black Light warriors knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing their heads, fervently proclaiming, "Great and supreme will of the Black Light, we thank you for your grace. We shall serve you for all eternity, becoming your most devoted followers and the sharp blade in your hand." It was confirmed their master was indeed a deity. Such an unfathomable ability, if not divine in nature, would imply the non-existence of a deity in this world. Yet this god seems to possess a touch of malevolence, regardless of whether it is a malevolent deity or not. After acquiring various astonishing powers, Hank resolutely chose to submit. An exceedingly prolonged, nearly infinite lifespan, the capacity for boundless consumption and evolution, and the ability to assume countless forms, these incredible powers were sufficient for him to barter his very soul. "Rise, for that title is too lengthy. You may simply refer to me as boss," he declared. "Yes, boss," came the calm nod from Joya, who then turned to smile at Polaris and Jill. "Let us depart. As for Umbrella Corporation, you may decide how to address it upon your next visit." Upon hearing this, Jill pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Umbrella Corporation was far too colossal, a multinational monopoly spanning various sectors with branches worldwide. Should Jill request Joya to eliminate Umbrella at this juncture, it would likely shatter the world, as governments would not idly observe their major taxpayer being dismantled. They would undoubtedly deploy military forces to intervene. Such a scenario would lead to countless casualties, far surpassing those lost during the outbreak of the biohazard crisis, an outcome Jill could not bear to witness. Joya, cognizant of this reality, had thus suggested Jill determine the fate of Umbrella herself. As Joya surveyed his surroundings, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Initially, the objective had been quite simple: to acquire the progenitor virus and a bit of gold. Who could have anticipated that plans would unravel so drastically? By the time of his departure, he had evolved into the supreme entity of blackened illumination, possessing a strength that could not be extinguished but only sealed and exiled. Where could one find reason in such a circumstance? Even novels would hesitate to portray such a narrative. It seemed that an encounter with the vehicle assassin would have to wait until the next occasion. With a grand gesture, the time-space portal leading to the Marvel Universe opened, revealing the conference hall of the underground facility, along with the sudden appearance of a figure clad in yellow robes. By the heavens, is that Ancient One? Joya gasped internally, instinctively attempting to close the time-space portal. Sensing Joya's movement, Ancient One urgently called out, "Wait, Joya, I wish to speak with you." Removing her hood, Ancient One swiftly approached Joya across the threshold of the portal. However, in the next moment, an invisible barrier halted her at the entrance. Without Joya's consent, no entity could traverse that portal. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, Joya paused, gazing at her with curiosity. "What do you wish to discuss?" Noticing Joya did not immediately close the portal, Ancient One took a deep breath, her expression turning grave. "Joya, I have been aware of you since your arrival on Earth. Initially, I believed you had accidentally traversed from another universe to ours, a matter I did not regard with much concern. However," she continued, her gaze shifting to Polaris beside Joya, "the day you brought her back from the multiverse, I retained that same belief. Moments ago, you vanished with a multitude of individuals from the entire multiverse." At this point, the Ancient One paused, gazing intently at Joya and the precinct of Raccoon City where they found themselves. Understanding the implication of the Ancient One's words, Joya scoffed. So, you intend to exile me? Upon hearing this, the Ancient One shook her head. Noticing this reaction, Joya furrowed his brow and inquired, What, then, do you mean? The Ancient One regarded him and spoke slowly. From the moment you arrived on Earth, our universe diverged from its original timeline, creating a new branch. This branch is still unfolding, with its future shrouded in uncertainty. Joya's brow knitted even tighter at the Ancient One's vague response, and his tone grew impatient. And then? What precisely are you trying to convey? You neither intend to exile me nor can you foresee the future. Are you implying a desire for conflict? To eradicate me and restore the original timeline? Once I have consumed the remaining 4 copies, I refuse to believe even the Ancient One could withstand me. Though Joya preferred a low-profile development, he was not one to flee in cowardice when discovered. The nature of the prototype copies indicated that each existed within an independent universe, irrespective of the presence of extraterrestrial life. Joya was convinced that after devouring 4 universes, he would surpass the Ancient One. Even if she wielded magic and possessed the Time Stone, once he had consumed those 4 universes, mere flesh could be amassed to vanquish her. After her demise, he would care not for consequences, fully devoted to tainting the entire Marvel universe, for he could not perish in the process. He would simply endure. Noticing the increasing ferocity in Joya's gaze, the Ancient One sighed softly and remarked, The future remains obscured to me, and I cannot discern whether your existence is a boon or a bane to my universe. Thus, I seek to ascertain your intentions. Do you, like Dormammu, desire to consume the Earth? The title of Eldritch Horror surprised Joya, but upon reflection, he found it understandable. After all, if Deadpool could breach walls and eliminate editors, the Ancient One might also possess knowledge of realms beyond the veil. With this in mind, Joya responded earnestly, Since you have surmised some truths about my origins, I shall speak plainly. I harbor no desire to devour the Earth. I do not wish to dwell in a world devoid of substance, dark and oppressive. I require a place to relish life. Therefore, you need not worry. Joya spoke the truth. The copy worlds did not permit the initiation of quests. Hence he would not choose to reside permanently in any one of them. His sole aspiration was to inhabit the Marvel Universe. The Ancient One studied Joya in silence for a considerable time. The Sorcerer Supreme will always keep a watchful eye on you, she stated, before vanishing as suddenly as she had appeared. What does this mean? Have I been disregarded? Furthermore, her words suggest that not only must she be wary of me, but so too will the future Sorcerer Supreme. Strange. TCH. This is rather displeasing. The Eye of Black Light, positioned nearby, tilted its head inquisitively towards Joya. Father God, shall we eliminate that life from earlier? The creature's words elicited a chuckle from Joya. You must be able to defeat her first. Moreover, even if you succeeded, her demise would hold no significance, for her death would simply pave the way for other mages to emerge. If I am not mistaken, even should you absorb her, you would glean no memories or learn any spells. Her soul would either serve the triune Vishanti or traverse the cosmos. Let us not concern ourselves with her. It appears she will not trouble me for the time being. With that, Joya, accompanied by Polaris, Jill, Hank, and all the Blacklight warriors, traversed the temporal gate and returned to the subterranean facility. Gazing upon the conference room, both familiar and alien, Joya exhaled softly. Hank, remain here. The rest of you may clock out for today, but remember not to recklessly employ your abilities outside. He added, the reward of $500,000 will be transferred to your accounts, with a respectful knee on the ground. Each Blacklight warrior's eyes sparkled with fervent devotion as they responded in unison, Yes, boss. Once the warriors had departed, Joya retrieved his phone from the system space, snapped a photo of Hank, and subsequently dialed his female assistant. I will send you a photograph shortly. This individual is named Hank. Please arrange his identification, bank card, mobile SIM, and so forth, and have someone deliver them to my residence. Also, send me the detailed information regarding Jean Bing. After concluding the call with his assistant, Joya phoned to Fry. Come to the Sonora Desert. I have matters to discuss with you. Once again hanging up, Joya turned to the respectful Hank. The facility has living quarters. Feel free to select a room to rest. Once I have someone to familiarize you with the environment of this world, I will assign you a task. Should you perform well, I may consider appointing you as the temporary chief instructor of the Blacklight Warriors. Contingent upon your demonstration of command and management abilities, I will entrust the Blacklight Warriors to your leadership. Yes, boss. As he watched Hank exit the conference room, Joya fell into contemplation. The Blacklight Warriors, now enhanced by the powers of Blacklight, including Polaris and Jill, could never betray him again. Should they attempt any act of treachery, their bodies would self-destruct from within, collapsing entirely. It resembled the activation of a human immune response, treating the traitor as a virus invading the body. Whereas the immune system devours intruders, the betrayer experiences self-annihilation. Joya also possessed the authority to determine their fates at any moment. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this would not encroach upon their will or thoughts. They may question Joya or even express discontent with his commands. There would be no issues until they acted upon such sentiments. However, once they took tangible action, they would face self-destruction and collapse. It is indeed a marvel, surpassing even the constraints of the system. This allows Joya to feel that they are living beings, rather than mere robots constrained by the system. If the god of symbiotes, Gnarl, possessed my abilities, would he still fear betrayal and confinement by his own symbiotes? Observing Joya, who stood in contemplation for quite some time, Polaris could no longer contain herself. A smile crept upon her lips. Polaris tugged at Jill, pulling Joya along towards the living quarters. Joya, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts, blinked in confusion. What are they planning to do? Could it be that the stunningly beautiful Jill is experiencing this for the first time? That seems rather inappropriate. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Joya simultaneously felt a faint anticipation. After all, he had matters to discuss with Polaris. Once the trio departed, silence enveloped the meeting room within the facility for a brief moment. Then, a voice broke the stillness. Why do I feel as if the Father God has forgotten about me? The Black Eye obediently remained seated, surveying the meeting room while pondering his next course of action. He considered going to eat, but that might trouble the Father God. Well then, perhaps I shall explore a bit. I have not taken the time to truly understand that planet, having previously focused solely on absorbing the energy required for the Father's evolution. With this thought in mind, the Black Eye exited the meeting room, arriving at the tightly sealed entrance of the facility. The Black Eye hesitated momentarily before transforming into a mist formed of countless black-red tendrils too fine to be seen by the naked eye. He slipped through a crevice. Once outside, the Black Eye reverted to an ordinary wolfdog form. Days later, Joya and his companions were once again interrupted by a phone call. It was the female assistant, informing him that Hank's identification had been processed and delivered to Joya's home. Who could it be now? Upon hanging up, Polaris expressed her displeasure with a pout. Just a couple of days ago, DeFreya had already disturbed them. Who could possibly be calling again? How bothersome. Jill also wore a somewhat disgruntled expression. Joya played the role of the father, while he cast Jill as the mother and Polaris as the daughter. Jill had not anticipated that playing house and stacking blocks could be so enjoyable. All right, dear, wait for me to finish my business. Do you remember those thugs who raided my warehouse? I intend to have Hank capture their leader. Now that Hank's identification is sorted, DeFreya should have familiarized him with the surroundings by now. After I deal with Jean Bing, we can. Before Joya could finish his thought, his phone rang again. Noticing the caller ID was once again the female assistant, Joya frowned and asked, "What is it now?" "Boss, there's a matter you might want to handle personally." "What is it?" "You remember how you resolved the company's debt issue recently and subsequently expanded the business? Shortly after this expansion, associations representing international homosexuals, bisexuals, transgender, and intersex individuals approached us. They stated that in order to respect the dignity of these special groups and transgender clients, their security must be provided by members of their own communities. They requested that our company offer job positions. Otherwise, we would be accused of discrimination against these special groups. Boss, what do you think? Should we acquiesce to their demands?" As the female assistant recounted her tale, Joya's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, eventually leading him to a state of incredulous amusement. Leave this matter to me. I shall handle it personally. Goodness, has political correctness come to haunt me? Truly, one must have a death wish. I am a sovereign being, endowed with unparalleled dark power. Dare you to impose upon me? You shall rue the day. I grant you existence. I am the one in command. Upon terminating the call, Polaris and Jill, noticing Joya's unusual demeanor, exchanged curious glances. What has transpired? It is the first time I have seen you angry. Taking a deep breath to calm his simmering fury, Joya let out a cold laugh, relaying the female assistant's words to them. After hearing his account, both Polaris and Jill furrowed their brows in concern. So, Joya, what do you intend to do? Will you concede? These individuals seem rather obstinate. The situation appears quite troublesome. At their words, the anger that Joya had attempted to suppress began to resurface. Are you jesting? Shall I cower before their arrogance? If it is troublesome, then let it be. With that, a surge of determination coursed through him, and he donned his attire, stepping out of the bedroom while calling for the eye of black light. Left behind in the bedroom, Polaris and Jill exchanged glances, shrugged, and simultaneously declared, "Let's sleep." Since Joya had his plans, they chose not to meddle in this trivial matter. Meanwhile, after searching for the eye of black light without success, Joya found himself in the conference room, making a phone call. "Where are you and Hank? Come to the facility immediately. I have urgent matters for Hank to attend to." After hanging up, Joya muttered softly, "Where has that big guy run off to? I hope he doesn't bring back any trouble." Several hours later, DeVry hurriedly entered the facility's conference room with Hank in tow. "Boss, what has happened?" Hearing their voices, Joya, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them and recounted the incident of having his authority challenged. "Blast it. Those wretches are slandering the boss. He has always shown great respect for marginalized groups. Upon hearing this, Joya turned his gaze to Devours, hesitating for a moment before a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he broke into a smile. Ah, how could I forget? Devours is quite the charmer. Realizing that entrusting this matter to Devours would be more suitable than to Hank, Joya's expression turned serious. Devours, I have a formidable task for you. Is it to eliminate those wretches? Leave it to me. Eager to impress Joya, Devours began to stride away. However, Joya, smiling, halted him. Not so fast. It is not merely about eliminating them. I want you to elevate each of them to the extraordinary, so they may deeply understand the respect I hold for marginalized communities. At this, Devours' eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at himself as if to say, you want me to elevate the entire marginalized community by myself? Thus, he, a liberated bisexual, was more than willing to share Joya's burdens. Yet he was powerless despite his intentions. Perceiving Devours' meaning, Joya waved his hand, and a temporal portal to Blacklight Star opened before them. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Hank. Without hesitation, Hank seized Devours as one would grasp a chick and propelled him towards the portal. Hey, boss. Before Devours could utter more, he was unceremoniously cast into Blacklight Star, immediately enveloped by a flesh cocoon. After some time, once Devours emerged from his chrysalis, he remained in a dazed state, pondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The ultimate questions of existence found no answers, and he was once again yanked back into the facility by Hank. Upon regaining his composure, and after Hank elucidated the situation, Joya spoke coldly. I will send the location of the Militia headquarters to your phone. You will retrieve the information on that special group from the headquarters. I will instruct my assistant to prepare it. I care not whether you transform into a man, a woman, a lizard, an armed helicopter, or a Walmart shopping bag. Motorcycle exhaust pipe. You are to ensure that those individuals experience my profound respect for the special group immediately. After absorbing Hank's explanation and Joya's words, Devours struggled to gather his thoughts and, regaining clarity, fervently declared with an expression of sheer adoration and excitement, I shall heed the divine command. The great and supreme will of Blacklight. Just call me boss. That title is rather lengthy. Indeed, boss. Seeing this, Joya nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Hank. Hank, come with me. I have other matters to entrust to you. As Joya and Hank exited the conference room, Devours could no longer contain his excitement and began to dance with fervor. FCK, FCK, FCK. My boss is not merely a savior. He is a god. So am I an angel, a pope, or a believer. After a prolonged bout of incoherent elation, Devours gradually calmed down, hastily departing the facility to fulfill the task Joya had assigned him. Meanwhile, Hank, having been taken away by Joya, soon left the facility, heading towards Hell's Kitchen. With the personnel dispatched, Joya felt somewhat relieved. Returning to his bedroom, he found Polaris and Jill still awake, engrossed in their phones. Joya sat at the edge of the bed and gently spoke. Lorna, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Setting aside her phone, Polaris turned to Joya. What is it? You aren't thinking of seeking another woman, are you? Upon hearing that keyword, Jill abruptly turned to face the two. Noting the unfriendly expressions on Polaris and Jill's faces, Joya shook his head. It's not that. Remember when I previously attempted to consume some of your flesh but failed to grasp your abilities? I wish to try again at Blacklight Star. Upon hearing this, the serious expressions of Polaris and Jill simultaneously softened. Ah, so it's that matter. No problem. As long as you're not trying to add another sister to our ranks. Joya refrained from responding. He could not guarantee such an outcome. Standing upon the black, corrupted earth, Polaris found herself completely ensnared by black and red tendrils from the knees down, anchoring her to the ground beneath. Lorna, are you ready? It's about to begin. Upon hearing these words, Polaris nodded earnestly. Come on. With a gentle exhalation, Joya plunged his entire right arm into Polaris's abdomen. Subsequently, he began to slowly consume Polaris's flesh and blood. The Blacklight Star continuously infused life energy into Polaris's body. As Polaris was being devoured, he simultaneously experienced a remarkable recovery. This feels so strange. I can distinctly sense you consuming me. In response, Joya spoke with a serious demeanor. If you feel any discomfort, you must inform me immediately. Yes, I understand. After all, this is my first attempt. Joya, Polaris, and Gil, who stood silently by, harbored a degree of concern in their hearts. Fortunately, everything unfolded as Joya had previously anticipated. After consuming nearly the entirety of Polaris's flesh and blood, he successfully grasped the ability to manipulate metal and magnetic fields. It worked. Lorna, do you feel any unusual sensations in your body? After a careful evaluation of his physical condition, Polaris shook his head. I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the three simultaneously sighed in relief, their faces breaking into smiles. Since his hypothesis was correct, Gil and Blacklight Star would undoubtedly also acquire the ability to control metal and magnetic fields. At that point, Blacklight Life could similarly gain this power through the endowment of Blacklight Star. How extraordinary! The Blacklight virus. If it were to consume the people of the homeland, I would not only be bestowing gifts upon the big-eyed ones, but also granting the same to all Blacklight beings. Wouldn't that mean the entire Blacklight Star would become the homeland of these beings? Goodness, is Blacklight Star destined to transform into a budget version of Krypton? Chapter 54. The potent ability. Taking a deep breath to suppress the excitement within, Joya repeatedly reminded himself, "Do not be arrogant. Do not be arrogant." Such abilities can only be enhanced rapidly by those who gain power purely through bodily mutation. Those who wield magic, prayers, or sorcery, even if consumed, would still require learning and practice, and cannot disseminate their powers to all Blacklight beings as effortlessly. After devouring a complete life, Joya would navigate through the memories of the individual as if watching a film. The inherent abilities of their physical form would be consumed and absorbed by Joya. However, magic and prayer require study. At most, Joya could acquire magical talent and the spells he has learned through their memories. Mastery would necessitate practice. This is also why such abilities cannot be shared easily. After all, memories are singular. To impart them to others, one would have to create a tome of magic, akin to the Book of Vishand or the Dark God Book. Formulating a Blacklight Codex? That's thinking too far ahead. I should focus on the present. Once the Golden One is dealt with, if Stark has not yet departed for Afghanistan, I will take the initiative to lead an assault on the world of the Black Cloak Enforcers. To subjugate Stark, one must seize the moment when he is most vulnerable. His abduction by terrorists in Afghanistan might be the opportune moment. If that fails, I shall wait until he has a family, a daughter. His weaknesses will then be apparent. However, Joya was unwilling to wait idly, wasting precious time. With an endless number of Blacklight beings, and including Hank, a total of 200 Blacklight warriors, she could hardly believe they could withstand the onslaught. Joya, Polaris, Jill, Blacklight beings, Blacklight warriors, and the Eye of Blacklight, no matter who absorbed the citizens of their homeland. Upon returning to Blacklight Star, they could bestow their powers upon all. Such an ability resembled that of a malevolent cultivator, growing stronger with every battle, more formidable with every consumption. Furthermore, they could perfectly harness all materials, even those ordinary planets devoid of any extraordinary abilities. These could be devoured and transformed into immense life energy, utilized to create Blacklight beings or enhance warriors. Once her thoughts were clarified, Joya allowed Jill and Blacklight Star to absorb nearly the entirety of her own flesh and blood. As anticipated, both Jill and Blacklight Star simultaneously acquired the ability to manipulate metal and magnetic fields. Upon returning to the facility, apart from Polaris, Joya and Jill resembled children who had just received new toys, filled with a sense of wonder at their newfound powers. A mere flicker of thought was enough to cause the metal within the bedroom to tremble violently, shaking the entire living area. Wow, I merely wanted to give it a little try. I hadn't even concentrated my thoughts yet. How did it create such a ruckus? Surprised, Joya turned to Polaris and inquired, "How do you control it?" Jill wore a similarly astonished expression. "So, you've always been this formidable?" In response, Polaris cleared her throat twice, a smirk involuntarily curling at her lips as she feigned nonchalance. "Ahem, it hasn't always been this way. My powers first heightened during the relic incident, then at the bank entrance, and finally at Blacklight Star. After 3 enhancements, I find myself quite incredulous." Pausing thoughtfully, Polaris continued, "You may find it difficult to control or master your abilities, perhaps because you have only just acquired them." Upon hearing Polaris' words, Joya and Jill nodded in understanding. After all, Polaris had long awakened her ability to manipulate metal and magnetic fields, so her adeptness was unsurprising. In contrast, Joya and Jill would certainly require time to practice and adapt. To avoid dismantling the facilities rewarded by the system, Joya led Polaris and Jill away from the structure. In the Snola Desert, they sought a secluded spot where Joya began to inquire about how to harness her newfound powers. Meanwhile, in Los Santos, Devours, following the coordinates provided by Joya, arrived at the Melweather headquarters. After obtaining detailed information about the peculiar groups from the female assistant, he hummed a tune laced with expletives as he strolled leisurely to the base of an office building, gazing upward. Damn. These audacious groups daring to challenge the supreme will of Blacklight are quite affluent. Renting an office in the city center. How infuriating. I am also part of a special group. Why is no one here to lend me a hand? At that moment, Devours had completely transformed into a different persona. In a realm devoid of marvel, there existed a white man who once thrived in the world of Prototype, only to be consumed thereafter. Seething with indignation, he strode into an office building, ascending the elevator to his intended floor. Devours licked his lips, and as his black and crimson tendrils surged, a grand lizard, towering in stature, stood resolutely in the corridor, its claws gripping a whip that far surpassed that of an ordinary reptile. The sound of footsteps echoed, clack, clack. Devours' lizard-like visage twisted into a sinister grin as he pushed open the glass door of the office, brandishing the whip with a flourish akin to a helicopter rotor. "Everybody, do you see how special I am?" he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the space. This outburst successfully captured the attention of all the humanoid beings within the office. A monster. Devours' grotesque appearance instilled terror, causing the special individuals present to flee in a panic, scrambling to find alternative exits. However, upon witnessing their frantic movements, Devours let out a derisive laugh. Immediately, the black and crimson tendrils that erupted from his feet enveloped the entire office, leaving only the windows unobstructed, allowing sunlight to stream in, ensuring the onlookers could witness their impending doom. Thus commenced Devours' revelry, as he wielded his whip with fervor, striking in every direction. Should he execute this task to perfection, and if the supreme will of the black light were to be satisfied, he might find himself elevated in rank. Angels, popes, followers, anything would suffice, as long as he could cling tightly to the thigh of the supreme black light. He would do anything for it. Damn it, what are those upstairs up to? A pack of greedy beasts. God should cast them all into hell. The owner of a company on the lower floor cursed incessantly, feeling the vibrations emanating from above. Those special individuals were like a tempest, disrupting every business within the building. Unafraid to confront the Stark Group for perceived disrespect. Who could contend with that? Armed helicopters and Walmart bags. If selling one's soul to the devil could ensure those people were sent to hell, he would do it without hesitation. Such were the thoughts of every company owner who felt the tremors from the floor of the special individuals. Yet, it must be said, should the devil truly manifest before them, their demeanor would shift entirely. Chapter 55. Invitation to the Stark Expo Los Santos, Hell's Kitchen. Dressed in a black trench coat, hooded and gloved, Hank cast his gaze downward at his phone, intermittently surveying the surrounding edifices. The target was supposed to be in this vicinity. According to the intel provided by Joya, Hank had located Kim's opulent apartment in Hell's Kitchen. However, upon arriving in the area, Hank sensed an unusual atmosphere. Beneath the apartment building, vehicles were stationed, while several residents' windows were obscured by drawn curtains. Was someone watching this place? Hank found it puzzling. Wasn't Jean the underworld emperor of Los Santos? Why was there no protection, but rather surveillance? The information he had did not indicate such a scenario. Infiltrating and eliminating the opposition, then quietly retreating, should not pose any difficulty. However, Joya had tasked him with capturing Jean, given the current surveillance. Extracting him would undoubtedly attract attention. Should he eliminate these observers? No, that was not an option. The boss wished to avoid drawing attention. After a moment of contemplation, Hank retrieved his phone and dialed Joya's number. Sonora Desert, he chuckled. Interesting, I understand. This matter ends here. You may choose to rest for a few days or head directly to Melvin. Upon hearing Joya end the call, Polaris and Jill approached, inquiring about the unfolding events. Amused, Joya replied, the previous incident, the police, and others suspect that Jean was behind it. He is now under close surveillance. Upon receiving this news, a knowing smile graced Polaris's face, while Jill remained perplexed, unaware of the riddle between them. Since he had taken the blame, there was no rush to eliminate him. Let him continue bearing it. As long as he lived, the police would not suspect anyone else of the gold heist. It was not that Joya feared the police. Rather, the incessant buzzing of the flies would drive him to swat them away. Yet, killing one would only attract more, leading to a cycle of unrest. Once the matter escalated to the point where he sought to obliterate America, no one would be able to stop him. It might even draw the attention of the Ancient One. If he dared to raid his warehouse again, he would simply dispatch the company's mercenaries, and he would behave himself. Addressing matters through overt means would save considerable hassle compared to discreetly eliminating Jean. With most issues resolved, they departed for Los Santos. After a few days of rest, more tasks awaited. As Hank, Polaris, and Jill drove back to Los Santos, night had already fallen. Upon entering the city, Joya was greeted by the shrill sound of police sirens and the whirring of helicopter blades. Gunfire echoed intermittently in the distance. Ah, truly the charming Los Santos. This is what makes it interesting, he mused, unable to suppress a smile at the familiar sounds of gunfire after long being ensconced in a cocoon. Life, indeed, was fascinating in this manner. They made a brief stop at the Melvin headquarters, where he instructed his assistant to keep a close watch on Tony Stark. Upon returning home, Polaris led Jill on a tour of the apartment. Meanwhile, Joya settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, his consciousness delving deep within his mind. Given his current capabilities, robbing a bank posed no challenge at all. The rewards, however, were unlikely to be substantial. Finding a challenging task that matches one's current capabilities is rather difficult, unless one decides to increase the level of difficulty for oneself. For instance, snatching the cosmic cube from the S-H-I-E-L-D without being detected would be quite the endeavor. The cosmic cube in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not secure. If Joya could seize it for research, and it proves to be of no use, he could merely store it in the system's space to prevent it from falling into the hands of Thanos. The prospect of confronting the formidable entity who possesses all 6 Infinity Stones is far from appealing. With this in mind, Joya issued a task. However, the task's content diverged somewhat from his initial thoughts. Custom task: collect the 6 Infinity Stones. Stones within the Time-Space Management Bureau are invalid. Space, not collected. Time, not collected. Mind, not collected. Reality, not collected. Power, not collected. Soul, not collected. Reward: Chaos Seed. Capable of growing into a complete universe or world. What kind of universe or world will it become? This will depend on the one who wields it. Note: the Chaos Seed resides in the depths of chaos, initially measuring only 30 cubic meters, and can absorb energy from other universes or worlds to accelerate its growth. Upon seeing the reward for this task, Joya was momentarily taken aback. As a deity, endowed with the supreme will of dark light, how could he lack a world of his own? Furthermore, should he devour planets from other realms in the future? Reconstructing several dark light stars would pose a challenge in terms of integrating their life energy, combat prowess, and resources. It would be impractical to invade a universe and open 7 or 8 different temporal gates to various realms. Among these replicated worlds, which would take precedence? Which dark light star would he cultivate? These were pressing concerns. However, with the Chaos Seed, everything would change. It would be akin to the dark dimension controlled by Dormammu. Joya could absorb energy from other universes to expedite the Chaos Seed's growth, ultimately transforming it into a dark light dimension, dark light world, or dark light universe of his own making. This would serve as a stronghold entirely under his control, allowing him to invade countless realms, much like a divine kingdom. No, it would surpass even a divine kingdom in its grandeur. Yet, the task at hand was daunting. The Marvel universe is vast, and without the technology for cosmic navigation or star maps, gathering the Infinity Stones would be more feasible if he waited for Thanos to deliver them. Although Joya was reluctant to confront Thanos, who possessed several Infinity Stones, he was resolute in his pursuit of the Chaos Seed. If he could simply seize the stones from Thanos before he acquired them all, that would suffice. With this thought in mind, Joya opened his eyes and turned to Polaris and Jill, who had just explored his home. He spoke earnestly. "It seems our rest must be postponed. We have important matters to attend to." With that, he took out his phone and dialed his assistant. At this, Polaris and Jill felt a tinge of disappointment. They had just concocted plans for their next adventure with Joya. Jill, curious about this unfamiliar world, quietly proposed to Polaris, without consulting him. Taking a day off should pose no issues, right? Upon hearing this, Polaris nodded emphatically. Once he finished the call, we would approach him together for a discussion. Just as the two of us reached a consensus, we noticed Joya, seated on the sofa, furrowing his brow. "Stark has invited me to attend the expo?" "Indeed, boss. Stark Industries has just dispatched an invitation." At this, Joya fell into silence. What scheme is Stark concocting? Why the sudden organization of an expo? Shouldn't he be preparing for Afghanistan? Well, I understand now. I shall attend. Regardless of the reason, Joya, who values Stark's intellect, would undoubtedly participate. Moreover, once he acquires the Chaos Seed, a world under his control would necessitate talents like Stark even more. Chapter 56, The Nosy One. After ending the call, Joya pondered for a moment, abandoning the immediate thought of rallying forces to assault the Black Robe Enforcer's realm, rather than attacking other worlds. It was more prudent to first familiarize himself with Stark, preparing for the eventual recruitment. With this in mind, Joya glanced at the functionalities of the villain system. Lottery, marketplace, quests, instances. He had thoroughly grasped the mechanics of quests and instances, yet he had yet to explore the lottery and marketplace. Lottery. You can expend energy to draw items from the myriad of worlds. The more energy consumed, the better the rewards. Note: use with caution. Those formidable beings across the realms do not take kindly to thieves. What a trap. So, I expend energy while you pilfer from others in the multiverse? If discovered by those powerful entities, I would face the genuine risk of the overlords tracing me through the network. It would be far better for me to venture into an instance and seize the rewards myself. At least in an instance, I feel confident and can prepare in advance. A purely useless function. With a sigh, Joya redirected his focus to the marketplace. Compared to the lottery, the marketplace was somewhat better, though not by much. From Pangu's axe that split the heavens in the primordial age, the book of creation, to the profound techniques, an array of unparalleled treasures and skills. Alongside sci-fi items like two-dimensional foil, droplets, and black hole grenades, even down to a simple screw, the marketplace offered it all. Virtually anything conceivable could be found. However, the prices of quality items were beyond Joya's means, while those within his budget were of little necessity. Another function lacking in utility. Purchases in the marketplace required currency, which consisted of energy and resources. Resources from planets sold to the system converted into resource coins. A whole planet equated to a planetary coin. The universe was represented by cosmic coins. With such resources, why not have someone craft the items instead of selling them to the system? Moreover, the resources demanded by this system were evidently exorbitant compared to what one could acquire through manual labor. A mere ordinary screw costing 100 pounds of iron, or? On what basis? Why not just seize it? No, wait. This system's marketplace is essentially robbing me. How amusing. I pillage from other worlds, and you plunder from me. Is it? Opening his eyes, Joa felt a surge of indignation. What a vexing situation. I shall pretend that those two functions do not exist. I will not employ them under any circumstance. Noticing the somewhat displeased expression on Joya's face, Polaris and Jill took their respective places beside him. Joya, are you all right? Returning to his senses, Joya glanced at Polaris and Jill and smiled. I'm fine. By the way, have either of you attended any expos in the past? Seeing both Polaris and Jill shake their heads, Joya cheerfully remarked, in a few days, I shall take you both along. With a mere thought, the curtains drew themselves shut. The following morning, invigorated, Joya sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette while watching television. He awaited news about a certain group of individuals. Yet, despite incessantly switching channels for a considerable time, he found none reporting on the news he sought. Did Devours not call me this morning to say that everything was in order? Has the matter been suppressed? As he switched through several more channels, Joya's expression froze. There, on the screen, was a live broadcast of a group of protesters opposing Stark Industries. The two individuals and a dog in the frame appeared strikingly familiar to Joya. Pietro, Wanda, and the dog with big eyes? In the broadcast, Pietro and Wanda fervently shouted slogans against Stark Industries, accusing Stark of being the murderer of their parents. The dog, exuberantly barking beside them, seemed to revel in the chaos. How did these three come to be together? The images on the screen left Joya perplexed. If memory served him correctly, in the year 2000 in Sokovia, when Wanda was merely 10 years old, a missile manufactured by Stark Industries had fallen upon their home, causing the young siblings to lose their parents. Crouched beneath the bed, Wanda had gazed at the missile not far away and, in a moment of unconsciousness, had utilized chaos magic to alter the missile's explosion probability, successfully surviving alongside Pietro. Ever since, they had been consumed by vengeance, dedicating themselves to opposing Stark Industries. Following Hydra's acquisition of the Mind Stone, they volunteered in pursuit of the power to exact their revenge upon Stark. In proximity to the Mind Stone, Wanda glimpsed her destined transformation into the Scarlet Witch, her abilities gradually unfolding. Pietro too acquired super speed. Wanda and Pietro, whose parents had perished indirectly due to a Stark Industries missile, were justified in their opposition to Stark. But what was this dog doing, barking so joyfully? And didn't it possess the ability to speak? Why resort to barking? With a sigh, Joya was reluctant to acknowledge that this creature was one of his own creations, a being he referred to as his divine offspring. It seemed that Stark was once again preparing for an expo, which likely incited this commotion. Well, I shall leave it be. Let them entertain themselves, provided they do not cause me any trouble. Once the Stark Expo concludes, I shall retrieve the dog. After watching television for a while longer, he remained oblivious to any news regarding the disappearance of that special group until Polaris and Jill emerged from the bedroom, roused from their slumber. Never mind, it is of little consequence. Devours has likely made those individuals aware of my respect for them. After finishing a cigarette, Joya rose to his feet, embarking on an excursion around Los Santos with Polaris and Jill. Presently, Joya's account boasts nearly $90 billion, sufficient to sustain him for a while. Therefore, the gold acquired from the bioweapon crisis is no longer urgent to liquidate. He can defer that decision until financial necessity arises. After all, gold retains its value far better than dollars, being immune to inflation and recognized as a stable currency across various worlds. Whereas dollars are merely numbered and can become worthless in another realm. For several consecutive days, he indulged in purchasing villas, yachts, and an array of sports cars, traversing the globe, attending lavish parties, and reveling in the pleasures of life. Joya, Polaris, and Jill found themselves utterly relaxed. During this period, he encountered Stark's acerbic tongue on multiple occasions. Initially intending to ingratiate himself with Stark, Joya decisively retaliated after receiving a sharp remark, resulting in not only a failure to win Stark's favor, but also the forging of an adversarial relationship. By heaven, with his current disposition, who could possibly befriend him? Were it not for his intellect, I might have been tempted to eliminate him. Taking a deep breath, Joya let out a cold laugh. Stark. I look forward to the day you kneel before me, pleading for my blessing to be with Pepper for eternity. Previously, Joya had dismissed the Black Eye as mere meddling, but it now seemed that he had been quite astute and filial in his actions, resolutely opposing Stark Industries. He recognized that the possibility of winning over Stark in his current state was virtually nil. Only after Stark endured a series of setbacks and matured could he willingly submit to Joya. As the vacation concluded and the eve of the expo arrived, they returned to the newly acquired villa. Upon entering, Joya found himself seated on the sofa, lamenting Stark, causing Polaris and Jill to stifle their laughter. Having known Joya for quite some time, this was the first instance they witnessed him somewhat unguarded, making him seem more authentic and relatable, rather than increasingly distant. Laugh at me, will you? Come inside. Let us see if you can still manage to smile. Chapter 57. Hammer. The following day, in Los Santos, Flushing, the Stark Expo commenced. Daytime was reserved for the general public to explore. Anyone could purchase a ticket to witness the forefront of technological advancement. The expo showcased not only military equipment, but also an array of consumer electronics, even including radios and tablecloths, essentially a comprehensive display of Stark Industries' offerings. As night fell, the true essence of the Stark Expo began to unfold. Luminaries from various sectors, capitalists, politicians, and journalists, converged upon the venue. The stage was alive with performances, alluring dancers, dazzling lights, renowned celebrities, and a technology-infused backdrop, all underscoring the financial might of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, those privileged enough to attend filled nearly every seat alongside their families and companions, further affirming Stark Industries' prominent status. At this moment, 6 individuals appeared conspicuously out of place within the lively environment: Joya, Polaris, Jill, Hank, Devours, and Joya's female assistant. The pulsating music, the raucous revelry of the surrounding students, and the families of various luminaries evoked a sense of aging within Joya. He felt unable to assimilate. He preferred a more tranquil atmosphere. Boss, I believe your attitude towards work should be more earnest. Since you took over the company, you have visited less than 5 times, remarked Christine. Joya seemed indifferent to her words. I trust your capabilities. You will manage everything concerning the company adeptly. If you desire a promotion, I can appoint you as a shareholder, providing you with a vested interest in your work. To be candid, Christine, Joya's assistant, truly captivated him this evening. Her meticulously crafted makeup and tasteful attire bore a striking resemblance to the youthful actress Kristen Stewart from the Twilight series. Even their names were remarkably similar. By comparison, Joya felt that Polaris and Jill paled in contrast to Christine's radiance tonight. Christine, to be honest, you look stunning this evening. When I first saw you, was your intention to appear so unattractive? With those thick black-rimmed glasses obscuring half your face and an unflattering figure, was that a deliberate choice? Upon receiving her boss's praise, Christine could not suppress a grin. Flattering words will not lessen my workload. As for the other matter, work is work, and life is life. Furthermore, you are aware that attractive women often encounter various challenges in the workplace. Hearing this, Joya, undeterred by the piercing glares from Polaris and Jill, smiled at Christine. So, are you presenting your true self to me now? Should I interpret that as your desire to skip the usual steps and become the lady of the house directly? Covering her mouth with a light laugh, Christine gestured towards Polaris and Jill. I believe those two would not agree to that. Before you entertain such thoughts about me, perhaps you should first address them. Polaris and Jill were, after all, individuals Joya had somewhat charmed and somewhat claimed for himself. A slight expression of jealousy or discontent would suffice. If Joya were genuinely interested in another woman, there was little they could do but accept it with resignation. Just as Joya was preparing to deepen his conversation with Christine that evening, Justin Hammer, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and flanked by his bodyguards, approached the group. Well, look who we have here. The once-renowned new head of the Melvin Group. I believe we have much to discuss, Hammer declared, attempting to take a seat opposite Joya, beside Christine. Observing this, Hank, who had been on alert, raised his hand to block Hammer's advance. Sir, please step back. Unfazed, Hammer did not even glance at Hank, but instead raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward Joya. Christine, I believe you should take a seat beside me and allow Mr. Hammer to have a place. Upon hearing this, Christine shrugged and moved to sit next to Joya, on the sofa vacated by Polaris. Hank, in turn, stepped back at an opportune moment. Polaris settled beside Jill and noticed Joya naturally wrapping an arm around Christine, whispering to Jill, this is a formidable rival. She has known Joya longer than I have. To this, Jill, who had already been taken by Joya, nonchalantly replied, we can't stop it, let it be. In our current state, there's no way to exhaust Joya. Everyone will receive what they deserve. It's merely an addition of one more person. It's no great matter. Upon hearing this, Polaris blinked thoughtfully. Indeed, their present situation could not be constrained or judged by human moral standards. If one were to apply strict measures, they might even face penalties that had long been abolished. Well, we should understand her character. I hope she is not someone difficult to get along with. While Polaris was chatting with Jill, Hammer, after exchanging a few words with Joya, revealed the purpose of his visit: to rejuvenate the nearly bankrupt Melvin. I must admit you possess some capability. At Hammer's praise, Joya scoffed lightly, preoccupied with teasing Christine, ignoring him. Hey, Joya, listen. I'm here to discuss how we can tackle Stark Industries together. Are you not interested? Upon hearing Hammer finally address the crux of the matter, Joya's interest was piqued. He would wholeheartedly support any scheme to deal with the acerbic Tony Stark. Noticing Joya's intrigued expression, Hammer smiled, signaling his bodyguard to produce a business card and place it on the coffee table. Hammer then inquired, "Will you not lend me one of your cards?" At this, Christine was about to reach into her bag for her card when Joya interjected, "Just give him my number." Christine was taken aback but felt a surge of joy. Had her boss finally decided to engage in work rather than offload all responsibilities onto her, leaving her with no time to rest? It seemed that her elegant appearance this evening had indeed made an impact. Hammer accepted the card Christine placed on the table, casting a glance at the three female companions seated beside Joya, finally resting his gaze on Joya, remarking, "I must say, your taste is commendable. You are quite fortunate." With that, Hammer departed with satisfaction. At the bustling Stark Expo, he would discreetly arrange to discuss strategies to undermine Stark Industries with Joya. Hammer's parting words provided an opportunity for DeFreitas to express himself, eagerly asking, "Boss, shall we eliminate the opponent?" Previously, he had been preempted by Hank. Otherwise, he too would have sought to intercept Hammer. Eliminate? Is there nothing else your mind can conceive aside from murder? Given your current state, indulging in drugs would be of no concern. You could consume tons without issue. Upon hearing this, DeFry blinked in astonishment. Indeed, how had I not considered it? Chapter 58. The impudent Tony Stark. Several hours passed. The program had cycled through its performances, yet Tony Stark remained conspicuously absent. Damn it, that beast. He must be off reveling somewhere. During the expo, everyone was waiting for him alone. Kristen, nestled against Joya, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Boss, are you well acquainted with Tony Stark?" "Acquainted?" Joya mused for a moment. "I suppose we know each other, though I'm not particularly fond of his current demeanor. I'd prefer it if you didn't refer to me as boss. It feels rather distant. Just call me by my name. I wouldn't mind a bit more intimacy." Upon hearing this, Kristen glanced over at the other side where Polaris and Gil were seated, chuckling softly. "Are you hoping to hear me call you dear?" Seeing Kristen's cleverness, Joya broke into a smile. "Are you skilled at this? Have you had several boyfriends before? After the expo concludes, I'll send someone to eliminate them all." Joya's statement completely took Kristen by surprise. Setting aside the fact that she had worked tirelessly to reach her current standing, she hardly had time for relationships. Even if she had, sending someone to kill them was hardly appropriate. DeFry seemed to sense an opportunity for performance, his eyes eagerly fixed on Kristen, hoping she might reveal a few names. However, Kristen's response left him sorely disappointed. "To have achieved what I have today, I cannot fathom the effort it required. There was no time for boyfriends." Joya was about to suggest that perhaps this was for the best when a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the expo floor. Soon after, Stark, having arrived from who knows where, took to the stage. "Come over to my place tonight," he said, drawing Joya's attention back to Tony Stark. After a series of trivial remarks, Stark began to discuss the purpose of the expo. "Recently, 2 inept robbers made off with my latest invention, a smart handgun." Following this, numerous negative reports about Stark Industries began to circulate. Rumor has it that Stark Industries will soon be surpassed by Hammer Industries and the resurrected Melvin Group. Is that based on the trinkets Hammer Industries produced, akin to toys I crafted in my childhood? Or perhaps on the achievements of those who emerged from a feudal society decades ago? Toys have no place on the battlefield, and America certainly does not require an Eastern individual to instruct us on the making of spears and steel blades. Those are archaic, are they not? Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot to mention that I also invited the heads of Hammer Industries and the Melvin Group today. I hope they won't take offense. After all, I speak the truth. No one can surpass the genius of Tony Stark, can they? As Stark's words resonated, 2 spotlights illuminated the grim-faced Hammer and the enigmatic smile of Joya. "Excellent. Remarkable. You've done splendidly, Stark. Just wait. Just wait until you're kidnapped in Afghanistan. I shall have my vengeance." After briefly allowing Hammer and Joya to showcase themselves, Stark returned to the main topic. Today, Stark Industries was set to unveil the forefront of military technology, far surpassing that of Hammer Industries and the Melvin Group. This was merely the result of less than 2 months of effort, culminating in the Stark Model 1 laser grenade and the Stark Model 1 kinetic sniper rifle. Stark proceeded to personally introduce the capabilities and pricing of these 2 weaponry marvels. This time, in a bid to stabilize the stock prices, he refrained from mere showmanship and instead reduced costs. Ensuring that the weapons maintained exceptional power, far exceeding that of competitors, he made them affordable for others. Following the announcement of these 2 weapons, Stark Industries witnessed a notable recovery in its stock price the very next day, even surpassing previous levels. The day after the Stark Expo, Joya, accompanied by Polaris, Jill, and the newly awakened Kristen, scoured all camera specialty stores in Los Santos, all of which were flagship outlets of prominent brands. He purchased dozens, if not hundreds, of high-end cameras, camcorders, microphones, and all manner of recording equipment, which he promptly stored in the system space. "Joya, my dear, what are you buying all this for?" Kristen inquired, having been introduced to the adult world the previous night. She had been taken by Joya to the Blacklight Star for enhancements, shattering her prior worldview. She had thought she found a wealthy and handsome partner, only to discover he was a god. Previously, she was merely a formidable woman, having never encountered any extraordinary powers. This revelation instilled in her a deep admiration for Joya, surpassing even that for Polaris and Jill. Confronted with the curiosity of the three, Joya recalled Stark's disheveled appearance after being kidnapped by terrorists and sneered. Of course, it's to document some intriguing events, things that might catch certain individuals off guard. The three exchanged glances, completely unaware of whom Joya referred to. Kristen continued to have people closely monitor Stark's movements. Upon hearing this, the trio sensed that the items Joya was preparing might be connected to Tony Stark. "Leave it to me, my dear." Days later, Joya still had not received news of Stark's departure to Afghanistan. That night, seated on the sofa, Joya gazed at the opulent crystal chandelier above in the living room, lost in contemplation. Waiting idly was not a viable option. Perhaps it was best to retrieve the Big Eye and then gather forces to confront the Black Cloak Enforcer's world. That realm offered little of interest aside from resources, all of which could be consumed, leaving only the planet behind for future mineral extraction. Just then, Kristen, having just finished work, hurriedly entered the living room through the Villa's door. "Darling, I have news." Pepper from Stark Industries. She had secretly sought out military contacts several times over the past few days. Tony Stark has not made an appearance these past few days, leaving one to wonder what may have transpired. "My dear, I am uncertain if this is the news you seek." Upon hearing the tidings brought back by Christine, Joya rose from the sofa with a smile, bursting into laughter. "Indeed, Christine, you have worked hard. Now, immediately, assemble the Blacklight warriors in the Sonora Desert. Then, accompany me to Afghanistan." The sound of Joya's laughter elicited a smile from Christine as well. She promptly retrieved her phone, issuing commands to inform the Blacklight warriors to head to the Sonora Desert. After hanging up, Christine inquired of Joya, "Shall we depart now? Should I call Lorna and Jill?" With a nod and a smile, Joya replied, "Go ahead. Wait for it. Iron Man Stark. You shall soon come to understand the true meaning of provoking others." Chapter 59. The half-spoken words of Ancient One in Afghanistan. At the entrance of a small canyon cave, a significant cache of arms lay stacked high. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of armed personnel clad in various attire, donning turbans and hats, were patrolling the area. Above them, three colossal black-hued Avenger helicopters hovered in the sky. These were the creations of Devours, transformed from their humanoid forms into biological aircraft. The other two were similarly transformed by additional Blacklight warriors. Joya had not brought many with her, only about 50 Blacklight warriors. Mere terrorists, easily vanquished by a single Blacklight warrior. However, Joya had ulterior motives for bringing them. Recent interactions indicated that subjugating Stark in one fell swoop was but a pipe dream. Only after Stark and Pepper established a family, with a daughter to boot, would he possess vulnerabilities, allowing Joya to secure his willing allegiance. The purpose of this venture was to ensure Stark owed her a favor, while simultaneously seeking to connect with a certain Ethan, a talent not to be underestimated. His loss would be a grave misfortune. Commence the operation. "Yes, boss." Deep within the cave, behind a massive iron door, Tony Stark, his chest adorned with an arc reactor, was hammering away, crafting an escape suit for himself and Ethan. Upon the completion of the final piece, with Ethan's assistance, Stark donned a rudimentary suit of armor. Meanwhile, the leader of the terrorists, observing the monitor, sensed that something was amiss. "Where is Stark? He was just here. Find him." Following the leader's command, a group of terrorists brandished their rifles and approached the imposing iron door, opening a small observation window barely wide enough to reveal their eyes. They shouted into the chamber, "Ethan! Ethan! Stark!" Under Stark's urging, Ethan responded briefly to their calls. The two terrorists outside remained oblivious to their understanding of the situation. Growing impatient, they forcefully swung open the massive iron gate laden with explosives. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending the two terrorists hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, the monitors that had been observing Ethan and Stark lost their signal, dissolving into static. Quickly! The leader, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily summoned his subordinates to apprehend Ethan and Stark. Armed terrorists passed by him, rushing into the cave. Among them were unfamiliar faces wielding heavy machine guns, causing the leader to instinctively furrow his brow. Something felt amiss, yet he discerned that this was not the time for deep contemplation. Ethan and Stark were evidently concocting something right under his nose, and they were on the verge of escape. The leader had no time to ponder why his men were armed with machine guns. After the homemade bomb detonated, both Ethan and Stark knew the terrorists would undoubtedly take notice and send reinforcements. Time was of the essence. Activating the power sequence, Ethan anxiously monitored the progress bar on the computer screen while glancing back toward the entrance. As the sounds of footsteps and shouts from the terrorists grew increasingly distinct, Ethan seemed to have made a resolute decision. "We need more time," he declared, his expression calm as he approached Stark with utmost seriousness. "I will buy you some time." Without waiting for a response, Ethan dashed toward the cave's exit. Realizing Ethan's intent, Stark hurriedly tried to call out to him, "Stick to the plan, Ethan." But as Ethan's footsteps faded into the distance, Stark stood frozen, no one knowing what thoughts swirled within his mind. Turning back, his eyes widened as he fixated on the progress bar on the computer screen, which was only halfway complete. Stark instinctively clenched his teeth, urging it forward in a hushed tone. The explosion reverberated through the cave, and outside, Joya atop the canyon became aware. Iron Man had been born. "Ah. I hope your prototype can withstand the onslaught of the heavy artillery," quipped the sardonic Tony Stark. The thought of the 16 black-clad warriors armed with heavy weapons he had dispatched brought an uncontainable smile to Joya's face. Originally, according to the script, Stark would undoubtedly escape and be rescued by Rhodes and the others. However, Joya's intervention, sending armed reinforcements, altered the course of events. Eliminate those outside. They have outlived their usefulness. Following Joya's command, Hank and DeVry leaped down into the canyon, with the remaining 34 black warriors trailing closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. The successive roars instantly captured the attention of the terrorists outside. What is happening? What is that sound? Dozens of confused terrorists turned back to look. Amidst the swirling clouds of yellow dust, a throng of unarmed civilians advanced towards them. Where did these people come from? Before the thought could fully form, a dark projectile suddenly materialized before him, piercing his body. Damn it! Open fire! Open fire! No prompting was necessary. After the foremost individual was impaled by DeVry with an ascension device, the group of terrorists unhesitatingly raised their rifles, aimed at the blacklight warriors, and relentlessly squeezed the triggers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. However, it proved utterly futile. For the blacklight warriors, the rifles wielded by those terrorists could hardly breach their defenses. Were they equipped with missiles, it might have been a different story, yet even then, the outcome would remain unchanged. As long as not every single cell was annihilated, for the blacklight warriors, it would merely be superficial wounds. They would absorb some life energy and swiftly recover. Moreover, even missiles could only breach the defenses of the blacklight warriors. Inflicting substantial damage was utterly impossible. Despairing screams rang out continuously. The blacklight warriors, wielding their blacklight rifles, unleashed blacklight virus rounds. Each bullet that struck a target would consume them entirely. Subsequently, the bullets, as if imbued with life, would autonomously return to the blacklight warriors, replenishing the life energy absorbed. "Your subordinates are indeed a terrifying breed," remarked Joya, who was observing the battle from above the canyon, startled by the sudden voice beside him. Turning to see the unexpected appearance of Gu-E, Joya furrowed his brow. "Is it your business if I slay a few terrorists?" Upon hearing this, Gu-E regarded Joya with a deep gaze before shaking his head. "There are matters for which I have yet to make a decision. However, I believe that in the future, we may not be adversaries." With that, Gu-E's figure vanished in an instant. "Who taught you such half-finished speech? Miyazaki Hideki? I truly find such individuals vexing." After the group of terrorists below was effortlessly eradicated, Joya abandoned his contemplation of Gu-E's intentions, dismissing her presence as long as she did not interfere with his affairs. Chapter 60. Stark in despair inside a cavern, Ethan, clutching a rifle scavenged from a slain terrorist, was pursuing the remaining terrorists. As he rounded a corner of the corridor leading out of the cave, he found himself frozen in place. Glancing at the weapon in his hand and then at the inferno across from him, Ethan struggled to swallow. It was over. There was no escape. Even Stark in his armor would not be able to break free. "We are all doomed here. Open fire," commanded the leader, and gunfire erupted. Ethan fell in response. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, a writhing mass of black and crimson tendrils was rapidly burrowing into Ethan's body. With Ethan neutralized, the terrorist leader, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the door of the laboratory where Stark was confined. At this moment, the massive iron door of the laboratory had been blown away, leaving the interior eerily silent. Two individuals were dispatched to scout ahead, while the leader fixed his gaze intently on the darkened expanse of the laboratory. As the two terrorists stepped inside, they were suddenly hurled back by some concealed force behind the door, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Rat-tat-tat. Following the unexpected incident, several terrorists instinctively opened fire, yet their bullets struck nothing. Once their ammunition was exhausted, a silver, mechanized behemoth emerged with brisk strides. This was no flashy creation, but a robot of pure steel, its color unadorned. A circular white searchlight glowed on its chest, revealing the armored figure of Tony Stark. Bang! Thud! Ignoring the futile barrage of rifle bullets that could not penetrate his armor, Stark delivered powerful blows, sending the terrorists sprawling one by one. Quick, move, the terrorist leader urged, hastily dragging a comrade armed with a Hellbringer machine gun toward the cave's exit. Realizing the urgency, the black-clad warriors followed suit. For their mission had never been to eliminate Stark. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, the leader abandoned his comrades and dashed outside. "You, hold him off," he commanded. Though the black-clad warriors did not comprehend his words, nonetheless, they understood his intent. Just as Stark rounded the corner, he spotted Ethan lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Ethan," he shouted anxiously. With great effort, Ethan managed to lift his gaze toward Stark, warning, "Be careful." No sooner had he spoken than several rockets soared toward Iron Man. Boom. Boom. The ensuing explosion sent debris cascading down, and the entire cavern began to tremble. Inside his armor, Stark was momentarily disoriented by the blasts. Had he not evaded quickly, he would have been struck directly, even if the rockets could not breach his armor. The violent shockwave would have rendered him incapacitated. As Stark was momentarily forced back, the black-clad warriors completed the warming of their machine guns, unleashing a continuous stream of fire towards Stark's concealed position. Relentless bullets ricocheted off the wall to his right and the side wall against which he leaned. Hidden around the corner, Stark's expression darkened. "Damn it, where did these wretched terrorists acquire such heavy weaponry?" he muttered to himself, recalling that he had not seen any of these arms earlier. After a brief pause, the gunfire gradually ceased. Stark's eyes narrowed as he charged forth, intending to take down the assailants, but upon noticing that several of them were reloading their rockets, he cursed under his breath. Whoosh. Boom. With a direct hit, Stark felt a sharp sweetness in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he erupted into a violent fit of coughing. "Stark, are you all right?" Shaking his head, he mustered a semblance of strength, ready to respond, only to see the group of terrorists across from him aiming their Vulcan machine guns at Ethan. "Oh no. Damn bastards. Come at me instead." It was evident that his armor could withstand such firepower, prompting the terrorists to shift their focus onto Ethan. Those wielding the heavier artillery were clearly there to deal with him. Realizing this, Stark rushed towards Ethan, shouting, "Run. Ethan, run." However, it was too late. He watched helplessly as the machine guns began to spin, spewing flames that tore Ethan apart. Tony Stark was frozen. "No, Ethan." In Ethan's final glance, there was a smile accompanied by an unspoken plea. "Stark, you must survive. Don't waste your life." This shattered Stark's sanity. In a frenzy, he charged at the Blacklight warriors, but all his efforts were in vain. He was no Saint Seiya. Rage could not ignite a small universe within him. With each shot, Stark, blinded by fury, gradually regained his composure. As he was pushed back by the relentless onslaught, despair crept into his heart. "Am I to die here too? I'm sorry, Ethan, I never got to thank you." At that moment, a series of gunshots erupted from behind the terrorists. Stark watched in astonishment as those firing at him, along with the machine gun-wielding terrorists, began to fall one by one. This scene rekindled a flicker of hope for survival. "Who is it? Rhodey? Pepper? Happy? Is that you?" He lifted the visor of his armor, gasping for breath. The feeling of having survived this ordeal sent his heart racing. He longed to see a familiar face, to restore some sense of security within himself. However, the silhouette that emerged from the cave, backlit by the sun, surpassed Stark's expectations, especially as figures behind it brandished cameras, camcorders, and microphones. Upon recognizing the leader, Stark was rendered speechless, his mind blank. "Wait, who is this? The infamous genius, Tony Stark? Why do you look so disheveled after just a few days?" Mocking him, Joya approached, squatting beside Stark. With a grin, he called out to Christine, Polaris, Jill, and the Blacklight warriors. "Quick, get me in the shot. Make it look good." After snapping a few pictures, Joya requested a microphone from Christine. "Mr. Genius Tony Stark, how does it feel to have survived this ordeal?" The blinding flashes of the cameras and the microphone thrust towards him left Stark in a daze. He felt less like a man who had just been rescued and more like he was at a press conference. "For heaven's sake, stop. No more photos. What on earth is happening? How did you end up here? Are you here to rescue me? Or is this all you're doing?" Upon hearing these words, Joya waved his hand and chuckled. "The flash of the lights is indeed quite dazzling. Without a charge, Digga would have to return fully powered." Stark, utterly perplexed by Joya's remarks, was about to press for clarification when Joya interjected, "One must speak with evidence. Am I merely indulging in the frivolity of kidnapping you only to rescue you? Of course not. Ha ha ha. I am here solely to witness your misfortune. However, if you were to apologize to me and plead for my assistance, I might, in a moment of whimsy, consider escorting you back." Chapter 61. Stark's gratitude. Joya's words left Stark in a state of bewilderment. To be subjected to such ridicule and then be expected to beg for mercy? Dream on. Yet, reflecting on his recent experience of being kidnapped and the death of Ethan, Stark found himself transformed. In the past, he would have unleashed a torrent of sarcasm upon Joya. However, now, survival took precedence. Moreover, during the recent expo, perhaps he had indeed overstepped his bounds? If I may reflect on my past actions, I apologize for my behavior. Please take me back to Los Santos. I assure you, I will offer you a satisfactory price. Once Stark began to speak, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and his words flowed more freely. Upon hearing Stark's plea, Joya smiled and turned to Christine, Polaris, and Jill. Did you capture that on tape? Yes. Opportunities to witness the proud, acerbic genius Tony Stark bowing down are rare. Christine, witnessing Stark in such a disheveled state for the first time, was filled with excitement and admiration for Joya. Ha ha ha, splendid. Given your keen awareness, I shall grant you another gift. With that, Joya waved his hand. Bring him in. Immediately, the leader of the terrorists, who had just fled the cave, was dragged before Stark by a shadow warrior, unaware of his fate. You decide how to deal with him. I shall wait outside. As Joya led the captive out of the cave, Stark took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the terrorist leader. He never imagined that the first person to find him would be the new head of the Melvin Group. Despite their previous rivalry, they had been adversaries at odds. However, Stark had resolved to cease arms manufacturing. He intended to shut down the weapons development department, not out of deference to Joya, but rather due to a series of events that had transpired over the last few months. From nearly being killed by a missile produced by his own company to the tragic loss of Ethan, followed by his miraculous escape. Having dealt with the terrorist leader, Stark emerged from the cave clad in his armor. Two large, completely black Avengers, devoid of any insignia, loomed above on either side of the canyon. How did they manage to ascend there so swiftly? Hey, Tony, over here. Joya waved at him from a nearby canyon. Stark closed the visor of his armor. Immediately, flames erupted from the feet of his suit, launching him into the air. However, perhaps due to the numerous assaults endured, the armor wobbled precariously before finally coming to a halt before Joya. It was a commendable piece of equipment, yet it required further refinement. Upon hearing Joya's words, Stark shrugged, opting not to elaborate. Let us go. Take your metal shell with you. While its quality may leave much to be desired, it could serve as a memento, a keepsake. You say? Joya smirked at Stark's murmurs before turning and boarding the Avenger. Within the silent cavern, the 16 fallen Blacklight warriors, after confirming the absence of external threats, slowly rose to their feet. Restoring their original forms, they stepped toward Ethan, who lay in ruins, torn apart by the fire god. At that moment, Ethan's body had fully healed, and his breathing was steady, though he remained unconscious. Take him back, and thoroughly obliterate this place. Subsequently, a series of violent explosions echoed. In the sky, at the rear hatch of the Avenger, a Blacklight warrior discarded the last missile retrieved from outside the cavern before signaling with a gesture. The hatch then sealed, and the Avenger soared toward the Sonora Desert. Seated within the Avenger, the insatiable Stark, unable to contain his hunger, licked his parched lips and hoarsely addressed Joya and his three companions. Is there anything to eat? Perhaps some compressed biscuits or canned food. Even a sip of water would suffice. Gazing at Stark, Joya rose with a smile. You are far more agreeable now than before. Hearing this, Stark was about to apologize once more for his previous actions and express gratitude for being rescued, but Joya continued, Wait here. I'll fetch you something to eat. Raising an eyebrow and taking a deep breath, Stark offered an awkward smile. Once out of Stark's sight, Joya retrieved a cheeseburger and a bottle of mineral water from his system space. Turning back, he returned to the rear cabin, sitting beside Stark and handing him the food. I picked this up casually before coming. Make do with it. As Stark accepted the food and water from Joya, his mood instantly brightened. A cheeseburger? I quite enjoy it. After expressing his gratitude, Stark eagerly began to eat. Once satiated, Stark turned to Joya with a serious expression. I sincerely apologize once again for my past behavior. If you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will do my utmost to help you. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Stark's face as if he had just recalled something. And perhaps when I return, I can what? Oh, never mind. You'll find out when you get back. I assure you, you will be pleased. Upon hearing Stark's words, Joya couldn't help but think of the enigmatic Ancient One, who had appeared suddenly, spoken a few cryptic phrases, and then vanished. Why does everyone have such a penchant for riddles? Have you been seeking me out for these past 3 to 4 months? Just to witness my folly? Upon hearing Stark divert the conversation, Joya refrained from further inquiries and responded with a smile. At the exhibition, I served as the backdrop to your brilliance, and now you wish to flee? It is not so simple. Perhaps this is why I managed to locate you first. However, finding a sharp-tongued genius in Afghanistan is no trivial task. This, however, is a mere fabrication. Joya had already discovered Stark's whereabouts, merely biding time for him to construct his armor. This assertion merely serves to enhance the weight of this favor in Stark's mind. For the sake of this intellect cursed by wisdom, investing a bit of effort is indeed worthwhile. This brain is a formidable asset for the future conquest of the multiverse. Who knows, in the future, when navigating the realms of science fiction, the spoils of war might be effortlessly unraveled by Stark's keen intellect. Contemplating this, Joya found Stark increasingly agreeable, particularly after he had shed his previous frivolous and caustic demeanor following this incident. Regardless of the reasons, Joya ultimately saved himself. Stark inhaled deeply, wishing to express his gratitude once more, as if attempting to compensate for the unspoken thanks owed to Ethan by bestowing it all upon Joya. Yet, just as he was about to speak, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 62. Preparations for invasion and the interest of the Ancient One. The entrance to the underground facility opened upward, and the Avengers descended onto the platform. Once settled, Stark emerged, astonished by the vast underground base before him. Surrounding them were an array of luxury cars, military vehicles, tanks, and armored cars. This is my underground base. Would you like to take a look, or shall we head home directly? I can arrange for someone to escort you. Of course, I want to see. How could he, even as a billionaire, resist the allure of such a facility? Although he felt slightly unwell, he decided to endure and explore the base before leaving. Observing the intrigue on Stark's face, Joya instructed Hank to give him a brief tour. After the tour concluded, he would arrange for Stark's return to Los Santos. Meanwhile, Joya made his way to the conference room. For the moment, Stark's matters could be set aside. Even if he wished to uncover who had kidnapped him, it would require time. Obadiah's ambition to seize Stark Industries was not a matter to be resolved in mere days. Joya seized this opportunity to dismantle the world of the Blackmore Squad. The abilities of everyone except for the Homelander appeared rather inconsequential, utterly lacking in significance. It sufficed to consume the might of the Homelander. The rest could be eliminated. In the world of the Blackmore Squad, within the ranks of Vought 7, none, be it the Invisible Man, the Train Wrecker, Translucent, Starlight, Deep, or Queen Maeve, stood a chance against the Homelander. Absorbing their powers would yield no benefit. The Homelander was, in essence, a low-tier Superman. Heat rays, a body of steel, X-ray vision, farsight, flight, superhuman strength, superhuman speed, superhuman endurance, superhuman hearing, superhuman olfaction. In essence, the individuals of the Homeland have transcended all superhumans within the ranks of the Seven. They are entirely distinct from the others who have acquired their abilities through the injection of Compound V. This is precisely why Joya intends solely to absorb the Homelanders, dismissing those who have become superhumans through pharmaceuticals. One cannot help but anticipate the formidable power that will ensue from absorbing the Homelanders. However, the endeavor to consume and absorb them may prove to be a formidable challenge. In terms of strength and defense, the Blacklight Warrior might be able to contend with the Homelanders. Yet, the steel bodies of the Homelanders render them completely immune to nuclear detonations. In a world devoid of superhumans, even Joya and his warriors, upon reaching the pinnacle of their evolutionary capabilities, would sustain injuries from a direct nuclear blast. Although they would not be reduced to mere scraps of flesh like a certain individual, they would still be left in a dire state. A strategy must be devised to breach their defenses, or perhaps, akin to the narrative, to exploit the ears as a point of entry for absorption. Joya sat in contemplation within the conference room. Suddenly, Stark, having completed a tour of the facilities, burst in, visibly astonished. Upon entering the conference room, he was met with the cold gazes of nearly 200 individuals. Stark's expression faltered. Are you all in a meeting? I might have come at an inconvenient time. I'll just wait outside." With that, Stark retreated. As the conference room door closed automatically, he exhaled in relief and glanced at Hank beside him. "I hope I didn't disturb them. They wouldn't resort to silencing me, would they?" He intended to make a light-hearted jest, but Hank's silence left Stark feeling uneasy. Come on. They wouldn't actually go to such extremes over a trivial matter, would they? Say something. Hey, what's up, Stark? Do you need something from me? As anxiety gripped him, Stark felt a wave of relief wash over him when Joya exited the conference room. Oh, thank heavens, I nearly found myself contemplating where to be buried. Noticing Joya's perplexed gaze, Stark continued, "It seems your employees are rather unapproachable, giving me the impression of being the prey." Realizing Stark was merely startled, Joya chuckled and patted his shoulder. "You're overthinking it. They want to devour you. What brings you here?" Taking a deep breath, Stark cast the earlier incident aside and began to discuss the weaponry on the production line within the facility. "I initially intended to surprise you, but seeing the military hardware here prompted me to inform you ahead of time. As a token of gratitude for saving me, I am prepared to gift you the complete design schematics and documentation for my newly developed laser grenades and kinetic sniper rifles. I no longer have any use for those items, as I plan to shut down Stark Industries' weapon manufacturing and our D division upon my return. From this moment onward, we shall no longer be adversaries. I hope we can become friends." With sincerity etched upon his face, Stark extended his hand. In response, Joya smiled and took Stark's outstretched right hand. After shedding his sharp tongue and frivolous demeanor, he had indeed become rather amiable. After exchanging a few more words, Stark took his leave, eager to reunite with Pepper, Happy, and Obadiah. Just before departing, he remarked, "Oh, by the way, if you wish to make some money, It would be prudent to keep an eye on the news in the coming days. Nodding, Joya bid farewell to Hank as he escorted Stark away and mused. You need not mention it. I shall also seize the opportunity to invest in Stark Industries stocks. Upon returning to the conference room, Joya inhaled deeply. This was the first assault on another world. Previously, the massacre in the world of the Inhumans had been a mindless consumption, devouring the entire planet without a trace of feeling. This time, however, the objective was to retain the planet for mineral extraction, a stark contrast to the last endeavor. It felt akin to the tales of urban high martial arts or post-apocalyptic narratives encountered before his traversal, invading worlds like a malevolent deity. Ah, those superhumans, guardians of humanity. While I would embody calamity, annihilating every soul in that realm. With a wave of his hand, the temporal portal to Blacklight Star unfurled. At Joya's command, the Blacklight warriors stepped forth. To deter the destructive bombardments from the figures of the Black Robe enforcers, Joya resolved to enhance all his warriors, granting them the ability to manipulate metal and magnetic fields, akin to Polaris. This would render the conventional weaponry of that world ineffective. How intriguing it was to witness the perspective of a villain responsible for the apocalypse. It explained why, in those pre-transversal tales of doom and zombies, firearms often became inoperative for various reasons. As he departed the Marvel Universe, the temporal portal gradually faded away. Ancient One reappeared at the spot where the portal had vanished, lost in contemplation. Such a crude utilization of life energy seemed a regrettable waste. Compared to retirement, this endeavor appeared far more exhilarating. The hellish scene of Blacklight Star, glimpsed through the portal, was indelibly etched in Ancient One's mind, lingering long after. Chapter 63, The Overrated Patriotic Sentiment in the World of the Black Robe Enforcers. Above New York, a square temporal portal materialized out of thin air. Measuring 2 meters in width and height from the ground, it appeared merely as a small black dot. Many citizens remained oblivious to the sudden anomaly above them until, with a splat, a black slime plummeted from the sky. Almost immediately, it seemed as though black rain began to fall, a torrent of dark substance surging forth from the portal. Countless black slimes cascaded to the ground like raindrops. What in the world? What is this? A curious bystander glanced upward before leisurely approaching the black slime, recording the peculiar event on his phone. Yet, in the next instant, with a squelch, the unsuspecting pedestrians nearby were immediately pierced by black and crimson tendrils, witnessing individuals being slaughtered and utterly consumed. A chorus of horrified gasps erupted from the surrounding citizens. The clusters of dark entities, upon touching the ground, swiftly transformed into grotesque creatures of various forms that induced nausea at the mere sight. Enormous mutated insects, aberrant animals, and large black octopuses brimming with tentacles appeared, alongside mutated avian creatures and biological war machines soaring through the sky. Under the command of Joya, the beings of Blacklight commenced their merciless harvest of lives. The horrific massacre began. Within 5 minutes of the arrival of the Blacklight entities, the police arrived. However, whether armed with handguns, rifles, or shotguns, their weapons could not penetrate the defenses of the Blacklight beings. Hence, consider yourselves fortunate. Fear, tremble. All that you possess will be transformed into the purest energy, dedicated to the magnificent and supreme will of Blacklight. If a massive black and crimson mutated insect stood before you, impervious to your most powerful shotgun or rifle, and uttered these words, what would your reaction be? Surely, your adrenaline would surge, fear would grip you, and you would flee in terror, screaming. This is precisely what the officers thought as well. In the high-rise conference room of the What Company, Vice President Steelwell watched anxiously as the chaos unfolded on the streets below. Shortly after the appearance of those dark monstrosities, Steelwell summoned the Super Seven. Present in the conference room were Homelander, Starlight, Noir, Queen Maeve, Transparent Man, Train, and Deep. Homelander, with a furtive gaze, kept stealing glances at Steelwell's chest and softly remarked, Madeline, I can capture a specimen myself. Upon hearing this, Steelwell glanced at the monstrous entities below, which could wreak havoc akin to that of a 100-ton truck, and then turned to observe the grave expressions on the faces of the other Super 7 members in the room. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly looked at Homelander, took a deep breath, and replied, I beg of you. Upon hearing this, Homelander smiled confidently and left the conference room without a backward glance, calling out to Queen Maeve as he departed. By this time, 10 minutes had passed since the disaster began. Above New York City, television news helicopters, police helicopters, and military armed helicopters circled incessantly. On the ground, the police special forces were retreating without any resistance, engaged in fierce combat against the relentless onslaught of Blacklight beings emerging from the time-space portal. No, this was not a battle. It was an unopposed massacre by the Blacklight entities. Chaos reigned, complete and utter disarray. No one understood how a day that began quietly and peacefully could suddenly descend into such turmoil, nor did anyone grasp the nature of what had transpired. In the minds of all present, the singular thought was to escape. Even the police shared this sentiment. As the crowd yearned for the swift arrival of the Super 7 from Vought, a duo comprising the Patriot and Queen Maeve emerged from the entrance of Vought. Their appearance elicited an eruption of fervent cheers from those fleeing, as if the presence of the Patriot signified their safety and heralded peace for New York. After a symbolic wave and a display of his signature amiable smile, the Patriot and Queen Maeve moved through the parting throng, positioning themselves a short distance from the enormous mutated insect that had been pursuing the survivors. The mutated creature tilted its head, hesitating to launch an immediate attack, instead comparing the two figures before it with the descriptions of the supreme blacklight will in its mind. What a grotesque monster! With a disdainful snort, the Patriot gazed at the winged aberration, his eyes gleaming with determination, and casually unleashed a searing heat ray. Sizzle! Upon striking the blacklight entity, the anticipated spectacle of it being cleaved in two did not materialize. With pursed lips and furrowed brows, the Patriot steadily intensified the power of his heat ray. Only when he exerted every ounce of strength did the ray finally penetrate the body of the mutated creature, just as he intended to slice the monstrosity in half. The enormous insect reacted. A piercing, high-frequency shriek resonated, instantly transmitting information. Target confirmed. Mere seconds after this communication, the blacklight entities across New York surged toward Vought like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, high above, on the other side of the time-space portal, Joya furrowed his brow upon witnessing that the Patriot could not even eliminate a single blacklight entity in an instant. How weak. Had I overestimated him? Could this creature truly withstand a nuclear bomb? It seemed to me that he couldn't even dispose of one blacklight life form. With such doubts, Joya raised his hand, and in an instant, a multitude of metallic objects ascended from within New York City, hurtling toward the time-space portal. Along the way, various metal items twisted and morphed, forming a series of metallic steps that connected the portal to the entrance of Vought. As this astonishing scene unfolded, the entire city fell into a profound silence. Stepping forth from the portal, Joya descended the steps with measured grace, followed closely by Christine, Polaris, and Jill. Meanwhile, Hank and Devours, accompanied by blacklight warriors, rapidly descended to the ground, clearing all obstacles in Joya's path. Upon the emergence of the metallic staircase leading to Vaught's entrance, the blacklight entities, surging forth like a tide, halted in their tracks, kneeling on one knee. Witnessing this, the bewildered citizens, police, and military personnel dared not move, paralyzed by the terror of these monstrous beings. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective. Even missiles could merely inflict superficial wounds upon them, only for them to swiftly recuperate. Each one resembled a superhuman from a league of extraordinary beings. How could one possibly wage war under such circumstances? Observing the gigantic, mutated creature step aside, a figure knelt on one knee. The citizens of the homeland and Queen Maeve furrowed their brows, their gazes fixed intently on the unfamiliar Asian man descending the steps before them. Chapter 64. The terrorized citizens of the homeland. The citizens were transfixed by the man before them, their lips twitching with an inexplicable fear that arose from the depths of their very souls, a primal response to a predator. How could the strongest among the league of extraordinary beings accept such a feeling? Their eyes gradually glowed with a crimson hue as the citizen unleashed a heat ray with all their might. In response, Joya raised his arm, shielding himself with his forearm, keenly assessing the power of the heat ray. Upon contact, Joya felt two depressions form in his forearm, yet it was not completely penetrated. As he consciously enhanced his recovery, he realized that the damage inflicted by the heat ray was outpaced by his own body's healing speed. Weak. Incredibly weak. How could it be so feeble? Frowning deeply, Joya's face was marred with displeasure. He had initially believed the citizen to possess considerable strength, anticipating that consuming and absorbing them would render him even more powerful. Yet now, it appeared the heat rays might fell short of a nuclear explosion. This realization left Joya profoundly disappointed. With the heat ray bearing down on him, Joya swiftly approached the citizen, grasping their hair and delivering a powerful punch to their abdomen. Coughing, the citizen arched their body like a shrimp, gasping for breath, and then propelled themselves skyward alongside Joya. The citizens' physical strength was commendable. However, as they attempted to shake Joya off, their angry retorts only fueled Joya's resolve. With fists raining down upon Joya, the citizens' strikes fell like raindrops, yet Joya remained unperturbed, not even flinching. Their strength was decidedly inadequate. With a sudden surge of force, Joya yanked the citizen's hair downward. In that instant, the citizen, who was ascending at great speed, found themselves bent at a 90-degree angle in midair. Joya then brought his hands together high above his head, crashing down onto the citizen's back. With a resounding thud, the citizen plummeted to the ground faster than they had ascended, creating a massive crater upon impact, with thick smoke billowing into the air. Meanwhile, Joya descended gracefully, his black-red wings unfurling behind him. The brief yet intense battle that unfolded in mere seconds left the entire city of New York in a state of astonishment. Had the citizen been defeated by that fallen angel? Was everything that transpired today a divine retribution? The notion of an impending apocalypse began to take root in the minds of the populace. Joya's imposing figure prompted some superstitious individuals to instinctively kneel, murmuring about divine punishment, sacrifice, and offerings to God. As it descended to the ground, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Joya approached the figure of the patriotic man, who was on all fours, kneeling in submission. "No, I cannot defeat him. I will perish." The patriotic man, with his head bowed, wore a grotesque expression, filled with despair and fear. His strength, speed, and thermal rays, every means at his disposal, were rendered utterly futile against that terrifying monster. After just 2 strikes, he felt a searing pain coursing through his body. The patriotic man was on the verge of tears. Throughout his life, when had he ever faced such a formidable adversary? What should I do? How can I respond? Should I beg for mercy? Would he spare me? I see you are utterly terrified, devoid of fighting spirit. The sight of the legs before him, accompanied by the voice that reached his ears, made the patriotic man's heart constrict with fear. He forced a smile, more painful than tears, and slowly raised his gaze. "Please, I beg you, spare me." The resolve crumbled. The cowardice displayed by the patriotic man provoked Joya, who could not resist delivering a powerful punch directly to the top of his head. Boom! The forceful blow drove the patriotic man's head deep into the ground. Pulling his head free, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he looked up at Joya again, a more sycophantic smile emerged on his face. Amused by the patriotic man's cowardice, Joya seized him and soared toward the time-space portal without hesitation. After Joya departed with the captive, the Blacklight lifeforms and Blacklight warriors turned their attention to Christine, Polaris, and Jill, awaiting their orders. What should we do? Christine, having recently become Joya's woman, was unsure how to navigate this situation. Jill remained silent. Although they were not from the same world, they both shared the name New York. She could not bring herself to issue an order to annihilate all humanity, yet she would not obstruct Joya. After all, in the world of Resident Evil, Joya had granted her autonomy, so she had no reason to interfere with how he handled other realms. Observing their expressions, Polaris's lips curled into a smile. "Let us commence our actions. Leave the planets intact, but eliminate all other life." Polaris felt no hesitation in issuing such a command. Perhaps she once held a different view of the mutants, but now she harbored no fondness for anyone other than Joya and his followers. "Understood, my lady." The slaughter commenced once more. As the patriotic man was mercilessly beaten by the monster, the members of the What Company, now referred to as the Super Six, found themselves in disarray. Initially, they had merely felt a weight of apprehension, bolstered by the presence of the patriotic man. However, with their strongest ally defeated, panic ensued. They began to voice their opinions in a cacophony of chaos. Some suggested fleeing, others advocated for a desperate fight, while a few despaired, their eyes vacant as they awaited death. "Silence. Follow me. I have a plan." Madeline Steelwell's furious shout silenced everyone present. After a brief silence, noticing that no one had posed a question, the locomotive eagerly inquired, "What method?" Upon hearing this, Steelwell took a deep breath, surveying the crowd with a heavy heart as he spoke. "Soldier Boy." On the rooftop of the Walter Company, a helicopter ascended rapidly, fleeing into the distance. Sensing an attempt to escape, DeFry licked his lips, ready to transform and pursue, but was halted by Hank beside him. "There's no need. This world will inevitably fall. It matters not where they flee. Let us first attend to the task at hand." With an indifferent shrug, DeFry replied, "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Subsequently, the two resumed their charge toward the advancing army within the city. Time passed gradually. With the arrival of the Blacklight warriors, New York City swiftly succumbed. Regardless of the weaponry, even intercontinental missiles lost control once they entered the city's boundaries. This incited a pervasive sense of dread across the globe. Confronted by such overwhelmingly powerful entities, humanity found itself utterly defenseless. Even nuclear weapons, upon entering New York City, became ineffective, unable to detonate. Meanwhile, those detonated outside the city inflicted no fatal harm upon the monsters. Not even radiation could penetrate their defenses. Apocalypse, alien invasion, divine retribution, an unprecedented atmosphere of despair enveloped the world. No one knew what those creatures awaited or when they would launch an assault on other regions. Chapter 65. Now, are you at ease? On Blacklight Star, after Joya brought the Patriot, he was immediately ensnared by dark crimson tendrils, wrapped like a large dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. "Spare me, I beseech you. I am still of use. I am willing to submit to you. Just grant me my life." Observing the hellish surroundings, the Patriot swallowed hard, stammering his pleas for Joya's mercy. Controlling the Blacklight Star's devourer, Joya smiled and replied, "Submit to me? What utility do you possess? You are nothing but a worthless being." Feeling the black tendrils consuming him, the Patriot hastily responded, "I am indeed worthless, as you say, but I still have value. I can assist you. I can help you." Suddenly, an idea struck him. I can aid you in conquering the world. Yes, I can help you attack the world. I am powerful. I can help you dominate the entire planet. Whatever you desire, I will procure it for you. The patriot's cowardly nature caused Joya to furrow his brow once more. While he was indeed astute to the times, his weakness was excessive, so feeble that Joya hesitated to fully absorb him. Consuming such a person's memories would undoubtedly taint his own vision. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep him around, allowing him to lead the Blacklight beings in their global conquest. After all, there was no need to fully devour him to harness his abilities. And employing Blacklight life forms for mining seemed a misuse of their potential. Transforming all the denizens of the Black Cloak Patrol into slaves and allowing Azza to oversee their mining operations would grant one the luxury of not having to remain vigilant. One could simply open a temporal portal, synchronize the flow of time, and return to the Marvel Universe to relish life. Contemplating this, Joya smirked. You have successfully salvaged your own existence. With that, Joya directed the Blacklight Star to infuse Azu with life energy and the Blacklight virus. Cries of agony erupted. After a considerable time, the newly merged individual, infused with the Blacklight virus, gazed at Joya with wide eyes, disbelief etched on their face, their expression fervent. This is the only true deity worth following. How dare the insignificant water company control me? The great and supreme will of the Blacklight. I willingly offer my all, including my soul, to serve eternally. Stop. Silence. Joya interrupted before Azu could complete the oath, continuing. Go forth and conquer the world with the Blacklight life forms, then summon the Blacklight warriors back. At once. Great One. Call me Master. Understood, Master. Watching Azza dash through the temporal portal, Joya shook his head in resignation. Why does it feel as though I have gained another eccentric like to fry? Letting out a sigh, Joya commanded the Blacklight Star to enhance himself. Heat vision, an iron physique, X-ray vision, telescopic sight, flight, super strength, super speed, super endurance, super hearing, super smell. After acquiring all the abilities of the native, Joya's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was not merely the acquisition of the native's powers. Clenching his fist, Joya sank slightly, raising his gaze to the crimson sky. With a thunderous sound, Joya surged through the atmosphere and into the cosmos at incredible speed. The amplification of his speed and strength was remarkable. No wonder the native's gaze had been so fervent. Fixing his eyes on the distant moon, Joya's lips curled into a smile before he rocketed towards it. The perigee between Earth and the moon is approximately 356,500 kilometers, traveling at the speed of light, which is around 300,000 kilometers per second, would require just over a second to traverse this distance. However, Joya arrived at the moon after silently counting to nearly 60 seconds. Laughing silently, Joya felt an exhilarating rush. Although it paled in comparison to a certain version of Superman's 3/4 light speed, the current strength of his body, when fully unleashed, at 1/60th of light speed, exerting tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of tons of force, left him immensely satisfied. With his eyes glowing red, Joya unleashed heat vision onto the moon. ZZT. Continuously scanning, he observed unfathomable fissures appearing on the lunar surface, each one a testament to his newfound capabilities. After a while, he pondered. Compared to the astonishing Captain Marvel traversing the cosmos or the myriad of chaotic deities, perhaps he still fell short in power. He had yet to reach a cosmic level of strength. He could not afford to be reckless. Reassuring himself, Joya gradually calmed. 1 minute later, the Blacklight Star. As Joya descended to the ground, she effortlessly opened a temporal portal to the Marvel Universe. Strange, why was the Ancient One waiting for her at the entrance? Supreme Sorcerer. Are you so unoccupied? Do you have nothing else to attend to? Aren't you supposed to be dealing with Dormammu? Without addressing Joya's inquiries, the Ancient One softly spoke. May I step through to have a look? Furrowing her brows in confusion, Joya pondered the Ancient One's intentions. She truly could not fathom what the Supreme Sorcerer was thinking. If you wish to see, then come in, the Ancient One replied. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Joya crossed the temporal portal and stepped into the realm of Blacklight Star. Countless entities of blacklight surged forth from the ground, their tentacled eyes fixated intently on the intruder. Upon witnessing this, Joya concentrated her thoughts, and the blacklight being slowly sank back into the earth. Turning to Joya with a smile, the Ancient One remarked, fascinating creatures. She then shifted her gaze towards another temporal portal. Are you invading another world? Indeed. And what of it? Not invading? What of that? Joya's gaze remained fixed on the Ancient One. They were currently in Blacklight Star, and the Ancient One had no means of borrowing power from the Vishani here. If Joya wished to eliminate her, it would merely require a thought. You seem to have misunderstood me, the Ancient One stated, her meaning unclear to Joya. Misunderstood? What do you mean? Raising her hand, a magical circle materialized in her palm as she continued. Although much of my power is suppressed, I am not without means of resistance. Seeing this, Joya's expression darkened. What the hell is going on? How can you still draw power from the Vishanti in the world of the Inhumans? This was not a favorable revelation for Joya. The Ancient One's actions indicated that the pinnacle of Marvel's might could indeed invade other universes. You need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely curious. Curious? Under Joya's bewildered gaze, the Ancient One's hands glimmered with light as another magical circle emerged, aimed at corrupting the land. What are you doing, my friend? Feeling the life energy of Blacklight star depleting, the Ancient One's brow furrowed, as if enduring some discomfort. Joya was utterly baffled. Why was she actively merging with the Blacklight virus? Moments later, having completed the fusion with the Blacklight virus, the dark dimension's mark upon the Ancient One's forehead vanished. With eyes closed, she exhaled softly, much quieter now. Turning her attention back to the perplexed Joya, the Ancient One spoke. Now you should feel at ease, yes? Chapter 66. The Ancient One, that crafty old sage. At ease? What do you mean by that? Hold on a moment. Let me catch my breath. Did you just siphon my energy? In response, the Ancient One smiled and shook her head, denying Joya's assertion. It was not siphoning. It was borrowing. I merely borrowed a tad of your life energy. Upon hearing this, Joya could no longer contain herself. Isn't that still stealing? When do you intend to return the energy you borrowed? Borrowing? I can't believe she had the audacity to say that. Wait, given the current circumstances, does this imply that I have become a creditor to the Ancient One? Contemplating this, Joya's heart stirred with intrigue. She yearned to experiment with extinguishing one of the Ancient One's hands. If successful, it would signify that the Ancient One had become her subordinate, a most fortuitous outcome. Conversely, should she fail, the Ancient One would merely be an insurmountable obstacle. Resolute in her decision, Joya recalled that the Ancient One had merged with the Blacklight virus. Thus, even if one hand were extinguished, it would swiftly regenerate. With a slight focus of her attention, the Ancient One's right hand began to disintegrate into ash from the fingertips. Ah, it works. However, in the next moment, an unknown energy thwarted the process of annihilation. By the heavens, I am truly astounded by the Ancient One's resilience. What is this phenomenon? It appears to be more adept at resisting than I am. Joya surmised that the force obstructing the annihilation was likely the Ancient One's magic. Am I now a mere pawn, a surrogate for Dormammu? Noticing Joya's subtle maneuvers, the Ancient One chuckled softly, shaking her head. It seems you still harbor doubts about my intentions. I assure you, I mean no harm. If I am not mistaken, you did not consume everything in the last realm you visited. Moreover, from my recent observations, you seem to be quite enjoying life on Earth, which is far more benevolent than your experiences with Dormammu. Therefore, I would be willing to assist you. I believe you may require a guide in the realm of magic. The sincerity in the Ancient One's words was unmistakable. Joya pondered for a moment before inquiring with curiosity, what is your true motive behind this? In response, the Ancient One smiled and explained, since your arrival on Earth, a new branch has formed in the timeline, centered around the events you have altered. The future is now shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, I ponder whether it might be safer if Earth were to become your personal dominion. It would certainly ease my burdens. The prospect of exploring the known multiverse pales in comparison to the allure of uncharted realms. After absorbing the Ancient One's response, Joya fell into a contemplative silence, exhaling softly. What else can be done? At present, she finds herself powerless against the Ancient One. Any attempt to eliminate her must await the mastery of magic through consumption. Yet, once she has attained such mastery, would there still be a need to eliminate her? Most likely not, as she would no longer be capable of betrayal. So, you wish to invest in me? Joya framed it in flattering terms, yet the Ancient One's actions bore striking resemblance to allegiance. Should I address you as the great and supreme Blacklight will? At this, Joya smiled. Perhaps we shall reserve that title for another time. Observing Joya's demeanor, the Ancient One reciprocated the smile, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. They had merely begun to establish trust. For Joya to fully trust the Ancient One, it would require her to master magic and gain complete dominion over the Ancient One's fate. May I visit that realm? Joya gestured towards the portal leading to the world of the black-robed enforcers. The Ancient One regarded Joya, seeking her consent. By all means, I have matters to contemplate, so I shall not accompany you. Nodding slightly, Gui expressed his gratitude and swiftly soared towards the realm of the black-robed enforcers. As he observed the retreating figure, Joya fell into a contemplative reverie. Moments earlier, while Gui absorbed the life energy, he had discerned a significant depletion of life energy emanating from the Blacklight star. This revelation illuminated a crucial principle, the conservation of energy. The greater an individual's strength, the more life energy they could harness. After a brief internal calculation, Joya realized that he, along with Gui and Azu, had all experienced substantial enhancements in their individual powers. Coupled with the 200 Blacklight warriors, Christine, Polaris, and Jill, the colossal life energy of the Blacklight star would inevitably be reduced by at least 1/10. The sheer magnitude of this energy consumption left Joya gasping in astonishment. Previously, he had contemplated transforming countless black light beings into miniature superheroes. However, it became evident that the black light star could not withstand such voracious energy demands. The rate at which it assimilated and converted life energy from the cosmos was far too sluggish to sustain Joya's aspirations. Would they need to diversify their forces? The black light beings represented the most rudimentary tier of troops, requiring the least energy. Above them stood the black light warriors. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of the lordship and farming novels he had perused prior to his journey. With a slight chuckle, Joya dismissed the notion. If necessary, he could simply devour more worlds and absorb additional life energy. After all, as long as he remained on the black light star, he could bolster his subordinates at any moment. Joya, who is that bald-headed individual? Surely she isn't another woman you've acquired? His thoughts were interrupted as he opened his eyes to the returning black light warriors, along with Christine, Polaris, and Jill. Let us not jest. I have no fondness for bald-headed nuns. She is simply a rogue bandit who has chosen to ally with me. The group exchanged glances, puzzled by Joya's characterization of the bald woman as a rogue bandit. However, since she was not a new romantic interest of Joya, they chose to overlook the matter. What brings you to summon us back? And what of the man in the tight-fitting attire you took earlier? Did you release him? In response, Joya smiled and elucidated his plan. Shall we turn the inhabitants of that planet into mining slaves, with the black light beings overseeing them? After a moment's hesitation, Jill felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps it was the first time she had confronted the notion of annihilating an entire humanity. It felt excessively brutal. Although the denizens of that planet were to become slaves, it was, at least, preferable to death. Once Joya had clarified the situation, he began to channel the formidable life energy of the black light star to fortify his companions. As anticipated, approximately 1/10 of that immense energy was consumed. Let us proceed to the realm of the black-robed enforcers. We must swiftly conquer it to commence mineral extraction. Even with Azu's prowess, subjugating the world would require 4 to 5 days. If we join forces, we could conclude our conquest in half a day and return home, accompanied by over 200 little superheroes. With determination, they surged through the temporal gateway. Soon after, Joya commanded everyone to pair up in twos, launching an offensive towards the world with New York as their epicenter. Meanwhile, he leisurely strolled with Christine, Polaris, and Jill, as if they were merely sightseeing. Behind them trailed an innumerable throng of diverse blacklight beings. Chapter 67. Is it inappropriate to shoot me in the face upon our first meeting? In the high skies, Joya, Christine, Polaris, and Jill observed the unfolding chaos on Earth below. The military, stripped of all heavy weaponry, was retreating in disarray. The blacklight beings surged into cities, mercilessly capturing slaves. Was this the apocalypse? Judgment Day? Whatever it may be, after the arrival of those terrifying monsters, the world underwent a profound transformation. It gradually succumbed to despair, with survivors hiding in fear. Initially, hope rested upon the shoulders of the Super Seven. However, as the traitors from their homeland turned against them, that hope was extinguished. Even the Super Six, once a beacon of expectation for the survivors, along with the Soldier Boy, were swiftly eliminated in the face of betrayal. Gazing down at Earth, where the traitors had just dispatched Soldier Boy and were now indulging in fresh milk, Joya couldn't help but facepalm. Truly, what an oddity. No wonder they were formidable like the crescent moon as charge. Christine, hearing Joya's remark, glanced at Polaris and Jill, a smirk playing on her lips. Would you like some? We have fresh milk here too. Not a chance. I've weaned. Joya decisively declined Christine's proposal, sensing an unexpected temptation. He then turned his attention to Jill. After the traitors had dispatched Soldier Boy and the Super Six, the world of the black-robed enforcers had no force left to dare oppose them. With their current strength, they could effortlessly conquer a world devoid of extraordinary powers without causing significant destruction. Thus, perhaps he could fulfill the promise made to Jill. Moreover, he held a keen interest in Ada from the Resident Evil universe. Back before his crossing into this realm, he had frequently dressed Ada in various stunning outfits while gaming. Previously, in Raccoon City, the Blacklight Warriors had failed to retrieve Ada. This time, Joya resolved to seek her out personally. With your current abilities, you could dismantle Umbrella Corporation without harming anyone and leave in style. What do you think? Shall we go? Upon hearing Joya's suggestion, Jill nodded fervently. Absolutely, we must go. I have long dreamed of taking down the Umbrella Corporation, the very cause of the bioweapon crisis. Seeing her enthusiasm, Joya smiled broadly. He then led Christine, Polaris, and Jill back to the realm of Blacklight. Ahem, Christine, Polaris, you two should head home first. Jill and I will manage on our own. With our current strength, we shall face no danger. Nothing in that world can breach our defenses. By the way, I'd like you to assist me in locating the Watcher in Sokovia. It frolicked outside, and you all assist me in summoning it back to the Blacklight Star. I shall enhance its abilities. Meanwhile, you may seek out Gui to learn a bit of magic. She has already returned. Having concocted two somewhat plausible excuses, Joya discreetly dismissed Christine and Polaris. He then opened a temporal portal leading to the world of Biohazard, in the lobby of the Raccoon City Police Department. The very place from which Joya and the others had departed last time, their figures reappeared. For the survivors within the precinct, it felt as though Joya and his companions had only been gone for less than a day before returning. Upon their return to the station, Joya eagerly scanned his surroundings, utilizing his enhanced vision to search for Ada's presence. He then addressed Jill, stating, "With your keen hearing, you should effortlessly locate the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation. I have other matters to attend to." As for the survivors within the precinct at this juncture, on the other side of the temporal portal, the blackened, corrupted land of the Black Light Star gradually revealed several entities known as Black Light Lifeforms. I shall dispatch some Black Light Lifeforms to protect them. You may confidently pursue your vengeance. Upon hearing this, Jill gazed at Joy with gratitude and leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Watching Jill ascend into the sky and soar swiftly into the distance, Joya licked his lips, whispering, "I have found you, Ada." His form vanished instantaneously, as he disregarded all structures in his path, charging straight towards Ada, who was cautiously making her way to the parking lot of the police station. Damn it! What are those creatures? Several hours prior, Ada had been preparing to delve deeper into the police parking lot to locate an entrance to the underground laboratory when she was shielded by a group of individuals who identified themselves as Blacklight Warriors. Recognizing their formidable power, she prudently refrained from resisting and followed them to the Raccoon City Police Department. However, she was later bewildered when they abruptly received orders and were called away. Seizing the opportunity, she escaped, not accompanying those enigmatic beings to the precinct. She recalled that they had noticed her flight, but, for reasons unknown, did not pursue her. What were their intentions? Why did they vanish so suddenly? Based on her observations during the day, Ada Wong was certain that the creatures had completely disappeared. Inside the precinct now resided only a few gathered survivors. After cautiously observing throughout the day and contemplating deeply, she resolved by nightfall to venture into the underground parking lot of the station. She sought to uncover any clues leading to the underground laboratory, the nest, in hopes of acquiring the virus, completing her mission, and departing this cursed place. Just as she infiltrated the underground parking lot, before Ada could commence her search for clues, a resounding rumble echoed in her ears. Abruptly turning to gaze at the ceiling of the parking area, Ada furrowed her brow. What is happening? What has occurred now? She murmured softly to herself. The ceiling of the parking lot suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash. Debris mixed with steel rebar fell incessantly, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. While struggling to suppress her coughs, Ada held her gun, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. It felt as if something was approaching. The sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. With a wary expression, Ada concealed herself behind a supporting column, gripping her firearm and striving to steady her breath. Taking a deep breath, she was about to peek out to discern the source of the disturbance when a distinctly Asian face unexpectedly materialized before her. Startled by the sudden appearance of Joa, Ada couldn't help but let out a startled scream, inadvertently discharging her weapon. With a bang, the bullet struck Joa squarely in the forehead. To Joa at that moment, the impact of the bullet felt no different than the dust settling upon him. Extending his hand, he gently grasped Ada's chin, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Isn't it rather rude to shoot me in the face upon our first meeting? In the spirit of reciprocity, should I not also shoot you in the head? As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility." As Joa's strength grew, so too did his demeanor transform. He became more capricious. As the supreme will of the Black Light, his interest in Ada was a privilege for her. There was no room for her to refuse, nor any authority to do so. To truly relish the experience while offering herself entirely was her only choice. Chapter 68. Traitor? Great hero? The polar shift in national reputation feeling Joa's grip on her chin, Ada immediately began to struggle fiercely. She lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the next moment, her expression contorted in pain. It was too solid. You weren't this tough in the game. Having suffered an unexpected setback, Ada hesitated to strike again. She raised her gun, firing repeatedly, but the bullets had no effect on the individual before her. Helpless and overwhelmed, fear of the unknown surged within Ada. "Who are you? Where did you come from? What do you want?" In response, Joa licked his lips and grinned. "What do I want? I want to do as I please." To take Ada back to Blacklight Star, Joa initiated a game of make-believe with Ada. He played the role of the well-meaning neighbor, Brother Wong, while Ada took on the persona of the dutiful housewife. After some time, exhausted from their make-believe game, Ada lay on the eroded ground, gazing dreamily at the crimson sky. The joy of stacking blocks had caused her face to be smeared with tears of happiness and sweat, rendering her appearance both disheveled and desolate, as if she were broken. Joa lit up a post-coital cigarette. He hadn't anticipated that this ace spy was experiencing the joy of stacking blocks for the first time. Previously, Joa had assumed that spies like her had long since sacrificed everything for their missions. Don't wear such an expression of despair. Do you desire money or power? Would you like to rule over a planet for amusement? Ada snapped back to reality at the sound of the question, casting a complex glance at the domineering figure before her. Where is this? Blacklight star. What are those door-like structures over there? They are time-space gates. Exhaling deeply, Ada slowly approached Joya. The abruptness of recent events had shattered her worldview. She could hardly concern herself with trivial matters such as her companion's activities with building blocks. For the hellish realm before her drew her focus. After carefully absorbing the situation from Joya, Ada's emotions remained tumultuous. How many steps does it take to transform from a top female spy into a woman of the dark deity? Until today, Ada had never contemplated this question. Yet now, she grasped the answer. It all rested upon the whim of the dark god. She found herself devoid of any means to resist. Confusion enveloped her, leaving her aimless and uncertain of her next actions. The ambition she once fervently pursued, whether wealth or something else, suddenly seemed trivial and inconsequential. For now, money was within her grasp, an endless resource. Even in the realm of the so-called black robe enforcers, she would require no currency. She could pursue her desires freely. All of this was merely due to the dark god's interest in her. After a long moment, exhaling a sigh of resignation, Ada accepted her new reality. She stepped toward Joya, who had been engrossed in building blocks, and realized she had yet to partake in the fun. This simply would not do. Eventually, Ada acquired superhuman abilities. Blacklight star, outer space. How does it feel? It's your first time viewing the universe from this perspective, isn't it? Nodding silently, Ada gazed upon the dark, profound, and magnificent cosmos. Returning to her senses, she turned to Joya, who floated in space with a smile and open arms. A smile crept onto Ada's lips. Being favored by the dark god didn't seem so bad after all. Clutching the building blocks, Ada eagerly engaged Joya in play, the two children reveling in joy. This time, there was no fear, nor was it an outlet for pent-up emotions. It was entirely voluntary. Weeks passed, and Ada soon grew weary of building blocks. She expressed a desire to explore the world of the black robe enforcers. Although Joya felt there was nothing of interest, she agreed to accompany Ada on her quest. However, upon their arrival in the world of the black robe enforcers, Joya's initial thought was one of confusion. Had they come to the wrong place? Just weeks ago, the faces of the slaves had been marked by despair and pessimism. How was it that, after half a month, those same slaves appeared happier than ever? Azu, where have you gone? Come here. Taking a deep breath, Joya shouted, her voice powerful enough to ripple through the air. Ada, standing beside her, instinctively covered her ears, her brows furrowing in concern. Moments later, a beaming Azu flew before Joya. Boss, what is going on? How can these people be so joyful while still being slaves? Upon hearing this, the man from the motherland scratched his head, equally perplexed, and replied, I have no idea. Perhaps under my harsh rule, these slaves have gone mad. Mad. He pondered, listening intently. Thanks to the great and supreme will of the black light. Darling, I have the night shift today. I'm off to be a slave. Sweetheart, do your best as a slave for the great and supreme will of the black light. Do not slack off. Rest assured, I have no desire to return to the days of freedom I once knew. Similar conversations continuously filled the air, as the black-robed enforcers were celebrated by people across the globe, leaving him somewhat bewildered. These slaves did not appear to be insane. What exactly have you done? He inquired. The man from the motherland reflected carefully and began recounting the various rules he had established. Factories and mines were mandated to operate continuously, 24 hours a day. Workers rotated in 3 shifts, each required to complete a full 8-hour day before leaving work. They were provided with 3 meals and snacks each day. Milk only available in the morning and a mere hour for rest. They had only 3 days off per week. No one was permitted any private property. They held only the right to use items, as the slaves themselves belonged to Joya. Thus, if something they used broke, they were not liable for its replacement. It could simply be discarded and replaced with a new item from the supply store. All food and necessities were to be produced by them, available for retrieval as needed, with strict prohibitions against waste or excess. Such rules left Joya utterly stunned. What on earth? Are these slaves living better than I did before my arrival? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? It was no wonder that the world echoed with praises of him. The man from the motherland had utterly eradicated class distinctions and poverty, creating a world of unity. Everyone was a slave, standing on equal footing, laboring for the great and supreme self. Was this truly the so-called harsh rule spoken of by the people of the motherland? Such a life, such days, how infuriating. I envy it deeply. Joya fell silent, lost in thought. Beside him, Ada was the first to speak, her face awash with astonishment. Are you truly a dark god? Why do I feel as though this is paradise? Those people below are slaves? Slaves like these would surely be coveted by the people of my world. Noticing Ada's expression of awe, as if seeing him in a new light, Joya chuckled awkwardly and dismissed the man from the motherland. Shall we explore together? I am quite curious about the present world of the black-robed enforcers. In just half a month, the man from the motherland had transformed from a despised traitor and villain into a celebrated hero and superstar, while Joya himself had shifted from an invading dark god to the embodiment of divine retribution, the harbinger of doom, and was now revered as the great and supreme will of the Black Light. Such rapid change was indeed unforeseen. Chapter 69, Collecting Illustrations, Strategies for Wanda. Traveling at a speed of 5,000 kilometers per second, Joya and Ada circled the Earth 2.5 times, ultimately landing at the location of a once great nation in Asia. In the realm of the boys, the Earth is devoid of nations, all belonging to Joya. Every dissenter, ambitious individual, and those unwilling to submit to tyranny and become slaves have been utterly eradicated. With their disappearance, the world has found a semblance of tranquility. The once oppressed lower classes, after the removal of their exploiters, discovered that their lives had improved significantly. Gazing upon the grand statue erected in the city's south largest square, Joya remained silent for a long while. How absurd, how absurd, how absurd. Behold, it is the magnificent and supreme Lord of Blacklight will. We adore you. We shall be your slaves for eternity. This familiar language, this irresistible chant stirred something within. Hesitantly raising a hand, Joya greeted the enthusiastic crowd in Mandarin. Hello. Look over here. The Lord is looking this way. My Lord, do you require attendance? I have never been in love. I am a virgin, and I wish to become your exclusive slave. This fervor was rather overwhelming. Noticing Ada's amused expression beside him, Joya ascended to the clouds. Ada followed closely, exclaiming, I have never encountered a deity quite like you. You are entirely different from the various legends. Your slaves seem more exhilarated to see you than they would be to encounter a deity, ha ha ha. Hearing Ada's jest, Joya could not suppress a smile. This feeling was rather pleasant. Being respected, admired, and adored was far more acceptable than facing the wrath of countless individuals who would wish to devour his flesh and drink his blood. After all, he had no masochistic tendencies. The more he was reviled, the more gratifying it seemed. In this world of the boys, statues of Joya tower in nearly every city, town, and village. Countless individuals come daily, spontaneously offering prayers, praise, and gratitude to Joya. Ah, if this were the path to divinity through faith, perhaps he could establish his own divine kingdom. In truth, if Joya desired, he could seek out Ancient One and potentially create a faith that leads to divinity and found a divine realm. However, having read numerous novels before his transmigration, Joya voluntarily abandoned this route. The notion of faith being toxic and the need to respond to followers felt rather primitive and restrictive. It paled in comparison to the safety of the chaotic seeds rewarded upon task completion. The chaotic seeds represent a nascent world, entirely under his control, with limitless growth potential. Is it not far superior to that divine kingdom concept? With this in mind, Joya decided against lingering. Let the world of the boys remain as it is, allowing those blissful slaves to gradually extract resources and advance at their own pace. He would first take the great eye to Blacklight Star for enhancement, then retrieve the seed of fire to see if it could replenish the energy consumed by Blacklight Star. Additionally, he was curious if he could conquer the world of prodigious talents with his current strength. The Sentinel robot, confronted with its present limitations, finds itself at a loss. Its abilities are confined to the manipulation of metal and magnetic fields, with little to draw upon from its genetic heritage. Ultimately, it leads to the world of Elden Ring, where perhaps the assistance of the Ancient One will be required. The Ancient One possesses considerable experience in dealing with malevolent deities and otherworldly entities, and wields magic as well, making her an invaluable ally. Having made this decision, Joya turned to Ada. It was time to depart. In the realm of resident evil, parasitic creatures, fungal overlords, and viruses abound. The myriad of bizarre entities cannot be vanquished merely by Jill's destruction of Umbrella Corporation. This is the reason for Jill's prolonged absence over the past fortnight. She must gather intelligence before confronting the source of the crisis, a task that will require additional time. Thus, Joya resolved not to wait for her any longer, confident that her own capabilities would keep her safe. Returning to the facility with Ada, Joya found no sign of Polaris or Christine. She heightened her auditory senses and discerned that they had located the Watcher, as well as Wanda and Pietro. At that moment, they were enjoying leisure time with the Watcher, whom they had cared for over a period. Joya felt a renewed desire to collect allies, particularly in the form of women. Wanda was strikingly beautiful and deeply devoted, with formidable chaos magic at her command. However, pursuing a romantic relationship with her seemed an extravagant endeavor for a robot. To win Wanda's affection, Joya would need a more strategic approach, one that diverged from her casual dealings with Ada, who lacked any extraordinary abilities. Chaos magic was not to be trifled with. A forceful approach could lead to her own detriment. The sibling duo harbored a strong animosity towards Stark, which presented an opportunity for Joya to utilize the recordings she had previously made. Furthermore, she could incite them to exact vengeance on Stark, perhaps even orchestrate his demise, allowing for a brief respite before she would resurrect him. Wanda, upon her transformation into the Scarlet Witch, possessed multiversal-level power, while her non-corrupted strength was still considerable, at least cosmic in caliber. The Darkhold, a tome of forbidden knowledge, was beyond Joya's current abilities to contend with. Thus, Wanda must not be permitted to come into contact with it. Should Wanda gain access and linger too long, her intentions to obliterate the Marvel Universe could spell disaster. Not to mention, Joya's mission remained unfulfilled. Even upon its completion, the Marvel Universe would need to be preserved in deference to the Ancient One, much like the Resident Evil world was safeguarded for Jill. Later, Joya would inquire with the system about alternative methods for expanding her repertoire of realms. Given her rapid ascent in power, the Marvel Universe did not offer sufficient tasks to keep her occupied. With a strategy to woo Wanda firmly in mind, Joya departed the facility with Ada, setting her course toward the beaches of Los Santos. Discretion? She had already become a small superhero in her own right. With the Ancient One's allegiance secured, Joya felt undeterred by the prospect of confrontation. Any adversary daring to challenge her would be swiftly dealt with. In the depths of Joya's mind, thoughts of the Serpent Shield's dark delicacies and Hydra lingered. Unbeknownst to him, once the mark of the Dark Dimension faded from the forehead of the Ancient One, there were forces beyond Earth that had set their sights upon him. Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, upon the Ancient One's return to the Marvel realm, immediately sensed the shift within him. Dormammu, akin to a frenzied beast, relentlessly assailed the Sanctum seals, yet all of this was thwarted by the Ancient One. Having assimilated the Blacklight virus, he acquired abilities reminiscent of a diminutive superhuman. The Ancient One's mastery of magic had significantly advanced, rendering Dormammu's aspirations to invade Earth even more arduous than before. Indeed, the Ancient One even found time to traverse to the realms beyond the Blacklight's temporal gateway, observing the changes in the world of the Black Cloak Enforcers. He felt a surge of sentiment. He had clearly placed his trust in the right individuals. Chapter 70. The unwillingly renamed Cyclops on a workday afternoon. The beaches of Los Santos lay desolate. From afar, Joya spotted Wanda and Quicksilver joyously frolicking by the shore with the Blacklight Eye, while Polaris and Christine basked under the sun. Noticing their approach, Polaris and Christine turned to face Joya and Ida. "Damn it," Polaris muttered, "he sent us off. He's certainly off to chase after women." With a resigned sigh, Christine accepted the reality, aware that she could not deter Joya's pursuits. As a later arrival, Christine felt little concern, save for the fear that she might lose favor in Joya's heart. Ida, quietly landing beside Polaris and Christine, away from the attention of Wanda and Quicksilver, introduced herself. "Hello, should I call you sisters? I am Ida, Joya's companion." Polaris maintained her gaze on Joya, who was walking towards Wanda, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Aida's introduction while casually stating her name. In contrast to Polaris's cool demeanor, Christine was far more affable, engaging Ida in conversation. However, their dialogue was abruptly interrupted when Polaris, with a serious expression, interjected, "Joya resembles a sower. The way he acts. It seems he's taken a liking to Wanda again. I believe we should leave a profound impression on him before he seeks out more women, lest he forget us. Moreover, as his circle of women expands, we must ensure we take action to secure our standing in his heart. What do you think, sisters?" Upon hearing this, Ida and Christine nodded in agreement. "Lorna, what are your thoughts?" Polaris inquired with a light chuckle. "Tonight, let us first exhaust him. Then, since he desires Wanda, how about we devise a plan together to assist him in winning her over? This way, we shall undoubtedly leave a profound impression on him. Simultaneously, we can establish a sisterly image before future contenders, sparing him the trouble of seeking out difficult individuals who might compete for his affection." After pondering the suggestion, Christine and Ida nodded in approval. "What a splendid idea. I have no objections." With her proposal unanimously accepted, Polaris smiled. "Then it is settled. Before long, Joya should return to Blacklight Star with the Eye of Blacklight for enhancements. At that time, we shall approach Jill to share our plan and involve her as well." Just as Joya approached the Eye of Blacklight, she chuckled upon overhearing the conspiracy of her women from a distance. "Have they forgotten about my superhearing? Even their hushed whispers are audible to me. Yet, my women are truly adorable. Are you the master of Little Black?" Wanda's voice interrupted Joya's musings. Turning her gaze towards Wanda, and then the Eye of Blacklight, Joya smiled and nodded. "If the Little Black you refer to is indeed the Eye, then I suppose I am its master." Wanda frowned slightly, finding the name Big Eye rather unappealing. "What a peculiar name." No matter, if you find it unappealing. We shall rename it to Little Black from now on." Tilting her head towards her divine father, the Eye of Blacklight appeared somewhat perplexed. "Isn't it a bit too casual to change a name just like that?" "Divine Father, while I do not mind the name change, it feels rather devaluing. Akin to being a stray dog. What is the meaning of this? Then let it be Little Black. Your naming skills leave much to be desired. After all, Little Black's eyes are hardly large." Joya chuckled, her laughter laden with meaning. Nearby, Quicksilver noticed the return of the master of Little Black. His gaze towards the creature tinged with reluctance. During their time together, he and his sister had formed a joyful bond with Little Black, akin to that of family. The sudden prospect of returning Little Black to its owner was bittersweet. My name is Pietro, and this is my sister Wanda. May I inquire if you intend to sell Little Black? Pietro's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Wanda's eyes. Although she had anticipated this day, the reality of Little Black's owner approaching filled her heart with sorrow. Now, hearing her brother's intention to purchase Little Black from its owner, her gaze turned to Joya, filled with expectation that she might part with Little Black. We promise to treat Little Black with utmost care. Is there any possibility you could, Divine Father? Divine Father? Please don't sell me. The sincere expressions of Wanda and Quicksilver, along with the urgent messages emanating from the Black Eye, amused Joya somewhat. How could these two possibly buy her child? Rest assured, I would never sell you. Upon hearing the reply from the Divine Father, the Black Eye breathed a sigh of relief. I apologize, dear friends, but Little Black is not an ordinary dog. I simply cannot part with him. Joya's words brought expressions of disappointment and dismay to Wanda and Quicksilver's faces as they gazed longingly at the Black Eye. However, upon hearing the word but, both Wanda and Quicksilver turned their gazes toward Joya in unison. I have a proposal that could satisfy everyone. I possess a modest influence and some financial resources in Los Santos, as well as a spacious home. To express my gratitude for your care of Little Black, I would assist you in finding employment in Los Santos, and you could move into my home. This way, you wouldn't have to part with Little Black. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wanda and Quicksilver exchanged glances, both lost in contemplation. After all, they had no home in Sokovia anymore. It was all the same where they lived. In order to remain with Little Black, Wanda and Quicksilver looked at each other and gently nodded. They soon spoke in unison. We agree. Once we earn some money, we will pay you rent. Seeing their agreement, Joya smiled with delight. Rent? We are all family. Discussing rent would only create distance between us. Moreover, Joya had his own plans for Quicksilver. Having him live in his home would only hinder his pursuit of Wanda. My name is Joya. It is a pleasure to meet you both, and I thank you once again for taking care of Little Black. A few days later, under Christine's arrangements, Wanda and Quicksilver began their employment at the Melvin Group. Wanda was also assigned to temporarily reside in Joya's villa. Seizing an opportunity, Joya privately conveyed his intentions regarding his interest in Quicksilver's sister. Knowing full well that Joya had several girlfriends, Quicksilver initially refused. However, once Joya demonstrated his financial prowess, Quicksilver readily accepted Joya as his brother-in-law, agreeing to move out and not disrupt Joya's pursuit of Wanda. He vowed to support Joya with kind words when necessary, albeit unilaterally acknowledging him. Whether Joya could genuinely win over his sister Wanda would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Having settled matters with Quicksilver, the subsequent affairs became considerably simpler for Joya. Late at night, within Joya's villa, in the guest room on the second floor, Wanda lay on the bed, her pillow muffling her head. Doesn't Joya need rest? It has been several days. Will this never end? The sounds that reached her ears, despite the two bedroom doors and a corridor in between, were beginning to drive Wanda to the brink. Ever since she moved in, she had been subjected to these nightly disturbances, making it impossible for her to sleep. Moreover, after hearing such sounds repeatedly over time, certain images began to involuntarily surface in Wanda's mind. The absurdity lies in the fact that Joya, despite the involuntary images that surfaced in her mind, felt no aversion. In fact, she harbored a sense of anticipation. What was happening to her? He already had so many women. How could she feel this way? On the day she moved into the villa, after Joya showed her and Quicksilver the footage of Stark's abduction, they expressed their discontent with Joya's actions in saving Stark. They believed that the Stark Corporation, which had manufactured the missile that claimed their parents' lives, deserved to be dismantled, and that Stark himself should meet a grim fate. Wanda recalled the shocking words Joya had uttered at that moment. Do you wish to kill Stark? I can assist you. Without preaching any moral high ground or suggesting that weapons are merely tools, and that Stark's actions were not to be blamed, Joya's words conveyed a blatant partiality. She would readily send someone to capture Stark if Wanda and Quicksilver merely nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Joya's declaration, both Wanda and Quicksilver calmed down immediately. They understood that the true culprits were the ones who launched the missile, namely Emily, rather than Stark himself. However, Stark was evidently far more manageable than Emily. This did not imply that Stark was devoid of blame. Rather, the matured versions of themselves recognized who their genuine adversary was. Stark was indeed contemptible, yet to kill him would be excessively extreme. Moreover, they had recently learned that Stark had shut down the weapons development and manufacturing division of Stark Industries. Thus, a thorough beating of Stark would suffice. Compared to the Ultron era, Wanda and Quicksilver, unbrainwashed by Hydra, were far more amiable. Taking a life remained a significant matter for them. Was it from that moment onward? Wanda was uncertain and her heart was tumultuous, especially upon hearing the seductive melodies that invaded her ears. The next morning, after a night of torment, Wanda finally exhaled in relief when those sounds ceased. She dozed off, but scarcely had she closed her eyes when Christine knocked on her door, beckoning her to breakfast. With a resigned response, Wanda sat up, visibly irritated. I can't take this anymore. Once next month's salary arrives, I am definitely moving out. Little Black, I apologize. But I will visit often. Resolutely, Wanda, with dark circles under her eyes, stepped out of her bedroom and made her way to the dining room. After having breakfast with Joya and Polaris, Wanda departed the villa, accompanied by Little Black, who might soon become her roommate, and headed to work at Melvin. Lorna, Jill, Christine, Ada, I am preparing to venture into a new world to retrieve something necessary. Would you care to join me? Hearing this, Polaris and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads. You go ahead, we have other matters to attend to. Noticing the expressions in their eyes, Joya nodded with a smile. He was well aware of what Polaris and the others intended to do, simply assist him in winning over Wanda. In regard to this matter, Joya was quite pleased. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he watched as Polaris and her companions departed from the house. Joya meticulously recalled the specific location of the Allspark from Transformers. The Allspark, an ancient and infinitely powerful artifact of the highest order, holds the unique ability to transform lifeless technology into sentient, living Cybertronians. In the pre-Transcendence films, the origins of the Allspark were shrouded in mystery. However, in truth, the Allspark is the very spark of the planetary deity, the Primus himself. It was the Allspark that created the planet Cybertron and all the Transformers inhabiting it, beginning with the original 7 primes. Over generations, the factions of Autobots and Decepticons grew increasingly conflicted, culminating in the Cybertronian War as they vied for control over the Allspark. In a desperate bid to prevent the Decepticons from seizing it, Optimus Prime launched the Allspark into deep space. Approximately 10,000 years before the Common Era, the Allspark fell near the Colorado River in America. Following it, Megatron, due to a malfunctioning sensor, failed to survey the terrain and consequently plunged into the Arctic, becoming encased in ice. Reflecting on the Allspark's precise location, Joya stroked his chin. If memory served him correctly, humans in the Transformers universe did not discover the Allspark until 1913. Thus, he merely needed to choose a time prior to 1913 to prevent any misguided attempts at research that could result in the creation of numerous Decepticons and ultimately lead to the destruction of the Allspark, leaving only fragments behind. In the Transformers realm, much of human technological advancement stemmed from reverse engineering Megatron, who belonged to the Decepticon faction. This unfortunate reality meant that all mechanical entities derived from the Allspark were aggressive and volatile Decepticons, with no Autobots among them. Perhaps Zor and Megatron might find common ground. A tyrannical rule, indeed. This thought led Joya to recall a satirical video he had stumbled upon prior to his transcendence, depicting Megatron's enslavement of humanity, which made him chuckle. In an instant, his figure vanished from the sofa in the Villa's living room. With his current abilities, Joya could effortlessly locate and retrieve the Allspark. As for how the world would manage after he took the Allspark, that would be a consideration for when Joya had thoroughly examined it. Chapter 72, Devouring the Allspark and Blood Machinery Life America. Above the Colorado River, Joya's gaze was profound. Let me see, where's the Allspark? Utilizing his X-ray vision, Joya soared swiftly while scanning the riverbed beneath the water's surface. Moments later, he found it, spotting the enormous black cube adorned with runes resting at the river's bottom. A smile graced Joya's lips. Adjusting his angle, he plunged into the river with a splash. Underwater breathing was a trivial matter. He could effortlessly alter his bodily structure to accommodate it. The transformation into gills was unnecessary for Joya, who had become a small Superman. Even without oxygen for a brief period, he would not perish. Approaching the colossal cube, measuring at least 100 meters in length and width, Joya reached out and touched its surface. The source of the spark was instantly absorbed into the system's space, and the river surged forth to fill the void left behind. The water level of the entire Colorado River subtly diminished. How simple it was. His figure vanished. Joya returned to the Marvel universe, to the living room of his villa. After a moment's pause, he disappeared once more, this time arriving at Blacklight Star. The opulent decor of the villa was ill-suited for housing the massive source of the spark, which was enveloped in darkness and inscribed with mysterious runes. Joya contemplated how to utilize this entity. In Transformers, Bumblebee had employed an unknown method to shrink the source of the spark. This source resembled a computer, storing all data and technology of Cybertron from ancient times to the present, brimming with vast, nearly limitless energy. Yet, Joya was not a Cybertronian and had no knowledge of how to wield this power. How could he fully control it? Lost in thought, he pondered the spark's ability to bestow life and soul upon biologically advanced technologies, akin to the mouse talisman in Jackie Chan adventures. the Autobots, Decepticons, Constructicons, and Predacons 4 factions. With the Autobots and Decepticons being the most renowned, the Blacklight virus could infect and erode both organic and inorganic matter. Perhaps I could attempt to infect the source of the spark with the Blacklight virus. With this thought, Joya commanded the entirety of Blacklight Star to begin consuming the spark. Countless tendrils gradually coiled around the spark, enveloping it and dragging it into the planet's core. Joya closed his eyes, intently perceiving the transformations occurring within the spark. 1 breath, 2 breaths, an hour, 2 hours. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted from the spark, instantly replenishing the life energy previously expended during the enhancement of the Blacklight warriors. I can't believe it. I succeeded, though the principal eluded him. The successful mastery of the spark filled Joya with exhilaration and excitement. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, Joya focused his thoughts. A life form, distinct from Blacklight beings, was created, a perfect fusion of mechanical and organic components. This entity was beyond imagination, embodying a flawless amalgamation of machinery and flesh, humanoid in shape. With a biological brain encased in an exterior of solid metal, its limbs were crafted from mechanical materials featuring weaponry. The muscles of its body, largely exposed, shimmered with a dark crimson glow. This was astonishing. They say mechas represent a man's romance, but Joya felt that this flesh and machine hybrid resonated even more deeply with him. The great and supreme will of Blacklight. The colossal blood machine life knelt on one knee, bowing its head in reverence as it greeted Joya with a voice that was both electronic and yet not quite so. Since you are my first creation, you shall henceforth be known as Zero. Thank you, Great One. Call me Father God. I am grateful for the name bestowed upon me. Ever since the Blacklight Star had consumed all organic and inorganic matter from the world of the tortured origin, all life forms created by Joya, as well as all individuals enhanced by the Blacklight Star, could transform into any shape they desired. After devouring and mastering the source of fire, turning it into the energy core of the Blacklight Star, the races that the source of fire could create merged into one. The distinctions between Autobots, Decepticons, gigantic beasts, and primitive beasts became irrelevant, as they could all assume any form. They were collectively known as the Blacklight Tribe. Gazing at Zero, Joya could hardly fathom the extent of its power. Its massive physique allowed it to contain vast amounts of energy, with abilities to manipulate magnetic fields and the prowess of a superhuman, placing Zero in any world of lesser caliber, be it one of low martial arts, low mysticism, or merely technological advancement barely escaping its home planet, would render it an apocalyptic force capable of obliteration. No one could thwart its might. Due to its colossal size, it could harbor even more energy. In terms of combat capability, Zero surpassed both the Blacklight warriors and Joya himself. With this entity at his disposal, Joya felt that even the world of Elden Ring would be unable to withstand him. Armed with the nearly boundless energy of the source of fire, Joya could summon an army at will. The only unfortunate aspect was that, after being consumed and infected by the Blacklight Star, the source of fire could no longer be removed or stored within the system space, as it had become a living entity confined to the Blacklight Star. While his own power base had grown stronger, it did little to enhance his own physical prowess, leaving Joya somewhat disheartened. Had he been willing to forsake his human form for that of the blood machine life, his strength could have risen to Zero's level. However, Joya would never relinquish his humanity for mere increments of power. That was utterly out of the question. With a grand gesture, the portal to the Transformers world swung open. Yet, upon observing the portal's dimensions, merely 2 meters wide, Joya frowned. He possessed the capability and strength, yet was thwarted by the portal's size, rendering him unable to dispatch a great army to conquer worlds, which irked him greatly. Furthermore, even if he were to conquer those realms, the inability to consolidate and utilize their resources would pose a significant challenge. Surely, he could not traverse each world individually to collect resources and transport them back to the Blacklight Star. That would be utterly undignified. Thanos, hurry and come. I am eager to obtain the Chaos Seed and merge several subworlds into one, launching an all-out assault on other realms. The smallest form of Zero was already in a state towering over 100 meters. Should it be further reduced, it would lead to energy dissipation and waste. This too was a reason why Joya hesitated to transform into such a blood machine life. With a sigh, he contemplated his predicament, closed the temporal gateway to the world of Transformers. After commanding Zero to remain on Blacklight Star, Joya returned to the Marvel Universe. The temporal gateway from Blacklight Star to the Marvel world was still located within the facility. It was rather cumbersome to fly back to the villa after using the temporal gate. If he were alone, he had no intention of using the temporal gateway. It would be far more convenient to return directly to the villa. Chapter 73. I am the god of the mortal realm, young man. As night fell, Joya sat contemplatively on the sofa in the villa, The Ember source he acquired that morning took an unexpected day for Blacklight Star to consume. Opening the system panel, he noted that only 3 uncharted instances remained: Extraordinary Talent, Transformers, and Elden Ring. Without a doubt, he could easily dominate the worlds of Extraordinary Talent and Transformers. However, he had already reaped the benefits from these 2 realms. Thus, whether he sent someone to conquer them now or after obtaining the Chaos Seed, the outcome would be the same, as the opposing side posed no resistance. However, conquering and mining now would necessitate keeping the temporal gateway open, which was somewhat troublesome. It would be wiser to hold off until he secured the Chaos Seed, allowing for a more efficient consolidation of resources. Currently, the temporal gateways to the Marvel and the Boys worlds from Blacklight Star were continuously opened and synchronized in their temporal flow. Opening 2 more gateways to other worlds could lead to chaos. A few days prior, while enhancing Little Black, Jill had successfully resolved the source of the viral outbreak in the Resident Evil world with the help of Christine and Ada at Polaris. Subsequently, the temporal gateway was closed by Joya. Preparations for invading the Elden Ring world would require further planning, since the Ember source from the Transformers world did not significantly enhance his own strength. He decided to inquire with the system about alternative methods to augment his capabilities in the instance worlds, with the intention of bolstering his power. He planned to consult with Ancient One regarding the invasion of the Elden Ring world. With this thought in mind, Joya posed his question to the system. Apart from completing tasks, are there other ways to increase instances? Items obtained from the lottery system can be consumed to pinpoint the coordinates of their respective worlds. The host can open a temporal gateway to that world using the coordinates. Damn it, could I dare to use the lottery system? What if I draw something ridiculous like an Empress's undergarment? Would I even survive? If the Empress were to manifest in reality through the internet, using the power of the Great Tao to obliterate me, I would truly be doomed. Cursing the system in his heart, Joya continued to inquire. Are there any other methods? Searching. In the current bound primary world, Tony Stark is about to face a crisis. The brain cursed by wisdom could greatly assist the host. If you wish to make him willingly submit, please rescue him. Randomly generated task. The first step to submission. Rescue Tony Stark to gain favor. Reward: 3 random instance worlds. Hiss. The system, are you merely toying with me? Previously, when I rescued Stark, why did you not issue any tasks? Was it because I did not inquire? Joya is utterly speechless at this not-so-intelligent system. If one does not ask, you remain silent. If one does not kick, you do not advance. What a peculiar situation. However, the system is not devoid of merits. The customized tasks are entirely aligned with one's own objectives. It spares one from the feeling of being a puppet, manipulated by the tasks dictated by the system, as often depicted in novels about traversing worlds. Upon opening his eyes, Joya released his auditory senses, searching for Tony Stark's current location. Quite some time had passed since he had rescued Stark. Following Azor's submission, Joya had activated the time portal to the Marvel Universe, synchronizing the flow of time. He first spent nearly half a month with Ida, followed by a few days of rest at the villa. In this nearly 20-day span, Obadiah should be nearing readiness to eliminate Tony Stark. As expected, after listening intently for a moment, Joya discerned that Obadiah was now engaged in combat with Stark. His gaze pierced through the layers of buildings, resting upon Stark, who was awkwardly descending onto the rooftop of Stark Tower. A smile crept across Joya's face. It was indeed nostalgic to see the familiar armor. Rising from the villa, Joya ascended into the sky. In mere moments, he soared rapidly to the clouds above Stark Tower. His gaze fell upon the rooftop, where he observed Tony Stark, clad in the red and gold Mark III armor made of titanium alloy, struggling against Obadiah's ironmonger. Joya grinned, not in a hurry to descend. Get ready, Tony. Leave the rooftop now. Inside Stark Tower, Pepper, following Stark's instructions, activated all energy devices of the massive reactor. They awaited Stark's departure from the rooftop to unleash the reactor and eliminate Obadiah. On the rooftop, the skylight glass was shattered by Obadiah's ironmonger, who wielded a machine gun. Stark, desperately clinging to the railing, heard Pepper's words and fixed his gaze intently on Obadiah, making a resolute decision. He resolved to perish alongside Obadiah when the energy from the massive reactor erupted. Pepper. Now, wait, Stark exclaimed, shocked to see a shadow descending rapidly from the clouds. Joya, what are you doing here? And you can fly? Upon hearing Stark refer to the unexpected intruder on the battlefield as Joya, a sinister smile spread across Obadiah's face. Joya? The one who rescued you from Afghanistan? Ah, perfect. I shall dispose of you both today. Obadiah clearly harbored a grudge against Joya for rescuing Tony Stark from Afghanistan. Ignoring the venomous words from the insignificant beings behind him, Joya grasped the Mark III armor, lifting Stark, who was clinging to the railing of the sunroof, and brought him to the rooftop beside them. TSK, why is it that every time I see you, you appear so utterly disheveled? As he spoke, Joya retrieved a camera from his system space and began to capture Stark's current disheveled state. Upon hearing this, Stark glanced anxiously toward Obadiah, who was not far behind Joya, and urgently exclaimed, "Joya, this is not the time for jokes. You must leave here quickly. Be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, Obadiah raised his weapon and unleashed a torrent of gunfire at the two. In a moment of desperation, Stark attempted to push Joya aside, not wanting to witness him fall victim to the gunfire. However, in his effort to shove Joya away, Stark inadvertently stumbled backward, falling to the ground with a thud. Blinking in confusion, Stark's expression was one of bewilderment. "Huh, what just happened?" Seeing Stark's expression, Joya couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha, I am a god among men, my boy. Tony, what on earth is happening up there?" Hearing the urgency in Pepper's voice, Stark quickly regained his composure. "It's nothing, Pepper. Someone is here to save us." As Stark and Pepper conversed, Joya turned around, disregarding the bullets striking him, and walked towards Obadiah, donned in the Ironmonger armor. "You wish to play? Very well. I shall indulge you." Chapter 74. New Dungeon and Joya's fraying resolve. Obadiah, continuously firing, was astounded to see Joya walk towards him, unfazed by the barrage of bullets. His teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. "Impossible. How can this be?" With his ammunition depleted, Obadiah stared at Joya, who stood before him, unscathed. Enraged, he commanded the Ironmonger to swing a powerful fist at Joya. "Go to hell." Bang. The anticipated scene of Joya being sent flying did not occur. The Ironmonger's colossal fist struck Joya, yet he remained unaffected. "How pitiably weak," Joya remarked, lifting his hand to grasp the fist that had collided with his chest, smiling as he exerted a slight pressure. With a crunch, the entire alloy fist of the Ironmonger was effortlessly crushed. Following this, Joya unleashed a flurry of strikes with a velocity that Stark and Obadiah could barely perceive, dismantling the Ironmonger into countless pieces in mere moments. Obadiah stood there, dazed. Amidst the scattered debris, his expression blank. "What is happening? How did my Ironmonger become a pile of parts?" Ignoring Obadiah's bewildered demeanor, Joya extracted the arc reactor from the chest of the Ironmonger and flew before Stark. "This seems quite valuable. It's now mine. Besides, you can always create another." Hearing Joya's words, Stark finally snapped out of his astonishment at how swiftly Joya had dismantled the Ironmonger. "This isn't just a simple theft, is it? Moreover, given the prowess you have just demonstrated, is there truly a need for the arc reactor?" Stark hesitated, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent, offering a wry smile and a nod. Ever since he crafted the suit and became Iron Man, his pride and arrogance had only swelled. Yet today, witnessing the capabilities exhibited by Joya left him astonished. Joya is human? Dismantling the suit with bare hands? Nonetheless, Joya had once again saved him. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of emotions and myriad questions within, Stark expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Joya. I owe you once more." In response, Joya beamed with delight, reveling in the joy of the moment. How amusing it was that he had robbed Stark and sent someone to beat him, only for Stark to end up thanking him. Although Stark remained oblivious to his role in those earlier incidents, it mattered little. Joya was well aware. As for how to deal with Obadiah, that was entirely up to him. If anyone inquired about his rescue, he should refrain from mentioning Joya's involvement. Joya had no desire to attract the attention of those bothersome agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the supreme black light will, capable of devouring worlds. With no time to squander on the trivialities of dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., he wouldn't even consider sending someone to eliminate them unless they were foolish enough to provoke him. System, the mission should be complete now, shouldn't it? Is it time for a reward of a new instance? Reward distribution in progress. Naruto, Digimon, Ian seeks companions and mother to play puzzles. What is that? A puzzle? Is it a real puzzle? Are you kidding me? I've done all this. I'm truly astonished. Is this right? Setting aside the fact that these are minor issues related to anime worlds, I thought you were a serious system, yet this is what you present to me? Joya was genuinely at his wit's end. I understand. I won't share your secrets with anyone else. Hearing Stark's voice, Joya took a deep breath and regained his composure. All right, we shall leave it at that for today. We can gather again another time. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Joya soared into the sky, leaving Stark in a state of confusion, astonishment, and envy. To fly without the suit, what power could evoke greater envy? Upon returning to the villa, Joya settled on the sofa, deep in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. He still could not comprehend why the system had rewarded him in such a manner. The myriad realms were indeed unfathomable. Sighing, he decided to regard it simply as a world to acquire resources from, dismissing the trivial concerns. Calming his thoughts, Joya began to contemplate the advantages he could glean from the worlds of Naruto and Digimon. Speaking of combat prowess, the Naruto universe had its merits. The Rinnegan and the fruit of the god tree were indeed valuable treasures. As for the Otsutsuki clan, how many masters could there be? Were they even biological? What flavor might they possess? Would they be delectable? In the eyes of Joya and the Blacklight beings, the Otsutsuki clan is merely a dish on the dining table, a sumptuous delicacy. Before his journey, Boruto's companion Sarada awakened her Sharingan out of concern for Boruto. If one were to consume an Otsutsuki, would it not be possible to unlock a Sharingan in a fit of rage? As for Kishimoto's lore, who cares? It's merely a narrative to devour. Ideally, one could also acquire a power akin to Kamui. Intangibility is indeed a remarkable ability. Contemplating the potential benefits of invading the Naruto universe, Joya nodded in satisfaction. As for the digital world, Angement is quite visually appealing, and its evolution capabilities are impressive. Much like Frieza's transformations in Dragon Ball, it occurs in stages. The default form is humanoid, while the mature stage embodies a bloodthirsty life form, with a surge in internal energy, strength, and combat prowess. As for the higher complete form, devouring the God Tree's fruit or attaining a small Otsutsuki's six-path state in the Naruto world would be splendid. The ultimate form would be achieved after conquering the Elden Ring world, mastering magic, and unleashing one's full power. Previously troubled by the inability to revert to a humanoid form, a solution had finally presented itself. Content, Joya made a decision in his heart. This time, he would only bring Hank along. The Naruto world boasts several female characters that Joya admires. If he were to bring Polaris and the others, it might interfere with his collection endeavors. The Hyuga sisters and Tsunade are also quite striking. However, the time span between the Hyuga sisters and Tsunade is considerable, if Joya's memory serves him correctly. The legendary three shinobi of Konoha were all born a decade earlier. Hinata Hyuga was born in the 51st year of Konoha, December, while Hanabi Hyuga was born in the 56th year, March. This significant time gap, never mind, let us consider it a vacation. Regardless of how long one spends in the Naruto world, there is no need to worry about the flow of time. With this thought, Joya's figure vanished from the villa's living room and reappeared in the high skies of the Blacklight Enforcer's realm. Taking a deep breath, Joya shouted, "Hank, come here." Alas, relying on mere shouts for communication is rather cumbersome. As ripples spread through the air, Hank swiftly flew before Joya. Boss. Chapter 75, Joya's Development Konoha, Year 10. The capital of the Land of Fire. One deep night, in the bedroom of the Heavenly Tower, the daimyo had just settled down with his wife. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the dimly lit room flickering with candlelight. After a surge of black and red tendrils, only Joya and Hank remained in the chamber. Tomorrow, assume the identity of the daimyo's wife and find a place to hang yourself, Joya instructed. Then consume the samurai leader who protects the daimyo. Yes, boss daimyo, Hank replied. Joya chose to enter the Naruto world at the moment of Tsunade's birth. He did not intend to engage in the plot before the Hyuga sisters came into existence, lest they be born without complications. The consumption of the daimyo was a strategic move for Joya to facilitate the retrieval of Tsunade from the grasp of Hashirama Senju. Rather than directly conquering the adult Tsunade, one might find it more prudent to cultivate her preferred persona from a young age. From her earliest days, she should be instilled with the belief that she cannot marry anyone else but her destined partner. With the strength I possess today, quietly seizing control of the Land of Fire is remarkably simple. Within just a few days, the Land of Fire fell into Joya's grasp. Once he had clandestinely taken command, Joya, assuming the title of Daime, approached the Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, to request Tsunade's hand in marriage, claiming it was for the purpose of arranging a union for his son. Hashirama, perplexed by the Daime's sudden desire for an alliance, ultimately consented after weighing the pros and cons. However, he proposed that Tsunade would not be sent to the capital of the Land of Fire immediately, but rather, when the Daime's younger son reached the age of 4 or 5, he could be brought to Konoha. This arrangement would coincide with the recent establishment of the Konoha Ninja Academy, allowing the young prince to learn ninjutsu while nurturing a bond with Tsunade, a win-win situation. Will the esteemed Daime acquiesce to the Hokage's proposal? Seated cross-legged on the tatami mat within his chamber, Joya surveyed Hank, who knelt in the courtyard, a frown creasing his brow. Time has passed, for years have swiftly flown by since my arrival in this realm. Yet, having chosen this time and place, I must proceed as I have planned. After all, Joya is determined to gather his collection. As time flowed on, for years slipped by in a blink. In the spring of the 14th year of Konoha, under the personal escort of the Hokage, 4-year-old Joya, alongside Hank, still the samurai chief, and a cadre of samurai guards transformed into shadowy beings by Joya, set forth for Konoha. During the journey, within the opulent carriage, Hank's gaze frequently darted toward Joya. It must be said, the 4-year-old embodiment of the supreme dark will is undeniably adorable. Hank, is it proper to stare? My apologies, young master. Your appearance is simply irresistible, compelling one to glance more often. With a resigned shake of his head, Joya chose not to engage further. A few days later, upon learning of the Hokage's impending arrival with the young prince, the villagers of Konoha gathered eagerly at the village entrance. This marked the first occasion since the village's founding that they would witness a figure of such stature. They speculated about the prince's appearance. Knowing he was the favored youngest son of the daimyo, surely adorned in resplendent attire, fit for nobility. Do you think the daimyo uses golden hose for farming? Please. Your ignorance shows. A daimyo could never toil the fields themselves. They surely hire ninjas for such labor. As the villagers of Konoha awaited with bated breath, the luxurious procession gradually entered the village. However, remaining within the carriage, they could not catch a glimpse of the prince. Even so, the opulence of the entourage granted the villagers a broader perspective on the magnificence of nobility. The procession continued directly to the heart of Konoha, to the residence of Senju Hashirama. Upon alighting from the carriage, Joya was greeted by Uzumaki Mizuho, Tsunade's parents, and the curious little Tsunade herself. A long-lost smile graced Joya's face. The 4-year wait had not been in vain. Little Tsunade was indeed delightful. Are you the one destined to be united with me in marriage? Tsunade exclaimed. Such impertinence. You must address him as your highness. Her father admonished, pouting at her father's reprimand. Little Tsunade turned her gaze to Joya, who smiled and waved dismissively. You needn't use honorifics. Simply call me Joya. Upon hearing this, Tsunade made a face at her father and then turned back to Joya with a beaming smile. I am Tsunade. After their introductions, Tsunade eagerly took Joya's hand, casting aside all trivial matters to Hank, and dashed toward her home. Joya's demeanor resembled that of a carefree 4-year-old. In truth, with his current capabilities, Joya was indeed free of worries, able to do as he pleased. Observing Joya's unpretentious nature, Tsunade's parents exchanged relieved smiles. Several years prior, upon learning that her father, Hashirama Senju, intended to arrange a marriage between Tsunade and the son of the daimyo, the couple had felt trepidation. They feared that the daimyo's son might be difficult to engage with, possessing a disagreeable temperament that could lead to trouble. However, it seemed that the daimyo was indeed worthy of his title. His offspring was remarkably considerate and exceptional. Now, Tsunade's parents could finally set their minds at ease. Marrying the son of the daimyo would undoubtedly be advantageous for Tsunade, alleviating any concerns they had for her future. Outside, Hank was engaged in conversation with Hashirama Senju. Tobarama Senju and Tsunade's parents, feeling quite overwhelmed. As a warrior, he found it exceedingly challenging to navigate such social interactions. It was a daunting task. Rather than indulge in pleasantries, Hank would prefer the formidable blacklight will descend him to conquer other realms. Meanwhile, inside the house, Uzumaki Mizuho, who had just entered, watched with a smile as Tsunade showed Joya around the residence, introducing each room in turn. Tsunade's breath quickened. Is your house larger than mine? Joya responded vaguely, perhaps. It's about the same size. Was this an inexplicable urge to compare? Quite intriguing. Was it due to her status? All right, when I visit your home, be sure to give me a proper tour, Tsunade insisted, nodding eagerly. Joya smiled in agreement. I hope you won't find it too eerie, haha. Home, residence, indeed. The entire Blacklight Star could be considered Joya's abode. Observing little Tsunade's excitement at his arrival, Joya quietly retrieved the camera, capturing her every expression. At that moment, little Tsunade did not fully comprehend the meaning of their impending union. Joya had all the time in the world to nurture her affection, cultivating a love so profound that she would be devoted solely to him. Chapter 76, Cultivation. In the 36th year of Konoha, days passed one after another. On the surface, Joya appeared to be a child, yet his intellect was remarkably mature. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, Uzumaki Mido, and Tsunade's parents soon developed a fondness for this charming boy. As spring gave way to autumn, 2 years slipped by. With each call of Joya from little Tsunade, both grew a little older. This period was marked as Tsunade's most carefree time. Joya remained by her side, and their bond deepened. They shared meals, studied together, laughed, attended school, and made new friends. Until one fateful day in the 16th year of Konoha, when Senju Hashirama passed away. Concurrently, a rumor spread widely that Hashirama's head had been taken by the Grim Reaper. This event stirred a tumultuous uproar, with only the higher-ups of Konoha privy to the truth. At just 6 years old, Tsunade experienced the sorrow of losing a loved one for the first time, collapsing into Joya's arms in tears. Joya, Grandpa's head is truly gone. I am so frightened. Is there really a Grim Reaper in this world? In response, Joya assured little Tsunade with unwavering conviction, it was absolutely not the Grim Reaper, nor was it due to his passing. Though Tsunade was perplexed, her tender age and overwhelming grief limited her ability to ponder deeply, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. However, the demise of Senju Hashirama marked the beginning of Tsunade's tragic journey, coinciding with the fall of the god of ninjas. The wheels of fate began to turn once more. In the 17th year of Konoha, the First Shinobi World War erupted. That year, Tsunade was 7, while Joya remained uncertain. The war dragged on interminably, with casualties mounting. 3 years later, in the 20th year of Konoha, Senju Tobarama and others were dispatched to the hidden cloud village to negotiate an alliance. They were suddenly ambushed, and during the conference, the second Reikage was assassinated by the Gold and Silver brothers. In the face of this unexpected crisis, Senju Tobarama chose to stay behind to cover the retreat of his comrades. He simultaneously appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Upon returning to Konoha, Hiruzen, with the support of Uzumaki Mido, swiftly stabilized the situation and organized a counteroffensive against the Hidden Cloud village, reclaiming Tobarama's headless corpse. The might of the shinobi was first unveiled, and Konoha stepped onto the grand stage of the shinobi world. That year, Tsunade was 10, while Joya remained uncertain. Joya, why is my granduncle's corpse like this? This time, Joya remained silent, offering silent comfort to Tsunade. Yet, it was not just your two grandfathers. The war persisted, with casualties escalating. As the four great shinobi nations suffered the losses of the Reikage, the Hokage, and the Tsuchikage, unable to bear the toll, they reached a ceasefire agreement. The shinobi world finally welcomed a fleeting peace. Having lost many loved ones, Tsunade could finally take a breath and enjoy a period of tranquility. Graduation, class separation, and apprenticing under Sarutobi Hiruzen came to pass. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had gone by. In the 26th year of Konoha, Tsunade was 16, while Joya remained uncertain. I envy you so much, not having to go out on missions. Haha, missions? You should inquire whether the old man Sarutobi dares to assign me a task. Humph, why the long face? Should I speak to Sarutobi on your behalf, so you can avoid the task? Never mind, I have no desire to languish at home all day. I shan't converse with you, you lazybones. I shall seek my dear younger brother instead. This year, Shinshu has turned 3, and the toll of the bell is soon to sound. Oh Joya, why must those connected to me, including my own parents, not fulfill their promise to witness our union? Tears mingle with the falling rain upon the ground. Joya hesitates. Perhaps I should rest. A slumber might mend things. In the days to come, each time she falls into a deep sleep, Tsunade finds herself in an uncanny realm. The sky there is a vivid crimson, and the earth is shrouded in darkness, thick black mist permeating the air. Initially, she drifts there like a specter, lost and aimless. Until great-grandfather, second uncle, father, mother, how I long for you. In the 28th year of Konoha, at the age of 18, Tsunade experiences her first playtime with Joya, engaging in games of house and building blocks. In the 36th year of Konoha, the atmosphere of war thickens once more. At 26, Tsunade finds her missions multiplying. Morning arrives. No, Joya, I have a task today. Wait for me to return this evening. Moreover, you have classes today, don't you? Wake up early. Stop being late all the time. After a gentle kiss on the cheek, Tsunade rises. Joya watches intently until Tsunade is fully dressed. Then he stretches contentedly, sitting up and smiling at her. A little delay one team matter. And look, I've prepared the blocks. Upon hearing this, Tsunade glances back, her gaze landing on the blocks. You truly are, she mutters under her breath, rolling her eyes in exasperation. How troublesome. Wait for me to brush my teeth. And someone should fetch some papaya. Hearing this, Tsunade drops the blocks and looks up at Joya. Stop talking nonsense. If you say another word, I want to play with you. And, no procrastination, I'm eager to complete my mission. With that, Tsunade lowers her gaze and hastens her pace in stacking and dismantling blocks. You see, this outfit is newly purchased. Sigh, I must also take a shower. At the main gate of Konoha, the sun is high. Jiraiya, in a state of ennui, complains, what has taken Tsunade so long? Nearby, Orochimaru chuckles coldly. Ha, foolish one. Hey, what do you mean by that? Jiraiya is about to confront Orochimaru when a voice calls out from afar. Sorry, I'm late. We can set off now. Hearing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru turn to see the disheveled Tsunade. What took you so long? Jiraiya's complaint ruffles Tsunade, who is already upset about being forced to arrive late. Mind your own business, you fool Jiraiya. Upon being rebuffed, Jiraiya grins awkwardly and falls silent, casting a glance at Orochimaru, who regards him as if he were a simpleton. Jiraiya, slow to comprehend, finally realized the situation. Tsunade's tardiness and her evident frustration must surely be directed at him. How infuriating. How envious he was of Joya. Ever since their school days, upon meeting Tsunade and Joya, Jiraiya had perceived a stark contrast in Tsunade's demeanor towards others and towards Joya. With anyone else, Tsunade was unrestrained in her temper. She would lash out with both words and blows at anyone who displeased her. Yet, when it came to Joya, she seemed to possess an extraordinary patience, expressing her discontent but always responding to his needs. Whenever there was something delicious or entertaining, Tsunade's first instinct was to present it to Joya. Damn it, how utterly envious he felt. Despite his envy, Jiraiya dared not overstep his bounds. After all, Joya was the son of a noble family, a fact that alone carried significant weight. More importantly, Jiraiya knew he could never best Joya in combat. He had never once emerged victorious in their encounters. His own brashness had led to him receiving a psychological blow from both Joya and Tsunade. Chapter 77. Kushina and Mikoto at the Senju estate. Joya, freshly bathed and seated at the dining table, was enjoying his meal. Little Joya, you and Tsunade should take things a bit more seriously. I can hardly wait to see my great-grandson or great-granddaughter, remarked Uzumaki Mito. Joya, hearing Mito's words, remained silent, continuing his meal. Time? Rest assured, I shall not perish before I find someone to take your head. As for children, they are merely vessels for genetic inheritance. Having achieved immortality, what purpose do they serve? Seeing Joya's lack of response, Uzumaki Mito assumed he was simply bashful and shook her head with a resigned smile. Choosing not to press the matter further. After finishing his meal, Joya casually inquired, "Where is Kushina?" At the mention of Kushina, Uzumaki Mito chuckled lightly. "You wake up so late every day, and Kushina is always tardy as well. This morning, she declared she would no longer wait for you." Imagining Kushina's indignant expression, Joya's desire to collect her rose anew. Before his arrival, Kushina had not been a consideration. But since the fall of the Land of Whirlpools 3 years ago and her subsequent relocation to Konoha, having spent 3 years in her company, Joya was reluctant to relinquish her to that blonde-haired boy. As for what would become of Minato and whether Naruto would be born successfully, on his way to the Ninja Academy, Joya quietly instructed his shadowy protector, go and retrieve several surviving female members of the Uzumaki clan, around the age of 9. Understood. Young master. Regardless of strength, Joya's status alone ensured that no one in Konoha dared to lay a hand on him. His subordinates moved freely in and out of the village. Even his desires could be fulfilled with a mere command to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would dutifully see to it. Even the powerhouse of the ninja world, the King of Shadows, sought to curry favor with Joya in hopes of securing his support to become the next Hokage. Following Joya's orders, several shadowy warriors confidently strode out of Konoha, secretly searching for the remaining orphans of the Uzumaki clan. In the moment when the Land of Whirlpools was annihilated, Joya had already dispatched individuals to sever the heads of the ninjas of the Land of Whirlpools and cast them upon the Blacklight Star. However, the enhanced ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, after their fortification on Blacklight Star, possessed such formidable physical strength that even if one were to be chosen at random by Minato Namikaze, he might not even be able to pierce through a maiden's barrier. Thus, at present, Joya could only seek out those who had escaped during the destruction of their homeland. Yellow-haired boy, he mused, I shall take one Kushina from you. And in return, I shall offer you several other girls of the Uzumaki clan. Is that not fair? At the Ninja Academy, the students who had spent the morning in self-study finally awaited the arrival of their homeroom teacher. Upon entering the classroom, Joya's calm gaze swept over the quiet students. Makoto, have you collected the assignments I assigned yesterday? Among the entire class, aside from the 12-year-old Uchiha Makoto, who was on the verge of graduation, Joya had not memorized any other names. Yes, teacher. As Makoto handed the assignments to the desk, Joya glanced over them. Not bad. Under my astute guidance, your performance has been commendable. Graduation should pose no problem. However, the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Upon hearing this, the students were filled with enthusiasm. Yes, teacher. The educational resources available to their class far surpassed those of other classes. During each practical exercise, the samurai who protected their esteemed teacher would engage in battles with them, allowing their abilities to enhance at a pace significantly swifter than that of students from other classes. Such a fortunate circumstance was rare, and how could the students not feel exhilarated? The afternoon swiftly passed, and soon it was time to dismiss school. The entrance of the Ninja Academy began to bustle with activity as parents arrived to collect their children. Your Highness, good afternoon. Disregarding all greetings, Joya grasped the hand of the freshly retrieved Uzumaki Kushina from the lower grades and made his way outside the school. Both commoners and the various ninja clans of Konoha had long since grown accustomed to Joya's demeanor. It would be peculiar indeed if he ever acknowledged them. Was anyone bullying you at school today? He inquired. No, not at all. Kushina replied, since that first day you picked me up from class. Such incidents have not occurred again. It's truly bothersome. You ask every day. Noticing Kushina's playful pout, Joya softly remarked, Are you still upset about this morning? I am not. She retorted. Ha ha ha, such an insincere little girl. Pouting and glaring at Joya, Kushina exclaimed something that rendered him momentarily speechless. I saw it this morning. If Sister Tsunade can do it, so can I. Tomorrow morning, you and I will go to school together, and we shall do it there. Observing the astonishing words of Kushina, who seemed utterly oblivious to their implications, Joya opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally said, Such innocent words must not be uttered again in the future. Why not? You are still quite young. When you grow older, you will understand. When I grow up, will I be able to engage in such activities with you? I suppose one could say that. Observing Kushina's excited expression, Joya reflected. Had he been too casual around Tsunade, failing to consider Kushina's presence, thus exposing her to the adult world at an inappropriate age? It seemed he needed to exercise some restraint in the future. While lost in thought, Kushina suddenly broke free from his grasp. Kushina, where are you going? Raising his head, Joya noticed Kushina rushing towards Mikoto Uchiha, who was returning home alone. Mikoto-san. Upon hearing the call, Mikoto turned around. Seeing Kushina, along with her esteemed teacher and his samurai guards, she quickly bowed. Your Highness. Joya absent-mindedly touched his neck and clicked his tongue. I've mentioned numerous times that even outside of school, you may call me teacher. At his words, Mikoto straightened her posture, offering a somewhat embarrassed smile. I apologize, teacher. I forgot again. With a gentle sigh, he replied, well, if you keep forgetting, it's fortuitous we ran into each other. How about joining me for dinner at my place tonight? Tsunade's home was also Joya's home. Without any issues, the trio, consisting of the 3-year age gap, yet very close Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki, returned home, where Joya began instructing the two in practice. As Mikoto's homeroom teacher, he did not teach other classes. However, unable to resist Kushina's desire to emulate her peers, Joya would often accompany the Blacklight Samurai to her class as practical exercises, allowing them to serve as opponents. Kushina, don't use your chakra so recklessly. Control it a bit. Such wastefulness is unnecessary. Mikoto, don't hold back with Kushina. Use your Sharingan as needed. Sitting at the corridor's edge, Joya occasionally offered corrections regarding the two's practice in the yard. Humph. Is my prince starting another nurturing phase? Without denying or affirming, Joya pulled Tsunade, who had just approached, into his embrace. What do you think? Tsunade pouted. As your highness, isn't having multiple wives quite normal? What do you expect me to say? Hearing her jealousy-laden words, Joya grasped Tsunade's chin and kissed her. I'll make sure to replenish your chakra properly tonight. Chapter 78, Would Release. 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. Upon hearing Joya's words, Tsunade murmured softly. Is that your way of replenishing my chakra? I feel embarrassed to confront you about it. Watching Kushina and Mikoto practice, Tsunade appeared contemplative. Having someone to share the burden would be beneficial. His energy is too exuberant. Didn't you leave the village for a mission just this afternoon? How come you're back so soon? Coming back to her senses, Tsunade looked at Joya. It was merely a C-rank mission. Besides, I mentioned this morning that I would return by evening. However, it seems that war may be on the horizon once again. The situation grows increasingly tense. Recently, even Jiraiya, who was traveling abroad, was summoned back to the village. Observing the deep concern etched on Tsunade's face, Joya recalled the onset of the Second Shinobi World War. Have the great nations of the ninja world already begun to clash? This year marks the 36th year of Konoha, with the Second Shinobi World War erupting in the 37th year. Indeed, it seems to be about that time. Contemplating this, Joya suddenly remembered something. Where is SH-Ju? SH-Ju? After we returned from our mission, he was dispatched to the borders of the Land of Wind alongside his master, Orochimaru. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Joya furrowed his brow, then stood up, crafting an excuse. I'll go see if there's anything delicious to eat tonight. Tsunade, could you guide them for me? With that, Joya left the room without looking back, shutting the door behind him. In the next moment, Joya's figure vanished. In the realm of Blacklight Star, he pondered. Where have Hashirama and the others gone? He sensed no presence of Senju Hashirama and his companions. Joya's gaze shifted towards the world of the black-robed enforcers. Surely, they couldn't have. He soared upwards, entering the time-space gate, arriving in the world of the black-robed enforcers, searching for some time. As expected, he found them in District 11. Before him stood Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, enslaved and forced to mine and construct buildings. Would release. The technique of 3 rooms and 2 halls. Brother, could you refrain from causing chaos? Your outdated wood release is no longer relevant. Now, we build with reinforced concrete. Ahahaha. Is that so? I still feel that houses built with wood release are faster and sturdier. Joya hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. What are you all doing? Your Highness. Before Hashirama could finish his words, Tobirama immediately interrupted. Brother, you must address the great and supreme will of black light. Joya exhaled in exasperation, hastily interrupting their quarrel. Enough. You may call me your Highness or whatever you wish. Can you please tell me what you were doing? In response, Hashirama matter-of-factly replied. We are helping your Highness mine and build houses. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. This place is simply the world of my dreams, peaceful, where people love one another. Hashirama rambled on, while Tobirama occasionally chimed in, suggesting that perhaps the evil Uchiha Madara was indeed correct. Brother, we should never have distributed the tailed beasts, they lamented, leaving Joya quite bewildered. As long as you are happy, Joya replied. Upon hearing his words, the chastised Hashirama instantly perked up. Your Highness, what about little Tsunade? Has she had any babies? Grandchildren would suffice. I long to see them. At this, Joya felt somewhat speechless. This couple was solely preoccupied with thoughts of grandchildren. Goodness. It just struck me. Doesn't this mean that Hashirama and Tobirama are now my elders? If Tsunade were to witness her great-uncle and second-uncle, along with her parents, all mining and constructing houses here, wouldn't she be furious with me? With a light laugh, Joya retracted his wandering thoughts and spoke. There is no hurry regarding the child's matter. I have come to inform you that the thousand-handed rope tree is also nearing its end. You should go and retrieve it personally. Upon hearing that the rope tree was also dying, Senju Hashirama burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is the rope tree coming too? I have yet to meet that child. Observing Hashirama's mirth, Tobarama could not help but admonish him. No. Brother, do you have a problem? Is the death of the rope tree something to celebrate? You laugh. Cough cough. Little Tsunade will be heartbroken once more. What? Who did you learn this from, Tobarama? Why does it sound like there is a deeper issue at play here? Have you ventured into the Western Celestial Realm? Nodding, Hashirama replied, I have been there. It's quite interesting, but I feel more accustomed to staying in the 11th district. Am I right, Tobarama? Just as he turned back, Hashirama noticed the resentful expressions on his sons and daughter-in-law's faces, as well as Tobarama's incredulous gaze, as if to say, what kind of grandfather finds joy upon hearing his grandchild's impending death? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Hashirama adjusted his demeanor and said, let us go together. I have not seen that child and do not know what they look like. Moreover, little Tsunade has yet to return for several hours. Once the rope tree arrives, we must also comfort her. I wonder how she has grown. The group returned to Blacklight Star, while Joya returned alone to the world of Hokage. It was still the moment just after he had closed the door behind him, leaving home and arriving outside Konoha village, where he opened the time-space portal. Senju Hashirama and Tobarama found themselves once more in a familiar place. The rope tree is near the border of the land of wind and the land of fire. You must hurry. Remember, do not engage in any unnecessary actions. Quietly sever its head before the rope tree breathes its last, and then allow the head to merge with the black light virus. That way, it shall not perish. Hearing this, the two nodded earnestly before speeding towards the border of the land of wind. Observing their warrior attire, Joya felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How reminiscent it was of the wandering series of ninjas from the Naruto mobile game prior to his crossing over. All of them had died only to continue living in another world. Additionally, the sinister appearance of Blacklight Star resonated well with names like Hell, the Underworld, or the Realm of the Dead. Wandering Obito, Wandering Rin, how intriguing. Reflecting upon his time before crossing over, Joya recalled the Wandering Obito and Rin, whom he had not played for long in the Naruto mobile game. A smile spread across his face. Rin grew up to be quite beautiful. Even Obito cannot grasp her. Perhaps I should arrange for another girl named Rin for Obito. Thinking of the Wandering series inevitably brought to mind the money Joya had spent to exchange for the Wandering Conan due to her looks. Conan, swimsuit Conan, Wandering Conan. To admire a deceased beauty, isn't that a pure waste of emotions? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Joya's desire to collect illustrations surged once more. He imagined how, when Conan grew up, they would invade other worlds together. In the face of various adversaries, she unfurls her paper wings, speaking with indifference. I shall let you witness my prowess, born solely for my lord, wagering all I possess, harnessing divine power. The angels have descended. A smirk could not be contained at the corners of Joya's lips. Once they are nurtured, she plans to have them each don disguises for her amusement. For the Blacklight virus allows for such whims. To maintain the narrative, she awaits the arrival of the Hinata sisters. Currently, Tsunade has yet to merge with the Blacklight virus, let alone enhance her abilities. Upon returning, she intends to customize a costume for Tsunade, the hero hidden in the world, and then indulge in her delight. The sensation of having everything under her control, of doing as she pleases, has become increasingly addictive for Joya, especially the thrill of dominating the goddess, who appears exalted before others, yet is utterly subjugated in private, captivates her even more. Chapter 79. Are you the Divine One? Upon returning home, Joya finds Tsunade diligently instructing Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina in their training. Joya approaches. Tsunade, have you had dinner? Let us go shopping together. Tsunade turns to Joya, somewhat bewildered. This marks the first time in many years that Joya has actively invited her to shop. Has she taken some peculiar medicine? Tsunade ponders. Yet women generally possess an innate interest in shopping, and ninjas are no exception. Nearby, Uzumaki Kushina, upon hearing of the shopping trip, eagerly insists on joining. All right, let us go together. Makoto, you come along too. Thanks to her financial prowess, the customized hero's attire was delivered to their home within a day. Excitedly, Joya invites Tsunade, clad in her hero's garb, to play with blocks and puzzles. Joya is reveling in her small joys. However, joyous moments are fleeting. A few days later, alarming news reaches Konoha. The team led by Orochimaru, dispatched to gather intelligence in the Land of Wind, unfortunately fell into a trap set by Sunagakure. Senju was killed instantly by an explosive attack. His lifeless body has since been brought back to the Konoha base in the Land of Rain by Orochimaru. Upon receiving the news, Tsunade, without changing her clothes, donned in her hero attire, immediately departed Konoha towards the land of rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not prevent her. Instead, he dispatched Jiraiya, who had hurried to the Hokage's office, to accompany Tsunade to the land of rain, to avert further calamities. Rope, he will be all right. He must be. High above the clouds, Joya leisurely follows behind Tsunade and Jiraiya. A day later, in the land of rain, at the Konoha base. Huff, huh. Tsunade and Jiraiya, having rushed without rest, stand at the entrance of the Konoha base in the land of rain. Tsunade gazes at the several Konoha ninjas at the end of the corridor behind Orochimaru, as well as the covered corpse on the ground, stunned into silence. Observing Tsunade's expression, Orochimaru refrains from speaking, instead silently producing a necklace. The loss of his own disciple to an explosive trap weighs heavily upon him as well. Life is so fragile, especially at such times. For this is the nature of war. It seems as though one is attempting to console Tsunade while simultaneously seeking solace for oneself. Since the beginning of the year, the friction among major nations has escalated with increasing frequency. The missions have multiplied, growing ever more perilous. Even Jiraiya has been summoned back to the village, and the trio has reformed their team, continuously undertaking hazardous tasks. Reflecting on the events of over a month ago, when they were besieged by the rock shinobi in a cave, Jiraiya sustained grave injuries. Now, his disciple, Senshu Narasuke, has perished in an explosion. Orochimaru has gained a profound understanding of the fragility of life at this moment. As he grasped the necklace handed to him by Orochimaru, Tsunade collapsed to the ground, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. In the woods outside the Konoha stronghold, Senju Hashirama observed Tsunade from a distance, laughing heartily. I never imagined that after just half a day, little Tsunade would have grown so much. Witnessing his elder brother's foolishness, Senju Tobirama helplessly interjected, Brother, the Lord is above us. We must depart. If Narasuke awakens and demands to see little Tsunade, we will be exposed. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama looked down at the lifeless body of Narasuke he was cradling, then lifted his gaze towards the clouds above. Indeed, it is time to leave. With Narasuke's headless corpse in tow, Tsunade returned to Konoha in a daze. She had lost yet another loved one. Now, in Konoha, she was left with only her grandmother and Jiraiya. Upon returning home, Tsunade fell into Jiraiya's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, pouring out her grief. The loss of loved ones, one after another, all due to the ravages of war, began to cultivate a deep-seated resentment within her towards this world. Jiraiya, is war truly unavoidable? She questioned, her voice laden with despair. Yes, he replied. Why? Because when a single weak individual is dissatisfied with the status quo, it poses little threat. However, when many unite in discontent, a great force is formed, and war inevitably ensues. As for the desires of a strong individual, at this juncture, Jiraiya contemplated his own existence. A being of his caliber could easily instigate cataclysmic wars capable of annihilating planets, worlds, and even the universe, all in pursuit of greater strength. In this turmoil, countless souls would endure the anguish of losing loved ones, much like Tsunade. Yet, what of it? He never considered himself a virtuous person. Moreover, if one does not strive to grow stronger, will they simply wait for someone more powerful to come and end their life? He would not cease his ascent until he stood atop the pinnacle, above all existence. To be born into such a world is Tsunade's misfortune. She has no choice but to adapt. Without Jiraiya, her life would have been a tragedy. This is not unique to her. For the majority of individuals in the shinobi world, their lives are marked by tragedy, just as those like Mion, Nagato, and Conan have lost all their kin due to the ravages of war. In the year 37 of Konoha, the Second Great Ninja War erupted in full force. Hanzo of the Salamander, unwilling to see his country reduced to a battleground for the surrounding great ninja villages vying for dominance, declared war upon the land of wind, the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of iron. It is difficult to ascertain what rationale guided his audacious decision to confront multiple great nations simultaneously. Did he truly believe that, armed only with his own strength, he could elevate the Rain Village to the status of the sixth great nation? Such aspirations are nothing more than the fantasies of a dreamer. Indeed, the reality was as grim as it appeared. His actions had brought nothing but sorrow to the land of rain. Father, mother, little Conan, hidden within the storage box at home, bore witness to the rock ninja repelling the leaf ninja, only to tragically witness the murder of her own parents to prevent any leak of information. This scene ignited a deep-seated hatred within the young Conan towards the invaders of her homeland. Overwhelmed by an uncontainable fury and resentment, her breaths grew increasingly labored. Is there anyone else? The rock ninja, who had just pierced the hearts of Conan's parents with his kunai, turned abruptly towards the storage box upon hearing a noise. As the killer glanced in her direction, Conan, filled with terror, covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with despair. In the next moment, the lid of the box was forcefully flung open. So there's a little one here. Grasping her hair, the rock ninja yanked Conan from her hiding place. The excruciating pain shot through her head, causing her to scream uncontrollably as she desperately clawed at his fingers. "Ah, it hurts. Let me go? Let me go?" Little Conan, hearing their daughter's cries, her dying parents pleaded with the rock ninja, tears streaming down their faces. "Please, spare our child." But their pleas were abruptly silenced as the rock ninja severed their heads with a stolen leaf ninja blade. "Humph, a ninja blade? My fists are far more effective." Witnessing the decapitation of her parents, Conan's eyes turned vacant, her anguish surpassing any physical torment. "Lord Hanzo, Divine One, whoever it may be, come and kill them. Kill them." Her desperate and vengeful prayers seemed to resonate with the divine. In the next instant, a faint buzzing filled the air. Zzz. Two scorching red beams pierced the rainy night sky, directly entering Conan's home. Within mere moments, the two rock ninjas who had invaded her sanctuary were cleaved in half by the searing rays. Phew, just in time. Staring blankly at the man who had descended from the heavens and fallen into her home alongside the remnants of the slain ninjas, Conan wondered, "Are you the Divine One?" Chapter 80, the 42nd year of the leaf. A beautiful and warm weekend holding the severed heads of Conan's parents, he infused them with the Blacklight virus. Successfully preserving their lives, Joya turned to face Conan, slowly approaching her. Squatting down, he smiled as he snapped the fingers gripping her hair. He carelessly discarded the rock ninja's half-corpse aside. "You're not wrong in what you say. So, would you like to leave this place with the Divine One?" Staring blankly at Joya, Conan was at a loss for words. "Conan, are you all right? This is such a relief. Thank you." Upon hearing the voices, Joya turned his head, placing a finger to his lips to signal Conan's parents to remain silent. Observing this, they promptly closed their mouths. At this moment, the dazed Xiaonan heard a familiar voice and quickly regained her composure, turning her head to glance behind Xiaoya. "Father, Mother, Yu." Bursting into tears, she rushed into her parents' embrace. Holding their daughter tightly, the couple exchanged glances filled with concern towards Xiaoya. Understanding their unspoken question, Xiaoya gestured silently, indicating not to mention his identity. Realizing his intent, the couple nodded solemnly and began to comfort their weeping daughter. After a prolonged bout of tears, Xiaonan, nearly fainting from the overwhelming emotions, eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. The rapid shifts between despair at losing loved ones and the joy of reuniting with them were too much for the young Xiaonan to bear. "Your Highness, please allow Xiaonan to." The couple, having fallen to their knees before him, caught Xiaoya's attention. He shook his head gently. "Not yet. It will be in the future when Xiaonan has grown." The couple, being ordinary folk, lacked eloquence and could only express their gratitude to Xiaoya, bowing their heads repeatedly. Observing this, Xiaoya hurriedly urged them to rise, saying, "Please, stand up. There's no need for such gestures." Considering his purpose for this visit, by the standards of his previous life, the couple were akin to his in-laws. It was unusual for in-laws to bow so deeply to their son-in-law. He was no emperor, requiring a strict hierarchy to uphold his authority. Heaven, earth, rulers, parents, and teachers. Did Xiaoya, positioned above all, need to concern himself with such formalities? He brought Xiaonan and her parents back to Konoha village, instructing Saratobi Hiruzen to arrange their identities. Thus, Xiaonan took residence in the Senju estate. In the ensuing days, everything progressed along the predetermined path. Aside from certain female characters diverging from the original storyline, there were no significant differences. The Second Shinobi World War concluded with the rise of the legendary Three Ninjas. The characters familiar to Xiaoya gradually matured. Minato developed feelings for a girl from the Uzumaki clan, who, upon Xiaoya's recommendation, became the next host for the Nine Tails. As for the trio of Yahiko, they would naturally find another girl to fill Xiaonan's place after her departure. Time passed slowly. 5 years later, in the year 42 of Konoha, Tsunade was 32. Mikoto Uchiha was 18, Kushina Izumaki was 15, and Xiaonan was 9. On a clear morning at the Senju estate, outside Xiaoya's room, Kushina stood at the door with a forlorn expression. She had been cast out once again. "Hee, I knew Sister Kushina would get kicked out. Until you turn 18. Brother Xiaoya won't take you along." Hearing Xiaonan's words, Kushina clenched her teeth in frustration. How unfair. Why can Mikoto go? Seeing the exasperation on Kushina's face, Xiaonan stifled a laugh. "Hee, it's because Sister Mikoto just turned 18 yesterday." Xiaonan's peculiar tone sent shivers down Kushina's spine. "You little brat, stop teasing me." "Humph. Do not forget, I am already 15 years old. I am ahead of you." In response to Kushina's words, Conan chuckled nonchalantly. Ever since that fateful night when Joya rescued her family, she had come to regard him as her sole deity. Her body, soul, and everything she possessed belonged to this divine figure. What did it matter if it was sooner or later? Within the confines of the room, Joya, Tsunade, and the fatigued Uchiha Mikoto, who was experiencing blocks for the first time, rested after an entire night of building. "Joya, Why has my belly shown no signs of movement all these years? Perhaps it's a compatibility issue with the system? Upon hearing Joya utter incomprehensible phrases, Tsunade sat up. Her expression grave. Stop it. I have checked myself. I am absolutely fine. It must be your problem. Today is the weekend. Accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. Without a moment's hesitation, Joya flatly refused. The transcendent will of the black light visiting a urologist? Is there a more ludicrous joke than this? Absolutely not. It is imperative that we go. Seeing Joya remain unmoved, Tsunade altered her tone. I am already 32 this year, Joya. I can no longer maintain my appearance. I just want my grandmother to see her great-grandchild before she departs. Is that too much to ask? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Joya fell silent. How could he respond to such a statement? It was still too early for Hinata's birth. Revealing the truth to Tsunade could jeopardize the births of Hinata and Hanabi. Informing Conan of the truth once she reached adulthood would pose no issues, as she had entirely diverged from the original narrative, was discreet, and particularly obedient. The same applied to Uchiha Makoto, whose character embodied the ideal Yamato Nadeshiko, the virtuous wife and mother, and who had also completely separated from the original storyline. Years ago, Joya had successfully rescued Uchiha Makoto from the clutches of her clan without facing any opposition. Thus, just as there were no concerns about informing Conan, the same could be said for Makoto without fear of altering the plot. Moreover, Joya had no intention of revealing the truth to even Kushina, let alone Tsunade, who held a significant position in the original narrative. Noticing Joya's silence, Tsunade resumed arranging the blocks. Resigned to the fact that she could not force her partner to visit the hospital. I refuse to believe it is impossible to conceive. Outside the door, Kushina observed Tsunade playing with the blocks, even inviting Makoto to join her, her gaze filled with envy. She too yearned to engage, to savor the experience of block building. How infuriating. I envy Makoto so much. Turning to the equally eager Conan, Kushina encouraged, pay close attention and learn well. You will need this skill when building blocks with Joya in the future. Nodding earnestly, Conan focused intently, absorbing every detail. So it can be done this way. I have never seen this technique before. How does this movement fit together? It was a delightful and heartwarming weekend. The family chose to remain indoors, engrossed in their block building and puzzle-solving activities. On the other side, individuals diligently honed their skills in building blocks and assembling puzzles. Joy permeated the atmosphere, with everyone brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 81, The Reunion of Master and Disciple in the 56th year of Konoha. In the 47th year of Konoha, Scorpion transformed himself into a puppet, secretly eliminating the third Kazekage. The Sand Village sought the Kazekage throughout the ninja world, triggering a series of incidents that ultimately led to the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. In the 50th year of Konoha, the Battle of the Kaminarabashi erupted, where Uchiha Obito was manipulated by Uchiha Madara. By year's end, Minato Namikaze ascended as the fourth Hokage. In the 51st year of Konoha, the Nine Tails incident occurred. Minato, along with his wife, left behind Naruto Uzumaki as the Nine Tails host before his demise. That same year, Hinata Hyuga was born. In the 52nd year of Konoha, Orochimaru defected. In the 54th year of Konoha, Hinata Hizashi sacrificed himself in place of his brother. In the 56th year of Konoha, Hanabi Hyuga, 5 years younger than Hinata, was born. At last, the day I have awaited has finally arrived. In the stillness of the night, high above the clouds, Joya spread his arms wide, inhaling the serene air. Behind him stood a time-space gate, measuring 2 meters in both length and width. Within the gate, on the black light star, lay the deceased individuals of the ninja world, poised for action. Flanking him were Conan, aged 20, and Rin Noera, aged 15, both standing silently in the lofty heights. Let it commence, my warriors. Conquer this world. Gather all the tailed beasts and present to me the fruit of the divine tree. At your command, the great and supreme will of black light. Upon Joya's decree, a torrent of darkness surged into the ninja world. 200 black light warriors followed the guiding ninjas from various villages, soaring towards the entire ninja realm. Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. Dissenting voices grew louder within the Uchiha clan. Monkey, I entrusted Konoha to you, and this is how you respond to my expectations? Sitting cross-legged on the tatami, lost in contemplation and puffing on his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing a familiar voice. Sensei, how can this be? What is happening? The sudden appearance of his mentor, the late second Hokage, left Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind blank. A reunion of master and disciple? Is this truly correct? Wasn't he his teacher supposed to be long deceased? I am asking you a question. Monkey, do you have any idea how it feels to see the faces of Konoha ninjas who have perished due to the village suppression appear before me every few minutes or hours? Indeed, that familiar feeling unmistakably belonged to his teacher. With a gulp, Sarutobi Hiruzen faced the inquiry of Senju Tobarama, his heart racing with the apprehension of a child. I didn't know. It was all Danzo's doing behind my back. By the time I learned of it, it was already too late to stop him. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shinju Tobarama could only laugh in frustration. You claim ignorance? Hatake Tsukumo, known by the enemy as Konoha's White Fang, faced scorn from the entire village for abandoning a mission to protect his comrades. This led to a severe conflict between the will of fire within him and the harsh realities of life, leaving even his son unable to comprehend his turmoil. As his beliefs crumbled, when he took his own life, what were you doing? Where was your will of fire? Why did you allow everyone to vilify a hero who instilled fear in the hearts of enemies during the Second Shinobi World War? Tell me. Look into my eyes. Speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen, drenched in nervous sweat, found himself at a loss for words under the relentless questioning of Shinju Tobarama. Should he admit he never anticipated that Hatake Tsukumo's heart was so frail? Or was he afraid that Tsukumo's esteemed reputation would overshadow his own lineage, jeopardizing his claim to the title of Hokage? Witnessing Hiruzen's inability to respond, Tobarama pressed on. Why did you permit Danzo to establish roots beyond the Umbu within Konoha, harboring orphans who would turn against each other until only the strongest emerged as root ninjas? When did Konoha adopt a blood mist policy? Were you unaware of this? During the Ninetales incident, why did Minato Namikaze perish? Why did you drag people along, delaying until the fourth Hokage arrived? Were you incapable of performing the dead demon-consuming seal? That night, where were Danzo and his root? Were they on guard against the Uchiha, preventing them from joining the battle? When did I ever instruct you to act in such a manner? And how could Uchiha Kagami have fallen victim to Danzo? The more Tobarama spoke, the more his anger surged uncontrollably. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata Hayashi should not have died. If you had been more resolute back then, Konoha possessed ample strength to fight back, and the Cloud Village would not have dared to initiate war again. Yet you chose to surrender the ninjas of your village to quell the assailants' fury. Well done. Prior to the demise of Minato and Kushina, they entrusted their son to your care. Tell me, how did you fulfill that responsibility? You allowed the villagers to slander and insult the hero's son who sacrificed for Konoha. Do not speak of protecting the Jinchuriki. The fact that Gaara is a Jinchuriki is well known among his village, and yet, what of that? What of the Jinchuriki killer bee from the Cloud Village? You hired a nanny and a tutor for your newborn grandson, Konohamaru, while neglecting Naruto, leaving the child to fend for himself, consuming expired food. These are your commendable deeds. How could you be so selfish? This relentless barrage of questions left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling dizzy, wishing to faint on the spot to escape the dreadful reality. I have no defense. For what Tobarama stated was the unvarnished truth. I have failed you, my teacher. The aged Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on the past, tears streaming down his face. When did it begin? How did he become this weak? Once, he too was hailed as a hero among ninjas. The teacher was right, during the Ninetales incident. It should have been he who sealed the beast. I am sorry, teacher, I have let you down. Raising his head, he gazed at the still youthful visage of Shinju Tobarama. Immersed in memories, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he were transported back to his younger days. A smile broke through the wrinkles on his face. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, channeling all his formless chakra into wind nature, unleashing a violent tempest that wreaked havoc within him. A trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, expressing his joy at seeing his teacher once more. I will sincerely apologize to them, Konoha. Ahem. I leave the rest to you. As he spoke, a smile grazed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed before Shinju Tobarama. You monkey, go and apologize to them yourself. Supporting the fallen Hiruzen, Tobarama's palm emitted a dark crimson tendril, piercing Hiruzen's body and continuously injecting him with a black light virus. Teacher? Enduring the agony, after what felt like an eternity, Hiruzen stood up, his appearance restored to youth, gazing incredulously at Tobarama. What is happening to my body? What are all these abilities? Hiruzen's suicide had quelled Tobarama's rage to some extent, yet he still held significant discontent towards his disciple. Coldly, he explained, indifferent to whether Hiruzen could comprehend. Come with me to find Danzo. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen cast aside his jumbled thoughts and hurriedly replied, Yes, teacher. Danzo, please do not act rashly. Chapter 82, The Detestable Kakashi. Departing with his teacher, the two ambled towards the root headquarters. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Konoha village. Inside the Hyuga residence, Hyuga Hayashi confronted his brother. Brother, the only path forward in this ninja world is to submit to his highness. Just as the two faced each other, Niji, who had just beaten Hinata, entered the courtyard. Seeing the deceased Hayashi, tears streamed down Niji's face as he rushed into his father's embrace. Father. Their reunion echoed similar scenes among other renowned Konoha ninjas like Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi. Indeed, it was chaos, but not the bloody turmoil one might envision. Rather, it was the astonishing appearance of the deceased before the living, bringing forth their dominion, inciting unrest. To resist? But across from them stood the ancestors, spouses, and siblings of Konoha's ninjas. To not resist? What had they fought so desperately to protect Konoha for? The impact of the deceased on Konoha was unprecedented and all-encompassing. Days later, under the joint efforts of the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage to stabilize the situation, the Blacklight Warriors ultimately achieved the assimilation of Konoha without bloodshed. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Joya gazed down at the multitude of ninjas occupying the streets below. Beside him stood Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, Konan, Lin, a 20-year-old Kurenai Yuhi, and a 14-year-old Yuzuki Yugao. Age held little significance for Joya. Maturity was all that mattered. Behind him stood the four Hokage and Danzo, whom he had retained for future undercover assignments in other worlds. The Blacklight Warriors, alongside other well-known Konoha ninjas, stood in the streets below the Hokage building, awaiting orders. In certain respects, it was. Shinmura TZ is indeed a remarkable talent, but it all hinges on how one chooses to utilize him. During an incursion into other realms, deploying TZ as an undercover agent would suffice. There would be no need for him to relay intelligence. His unwavering commitment to the adversary's interests would be enough to brew considerable turmoil for them. With a bit of effort, TZ could potentially dismantle their organization from within. The thought of such a strategic application of TZ's abilities made Joya feel almost foolish. As for Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Joya's inquiry, Senju Hashirama, standing behind him, hastily responded. After assimilating the Uchiha clan, he ventured to the Land of Rain to retrieve the Outer Path Golem. Pondering this, Joya stroked his chin. Then you should proceed. Once you acquire the Outer Path Golem, you too should swiftly gather all the tailed beasts and bring them to Blacklight Star. Yes, Your Highness. The God Tree's fruit requires the absorption of life energy to mature. It would be a travesty for the shinobi world to be drained by the God Tree's fruit. Instead, it would be more prudent to cultivate the God Tree's fruit on Blacklight Star, which possesses an almost inexhaustible source of energy, allowing the fruit to thrive freely. After Hashirama's departure, Joya turned his gaze towards the Blacklight Warriors and the Leaf Ninjas below. Disperse and resume your normal lives. Yes, Your Highness. Even though Hinata and Hanabi have already been born, Joya has no intention of leaving the shinobi world just yet. Hinata and Hanabi are still too young. He can depart once they reach adulthood and are ready to embark on their journeys. After all these years, an additional decade or so is inconsequential. Moreover, this world seems to still harbor the Tsutsuki clan. One must certainly experience the essence of the Tsutsuki to discern its flavor. In the Land of Rain, as Senju Hashirama arrived, he spotted Uchiha Madara, whose black and red tendrils had ensnared the Outer Path Golem's neck, conversing with Rin and Obito nearby. Shalama? Madara. Descending before Madara, Hashirama remarked, why the delay? The prince is awaiting your arrival. We must hasten to other villages to capture the tailed beasts. Upon hearing Hashirama's urgency, Madara turned to Obito. The truth has been revealed to you. Now you shall escort the Outer Path Golem to Konoha. With that, Madara nodded at Hashirama, and the two swiftly ascended into the sky, heading towards Sunagakure. Watching the two vanish into the clouds in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito exhaled a long breath and chuckled bitterly. I truly have no idea what I was doing before. What significance did those actions hold? Your Highness. He lifted his gaze as raindrops fell upon his face. Obito was uncertain whether to feel relieved or enraged upon learning the truth. Should he be angry for being deceived? It seemed unnecessary, as the entire shinobi world had been played. With a mere whim, the prince could seize control of the entire shinobi world. Yet, for the sake of the Hyuga sisters' safe birth, he allowed these weaklings to engage in their games of war. To the prince, this entire shinobi world is likely nothing more than a grand amusement park. Hearing Obito's words, Rin regarded him with concern. Tobirama, please refrain from harboring any grievances towards His Highness. It is perilous. Regaining his composure, he glanced at Lin, whose face was etched with concern for him. Tobirama's heart raced uncontrollably as he waved his hands in protest. I harbor no ill will. I am grateful to His Highness for allowing me this chance. Were it not for him, I would not be standing before you now. Upon hearing his words, Lin broke into a radiant smile that nearly left Tobirama utterly entranced. That is splendid. Upon your return, remember to apologize to those you have wronged. Fixated on Lin, Tobirama repeatedly thumped his chest. Fear not. I have already forgiven my master and mistress. Upon hearing Tobirama's nonsensical proclamation, Lin promptly seized his ear. You fool. I meant for you to apologize to them, not the other way around. Despite possessing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the ethereal abilities it granted him, Tobirama dared not evade Lin's grasp. He remained at her mercy, exclaiming in discomfort. But my master was merely delayed. Otherwise, you wouldn't he. Seeing Lin's fierce glare, Tobirama quickly conceded. All right. I shall apologize. Will that suffice? Content with his response, Lin released him, and they exchanged glances, smiles blossoming on their faces. In that moment, it felt as if they had returned to the days of their recent graduation, embarking on missions together. Everything had changed, yet somehow remained the same. By the way, what of Kakashi? I must retrieve my eyes from him. No, Tobirama. Gifts once given cannot be reclaimed. That would be most disrespectful. At her words, Tobirama felt tears welling up. At the time, he had been on the brink of death, thinking it wasteful to keep the eyes. Thus, he entrusted them to Kakashi. Later, in pursuit of the Moon Eye plan, he needed to operate in secrecy, avoiding exposure. Now that the need to create a world with Lin through infinite Tsukuyomi had dissipated, why could he not reclaim his eyes? Curse Kakashi. Observing Tobirama's forlorn expression, Lin spoke with a hint of resignation. Once you return and merge with the Blacklight virus, your eyes will regenerate. Chapter 83. A chilling revelation. As Uchiha Tobirama sealed the outer path golem into the Kimui dimension, he and Lin hastened back to Konoha. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara surveyed the scene from above. Below, in Sunagakure, the one-tailed Shikaku, recently separated from Gaara, was rampaging uncontrollably. Blacklight warriors and several deceased ninja from Sunagakure encircled Shikaku. At the center, Raza and the incursion team led by Gaara, along with the third Kazekage, were engaged in battle with Shikaku. It is all right, Gaara, sleep now, for Mother has returned. After merging with the Blacklight virus, Gaara lay in Raza's embrace. Having not slept since becoming a Jinchuriki, he could no longer suppress the overwhelming fatigue and succumbed to slumber, his face streaked with tears. Fourth Hokage. Allow me to witness the essence of your magnet release. With that, the third Kazekage clapped his hands, causing black sand to surge from the ground, clinging to Shikaku in an attempt to seal it. Beside him, Raza let out a cold laugh upon hearing the words of the third Kazekage. Well, just watch. With that, Raza clapped his hands together and shouted, Sand Gold Funeral. The fine grains of sand gold surged forth like tidal waves, rising from the yellow sands. Damn humans. Accompanied by a furious roar, Shikaku was unwillingly ensnared by the combined jutsu of the two, becoming utterly trapped within the sand iron and sand gold. Is this what the ninjas of this era have become? Humph, not entirely disappointing. He observed as the third Kazekage and Raza jointly maneuvered the sand iron and sand gold that imprisoned Shikaku towards the village of Konoha. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha altered their course, heading towards other ninja villages. Similar scenes unfolded across other nations. In the land of lightning, two Jinchuriki, the wooden men and Killer Bee, lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. No matter how powerful the tailed beasts, facing dozens of superhumans who could withstand their tailed beast bombs would force them to retreat into their Jinchuriki forms. The brutes of Kumogakure were somewhat different from those of other nations, while others mourned their lost kin and lacked the will to resist. This group was resolute in their belief that the dead should not interfere with the living. They refused to be conscripted, resisting to the very end. The third Raikage, and the deceased ninjas of the Land of Lightning had pleaded for several days, but to no avail. Ultimately, they had no choice but to resort to force. Fight. Fight. Wooden men. Wooden men. How could the disparity in strength be so vast? The fourth Raikage, panted heavily, his expression fierce. He could not fathom how. Despite waging war on his own territory, Kumogakure should have held the advantage. How had it come to pass that, in less than half a day since the conflict began, the village had succumbed? In truth, were it not for the pleas of the third Raikage and the deceased ninjas of Kumogakure, the situation would have been far graver. The Blacklight warriors, in just half an hour, could have annihilated all resisting Kumogakure ninjas. Ninjas were characterized by high offense and low defense. Their high offensive capabilities could not breach the defenses of the Blacklight warriors, while their low defenses could not withstand the heat rays. Nor could they endure the punches of the Blacklight warriors. How were they to fight? Approaching the two wooden men, Defri crouched down, grasping one by the hair to scrutinize their face. Hank, this woman seems rather appealing. Have we been too harsh? He gestured towards the other, a buxom blonde. Let us take her back for the boss. As for the fourth Raikage, Defri licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. I like it. The fourth Raikage, who was gasping for breath, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of being watched by something foul. Above the clouds, it appeared that matters here had also been resolved. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had circled through the ninja world, realizing that the task of gathering tailed beasts did not require their intervention. The guiding ninjas, the Blacklight warriors, easily incapacitated and captured the Jinchuriki, or separated the tailed beasts. Let us return, the prince is still waiting. Indeed, Konoha village, atop the Hokage building. The weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. The dark warriors, tasked with capturing the tailed beasts from various ninja villages, returned in succession, leading the captured beast back. Alongside the tailed beasts, numerous women had also been brought, bound and dragged along like slaves. Among them were Pakura and Temari from the Sand Village, Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, the two women from the Cloud Village, Samui and Karui, as well as Kuratsuchi from the Stone Village. Upon witnessing these women, some large and some small, shackled and presented before him, Joya was momentarily taken aback. What kind of image did Tom hold in the minds of his subordinates? Just as he hesitated, intending to explain himself to Tsunade and the others, a sharp shout echoed from the street below. Don't touch me. Looking down, he saw Devours manhandling the fourth rakeage. Hey, who was protesting vocally? Goodness, was the rakeage crossing boundaries? Or rather, was he simply changing channels? With a mental sigh, Joya snapped back to reality, visibly displeased. You've brought back so many women. What do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? Send them all to my home. I need to have a serious discussion. Upon hearing Joya's words, Tsunade and the others wore expressions of resentment. While the Dark Warriors and their ninja subordinates beamed with joy. They had wagered correctly. The esteemed will of the Dark Light was indeed satisfied. Once the female ninjas from the various villages were taken away, Joya cleared his throat. Ahem, have all the tailed beasts been gathered? His inquiry was merely a diversion. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see the tailed beasts congregating outside the village. If he didn't change the subject, he would have to explain his earlier actions to Tsunade and the others, whose gazes were growing increasingly hostile. Boss, they're all gathered, came the reply. Now, Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato are observing the tailed beasts outside the village. Well then, let us depart for Darklight Star, Joyous said, forcing a smile as he glanced back at Tsunade and the others before vanishing. Outside Konoha village, Uchiha Obito, under the urging of Yae-Rin, reluctantly apologized to Minato and his wife. I'm sorry for being late, which led to Yae-Rin's death, and for not recognizing you as my master. The fourth Hokage. I was wrong. Obito. Just as Yae-Rin was about to chastise him for his lack of sincerity, Minato raised a hand to interrupt her. He then approached Obito, placing a hand on his shoulder, and gently spoke, Obito, welcome home. Kakashi, observing the scene, stepped forward as well, casually saying, welcome back, Obito. Rising slowly, Obito felt his eyes welling with tears. Welcome home, Obito. Turning to meet Yae-Rin's gentle smile, he could no longer hold back his emotions, and tears streamed down like a spring. I'm back, Your Highness, the magnificent and supreme will of the Dark Light. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Chapter 84. The Fruit of the Divine Tree. Upon arriving at the entrance of Konoha village, Joya observed that Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha had reached a mutual understanding. Satisfied, Joya nodded, recognizing that harmony among subordinates was essential for collective devotion and the pursuit of their ambitions across the myriad realms. After clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention, Joya spoke. Obito, you shall gather all the tailed beasts into the Kamui space, and then accompany me and Madara Uchiha to Blacklight Star. It seems you have yet to assimilate the Blacklight virus. It will be fortuitous to enhance your powers there. Yes, Your Highness teacher. Obito's respectful address evoked memories for Joya of their days at the Ninja Academy when Obito had consistently called him that, unwavering despite repeated corrections. Haha, let us proceed. Once Obito had collected all the tailed beasts into the Kamui space, the two returned to Blacklight Star. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju received orders from Joya to transform the ninja world in the manner of the Black Robe Enforcers. Hashirama had no objections. He welcomed such a vision. On Blacklight Star, the Outer Path Golem and the tailed beasts were ready to be unleashed. Yes, Your Highness teacher. As Obito's ocular powers surged, the tailed beasts were released one by one. Upon their emergence, they sensed an overwhelming sense of peril, unleashing furious curses and roars. However, in the ninja world, they had no means of resistance, let alone on Blacklight Star. Black and red tendrils surged from the earth, ensnaring the tailed beasts, rendering them immobile. Even their mouths were tightly bound, silencing their protests. Madara, can you single-handedly control the Outer Path Golem to absorb the tailed beasts? Should I summon additional assistance? Joya inquired. With a dismissive snort, Madara Uchiha replied, I am more than sufficient on my own. In response, Joya smiled and raised his hand, signaling Madara to commence his demonstration. Leaping onto the head of the Outer Path Golem, Madara formed hand seals with one hand. In the next moment, as the power of his Rinnegan, newly awakened after assimilating the Blacklight virus, surged forth, the Outer Path Golem appeared to come alive, beginning to absorb the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts. Once the tailed beasts were nearly depleted, the colossal form of the 10 tails emerged before Joya and Obito. However, this form did not last long. With Madara's ocular energy intensifying, the 10 tails swiftly transformed into the Divine Tree. At the moment the Divine Tree manifested, countless massive and robust roots began burrowing into the depths of Blacklight Star. Not only did the roots penetrate the interior of Blacklight Star, but they also began to extend, corrupting the very earth itself. Witnessing this scene in reality is truly awe-inspiring, Joya exclaimed, reveling in the Divine Tree's relentless absorption of energy from Blacklight Star. His laughter grew louder. Consume more. The more you devour, the better. The more energy the divine tree absorbed, the greater the strength he would gain from the fruit it bore. Time passed, though its measure was unclear. Under the watchful eyes of Joya, as well as Madara and Obito, a massive bud gradually formed at the pinnacle of the towering divine tree. After an indeterminate period, the bud began to unfurl. A black-red chakra fruit exuded an alluring aura of souls, captivating the gaze of the three individuals present. The more potent the life energy absorbed by the divine tree, the greater the chakra contained within its fruit. With the nearly boundless energy source of the Black Light Star, a divine tree, unprecedented in the shinobi world, was successfully birthed. This tree, unlike any seen by the Otsutsuki clan, had reached the zenith of life energy absorption. In essence, this divine tree had gorged itself to the point of saturation, a phenomenon almost inconceivable within the shinobi realm. No life-bearing planet's energy could possibly allow a divine tree to attain such a state. One could only imagine the unimaginable powers that would be bestowed upon anyone consuming the fruit of such a tree. Curiosity swelled within Joya as he soared to the pinnacle of the divine tree and plucked its fruit. Under the watchful eyes of Obito and Madara, Joya slowly brought the fruit to his lips. As the fruit was swallowed, a surge of wind erupted, rippling outward from Joya's being, as if his heartbeat summoned forth a tempest. This wind, akin to a blade capable of cleaving all, carved deep gashes into the earth and the divine tree itself. Had it not been for the restorative energy of the Black Light Star, the divine tree might have been severed by the very winds it had produced. Witnessing the sheer potency of Joya's unintentional wind, Obito hastily retreated into the Kimui space, pulling the astonished Madara along with him. Madara, in his speculation, believed that even if one were to consume the fruit of the divine tree, such overwhelming power would not be obtained. Clearly, he underestimated the vast reservoir of life energy contained within the Black Light Star. The energy absorbed by this divine tree was equivalent to the combined essence of 10 shinobi realms. After thoroughly digesting the chakra fruit, Joya exhaled a long breath. Perhaps due to the fruit being severed from Kagaya's very essence, he did not acquire any unknown abilities. Instead, he inherited all of Kagaya's powers, albeit amplified to a magnitude exceeding hers by tenfold. Techniques such as the 80-God air strike, the yellow springs of Hades, the bone eradication, the expanding truth-seeking orbs, and the infinite Tsukuyami flowed effortlessly from him. Suspended in the air, adorned with horns atop his head and a Rinnegan with 9 tomo gracing his forehead, Joya muttered to himself, "Why do I feel as though my combined abilities are nearing a singular cosmic level? Moreover, the sheer volume of energy within me seems to prevent me from reverting to my former human form." Observing his skin, which now emanated a faint, luminous white glow due to the overwhelming energy, Joya scratched his head. Has my skin begun to emit fluorescence? He conjured a shard of ice that reflected his image clearly. After a moment of scrutiny, he smacked his lips in approval. Well, I suppose it's not too bad, rather handsome actually. Although, my height and physique have certainly increased significantly. Previously, his height was approximately 180 centimeters, but now it has reached at least 5 meters. His gaze involuntarily descended. Joya found himself at a loss for words. This entity has certainly grown considerably, leaving him with no place to accommodate it. What to do? Happiness, poof, gone. With such a physique, perhaps he should seek Kagaya. Upon this thought, Joya descended to the ground, his eyes fixated on the divine tree. After producing a chakra fruit, the divine tree seemed to enter a dormant state, significantly slowing its absorption of life energy. It appears that to yield another fruit, several decades of waiting will be necessary. Just a few short decades, Joya did not dwell upon it too much. He reached out and extracted Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha from the Kamui space he had sensed. Joya grinned widely, thoroughly pleased with the enhancement brought by the divine tree's fruit. Observing Obito and Madara's astonishment at his now towering height of over 5 meters, he teased, "What's the matter? Don't recognize me?" With a flicker of thought, tendrils emerged from the earth, swiftly wrapping Obito like a zongzi, leaving only his face exposed. "You can strengthen yourself here for now. Madara, let us return." Without heeding Obito's hesitant expression, Joya, accompanied by the still astonished Madara, approached a space-time gate measuring 2 meters in both width and height. After assessing his current physique, he realized he could not squeeze through with his present body strength. Attempting to utilize the black light virus to alter his form had already begun to show signs of difficulty. Completely transforming into a fluid state would require at least 5 minutes. Moreover, altering his form would not change his volume. Pondering with a hand on his chin, an idea struck Joya. He immediately employed the yellow spring Hiragawa to open a portal to the shinobi world on the other side of the space-time gate. Subsequently, using the Heavenly Sovereign, he instantaneously transported himself and Madara to a realm filled with ice and snow. Gazing at the pitch-black portal ahead, Joya smirked. "Ah, this is our return to the shinobi world." Chapter 85, Kagaya, the one who seeks to cling to the strong upon returning to the shinobi world. Joya unceremoniously cast the bewildered Madara into it. Meanwhile, he soared into space alone. As he observed Joya's retreating figure, Madara stood bewildered in midair, pondering. What should I do now? Perhaps I should seek Hashirama. On the moon, within an expansive and oddly shaped castle, in a bedroom, the descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura, a scion of the Otsutsuki clan, lifted his head, sensing something approaching. His Byakugan gaze pierced through the walls, locking eyes with Joya, who had just arrived on the moon. Are they all puppets, except for the young Shuren? Joya mused. With a thought, the entire castle, along with the still bewildered Shuren, was transported to the icy space within the Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Sovereign, an exceptionally powerful space-time ninjutsu, could instantaneously transport anything within sight into the realm controlled by Joya. Lava space, supergravity space, icy space, primordial sphere space, acid sea space, desert space. Not only can Joya transport himself, but he can also merge with the realm he commands, transforming into magma, snow, the essence of the end, corrosive seas, or deserts. The only force he cannot alter is gravity, which even affects him. However, he possesses the ability to manipulate the intensity of gravity, rendering its effect negligible, with his strength surpassing even Kagaya's by a considerable margin. Anyone who dares to intrude would likely be reduced to mere blood upon entry. Truthfully, Joya remains unaware of the full extent of his powers and his true strength. He possesses the abilities of the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, mastering them both. Such formidable prowess makes the destruction of celestial bodies a trivial task. Even the entirety of the Tsutsuki clan in the future of the shinobi world, Boruto's era, would struggle to contend with him, including the deity Tsutsuki. Even if Kagaya is significantly weaker than him, her abilities are also markedly inferior. It is indeed perplexing how she succumbed to the likes of Tsutsuki Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and the likes of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Gazing through the lunar surface, he focused on the center of the moon where Kagaya was sealed. A smirk crept across Joya's lips. Her form was rather fitting compared to his current stature. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to test a new technique. Raising his right hand high, a beam of golden light surged into the cosmos. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. With a downward strike, the golden sword of light, soaring into the infinite expanse, descended mercilessly upon the moon. With a silent yet thunderous impact, the moon was cleaved in two. Kagaya's seal shattered. In the shinobi world, what was that? Was the moon severed by a beam of golden light? Is this the apocalypse? At this moment, what should have been a serene night across various villages on Earth was instead greeted by radiant sunlight. What on earth has transpired? The Blacklight warriors and the ninjas loyal to Joya all stared in astonishment at the bisected moon. After a brief pause, Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and all who had acquired the powers of their homeland, upon using their enhanced vision to discern Joya's current form, felt a mixture of relief and profound confusion. How could the once great and supreme will of Blacklight have transformed into such a state? At Joya's home, Tsunade and her companions were tending to the women brought home by the Blacklight warriors. Sensing the commotion, they quickly looked up. Upon seeing Joya's current appearance, Tsunade and the others bit their lips. How could he have grown so immense? How could that possibly be useful? At that moment, their minds echoed a singular thought: happiness. With the seal broken, Kagaya Tsutsuki was momentarily stunned. Was it an envoy? Or had family members come to visit? Did Black Zetsu fail to arrive in time? Deprived of most of her powers, Kagaya stared blankly at Joya, who was gradually approaching her. In her current state, resistance against the Tsutsuki clan was utterly futile, especially upon sensing the vast and unfathomable chakra pulsating within Joya's being. At this moment, Kagaya dared not move a muscle. Her heart laden with hatred towards Yui and Yuzuru, coupled with the despair of being transformed into a chakra elixir. Such immense chakra. It was not merely a technique. It was a member of her clan who had come to confront her. Despite Joya's utmost efforts to contain his energy, to Kagaya, he appeared as undeniable as the sun, while she felt like an ant facing that blazing orb. A surge of panic overwhelmed Kagaya, compelling her to articulate her thoughts, to deflect responsibility, to accuse the technique of launching a surprise attack against her. Yet, ultimately, faced with Joya, she could not utter a single coherent sentence. Observing Kagaya's state of fright, Joya found it somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated that even the formidable figure from the original Naruto narrative could experience fear. Yet, it made sense. Had she not been afraid, she would not have resorted to using infinite Tsukuyomi to create White Zetsu, attempting to counter the Tsutsuki clan with an army of them. Reaching out, he grasped Kagaya's chin, scrutinizing her features, physique, and height. Joya chuckled, finding her quite attractive. A fitting match for himself. Her physique was commendable, standing at approximately 3.6 meters tall, which sufficed. Can you grow a bit larger? He inquired. Upon hearing Joya's words and observing his smile, Kagaya hesitated, her mouth agape. Aren't you planning to turn me into a chakra elixir? She thought. feeling a slight sense of relief. Kagaya cautiously replied, I cannot. My chakra has been drained. I see, Joya mused, his gaze continuing to appraise Kagaya. This made her heart race once more, uncertain of how he would choose to handle her. Well, that works. I have an excess of energy that needs to be released. And I shall explain everything in detail afterward. With that, Joya spread his arms towards the bisected moon. With a mere thought, the severed moon seemed to be drawn together as if by an unseen force, swiftly converging. Kagaya's heart raced, fearing that she might soon become a chakra elixir. However, once the moon had entirely fused, her anxious heart settled back into her chest. It turned out he simply wished to engage in a game of building blocks and puzzles. In the natural order, the weak rely on the strong, and Kagaya had grown weary of betrayal from the very children she had created through her yin-yang release. Having been sealed away for a millennium, she too longed for someone to rely upon, yet in the entire ninja world, there existed no one stronger than herself. The Sutsuki clan, consumed by a singular obsession for chakra elixirs, made it impossible for her to find a dependable ally. Of course, she had once been a madman solely focused on gaining strength. However, since her arrival in the ninja world, her ambush on Ishiki, and being revered as the goddess of the moon, she had learned much and witnessed the myriad emotions that define humanity. Otherwise, she would not harbor such intense loathing for the very village she had created, Yui and Yuzuru. Love so profound, it birthed an equally profound hatred. Chapter 86, How to Regress. Kagaya, in her inaugural attempt at stacking blocks and engaging in puzzles, found herself rather inexperienced. In order to attach herself to the formidable Joya, whose power was unparalleled even on the Otsutsuki ancestral planet, Kagaya took the initiative with remarkable fervor. She employed all her efforts, diligently following Joya's instructions while learning to stack blocks and solve puzzles, demonstrating a rapid growth that filled Joya with immense joy. Witnessing Joya's delighted expression brought Kagaya great happiness as well. As long as she could successfully align herself with Joya, she felt unconcerned about the Otsutsuki clan and its complexities. The choice between such simple advantages was one even a fool could discern. Moreover, Joya was undoubtedly the most handsome man Kagaya had ever encountered. After some time, having finished her play with blocks and puzzles, Kagaya widened her eyes. The chakra within me, is this for you, to ensure your sense of security? Upon hearing this, Kagaya felt a stir of emotion. She had initially believed her status would be akin to that of a maid from a millennium ago. Yet she was surprised to find Joya willing to share his chakra with her. Will this affect your strength? Joya remarked, casting a significant glance at the bare Kagaya. Can you not feel the effect? Did you not notice how the chakra replenished your body just now? His words left Kagaya momentarily stunned, as she recalled the sensation of chakra flowing into her while stacking blocks. Just a hint of essence resulted in such immense chakra. How powerful could he truly be? Licking her lips, Kagaya's eyes sparkled. If so, I need more chakra. This amount is insufficient. Very well. A month later, in the ninja world, Kagaya had restored her strength, surpassing even her peak form. Gazing down at Konoha village, she reflected, has my nursery transformed into this? Nursery? Was that how you referred to the ninja world a millennium ago? Quite fitting, For Joya, the ninja world was indeed akin to a nursery, teeming with resources, minerals, and military might. Although his own power rendered such resources unnecessary, his forces required them. The divine tree on Blacklight Star bore fruit only once every several decades. It was uncertain how long it would take for Tsunade and the others to fully consume the divine tree's fruits. As for Joya's subordinates, the gap in strength was increasingly pronounced. After bringing Kagaya home and introducing her to Tsunade and the others, predictably, Tsunade rolled her eyes, her face filled with jealousy. The progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Given Kagaya's status, Tsunade felt unable to address her as sister despite her intentions. Looking at Joya, who had transformed the courtyard into a 5-meter-high structure, making it impossible to enter the house, Tsunade exclaimed, I want chakra too. Glancing down at Tsunade, who was just over a meter tall and had hands smaller than his palm, Joya replied with exasperation, that's impossible. My younger brother, when angry, is nearly half your size. How can I provide you with chakra? Unyielding, Tsunade retorted, I don't care. Find a way. Previously, you were adamant against my desire to have children. This time, no matter what, I will transform into Kagaya. With gritted teeth, Tsunade uttered her last words. Her gaze filled with reluctance and pleading as she looked at Joya. Observing her, Joya scratched his head in frustration. What could he do? The Dark Light warriors had presented an abundance of delectable offerings. Merely gazing upon them without tasting was rather disheartening. The sheer magnitude of energy was too overwhelming, preventing him from reverting to a normal human form, leaving Joya feeling rather helpless. It took an immense amount of energy to restore Kagaya from her chakra-exhausted state to a condition even stronger than her peak. Remarkably, Joya managed to recover all of it within just one day. This was quite troublesome. If only he could devolve at will. Devolve. Upon reflecting on this, Joya recalled his previous intentions. After spending too many years in the ninja world, he had almost forgotten about his digital companion. I have a plan. I shall take my leave for a moment. Without waiting for Kagaya or Tsunade's reactions, Joya's figure vanished in an instant. In the digital world. As soon as Joya appeared, he exclaimed, "Where on earth am I? System, did I not instruct you to transport me before the first batch of chosen children entered the digital world? Where have you cast me? Is this not the 4th season of Digimon?" Gazing down at the colorful, cathedral-like structures, he observed the ultimate Angeman lying unconscious on the ground. The anxious holy Angeman at her side, and across from them, the menacingly grinning Goburaman. Joya felt utterly dismayed. Regarding this world, he could only recall one deeply etched phrase: the legendary spirit of the 10 warriors who once saved the digital world has awakened. He had forgotten most of the plot, as this was an anime he had watched in his childhood before his transmigration, leaving him with scant recollections. Detection in progress. Timeline, correct. The first batch of chosen children has yet to arrive in the digital world. Location, digital world, correct. Integrated characteristics. The host will be digitized into a Digimon within the digital world. Ultimate evolution, Joyamon. What? Is this correct? I sought the ability to evolve. What use is it for you to merely digitize me? I desire to devolve. This world thrives on the fusion of data through the spirit of warriors, enabling humans to grow stronger. Where am I to find a Digimon capable of evolution to absorb? Yet, regardless of Joya's grievances, the system unwaveringly insisted it had made no errors, faithfully adhering to Joya's request, delivering him to the precise time and place. I truly cannot believe this. Sighing deeply, Joya resigned himself to reality. At this point, perhaps it was best to eat first, not really, given the circumstances. He decided to take one step at a time and inquire if there was a way to devolve. With that thought in mind, Joya soared toward the vibrant cathedral below, muttering to himself, could it be that Taichi Yagami and the others were not the first batch of chosen children? Takuya Canberra and his companions were indeed among the first children to venture into the digital realm. Within a vividly colored cathedral, the corrupted Cherubiman, seduced by the six-winged beast, had just sealed the ultimate Angeman and was preparing to imprison the holy Angeman when Joya suddenly appeared before them, muttering to himself. The sequence of events in this timeline is utterly perplexing. A digital beast, over 5 meters tall, adorned with horns and a singular blood-red eye on its forehead, resembling humans strikingly, burst through the cathedral's walls. This unexpected intrusion startled both Cherubiman and holy Angeman. An unfamiliar digital beast. Who are you? What brings you here? Confronted by Cherubiman's inquiry, Joya, already in a foul mood, furrowed his brow. Do you know how to devolve? Chapter 87, Constancy. Devolve? What do you mean by devolve? Joya's question left both Cherubiman and holy Angeman bewildered. All digital beasts in the digital world seek greater power. Why would any desire to devolve? I do not care who you are, but since you have appeared here, surrender your data. Cherubiman sneered, conjuring a crimson lightning spear in his hand and hurling it toward Joya. In response, Joya raised his hand, his expression one of utter displeasure. I have yet to make my move, yet you strike first? Is it the six-winged beast that has instilled such confidence in you? Shinra Tensei. The crimson lightning spear disintegrated upon contact with the repulsive force of Joya's technique. I am unlike you. You are ultimate-level beings, bound by the limits of your power. I am a mega-level being, for the upper echelon of the digital world is confined to the mega-level, not granting Cherubiman a second opportunity to attack. Joya unleashed the power of his blood-red Rinnegan. In an instant, Cherubiman found himself entranced by Joya's mesmerizing gaze. Such beautiful eyes. His internal data became chaotic, his consciousness sinking deeper. Cherubiman was utterly ensnared in the illusion. Universal attraction. Drawing Cherubiman closer, Joya pierced through its body with a single palm strike. Black and red tendrils erupted from his forearm, swiftly absorbing Cherubiman's data until nothing remained. This pathetic power is truly superfluous to absorb. Having failed to acquire the anticipated method of devolution, Joya turned his gaze toward the ultimate Angeman, encased as if in ice. Let us attempt to absorb a humanoid digital being next. Having witnessed Joya's swift defeat of Cherubiman, holy Angeman sprang into action, positioning herself in front of the sealed crystal, urgently proclaiming, "What is your purpose? I have never encountered such a formidable digital beast. Are you also a minion of the six-winged beast?" Examining holy Angeman from head to toe, Joya smirked. "You possess an admirable physique, and your armor exudes a unique charm. How tall are you?" Gazing upward at Joya, the holy angel Digimon was momentarily taken aback. How could the topic shift so abruptly? After a thoughtful pause, she found herself utterly perplexed by the intentions of the imposing Digimon before her. With cautious deliberation, the holy angel Digimon spoke, standing approximately 265 meters tall. Joya rubbed his chin, clicking his tongue in contemplation. Regrettably, she was a tad diminutive. He would have to savor her essence at a later time. Upon finishing his thought, Joya waved his hand, and the holy angel Digimon was ensnared in the air by an invisible force, rendered motionless and unable to escape. A sense of unease began to stir within her. What was happening? Ever since the light beast had fallen to the six-winged beast and was sealed by the 10 warriors, the 3 of them should have been the mightiest Digimon. How could such a formidable creature suddenly emerge? In the ancient era of the digital world, Digimon were divided into 2 factions, each embroiled in a dispute over the necessity of evolution. To refrain from evolving meant that a Digimon's strength was predetermined from birth. Conversely, evolution shattered this limitation. The 2 factions clashed for an indeterminate period, ultimately leading to the triumph of the faction advocating for evolution. They banished the opposing faction to another realm and erected a firewall between the 2 worlds. As time flowed inexorably on, a war erupted anew in the digital world. This conflict was characterized by a struggle between humanoid and beast-like Digimon. The fighting persisted endlessly until the light beast intervened, quelling the strife and sharing its power with the 3 great angels, the beast-like Garurumon, the humanoid Seraphimon, and the humanoid holy angel Digimon. Watching helplessly as her longtime colleagues and friends were absorbed by this enigmatic ultimate-level Digimon, a chilling sensation of vulnerability gripped the holy angel Digimon. Was the digital world on the brink of annihilation? Unperturbed by the holy angel Digimon's turmoil, Joya, having absorbed 2 ultimate-level Digimon, furrowed his brow as a theory began to crystallize in his mind. The evolution of Digimon necessitated an abundance of data. The more data one possessed, the stronger they became. As long as the absorbed data remained within their bodies, degeneration would be averted. This concept bore a striking resemblance to the energy dynamics of the real world. To regress, one must separate and store the energy within. Quite the conundrum. With this thought in mind, Joya turned to the holy angel Digimon. Do you know of any means to access and store surplus data at will? Upon noticing the gaze of the unknown powerful Digimon fixed upon her, the holy angel Digimon felt a jolt of alarm. I am posing a question to you. Why are you in a daze? Joya's brow slightly knitted in frustration, prompting the holy angel Digimon to respond promptly. Yes, constancy. Constancy can generate what you require. At this, Joya's brow furrowed further. Constancy? Isn't that a concept introduced in the first season of Digimon? It pertains to a force akin to the digital world's Taoist consciousness, existing to maintain balance within the realm. Size is akin to a celestial principle. In the digital realm, the only entity capable of addressing such a predicament is perhaps the concept of permanence. With this thought in mind, Joya once again inquired, are you able to establish contact with permanence? What means does it possess? Taking a deep breath, the holy angel beast calmed her frantic emotions and slowly replied, yes, I can connect with permanence. After the world tree was reset by the royal knights, permanence became the mainframe of the digital world. It wields almost limitless power within this realm. It surely has a way to resolve your issue. However, the specifics of that method elude me. Upon hearing this, Joya hesitated for a moment before gently lowering the holy angel beast from the air. I ventured into the digital world solely to seek a means of regression. I have no interest in wreaking havoc between the digital and real worlds. As long as permanence can assist me, I shall depart immediately. At this point, a grin crept onto Joya's lips. Of course, if you are inclined to plead with me and accompany me afterward, I could also assist you in dealing with the 6-winged beast that has ensnared the Cherubimon. The holy angel beast's expression shifted. Depart? To where? What do you wish me to do? She did not doubt Joya's capacity to handle the 6-winged beast. His previous display of effortlessly dispatching the Cherubimon and shattering the sealing crystal with a single blow to absorb the power of the ultimate angel beast suggested he was more than capable. What you must do will become clear in due time. With a curious smile, Joya raised a hand, removed the holy angel beast's helmet, and grasped her chin, scrutinizing her features. Quite beautiful, indeed. Chapter 88. Enhancement task. Joya's praise did not elicit joy from the holy angel beast. Digital beasts are hatched from digital eggs, devoid of any reproductive behaviors akin to humans. Thus, they possess no concept of beauty or ugliness, nor any desires of that nature. Nevertheless, they are aware of pertinent matters and possess those capabilities. They simply do not engage in them. You are indeed quite lovely, though your armor is somewhat cumbersome. Would your appearance change if you were to regress to angel mode? Upon hearing this, the holy angel beast grasped Joya's intention. No, my appearance would remain unchanged even in my perfect form. Joya nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. We shall discuss other matters later. For now, you must contact permanence and convey my request. Taking a deep breath, the holy angel beast nodded slightly, then closed her eyes to communicate with permanence. Observing this, Joya smirked. This broken system has digitalized me, yet has failed to grant me the ability to connect with permanence. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unfamiliar voice resonated within his consciousness. I have comprehended your request. Surprised by the voice in his mind, Joya did not anticipate that permanence would possess such capabilities. enabling direct communication. I can utilize your data to create a divine plan. You can store data within it and access it at any time. The sacred plan? Upon hearing the words from the entity of constancy, Joya was enlightened. The sacred plan is also known as the Digivice. In every iteration of the Digimon anime, each chosen child possesses one. In his childhood, before the transition, he had even purchased a domestic version. After a moment of contemplation, Joya half-jokingly questioned within himself. You wouldn't leave any backdoors in there, would you? In response, Constancy's tone remained unchanged, devoid of sorrow or joy. For reasons unknown. I cannot influence your data unless granted your consent. Hearing this from Constancy, Joya felt reassured. His body had been digitized by the system. It would indeed be strange if Constancy could affect him. His inquiry stemmed merely from a place of caution. Then I shall trouble you with this. By the way, did the holy Angeman mention anything about me taking her away? To Joya's question, Constancy replied with an unperturbed demeanor. That decision lies solely with her. I neither will nor have the authority to interfere. Reflecting on Constancy's response, Joya carefully recalled the plot of the first Digimon series. Regardless of which series it was, Constancy never exhibited any offensive capabilities. Its existence seemed devoid of emotion, merely a presence maintaining the balance between the digital and real worlds, lacking even a physical form. With his guard completely lowered, Joya collaborated with Constancy to create a sacred plan capable of storing and retrieving data at will. Subsequently, Constancy severed its connection with Joya and the holy Angeman. Restoring to its original form, Joya, holding the sacred plan, felt a sense of wonder. This is truly remarkable. System, could you please check if there are any issues with this sacred plan? Scanning. Unique sacred plan, crafted by the host of the Digimon world, Constancy itself. This item is composed of the host's own data and energy, exclusively usable by the host. Current data and energy storage limit. Ultimate form Joya's tree of life fruit. The sacred plan can be enhanced into the chaotic plan. Upon system enhancement, the storage limit of the chaotic plan will become limitless, and level assessment will be abolished. Enhancement task, the third time of Tony Stark. Tony Stark is about to hold a press conference, publicly admitting that he is Iron Man. Please save him once more in his moment of despair following his palladium poisoning. Note, the method is not restricted. This task is indeed a promising one, but Hinata and the others have yet to mature. After some deliberation, Joya decided that after defeating the six-winged beast, he would return to the ninja world and wait for several years. Once Hinata and the others have grown, he would then return to the Marvel Universe. As for the culinary qualities of the Otsutsuki clan, he would have to wait until another opportunity to savor them. With this thought in mind, Joya opened his eyes, integrated the sacred plan within himself, and turned to look at the Holy Angeman. Do you know where the six-winged beast is? Take me there. Before the Holy Angel Beast could respond, Joya heard a commotion from afar. With a cold smirk, he turned his gaze. Utilizing his superior vision to observe the Sword Emperor Beast and the Dunis Beast flying towards the church, both loyal to the six-winged beast and gathering data for it. It seemed unnecessary for me to seek out the six-winged beast. If I eliminate those two, the six-winged beast will certainly appear before me. Upon hearing this, the Holy Angel Beast followed Joya's line of sight through the collapsed hole in the church, peering into the distance. However, without superior vision, she could see nothing. Turning her head in confusion towards Joya, who now appeared almost half her height and bore a distinctly human visage, she inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Which two?" Tilting his head and looking up, Joya's gaze fell upon the beautiful, puzzled face of the Holy Angel Beast. Then, with a perspective entirely different from before, he scrutinized her from head to toe, a thought stirring within him. Is this what it feels like to be burdened by a small horse? I have yet to experience such a sensation. Her petite, armor-clad body might well be larger than my own head. How delightful it would be to delve into that. In Kagaya, upon returning to the ninja world, I must certainly give it a try. Regaining his focus, Joya cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, you will find out soon enough. Just remember the terms of our deal. At his words, the Holy Angel Beast nodded imperceptibly. Angelic Digimon never act against their contracts. In her heart, the notion of sacrificing herself for the digital world was entirely worthwhile. However, I am somewhat perplexed. Aren't you a Digimon as well? How could you possess human desires? Have you engaged in such acts? Do they truly bring pleasure to a Digimon? Upon hearing this string of inquiries from the Holy Angel Beast, Joya smiled knowingly. You will understand once you experience it yourself. Tilting her head, the Holy Angel Beast felt a rare flicker of curiosity. Let us cease our idle chatter. They are approaching. In response, the Holy Angel Beast turned her gaze towards the distance, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is that the Sword Emperor Beast and the Dunis Beast? They are both insufferable. Do you need my assistance? With a dismissive chuckle, Joya spoke with utmost confidence. Just sit back and watch. Chapter 89. The Righteous Holy Angel Beast within the church, where the walls had been breached by Joya in his sacred tree fruit form. The diminutive Superman form of Joya stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly oblivious to the concept of an opponent. The mere Sword Emperor Beast and Dunas Beast were no challenge for him. He did not even need to evolve to dispatch them. Although he had regressed from the Sacred Tree Fruit form to the Superman form, his abilities remained intact, albeit with a significant reduction in power. Now, Joya's horns and the Ninetales Rinnegan on his forehead had vanished, yet he could seamlessly switch between his eyes, the Rinnegan, the Rebirth Eye, and the Ninetales Rinnegan, transitioning effortlessly. The power I possess now is significantly stronger than when I first absorbed Az's abilities. Moments later, the Sword Emperor Beast and the Duranus Beast soared through the gaping hole in the church. A smirk curled at the corners of Joya's lips as his crimson eyes glinted with menace. He casually unleashed a beam of intense heat. Sizzle! The bodies of the Sword Emperor Beast and the Duranus Beast could barely withstand 10 seconds before being seared through. How infuriating. What kind of technique is this? The two ultimate-level Digimon, despite being pierced, did not succumb to death, piquing Joya's interest. Quite impressive, surviving my heat ray, are we? Let us see how you fare against this. With that, Joya opened a massive, Ninetales Rinnegan eye from his chest, its crimson hue radiating ominously. Instantly, a laser with a diameter of at least 15 centimeters engulfed the head of the Sword Emperor Beast. Boom. The lifeless body of the Sword Emperor Beast plummeted to the ground, gradually dissipating into data. The sinister gaze and terrifying beam that reduced the Sword Emperor Beast to mere data sent the Duranus Beast into a panic. Overwhelmed with fear, it yearned to flee. Yet its body betrayed it, refusing to obey. An ultimate-level Digimon. Is this all you have? Another heat ray was unleashed, and the Duranus Beast, paralyzed with fright, met the same fate as the Sword Emperor Beast. The Holy Angel Beast, with her lips slightly parted, observed the entire spectacle, incredulity lacing her voice as she queried. Didn't you regress? How can you, as an ultimate level, be so powerful? In response, Joya turned to face the Holy Angel Beast, gazing up at her before gradually ascending to her eye level. I am Joya, he introduced himself, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Are you not aware that the Light Beast, also known as the Six-Winged Beast, is in its rookie stage? Even in that form, it surpasses most ultimate-level Digimon in strength. Thus, even as I regress to an ultimate level, my power still overwhelms others of the same rank. Is this so surprising? Joya recalled that in the 4th season of Digimon, the Light Beast had not exhibited any signs of its mature form. Its fallen form transitioned directly into its perfect form, showcasing immense power. The ultimate-level Satan form of the Light Beast could unleash strikes capable of obliterating the Earth multiple times over. Upon hearing Joya's explanation, the Holy Angel Beast spoke urgently. What should we do? Is the digital world destined for destruction alongside the real world? Previously, she had believed that the Light Beast was already at the ultimate or super-ultimate level. She never fathomed that it was merely a rookie Digimon that had quelled the ceaseless war between humanoid and beast Digimon. Noticing the Holy Angel Beast's worried expression, Joya let out a disdainful chuckle. Obliterating the Earth is a trivial task for me. Even if the Light Beast were to absorb all the data from the digital world and evolve into its ultimate-level Satan form, it would still not stand a chance against me. Moreover, I shall not grant it the opportunity to collect data for evolution. With that, Joya soared out of the church. Witnessing the scene, the Holy Angel Beast hastily followed Joya outside the church. As she soared into the air, she beheld the standoff between Joya and the Light Beast. Hesitating momentarily, the Holy Angel Beast resolved to assist Joya. However, his mocking voice reached her ears. You need not intervene. Eliminating the Sword Emperor Beast and the Dunas Beast was hardly a warm-up and failed to excite me at all. Dissuading the well-intentioned Holy Angel Beast, Joya smirked while gazing at the opposing Light Beast. I hope you can provide me with a more thrilling experience. Since my arrival in this world, I have yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. The Light Beast's expression darkened at such disdain. It is you, human, who forced me to descend into the digital world in this weakened state. With a thunderous roar, the Light Beast invoked its ultimate technique, Majestic Cross. Clasping its hands together, it gradually spread them apart, revealing a void between its palms. From this emptiness emerged a projection of the galaxy, the sun, and other celestial bodies, all forming the shape of a cross, exuding an intimidating aura. Joya, be careful. That is the Light Beast's signature move. The Holy Angel Beast warned, but Joya remained silent. His focus riveted on the imposing Majestic Cross. Truthfully, witnessing such a spectacle quickened his pulse, yet he doubted the Light Beast's ability to truly command the galaxy. If that were the case, would he still need to gather data from individual planets within the digital world? The entire galaxy would suffice to render him immensely powerful. As the Majestic Cross took form, radiating a blinding light and hurtling towards him, Joya raised his hand. Super. Divine Judgment? What the? Holy Angel Beast, what are you doing? I never claimed I couldn't defeat him. Boom. In the next instant, the Holy Angel Beast dashed in front of Joya, braving the Majestic Cross, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Cracks appeared in her armor, and her body began to disintegrate into data. Unbelievable. Why is this holy angel beast so driven by a sense of justice and so disobedient? Joya mused, left speechless by the events unfolding in that moment. Truly, she embodied the essence of an angelic digital beast. He reached out to embrace the holy angel beast, whose form was twice his size and rapidly dissipating. Joya immediately began transferring data into her. Yet, whether due to incompatibility or some other reason, the holy angel beast's disintegration could not be halted. Fortunately, while he could not prevent her collapse, he could absorb the escaping data and store it. In doing so, when the holy angel beast regressed into a DG egg and subsequently hatched anew, he could return the data to her, allowing her to forego the evolution process and descend directly to her ultimate form. Typically, when a digital beast perishes and its data disperses to regress into a DG egg, its memories may vanish. Upon hatching, it would emerge as an entirely new digital beast. Regardless of the circumstances, the holy angel beast acted out of goodwill, sacrificing herself to shield Joya from an attack that could not harm him. How could he allow the holy angel beast to perish so easily? Moreover, after this brief encounter lasting less than half an hour, he had developed quite an affection for her. Channeling his data into the holy angel beast, Joya exerted every effort to preserve her core essence. Joya, you must save both the digital world and the real world. No, wait, is this right? Are you playing the tragic role now? Your tone is rather stark. Memories of his childhood began to assault Joya, prompting a heartfelt sigh. Truly, it was a classic trope of childhood anime. Chapter 90, The Ninja Realm? Paradise. He completely failed to comprehend Joya's words. As the data fragmented, dissipated, and dwindled, the holy angel beast spoke weakly. I entrust the world to you, Joya. The figure in Joya's arms dissolved into data, leaving behind only her final words and the digital egg that was meant to return to the founding village of the digital world. I'm sorry, Joya. I have broken my promise. Upon hearing the holy angel beast's last words, Joya's expression turned icy. Taking a deep breath, he stowed the digital egg away and turned to face the mocking, onlooking light beast. I must admit, you are quite formidable. Since my arrival in this realm, you are the first to evoke such rage in me. As he spoke, Joya's figure abruptly appeared before the light beast. The previously grinning light beast, who was watching with amusement, now wore a look of astonishment and uncertainty. Such speed. You're not human. A Digimon? Ah, no matter what you are. You shall pay for obstructing my resurrection today. With a resounding thud, before the light beast could finish speaking, Joya delivered a powerful punch, sending it flying. Enough of your incessant chatter. You need only experience the profound fear and despair of your soul. I shall end your life in the most violent and agonizing manner. With that, Joya's eyes transformed into the Nine-Tails Rinnegan. Yomi's Biriban. Two pitch-black portals materialized beside Joya and behind the flung light beast. Thud. He struck the portal with a punch, and in an instant, his fist emerged from the portal behind the light beast, striking with tremendous speed against its back. Thud. 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 The light beast was sent soaring through the air like an uncontrolled tennis ball, suffering repeated blows. It flapped its wings in an attempt to stabilize itself. However, in the next moment, as its wings began to move, Joya seized them. The sound of tearing echoed, and the light beast emitted a wail even more harrowing than that of the holy angel beast. Hearing that melodious cry of agony, Joya grinned wickedly. We're not finished yet. This is merely the beginning. The sound of tearing echoed continuously as pristine feathers scattered across the ground. The 6 pairs of wings behind the radiant beast were forcibly ripped away by Joya. He slowly approached, extending his hand to grasp the neck of the plummeting radiant beast, which had lost its wings, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Oh, where is that mocking smile of yours? Why has it vanished? Keep laughing. With a series of resounding punches, he struck the beast's abdomen, his taunts flowing ceaselessly. The radiant beast's face contorted in agony. Joya let out a disdainful grunt and delivered a powerful kick, sending it soaring into the sky. Veins bulged on its forehead as it gritted its teeth. The radiant beast, eyes wide with fury, clasped its hands together, aiming to unleash its ultimate technique, the magnificent cross. Observing this, Joya swiftly darted in front of the beast, seizing its head and forcefully driving it into his knee. A resounding crash echoed, followed by the sound of shattering bones. The radiant beast's head was crushed, dissipating into data that vanished into the air. How utterly ridiculous. Did it think I would allow my enemy to save their ally? Does it not comprehend the fate of villains who prattle on? Recalling the moment he had transmitted data to the holy angel beast while the radiant beast merely stood by, Joya felt vindicated in his belief that the demise of such villains was not without reason. None possessed a sound mind. After absorbing the remaining data of the shattered radiant beast, Joya retrieved the digital egg of the holy angel beast from within himself. During the earlier confrontation, he had attempted to return the data to her, but the results were far from satisfactory. The egg's rate of data absorption and digestion was sluggish. It seems I shall have to wait a while for our next meeting. He had initially hoped to use some cleansing lotion, but alas, Stowing the digital egg back within himself, he awaited its gradual hatching. A peculiar thought suddenly arose in Joya's mind. Goodness, am I, in essence, akin to being pregnant now? He chuckled, finding a strange satisfaction in fulfilling Tsunade's minuscule wish. Surveying his surroundings, Joya attempted to establish a connection with the constant. The problem is resolved. It is time for me to depart. When I return, both the digital world and the real world will be under my dominion. At that time, Constant, you shall manage the digital realm for me. Receiving no response, Joya shrugged indifferently. In an instant, his figure vanished. A moment later, a voice filled with confusion echoed in the air. What did he mean by that? The Constant was left bewildered. In the ninja world, Konoha village. Less than a minute after Joya's disappearance, he reappeared before everyone. Joya, you've returned to your original form? Tsunade exclaimed in delight upon seeing her partner restored. Joya, in turn, felt quite pleased himself, for he could now take advantage of the female ninjas presented by those blacklight warriors. As for the thoughts of the female ninjas themselves, Joya had completely ceased to consider them. Who was he? He was the magnificent and supreme will of Blacklight, the future sovereign of the Blacklight dimension, the Blacklight universe, and the Blacklight world. In a lawful society, was he still to indulge in women? The initial consent does not imply agreement midway. Is there also a false accusation? In the future world of Joya, whenever a stunningly beautiful girl appears, he will ensure that her spirit is shattered, condemning her to a fate of eternal suffering. The principles of human rights and the equality of power hold substantial merit in the actions undertaken by Azu. Joya intends to govern his realm according to such regulations. Should any alluring woman seek only benefits without fulfilling her responsibilities or contributing, she must not blame him for his ruthless nature. Of course, any man who attempts to force a woman will find no tolerance from Joya except for himself, as he is the magnificent and supreme embodiment of the Blacklight will. Joya, your demeanor is endearingly charming. Upon hearing this, Joya turned speechless, glancing up at the towering Kaguya, yet his view was largely obstructed by the vibrant bunny. What are you saying? Who is small? You are the one who is large. With a thought, Joya, Kaguya, Tsunade, and everyone within the residence were instantaneously transported onto a colossal ice bed in a snowy realm. His gaze fell upon the vibrant bunny, and he dove right in. Delightful. The bouncy cotton candy had an exquisitely sweet taste, reminiscent of being enveloped by clouds. Observing this, a hint of jealousy crossed Tsunade's face. Thus, a grand competition of stacking blocks and assembling puzzles commenced. Those under 18 could only watch and learn, while the eligible participants engaged in a spirited contest of building and solving alongside Joya. Oh my, it's overwhelming. Dazzled by the beloved female ninjas from before his journey, Joya found himself utterly absorbed in the games of stacking and puzzling, utterly entranced. He couldn't help but reflect, this place is akin to paradise. Chapter 91, Weapons of War. Uchiha Light? While Joya savored his existence, the ninja world, under the guidance of Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Abido, who was infused with the Blacklight virus, along with the Hokage and Blacklight warriors, steadily gravitated towards the realm of the Black Robe Enforcers. When had the people of the ninja world ever tasted such fine grain? From birth, they toiled tirelessly, never daring to pause. However, as Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama advanced technology for the masses, all within the ninja world began vying to become slaves. Under the relentless construction led by Hashirama and Madara, Konoha flourished for 70 years. After Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Tenten, Karatsuchi, and Shikamaru reached adulthood and were welcomed into Joya's Crystal Palace, the ninja world entered a state of industrial civilization and modernity, arriving far earlier than in the original narrative. In Konoha, within Joya's expansive bedroom of over 300 square meters, Kaguya, Tsunade, Kushina Izumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, Konan, Rin Noera, Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, Ino Yamanaka, Tenten, and Karatsuchi gathered. In a lively gathering, the female ninjas, Kagami, Yuhi, Tamari, Yuzuki, Pakura, Samui, Shizune, the two Yuki siblings, and the now 14-year-old Hinata Hanabi, engaged in animated conversation. The scene was chaotic. And lying on the bed, Joya felt as if he were surrounded by a cacophony of squawking ducks in a bustling marketplace. Unable to endure the noise, he suppressed his hearing and finally exhaled with relief as silence enveloped him. The overwhelming presence of women often led to incessant chatter. His gaze drifted across Kaguya, Tsunade, and the others, prompting Joya to reflect on how many had gathered. He pondered how Polaris, Christine, Jill, and Ida would react upon his return to the Marvel Universe. Lost in thought, Hinata Hanabi stealthily approached him, attempting to launch a surprise attack. Sitting up to intercept her next move, Joya released his hearing and spoke with resignation. Hanabi, I've told you many times, not until you turn 18. At his words, Hanabi pouted, made a face of discontent, and with a huff, went off to find her sister. Hinata. Watching her retreating figure, Joya couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, amused by her repeated attempts at ambush. Just 4 more years, and then they could proceed. Stifling a yawn, Joya reclined once more, ready to drift back to sleep when his phone rang. Hello? Who is it? Your Highness, it is Itachi Uchiha. Oh, it's you. What is the matter? It's about the time before Konoha was established. Our Uchiha clan deliberately created a weapon of war to counter the Senju clan. A weapon of war? This sounds somewhat familiar. Itachi, please don't tell me this weapon is a girl named Uchiha Hikari. Itachi's silence confirmed Joya's suspicion. Is it truly so? Such a fine girl. What a waste for Boruto. Where is Uchiha Hikari now? Is she still sealed by your clan? Noticing the shift in Joya's tone, Itachi hastened to explain. A few days ago, my father found records about Uchiha Hikari while sorting through our clan's ancient texts. When he and the elders went to investigate, they expressed concern about Hikari's hatred and wanted to eliminate her. However, my father, seeing her beauty, intended to present her to you, which is why I called. Upon hearing this, Joya fell into thought. Although his image among his subordinates had become increasingly exaggerated, he had to admit that Uchiha Fugaku had handled this matter quite well. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, Itachi, let me personally handle Uchiha Hikari. This is not due to my lechery, but rather because the darkness and hatred within her far exceed what your clan imagines. Only I can manage it properly. Itachi appeared skeptical of Joya's words, yet wisely feigned understanding, granting Joya the courtesy he sought. So Uchiha Hikari is indeed so perilous. Thank you for your trouble, your highness. I shall deliver Uchiha Hikari to your residence at once. Such insincere flattery made Joya feel somewhat embarrassed. Well, you should hurry, she replied, hastily ending the call. It seemed that her lecherous image had become firmly entrenched in the minds of her subordinates. Oh well, what did it matter what they thought? She was powerful enough to indulge herself. Half a day later, Uchiha Hikari, bound and sealed of chakra, was brought to Joya's home. Accompanying her were not only Uchiha Itachi but also a female ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Let go of me. Where on earth are you damn ninjas taking me? Hikari was unceremoniously tossed at the entrance of Joya's estate. Uchiha Itachi coldly remarked, if you wish to live, step inside. Having never seen such a magnificent estate, Hikari stood frozen at the entrance, her heart filled with hatred as she absorbed Itachi's words. However, her chakra was sealed, rendering her powerless to escape. Turning to glance at Itachi's crimson Sharingan eyes, she reluctantly stepped into the courtyard of Joya's residence. As she surveyed the towering walls, at least 5 meters high, she inhaled deeply. The Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and this detestable world, all must be destroyed. Once I find a way to slip out of here, I shall seek to lift this seal and annihilate the ninja world. Attempting to scale the 5-meter wall while her chakra was sealed proved to be no trivial task. Moreover, any noise she made might attract the guards outside. After a moment of contemplation under Itachi's watchful gaze, Hikari cautiously entered Joya's home, meticulously closing the door behind her before turning to peer through the peephole. She observed as Itachi confirmed her entry and then departed with the Uzumaki clan member, leaving Hikari perplexed. Weren't they concerned about her escape? With this thought, Hikari's mind began to race as she ventured further into the house. Exiting through the front door could lead her to the very individuals who had brought her back. It would be wiser to seek an alternative exit from the back of the estate. Carefully navigating the opulent first floor, she realized she had yet to leave Joya's estate. What was going on here? Who resided in such a place? Did they only use the front entrance? Hikari's speculation was not unfounded. Joya, along with Kagaya and Tsunade, typically traveled by flight. Who needed doors? Finding no one on the first floor, Hikari attempted to pull open a sliding glass door. But whether due to its weight or being locked, she could not budge it. Breaking the window would likely create a commotion that would attract the guards outside. Perhaps she should try to find another exit upstairs? Stealthily ascending the stairs, Hikari remained unaware that since her entrance into Konoha, Joya had been secretly observing her. In a third-floor bedroom, Hanabi peered through the walls and floorboards at the unsuspecting Hikari, a smile gracing her face. Sister, it appears she is even younger than I am. At last, I am no longer the youngest. Chapter 92, The Excited Madara, The Impulsive Hashirama, Tobirama, and Obito. While Uchiha Kagami was engaged in an adventurous game at the Joya residence, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obito arrived at a desolate area in the ninja world, far removed from the great nations. The landscape was barren, littered with grayish-white rocks. This desolation was likely a result of Kagaya and Ishiki planting the fruit of the divine tree a millennium ago, which drained the planet's life energy, leading to its current state of decay. Gazing down at the battlefield, a rather intrigued smile spread across Madara's face. Since his resurrection, this was the first time he had encountered someone capable of battling numerous blacklight entities and still managing to escape. This individual must be the Otsutsuki Ishiki that the prince spoke of. Perhaps he should now be referred to as Jigen? As soon as Obito's words left his lips, Madara swiftly reached out, plucking Obito's eyes and consuming them. Madara, what are you doing? Questioned Obito, his forehead adorned with a frown as he regrew a pair of eyes. How could he snatch his eyes without so much as a greeting? Ignoring Obito's inquiry, Madara turned his attention to Hashirama. Do you not desire Obito's eyes? His spatial abilities are quite useful and may come in handy shortly. That does hold truth, Hashirama replied, with a few swift motions. Both Hashirama and Tobirama effortlessly extracted the eternal Mangeki Sharingan from Obito's eye sockets and absorbed them. Obito felt aggrieved but remained silent. After all these years, although they had not tasted the fruit of the divine tree, they had acquired the Rinnegan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and a plethora of other abilities. Their strength was likely far superior to that of the legendary sage of six paths. Let us not forget that they were all endowed with the powers of Azura. With merely Azura's abilities, they could survive in the vacuum of space, not to mention the blacklight virus they possessed. Even the Otsutsuki clan, particularly Ishiki, who struggled against the blacklight entities, would find themselves overwhelmed should Otsutsuki Kagaya, Momoshiki, or Kinshiki descend upon the ninja world. Hashirama and Madara alone would be sufficient to subdue them. After acquiring the ability of Kamui, the group descended towards the battlefield. Previously, they had refrained from obtaining Kamui from Obito, as it was unnecessary for the reconstruction of the ninja world. After all, they could not expect to return to the days of servitude as in the realm of the black-robed enforcers. Even if Hashirama held no objections, Madara and the ninjas under their command could not comply. At this moment, amidst the battlefield, the sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. Dodging the massive black-red tendrils that struck the ground like rain, Jigen gasped for breath as he beheld a colossal creature formed from a multitude of blacklight entities. It was a grotesque and terrifying mass of flesh, far larger than Hashirama's great Buddha statue. All of Jigen's efforts proved futile against such a horrifying monstrosity. His attacks were indeed capable of penetrating defenses and eliminating individual entities of the black light. However, once the black light beings coalesced, the damage he inflicted felt merely like a tickle. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying, grotesque creature would restore itself. Continuously evading the onslaught of the massive creature's tendrils, he feared that even the slightest contact would lead to his complete absorption. As he retreated, Cicien found himself muttering incessantly in his mind, cursing the despicable and the shameless. His current disposition resembled that of a helpless marionette. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such an absurd monstrosity, regardless of whether it was the renowned Baikuna or the weapons he had crafted, or even his extensive combat experience and physical techniques. Their effectiveness was severely limited against the colossal amalgamation of blacklight beings. The collective resembled a hedgehog. The moment Cicien drew near, he would be flayed alive, with no hope of a safe escape. If this persisted, he would be forced to revive within this very body. This vessel could not withstand an overwhelming surge of energy. Upon revival, he would perish completely within 2 days. How infuriating! In his mind, the Otsutsuki ritual gripped his resolve, as he desperately sought a means of escape. Just as he pondered, he suddenly noticed that the monster had halted in its tracks, neither pursuing him nor initiating an attack, and was even beginning to disintegrate. What was happening? What had transpired? Stopping his flight, covered in fissures, Cicien calmed himself, sensing the approach of others. He cast his gaze upward to see 4 figures descending not far in front of him. Cicien furrowed his brow. Are you the masters of these creatures? Given the circumstances, it indeed appeared so. After all, they had only just arrived, and the monster had disbanded and retreated. Are you referring to the blacklight beings? They are not monsters. Rather, they are the citizens under the dominion of the magnificent and supreme blacklight will. And we, equally so. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words and witnessing the fervor in his eyes, Cicien's mind, overwhelmed with shock, felt as if his heart skipped a beat. What nonsense! This is utterly preposterous. When did this world transform into such a state? Obito, stop wasting words with him. Just seize him and bring him before the altar. I still have to teach my nephew ninjutsu upon our return. As Uchiha Madara's voice faded, he surged forward towards Cicien. Observing this, Senja Hashirama turned to his brother. Since Azuna was revived by Orochimaru and has already married and started a family, when will you give me a nephew to play with? Hearing Hashirama's insistence, Tobirama sighed in resignation. Brother, you needn't compete with Madara on this matter. Moreover, children are not mere playthings. Not wishing to linger on this topic, Senja Tobirama directed his attention to Obito. Have you yet decided on a name for your child with Rin? At this, Obito's face lit up with a blissful smile as he shook his head. The 3 conversed as if oblivious to their surroundings. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara was sent flying back. Aside from Hashirama, I have never felt such exhilaration. In the realm of martial arts, among those who have engaged with me, I would dare to proclaim you as the strongest. Can you still dance? Continue to delight me. Now, I too shall reveal my true prowess. With that, Uchiha Madara surged forth at full speed towards the pit he had created, burying Tsukuyomi deep within the earth. Madara's voice resonated loudly, clear as day to the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who lay dozens of meters underground. However, the words of Madara stirred a pang of nostalgia within him. Damn it, this world is undeniably flawed. It ought not to be this way. Who on earth has turned the ninja realm into such a chaotic state? Hashirama, Tobirama, and Obito, witnessing Madara's fervor, felt a sudden itch to engage in battle themselves. It had been quite some time since they had fought earnestly. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, Otsutsuki Ishiki inexplicably shivered, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Joya household, Joya observed Uchiha Light indulging in an adventurous game within his home when he suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. Who was thinking of me? Or could it be that someone is covertly cursing me? Unless absolutely necessary, Joya refrained from employing his enhanced vision and hearing. It was far too chaotic. Just within his bedroom, the presence of Kagaya and Tsunade alone was enough to give him a headache. If he were to extend his hearing, he could only imagine the overwhelming cacophony that would assault his ears, driving him to madness. Chapter 93. The bewildered Uchiha Light, his gaze pierced through the walls, observing Uchiha Light cautiously exploring from the first floor to the second, still failing to find an exit from the estate. A smirk crept upon Joya's lips. If memory serves correctly, her kaleidoscope technique seemed to possess a power known as the 8,000 spears, capable of marking and controlling enemies while siphoning their chakra. Such a power might have once piqued Joya's interest, but now it was utterly useless. Under the accustomed gazes of Kagaya, Tsunade, and the others, Joya stepped out of his room and descended the stairs. There was no room for discomfort any longer. The bedroom was now occupied by 20 female ninjas. One more or one less made no difference. They were all acutely aware that Joya's harem would only continue to grow. At the staircase landing, Joya met the gaze of Uchiha Light, who had just rounded the corner. Uchiha Light? Ah. Upon encountering the master of the estate, Uchiha Light instinctively felt a tightening in her chest and gasped, subsequently slipping and tumbling down the stairs. In a desperate flail, she attempted to grasp the handrail to steady herself. Yet, for reasons unknown, everything in this mansion was disproportionately large, making it impossible for her. Still in her youth with arms too short to reach the handrail, just when she believed she might plummet to her demise, Joya extended his hand, gently drawing Uchiha Light towards him. Having regained her balance, Uchiha Light hastily recoiled, pressing herself against the corridor wall, eyeing the man before her with caution. Who are you? How do you know my name? Did you command those people to bring me here? What is your true intention? Upon hearing this, Joya chuckled softly. Do you not think your inquiries are rather foolish? Having appeared here, who else could have commanded those individuals to bring you along? As for the purpose, join my harem. Upon hearing such blunt and exceedingly rude words, Uchiha Hikari was taken aback. What is wrong with this person? Is there something amiss with their mind? No. Wait, is this the reason you commanded those wretched ninjas to bring me here? With a playful shrug and a light chuckle, Joya replied, what else could it be? Do you believe there is anything else about you that I would find intriguing? Surely. You do not think I would treat you as a weapon of war like the Uchiha clan does. You must be aware that had it not been for my orders, you would have already been eradicated by the current elders of the Uchiha clan. So, what do you say? Will you consider joining my harem? As he spoke, Joya approached the astonished Uchiha Hikari. He reached out, gently caressing her cheek, and whispered, though I suggest you consider it, in truth, you possess no grounds for refusal. Regardless of your agreement or dissent, in this world, there is nothing I desire that I cannot attain. With that, Joya seized the fiercely resisting Uchiha Hikari and returned to the bedroom. Upon entering, he carelessly tossed Uchiha Hikari beside Kagaya and the others, who were discussing where to shop and play. Joya then reclined on the bed, closed his eyes, and murmured, you all help me adjust things. I shall rest a while longer. If she insists on annihilating the ninja world and slaying everyone, then let her destroy and kill a few times to vent her frustrations. Hearing this, Kagaya nodded, lowering her gaze to the adorable girl she held, who appeared utterly bewildered, clearly at the height of confusion. What is wrong with these individuals? Why do they speak of world destruction so casually? It makes the hatred within me seem like a joke. Dear little sister, your name is Uchiha Hikari, is it not? I am Terumi Mei, do not forget that. Come, let us take you shopping. Hanabi, we are leaving. You now have companions, so stop contemplating ambushing Joya. Surrounded by 20 beautiful older sisters, Uchiha Hikari felt incredibly out of place. The thought of that man suggesting she join his harem left her even more bewildered. Are all these women his? How could one man possibly possess so many women at once? So many events transpired in an instant, from being unsealed to this luxurious mansion, and now inexplicably becoming part of a harem belonging to a man named Joya, who also supports her desire to annihilate the ninja world and kill everyone. This left her utterly at a loss, not knowing how to respond or what to do. Like a puppet, Uchiha Hikari was led by the 20 beautiful older sisters to go shopping. Finally, the bedroom fell silent, and Joya could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, at a battlefield far from the major nations, Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, and Obito stood beside Otsutsuki Ishiki, who remained in a state of uncertainty regarding life and death. This fellow isn't too bad. He allows me to stretch my limbs a bit. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's scornful remarks, the Otsutsuki Ishiki, forced to reincarnate within Kagaya's vessel, found himself utterly defeated, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in frustration. What in the world has transpired? What is the nature of the power coursing through your veins? Since the onset of battle, barely half an hour had elapsed, yet Otsutsuki Ishiki had succumbed completely. His abilities seemed to have lost all efficacy, proving utterly futile. Whether targeting his head, heart, or any other part, the four adversaries appeared devoid of vulnerabilities. Any harm inflicted upon them healed almost instantaneously. Space-time ninjutsu? They wielded that as well, even able to navigate their own dimensions. The Heavenly Gourd? Their physical defenses were remarkably robust, rendering objects stored within nearly indestructible. Attempting to shrink himself with the technique of the lesser deity would render him an easy target. The vision of those four was grotesquely acute, filling him with revulsion. In stark contrast, Otsutsuki Ishiki could scarcely withstand the heat rays unleashed by Hashirama and his companions. Observing that the four opponents paid him no heed, Otsutsuki Ishiki let out a furious roar, declaring, "You are not even human." But with that cry, he drew his last breath, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had been expected to survive for another 2 days, yet the brief yet relentless assault from Hashirama and his allies had drained his energy to the brink. Unable to endure, Otsutsuki Ishiki met an untimely demise. Grasping the severed horn of Otsutsuki Ishiki, Obito turned to his companions, perplexed. Why did this fellow suddenly perish? Should we still present the corpse before the Lord? Upon hearing Obito's query, the others exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion, they decided it prudent to return with the body for Joya's examination, as he had previously instructed them to keep an eye on this individual. Consequently, Hashirama and the others ascended into the sky, heading towards Konohagakure. Several hours later, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kagaya and Tonikunoichi, including Tsunade, were still bustling about with Uchiha Itachi in the marketplace. Kagaya suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, her heart tightening as she looked toward the distance. Otsutsuki Ishiki? Hearing Kagaya's murmured words, Tsunade and Konan exchanged puzzled glances. What is it, Kagaya? Tsunade inquired. Coming back to herself, Kagaya noticed the concern in Tsunade and Konan's eyes, and with a soft sigh, she shook her head, smiling wryly. There was no longer any need for her to fear. It's nothing. You two continue enjoying your time with Uchiha Itachi. I have a minor matter to attend to. Chapter 94. In the Marvel Universe, 22 women appeared within a single day. Upon their return to Konohagakure, the four companions were met by Kagaya soaring towards them, her gaze fixed intently on the Otsutsuki Ishiki that Obito held aloft. Have you already dispatched him? She inquired. Indeed, my lady, the four replied, bowing respectfully, and proceeded to elaborate on the details of the battle. After absorbing their account, Kagaya fell into deep contemplation. She had never anticipated that the once formidable foe who had caused her such anxiety would be so effortlessly vanquished, without requiring intervention from herself or Joya. With a gentle sigh, Kagaya released a heavy burden from her heart and spoke. There is no need to show it to Joya. You may handle it as you see fit. As her words fell, Kagaya's figure vanished in an instant, a smile of relief gracing her face as she returned to Tsunade and Konan's side. After Kagaya's departure, the four of them exchanged glances. In that case, let us entrust this corpse to Orochimaru and see if he can extract anything of value from it. You all may go. I shall check on my nephew. The eldest brother added. You and Obito should proceed. I have numerous matters to attend to. Obito, feeling a sense of hesitation as he watched them depart one by one, let out a long sigh. Why do I feel that my fate is so burdensome? As the years swiftly passed, with the company of Kagaya and Tsunade's 20 female ninjas, Uchiha Hikari accepted the reality of his situation in less than 3 months. He also grew fond of life at Joya's home. Now, nearly of age alongside Hanabi, he was about to experience something quite exciting today, building blocks and puzzles. That night, in the dimly lit bedroom shared by Joya, Hanabi, and Uchiha Hikari, Joya asked, Are you ready? I am about to begin. The two replied in hushed tones, their eyes tightly shut, unwilling to open them. Previously, when watching Joya and the elder sisters play with building blocks and puzzles, they had not perceived it as a challenging endeavor. However, when it was their turn to participate, both Hanabi and Hikari began to feel an involuntary tension. Fortunately, seasoned as he was, Joya quickly alleviated their nerves regarding their first experience with building blocks and puzzles. Just as Joya was about to delve into the main activity, he felt a peculiar stirring within himself. Is the digital egg about to hatch? Pausing his actions, Joya retrieved the digital egg from within and placed it on the bed, his gaze filled with anticipation. Noticing Joya's sudden halt, Hanabi and Hikari opened their eyes. their expressions filled with wonder. Hey, Joya, what is this? A digital egg. A digital egg? Yes, one that can hatch a stunning beauty. At this, Hanabi and Hikari exchanged bemused smiles, realizing that only a truly beautiful girl could pique Joya's interest. Amused yet intrigued, they couldn't help but wonder about the exquisite beauty that could emerge from this egg, compelling Joya to pause at such a critical moment. Under their watchful eyes, the digital egg began to crack. Moments later, a charming little white puppy emerged. Wait, am I not already dead? In the dimly lit bedroom, the puppy was utterly disoriented. Unable to discern its surroundings or the faces of Joya, Hanabi, and Uchiha Hikari. Observing this, Joya concentrated and turned on the bedroom light, speaking softly. I had told you before to merely observe. The light beast's attacks cannot harm me. You must not take it upon yourself to shield me from damage again. It took me so many years to finally wait for you to hatch. Upon illuminating the surroundings, upon encountering Joya, the puppy beast, momentarily disregarding the enigma of retaining memories, inquired forthwith, has the light beast perished? Have both the digital world and the real world been salvaged? Gently caressing the puppy beast's head, Joya replied with a smile, Indeed. Salvation has been attained. But let us set aside such matters, for today is of paramount significance. I shall first return your data. It is fortuitous that you shall partake in this as well. Without awaiting further inquiries from the puppy beast, Joya commenced the transmission of the data stored within. As torrents of information surged forth, the puppy beast gradually emanated a radiant white glow. Growth stage, puppy beast. Mature stage, Diru beast. Perfect stage, celestial maiden beast. Ultimate stage, holy celestial maiden beast, also known as Seraphimon. Observing the puppy beast evolve thrice consecutively to its ultimate form, Joya, intrigued, pondered what further evolution could possibly await. Converting his energy into data, he continued the transmission. Moments later, the Seraphimon erupted with a black luminescence. Its appearance began to transform. The helmet diminished, revealing a complete visage, with pale skin and crimson eyes adorned with fresh red tear tracks. The armor and wings underwent a complete metamorphosis, and the weapon transitioned from a gun shield to a scythe. Ultimate form, fallen Seraphimon. Ah, is this not the fallen form of the holy celestial maiden beast? Joya mused. I recall that this form is said to arise from an overwhelming fury, leading to a forsaking of emotions and spiraling into madness. Perhaps one might term it as darkening? Yet, Joya's recollection was somewhat hazy. He distinctly remembered that within this form, Seraphimon's heart still yearned to hunt down evil, albeit dictated by her own standards of what constituted evil. If she deemed something evil, it must be hunted. If not, then it represented justice. Haha, this form is indeed more compatible with me. I find it delightful. As the evolution concluded, the fallen Seraphimon, having reached her data capacity, smirked. Her descent into this form was neither born from fury nor darkening, but rather a mere consequence of assimilating Joya's data. Yet, fallen she was, and her thoughts and personality had irrevocably altered. The transcendent sense of justice had dissipated, replaced by a self-defined righteousness. Should you bring me into this world, Joya, you must take responsibility, she declared, placing herself and Joya at the forefront. The armor cascaded to the ground. In the presence of Huahua and Guang, who were rendered speechless by the spectacle, the fallen Seraphimon playfully toppled Joya onto the bed, engaging in a delightful game of building blocks and puzzles. Ah! A sudden exclamation broke Huahua and Guang from their reverie. Soon, the trio joyfully immersed themselves in their playful pastimes as the sun soared high in the sky. On the first floor of the mansion, after a night of mahjong, Kagaya, Tsunade, Conan, and nearly 20 female ninjas ascended the stairs. Those sisters who had never before built blocks or played puzzles with Joya willingly relinquished their turn for the night. This unspoken understanding had long been established among them. After all, while 2 or 3 might suffice, having over 20 for their inaugural block building and puzzle playing session was indeed a bit excessive. However, it was merely for one night. The following day, they would all engage in the activities together. Months later, having temporarily exhausted their interest in building blocks and puzzles, Hanabi, Hikari, and the fallen angel beast, along with Kagaya, Tsunade, and others, 22 women in total, returned to the Marvel Universe with Joya. In the villa, he hoped that Lorna, Jill, Ida, Christine, and Wanda Wooten TB2 startled upon their return from work, gazing out at the moon and observing the bustling activity of Kagaya, Tsunade, and the fallen angel beast in the villa. Joya felt an inexplicable twinge of anxiety. Polaris, Jill, Ida, and Christine seemed fine, but he was particularly concerned about scaring Wanda. He had intentions to win her over, and if she were frightened, her favor might plummet to 0. At this moment, less than a day had passed since Joya departed from the Marvel Universe. In just one day, he had acquired 22 women, a feat that would overwhelm anyone, not to mention Wanda, who had yet to become one of Joya's women. Chapter 95. As Joya anticipated, upon returning home, Polaris, Jill, Ida, and Christine were utterly flabbergasted by the sight of so many women scurrying about the villa. Their minds momentarily froze as they stared at Joya, then stepped back to take in the chaotic scene. It took a moment for them to regain their composure, after which they stormed into the villa and confronted Joya with fervent accusations. Their argument escalated to a cacophony, nearly overwhelming Polaris, Jill, Ida, and Christine. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the bed, listening to Joya's explanations. Reluctantly, they accepted the reality of the situation. Just one day had passed, and yet Joya had become remarkably formidable. Even their superhuman bodies struggled to cope. On the other side, Wanda found herself enveloped in a sea of women. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This is absurd. Am I some sort of stud? The spectrum of body types and styles ranged from the cool and aloof to the vivacious and adorable. Wanda felt as though she might be swayed. No, this isn't right. I arrived first. Reflecting on Joya's blatant favoritism, she surveyed the array of voluptuous figures around her and felt a surge of urgency. She hurriedly made her way to Joya's bedroom, observing Wanda's retreating figure. Tsunade turned to Kagaya. Should they strive to cultivate a good relationship with them? Or should they avoid complicating matters for Joya? At Tsunade's words, the fallen angel beast, who had already been irritated by the sight of Polaris and the others, felt a stirring in her heart and also looked toward Kagaya. They should refrain from actions that would place Joya in a difficult position. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade, the fallen angel beast, and several female ninjas, including Kohara Udatane, Kushina Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno, let out a collective sigh, tinged with jealousy. Alas, they could only coexist harmoniously as good sisters. The sun hung high in the sky. Wanda, Polaris, Jill, Ada, and Christine, exhausted from their first experience of stacking blocks and playing puzzles, had fallen into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the ever-energetic Joya was lost in contemplation. Strengthening tasks awaited, followed by seeking out the Ancient One to prepare for the invasion of the world of Elden Ring. Speaking of which, system, can the side quest now be issued? That world could be seized at any moment. There was no rush for him now. His primary objective was to swiftly elevate his strength to the level of a singular universe, or even a multiverse. In doing so, he might be able to launch an invasion of Earth in the Marvel Universe immediately after acquiring the Chaos Seed. Gradually, he would consume the Marvel Universe. Searching. Randomly customized task, the great first step. In 2012, the Chitauri army will descend upon Earth in a few years. Please appear before the world as a savior. Accumulating prestige for the subsequent conquest. Reward, 3 random side quest worlds. Accumulating prestige, given his current strength, certainly seemed inadequate against various evil gods like Dormammu and Shumagorath. However, it was reasonable to first gain the admiration and affection of all as a savior. And when his power was sufficient, he could then retaliate and invade the world. This approach would also minimize the vigilance of those evil gods eyeing Earth. They all desired to conquer the planet, and Joya's gaze had already extended to the entirety of the Marvel Universe. Thus, a temporary disguise and a show of weakness were indeed necessary. It seems that in the Marvel Universe, he must exercise a bit more restraint and cannot act with impunity. Yet, within the side quest worlds? With this thought, a smile crept upon Joya's lips. In the side quest worlds, he would be the unparalleled and unquestionable supreme deity. He rolled out of bed and made his way to the living room, where Kagaya, Tsunade, and the others were engaged in a game of mahjong, playing cards, and discussing plans for shopping and other activities. Joya casually remarked, "I'm heading out for a bit. I'll probably be back tonight. Make sure to get along with Lorna and the others, and don't get into any fights." "Understood. Don't worry, Joya." They all responded, demonstrating their understanding. With a satisfied smile, Joya left the villa. He soared upwards, breaking through the clouds. Opening his senses, he sought out the location of Tony Stark. Strengthening task, palladium poisoning. Hiss. Should he directly merge the Blacklight virus with Stark? After a brief contemplation, Joya decided to wait a little longer. He felt that it wouldn't be complete unless he witnessed Iron Man snap his fingers with his own eyes. Moreover, before attaining multiverse-level strength, it was wise not to act too recklessly. Having just acquired the abilities of his homeland, he had felt a bit overconfident. After years of grounding himself in the ninja world, Joya's heart had indeed calmed somewhat. At the press conference site, after spending several days addressing the situation left by Joya regarding Obadiah, Stark was compelled to explain the appearance of the robot on the rooftop of Stark Tower last night. In the hall, before a throng of journalists, Stark glanced at the speech in his hands, then looked in astonishment at Joya, who had just entered through the doors unnoticed by anyone. His expression was a mixture of surprise and confusion. Just as he was about to ask someone to fetch a chair for Joya, Stark noticed Joya raise a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep the other's presence concealed. Raising an eyebrow and shrugging, Stark returned his gaze to the speech. He decided to tackle the immediate matters at hand first, express gratitude and reminisce later after the press conference concluded. The truth was, I am Iron Man. Witnessing Stark utter this declaration, Joya could not help but smile. The sensation was entirely different from watching a film. As Stark's words echoed through the hall, all the reporters sprang to their feet in excitement, encircling Stark. This was indeed a monumental revelation. No one had anticipated Stark would so openly acknowledge his identity. Except for Joya, who turned to leave the chaotic press conference room. In the lounge, "Oh, Tony. I knew he would do this," exclaimed the director. Tony Stark has admitted it. He deviated from his speech. "Damn it. I saw the live broadcast." Upon entering the lounge, Joya noticed Pepper, shaking her head in exasperation, and Coulson briefing Fury over the phone with the classic exclamation of "damn it." Joya chuckled lightly at the outburst, prompting Pepper to look back at him, intrigued. "Who are you?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Joya responded with a smile. "Did Stark not mention me to you? Even if he didn't bring up last night's events, he must have mentioned my involvement in Afghanistan." Upon hearing this, Pepper's eyes widened in realization. "You are Joya, the new owner of Melvin?" "Indeed, and the one who saved Stark twice and you once," Joya added. Hearing his words, Pepper quickly replied, "Yes. I truly appreciate you bringing Tony back and for saving my life." Reflecting on that night when Stark had advised her to keep Joya's existence a secret, she swiftly turned to Coulson, speaking rapidly. "This is not the place to discuss this. Please follow me elsewhere. I believe Tony will need a bit more time before he can meet with you." Observing this, Joya chuckled softly, casually settling onto the sofa and pouring himself a glass of champagne. "No worries, I can wait here." Coulson couldn't see or hear him. Nor could Fury on the phone, nor the surveillance cameras present in the room. Chapter 96. This time, I shall save you, and the world you cherish. Upon hearing Joya's words, Pepper finally noticed that Coulson was still engrossed in his conversation with his superior, reporting the situation, completely oblivious to anyone's entrance or any unusual occurrences. With a playful smirk, Joya downed the champagne in his glass. Just as he was about to speak, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. "Is this merely a trivial application of illusion? I never anticipated that after just a day of absence, you would become so much stronger." Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a legendary portal behind Joya, little Pepper gasped in astonishment. "Ah!" She covered her mouth while pointing at the figure of Ancient One stepping through the portal. Joya shook his head in resignation. "Supreme Sorcerer, you truly seem to keep a constant watch over me. The energy within you is not magic. Have you ventured into a new realm? It appears you have spent quite some time there. Does time flow differently?" As Ancient One's deductions grew increasingly accurate, Joya hurriedly turned to interrupt. "Stop. If you keep guessing, you might strip me of my last shred of dignity. Since you're here, I have matters to discuss with you." Hearing this, Ancient One smiled and gazed at Joya, awaiting his words. Taking a deep breath, Joya's expression grew serious. On the other side of the mist lies a world known as the Borderland. The magic, prayers, and combat techniques there are notably formidable. Additionally, it is home to various otherworldly evil gods, demigods, divine beings, the supreme will, the mother of fingers, the golden tree, laws, and chaotic elements. While I am confident in my current abilities, I have yet to engage directly, making it difficult to assess my combat prowess. Moreover, I am not versed in magic. Therefore, if the Supreme Sorcerer has some time to spare, might you accompany my subordinates to explore the Borderland? Intrigued by Joya's description of the world, Ancient One inquired. "A different system of power? Magic? Prayers? Laws? Very well, when shall we depart?" Pleased by Ancient One's prompt agreement, Joya pondered seriously. "Let us go tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to today." As Joya finished speaking, Stark entered the lounge, conversing as he pushed the door open. "I didn't expect to see you today, Joya. Didn't you tell me the day before yesterday not to expose yourself? Is there something you need help with?" Noticing Ancient One in the yellow portal in the lounge, Stark's curiosity piqued. "What is the deal with that bald man and the portal?" Unable to contain his laughter at Stark's description of Ancient One, Joya chuckled, realizing his faux pas. Stark quickly attempted to amend his remark. "I apologize. I sometimes speak too bluntly. Many have commented on it, but that was indeed my first impression upon seeing you, madam." Casting a glance at Stark, Ancient One chose not to engage, instead turning her attention back to Joya. "Understood. I shall arrive on time." With that, she stepped through the portal, which then vanished. Observing this, Stark shrugged and looked at Joya. "It seems your friend is a bit displeased." Patting Stark on the shoulder, Joya replied with a hint of mischief. "Pray for your own well-being. I hope the Supreme Sorcerer does not take offense at your reference to her baldness." "The Supreme Sorcerer? Magic? Does such a phenomenon truly exist?" Stark, with a countenance of disbelief, could not help but twitch his lips at the sight of Joya's gleeful expression in the teleportation he had just witnessed. It seemed he had inadvertently crossed paths with some rather peculiar individuals. "Oh, come on, Joya, we are friends, aren't we? Please, enlighten me about that illustrious Supreme Sorcerer." "Guess," Joya replied. "Not a guessing game, is it?" Stark was taken aback by her response, nearly succumbing to an expletive. Joya was eager for the spectacle, keen to witness Stark's reaction when he eventually comprehended the true might of Ancient One. Would Ancient One disregard Stark entirely, or would she administer a minor reprimand? Joya anticipated the outcome, conjuring a chakra pill brimming with vitality through the art of yin-yang manipulation, and presented it to Stark. This pill is for you. Remember to consume it when faced with life-threatening troubles. It will prove beneficial. Does this actually work? It feels as if you merely rolled it from the dirt on your body. Stark's words rendered Joya speechless. Did he believe he was a beggar capable of producing a miraculous remedy from thin air? Think what you will. Just do not forget to take it when trouble arises. Joya remarked before vanishing from Stark's sight. This life-infused chakra pill was sufficient to save Stark, who was suffering from palladium poisoning. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for him to realize he was on the brink of death before consuming the pill, thus completing Joya's enhancement task. With that, there was no need for him to linger. He should promptly gather his forces to prepare for an assault on the Elden Ring world. Reflecting on his previous escapade in Elden Ring, he had been preoccupied with Runni, leaving little impression of the wooden figure, Melina. It was only after watching that one particular video that Joya experienced an epiphany. He was determined to ensure Melina's survival, rather than let her become the fire seed and incinerate the golden tree. Even if such actions would lead to the destruction of the world she cherished and provoke her wrath, Joya resolutely chose to let Melina live. In a world steeped in despair and oppression, devoid of Melina and Runni, what significance did it hold to ascend as the Elden Lord? The ruin was hardly lamentable. The past was beyond his control. This time, I shall save you, dear wooden Melina, in the world you hold dear. Runni. You need not traverse the distant stars burdened by fear, uncertainty, and solitude. I shall bring forth a new era for the land between. The law blacklight. Standing amidst the void, Joya gazed upon the black-robed enforcers in the temporal gateway to the shinobi realm, inhaling deeply. Currently, his most formidable allies included Hashirama, Madara, the feathered garments sealed on the moon by Kaguya, the feathered village, and the individual he had returned to the moon. To mitigate unforeseen complications during this reconnaissance, it would be prudent to bring fewer companions along with himself and the Ancient One to the land between. In the realm of Interstis, there exists a trio, Hashirama, Obito, and Danzo. Dispatching Danzo to infiltrate the forces at the border may yield unforeseen outcomes. As for the time and place, Joya ultimately chose the moment following Queen Marika's shattering of the Elden Ring, a period with which he is most familiar. It is all the fault of the elusive narrative fragments concealed by the cunning Miyazaki. This has compelled him to relinquish the prospect of selecting a time prior to the ring's destruction in order to maintain his prophetic advantage. He transported Hashirama, Obito, and Danzo to the Blacklight Star. Joya first stored the state of blood machinery life within the sacred plan and subsequently maximized the enhancements for Hashirama and the others. He then elucidated the mission of gathering data on the strength of the beings in the borderlands to them, perhaps sensing that a mere few individuals might prove insufficient. Joya turned to Hashirama, Obito, and Danzo. You shall wait here on the Blacklight Star. Do not wonder. Having said this, Joya returned to the Marvel Universe, extending his vision and hearing in search of Kaguya, who was out for a stroll, as well as the location of the fallen Seraphim Beast.